I, Zhang Yu, transmigrated to a mystical realm, tirelessly cultivating my powers to defend against the dreaded abyss forces. I upgraded our temple to its zenith, transforming it into an impregnable fortress. We stood vigilant warriors poised for battle, yet the abyss forces never came. Instead, we discovered a deeper mystery. They were watching, waiting, studying us. The true battle had just begun, not with swords but with wits and courage. Our greatest challenge was yet to unfold in a war of unseen shadows and silent threats. The fingers of his left hand kept tapping on the keyboard so fast that phantoms appeared. His right hand kept clicking the mouse and his eyes were fixed on the computer screen. The 7 demon kings are out together? Ha, I knew the last level would be like this, but it doesn't matter. My temple has been upgraded to the highest level, the Supreme Temple, and the 10 heroes have also reached the maximum level. Several auxiliary heroes assisted in the back row, and the 7 most powerful heroes each faced a demon king. Powerful steel titans sit in all directions to resist the demon tide. Every time the magic cannon is fired, a small mushroom is planted on the map. The wizard tower uses gorgeous high-level magic. Space-based weapons frequently wash the ground, and forbidden spells are released continuously as if they are free. The body controlled by Zhang Yu is also wearing a set of artifacts and keeps slashing and killing. Endless demons continue to fall, their entities transformed into the energy of the temple, but new demons immediately surged up endlessly. Billions of demons, endless, just keep killing. Ordinary demons are okay, but the real scary ones are the 7 devil kings of hell. Once one of them breaks through, the pressure on the others will increase greatly, which can easily cause an avalanche. Although his original body is quite powerful, it is not as strong as a hero, so he can only kill other demons under the 7 demon kings to vent his anger. It's almost there, I'm about to win. After downloading this tower defense game, Zhang Yu played it day and night. Now he finally saw the dawn of victory. He could pass the level as long as he killed the 7 demon kings. This is the last wave. Victory is right at hand. Soon 6 of the 7 demon kings fell and the last one was about to die. We are about to win. I glanced at the time and it's now a little after 4 in the morning. It doesn't matter, I can still work hard. Kill him. Zhang Yu felt nauseous, his eyes were spinning, and then his head slammed onto the keyboard. When did you win? Where is this place? What's going on? Have I traveled through time? Zhang Yu looked around with some confusion. It was early in the morning and he was in a dense forest. He had nothing on him, not even a piece of clothing. The air was very fresh and the sun was very warm, but this was not his room. Wasn't he playing games at home? And then he seemed to have died suddenly. Was he dead suddenly? Zhang Yu still has the previous memories, so it must be his own body. And it was the body that traveled through time, not the soul. Zhang Yu seemed to be holding something in his hand. He picked it up and saw that it was a golden diamond core. Zhang Yu was very familiar with this thing. Wasn't this the core of the temple at the beginning of the game? Was this the world of the game? This is obviously not a joke, this is real time travel. The thing in my hand is not a human handicraft. What a lie! I died suddenly while playing the game and then traveled to the game world? Doesn't that mean I will be besieged by endless demons? It's scary to think about it. If you fail, you will be torn into pieces by endless demons. Zhang Yu had a bad feeling. There seemed to be countless dangerous creatures hiding in the surrounding woods. With his small body, if he ran into a monster in the game, he would be swallowed up without leaving even a bone. In order to prevent any accidents, Zhang Yu immediately used the temple core in his hand. In the game world, the temple is the player's only support and the foundation for the player's survival. Now in this strange world, the temple is also Zhang Yu's last resort. As soon as Zhang Yu had this thought, the core of the temple in his hand began to emit a faint light. He opened his hand and the core of the temple slowly fell to the ground, then quickly spread out. The trees next to him were quickly flattened by a great force. In just a moment, a huge building appeared in front of Zhang Yu. This is a magical building, a square temple that covers a large area at least as big as a football field, but it only has 1 floor, so it looks very low. It looks ugly in the game and I didn't expect it to be even uglier in real life, but it doesn't matter, it will be handsome after I upgrade. The temple was very simple. In the game, one could get information by clicking the mouse, but this was obviously not the case in reality. Zhang Yu called out terms like system and temple, but no screen appeared and no system popped up. Everything was so real. Entering from the main gate, there is a main hall in the middle and there are many rooms behind it, but they are all empty. The temple is empty without any decorations and there is a tall throne in the middle. Although the throne looks simple, it has an inexplicable mystery. This temple is too simple and too spacious. Zhang Yu didn't act pretentiously and just sat down on the throne of the temple. This is my temple, what's wrong with sitting there? Fortunately, there was no bloody plot of being kicked down, and Zhang Yu sat on it normally. After sitting on the throne, an attribute box that looked a bit like a game finally popped up in front of me. Temple, Zhang Yu Temple. Level, First Order Temple, Upgrade Consumption, 200 Origin. World Origin, 100. Absorption Speed, 10 Essence/Day. Magic Power, None. Temple Magic, Magic Energy Gathering, Level 1. Buildings, None. Buildable Buildings, Magic Core, 50 Origin, Summoning Altar, 100 Origin, Weaponry, 50 Origin. Magic Energy Gathering, gather magic power and greatly increase the magic power concentration in the temple. It's the same as in the game, even the name of the temple is the same as in the game, which sounds a bit ugly. It would have been better if it was named Supreme Heaven Temple of All Worlds, Origin of the World, etc. Forget it, at least I use my own name, which is not bad. It is the same as the initial world origin in the game, except that the recovery speed of the world origin in the temple has been changed from 10/minute to 10/day. 3 buildings will be unlocked with each level up. Each building can be upgraded, but the level cannot exceed that of the temple. The most powerful of the 3 initial buildings is naturally the summoning altar, but after it is built it will take another 100 origin points to summon a hero. Although there is a 10-day blank period, it is more reliable to choose this one. As for the other 2, the magic core is used to condense magic power, and magic power can be unlocked after it is built. The armory is used to forge weapons, but forging weapons requires metal and magic power, so if you want to build an armory you must first build a magic core. Magical energy is easy to deal with, but metal is difficult to deal with. Let him go out to look for, or empty-handed? Zhang Yu didn't dare to do that. The monsters outside were no joke. Although magic power was a necessity, it was useless at the beginning. Every first level temple will give away a temple magic. The condensed magic energy is used to assist the mage in his practice. Now there are not even mages, so the high concentration is of no use. Zhang Yu already knew what building to build first, so without hesitation he directly built the summoning altar. After clicking choose a location, the altar is not built outside the temple but in a room inside the temple. Zhang Yu chose an empty room behind the main hall. The origin of the world flowed rapidly, and the origin was transformed into matter in just 1 minute. A magnificent altar appeared in an empty room behind the hall. Very good, just like in the game, there were no mistakes. It takes 100 world origins to summon the first hero, and Zhang Yu has to wait for 10 days. There's nothing I can do but wait. According to the game setting, there will be no demon attacks before the 3rd level. At most they will provoke nearby monsters, but those local monsters cannot bite through the defense of the temple even if they bite off their teeth. The temple is very strong, so as long as Zhang Yu doesn't go out and wander around he will not die. Oh no, what should I do about eating and drinking? It's okay not to eat or drink water in the game, but this is reality. Zhang Yu was a little panicked. If he didn't go out he would probably starve to death in the temple. There was no other way. He had to at least maintain the minimum survival requirements and act carefully until the first hero came out. Zhang Yu stayed hidden for the next 10 days. He only dared to hang around the temple looking for some tree fruits to fill his stomach, setting small traps to catch some small animals, and roasting some insects to eat. When he had no other choice, he naturally made fire by rubbing 2 sticks together. Even though it's painful, I have to do it in order to survive. There is a stream not far away. Zhang Yu has to risk his life every time to fetch water. During this time he even encountered a terrible creature. Fortunately the temple is very close and the monster is not hungry, otherwise Zhang Yu might have to die here. This world is so terrible. Zhang Yu has already become a coward. He must avoid this situation until he gains the ability to protect himself. 10 days later. Finally I made it through. Looking at the world origin that had increased to 100, Zhang Yu was about to cry. The days on Earth were too comfortable. The 10 days after the time travel were simply hell, but it didn't matter now. He could summon heroes. As long as he summoned heroes to save himself, he didn't need to worry about the monsters outside. Compared to the demons, these monsters are just younger brothers. The highest level is only level 4, but it is just a setting. Zhang Yu has never encountered one in the game. Although the initial hero is only level 1, with the powerful ability of the hero it is no problem to kill the monster by jumping 1 level. At worst he can run back. The days of hunger and starvation are gone now. Come out, heroes. 100 points of world origin were injected and the summoning circle emitted a brilliant light. After a moment a tall figure appeared in front of Zhang Yu. This is a man 3 meters tall with muscles all over his body and thick hair. His hair is draped behind him like steel needles. He is only wrapped in a piece of animal skin and has scars of various sizes. His face looks a little ferocious and an aura like that of a prehistoric beast is blowing in his face. My goodness, this guy might get flattened by one punch. The first hero, the barbarian King Millet, may be the first, but he is a hero who can fight against the 7 great demons in the later stages. Millet knelt on one knee. Millet greets the master. What a loud noise! But why are you speaking Chinese? It doesn't match your identity. You look like a foreigner and your name is also a foreign name, so why are you speaking Chinese? Do you have a Chinese translation installed in your head? Although he kept complaining in his heart, the look he gave Millet was very passionate. The barbarian king in front of him was his first hero. Although he was ecstatic in his heart, Zhang Yu remained calm on the surface. Do you know where you are from? And why do you speak Chinese? Millet said in a muffled voice, I am not sure myself. I only remember some fragments. As for why I can speak Chinese, I don't understand. Anyway, I can speak Chinese. Okay, if this is the case, will all heroes in the future speak Chinese? This doesn't seem to fit in with the other world. No matter what, whether it's a mule or a horse, take it out for a walk. Get up, let's go hunting. Yes. With the big guy, Zhang Yu is now very confident and doesn't take things like Warcraft seriously at all. There is nothing to be afraid of anymore. No, that's not right. It's like a flag has been set. The combat power in the later stages of this game will explode, so you must not be careless. Taking Melita out, Zhang Yu already had a general understanding of the surrounding situation. He also found some edible wild vegetables and fruits by using himself as an experiment, but he was not here to dig wild vegetables to eat today. Ha! A wild wolf jumped out. No, this was not an ordinary wolf, but a monster with a body as big as a car and sharp horns on its head. It was so huge. If Zhang Yu encountered this thing alone, he would definitely die. Zhang Yu didn't know the exact level of the monster, but Millet had already started moving. The man and the wolf started fighting in front of Zhang Yu. The fight lasted for a full minute before the demon wolf was killed by Millet. Well, it's not good to be without weapons. I remember that Millet used an axe in the game. The next step is to build an armory, but before that we have to find resources such as iron ore. If you really can't find it, it's not a big problem. It will be easier to find it after the temple reaches the 3rd level and the 3rd eye is opened. The demon wolf was carried directly to the edge of the stream, and a piece of stone fragment was used as a stone knife. Although it was not sharp, it was no match for Millet's great strength, so he began to skin it alive. Take the things back and make a fire to cook at the entrance of the temple. The magic wolf is quite large in size. 1/5 of it can be roasted and eaten directly, and the rest can be made into jerky. You don't have to worry about going hungry for the next few days. To be honest, the meat of the magic wolf is very good, pure, natural and pollution-free. It's a pity that there is no seasoning here, and Zhang Yu's mouth is almost bland because he can't get salt. Reality is different from games. In games you only need to click a few things, but in reality you still have to consider eating, drinking, defecating and urinating, but it doesn't matter as long as you hold on. Life will definitely get better. There are 2 tasks left. The first is to store necessities such as food and water, and the second is to find iron ore. It's a pity that the iron ore is not exposed like in the game where you can just click the mouse. The iron ore here is real iron ore, and with Zhang Yu's level he has no idea how to find it. There is no other way. Let's wait until we upgrade to the 3rd level temple and open our 3rd eye. In the blink of an eye, a month has passed. After a month of survival in the wild, Zhang Yu has lost his initial immaturity. After spending a month with Millet, Zhang Yu has also become more mature. Both his strength and stamina have increased. Of course, he is still at the human level and cannot be compared with non-humans like Millet. The fighting and hunting tasks were basically left to Millet, and Zhang Yu was only responsible for cooking, boiling water, making clothes and collecting wild fruits and vegetables, making it seem like ancient times. The magic core and the weapons warehouse have been built. The 1st level weapons warehouse comes with the blueprints of many basic weapons, including swords, spears, bows, hammers, axes and all kinds of other weapons. However, Zhang Yu does not have any of the raw materials for them, so he has no way to make them, so they can only be left idle. Zhang Yu was unable to recognize the materials, and it was even more impossible for Millet, a rough man, to recognize them. Again, first quickly upgrade to level 3 and open the sky eye. All resources within the range of the sky eye will be invisible. The quality of life nowadays cannot be said to be very good, but at least I can guarantee my survival. Of course, the premise is that I don't get any disease or something like that. With the level of medical care here, I would probably die if I get sick. Today Zhang Yu finally got the chance to advance. Temple, Zhang Yu Temple. Level, First Order Temple, Upgrade Consumption, 200 Origin. World Origin, 200. Absorption Speed, 10 Essence/Day. Magic Power, 250. Magic energy collection speed, 10 magic energy/day. Temple magic, magic energy gathering, level 1. Constructed buildings, summoning altar magic core, level 1, weaponry, level 1. Buildable buildings, none. Magic energy gathering, gather magic power and greatly increase the magic power concentration in the temple. Before upgrading, all buildable buildings need to be built. If some buildings are not built, they cannot be upgraded even if they meet the requirements of the world's origin. Now everything is ready. Click to upgrade. The magnificent light enveloped the temple and Zhang Yu and Millet stared blankly at the miracle before them. Yes, it was indeed a miracle. After a few minutes, the light gradually faded away and a new temple appeared in front of the two. Compared with the first stage, the second stage has 2 layers and looks much better than the first stage, but it still looks short and fat. Temple, Zhang Yu Temple. Level, second order temple, upgrade cost, 500 origin. World origin, 0. Absorption speed, 20 essence/day. Magic power, 250. Magic energy collection speed, 10 magic energy/day. Temple magic, magic energy gathering, level 1, magic guardian, level 1. Constructed buildings, summoning altar magic core, level 1, weaponry, level 1. Buildable buildings, magic cannon, 100, library, 200, laboratory, 200. Magic energy gathering, gather magic power and greatly increase the magic power concentration in the temple. Magic guardian, weakens the damage of magic to the temple. Each time you upgrade a level, you will be given a temple magic. Each temple magic is very precious and does not require human control. It can be regarded as a passive skill in the game. Except for the summoning altar, almost all buildings need to be upgraded manually. What's even more annoying is that the upgrade cost is the same as that of the temple. For example, it takes 200 world origins to upgrade a first level temple to the second level, and other ordinary buildings also need 200 points to upgrade to the second level. This doesn't make sense at all. How can ordinary buildings be compared with temples? For example, the consumption of upgrading a first level magic core to a second level one is the same as upgrading a first level temple to a second level temple before upgrading to a third level temple and opening the sky eye. Zhang Yu does not plan to upgrade these buildings. There are 3 buildings on the second level. The magic cannon is just as its name suggests, but it is not a real cannon. It is a strange flower that is more than 2 meters tall and keeps twisting its body. It looks a bit like a Venus flytrap, but is not a weapon but a creature. After the command is given, the magic cannon will automatically attack the approaching enemies, or the operator will designate an enemy to attack. The method of attack is rather bizarre. First it gathers energy, then the big mouth-like flower closes and expands, and then it suddenly spurts out a magic energy bomb. Well, in the later stage he can spray out nuclear bombs. He is a tough guy. It can only be said that you can't judge a grass by its cover. The library is a place for learning magic, so it must be built first. In addition to magic-related things, martial arts-related things are also included. Zhang Yu can choose magic or physics, but Zhang Yu prefers magic. Zhang Yu has already begun to imagine a scene in which he has a Wanxiang Tianyin in his left hand, a Shenluo Tianjiang in his right hand, and puts his hands together to create the dish at Tianqing. How wonderful! The laboratory is equally important. Preparing potions, making magic props, and testing magic all require this place. Buildings at each level are essential, and the same is true for the second level. The upgrade is completed. Although there has been no substantial improvement, the prospects are very good. The second stage can also summon a hero. The consumption of the summoned hero is the same as the world origin consumed when upgrading from the first stage to the second stage. Zhang Yu remembered that the second summoned hero was Archer Queen Rias. It would be awkward for the Archer Queen to be without a bow and arrow, so it is better to wait until she is upgraded to level 3 and open the sky eye before summoning her. For the next month, just keep hanging on. 10 days later, Zhang Yu, who had accumulated enough world origin, was the first to click on the library. The library is very large, occupying almost half of the second floor. There are a lot of books in it, ranging from fighting spirit to magic, from potions to magic circles. In short, it has everything. However, most of them are first level content. If you want more knowledge, you have to upgrade to a second level library. But this is already very good. The library may be the most powerful building in the temple. Millet, a rough guy, naturally doesn't know how to read books and has no use for martial arts. He has his own inheritance, so Zhang Yu is the only one who immerses himself in the library, and hunting and other things are completely left to Millet. I want to study. Studying makes me happy. Perhaps because the temple had its own condensed magic energy, Zhang Yu's learning process was very easy. In just half a month he easily stepped into the door of magic, skipped the magic apprenticeship and became a glorious first-level magician. Now I am finally not a waste. Zhang Yu's eyes were filled with tears. However, a first-level magician is not even cannon fodder and he still has a long way to go. It is more important to practice and study quickly. Not long after, the temple also reached the standard for upgrading to the 3rd level. Without any hesitation he directly clicked on the upgrade button. It was no problem to quickly reach the 3rd level, but if he continued to do so in the future he would definitely die miserably. Zhang Yu had a deep understanding of this. In the game, although speed origin can speed up the acquisition of the world's origin, at the same time high-level temples are more likely to attract the attention of demons, so speed origin can easily be besieged by powerful demons and your own defense can't keep up. Therefore the upgrade speed must be suppressed. In fact, after reaching the 3rd level, Zhang Yu wondered if he had attracted the attention of the devil. After opening the heavenly eye, you will have to take it slow and upgrade all buildings to their limits before moving on to the next level of temple. The 3-story temple is still short and fat, but at least it is acceptable to the eye. Temple, Zhang Yu Temple. Level, 3rd order temple, upgrade cost, 1000 origin. World origin, 0. Absorption speed, 30 essence/day. Magic power, 550. Magic energy collection speed, 10 magic energy/day. Temple magic, magic energy gathering, level 1, magic guardian, level 1, spirit guardian, level 1. Built buildings, summoning altar, magic core, level 1, weaponry, level 1, library, level 1, magic cannon, level 1, laboratory, level 1. Buildable buildings, Sky Eye, 500, Magic Guard, 500, Space Warehouse, 800. Magic Energy Gathering, gather magic power and greatly increase the magic power concentration in the temple. Magic Guardian, weakens the damage of magic to the temple. Spiritual Guardian, weaken the damage of spiritual magic to the people in the temple and exempt from the detection of precognitive magic. Finally, I've reached level 3 and can finally open my 3rd eye. Life was too miserable without weapons. The Sky Eye is so precious that it can not only detect various minerals but also find various materials and even monitor the enemy. It is an absolute radar. High-level Sky Eyes can detect invisible objects and conduct ultra-long-range tracking, which is very practical. Undoubtedly the first thing to build is the Sky Eye. The Space Warehouse is equally important. You can guess its general function from the name. It is a warehouse with an independent space. If there is no warehouse in the later stage, so many things will not be able to be stored. This thing is equally important. The last one is the Magic Guard. The Magic Guards are the 2 guardian statues at the door. They are the gatekeepers. Although their combat power is not as good as that of heroes, they should not be underestimated. However, in terms of priority, this can be put second. It's okay to build the warehouse last. So far Zhang Yu has not obtained much supplies. After the upgrade was completed, Zhang Yu continued to stay at home and study magic. His time was very precious and he couldn't waste it on things like hunting. In the blink of an eye, another 10 days passed. Zhang Yu was still worried about attracting the attention of the devil, but fortunately the devil did not appear. The origin of the world is enough. There is nothing to say, just build the Sky Eye directly. The Sky Eye was quickly established. Zhang Yu could summon the Sky Eye at any time inside the temple. As long as he silently said something in his mind, the Sky Eye would turn into a transparent fluorescent screen and appear in front of Zhang Yu. Maintaining this thing required the consumption of magic power, but it was not much. When it was turned on, it could also monitor the surrounding environment and would sound an alarm when the enemy appeared. It was very convenient. Sky Eye, level 1, can search for supplies within a 10-kilometer radius and monitor the enemy. Opening the Sky Eye consumes 100 points of magic power and maintaining the Sky Eye consumes 2 points of magic power per day. It is better to keep this thing turned on. There is no need to hesitate. Zhang Yu directly turned on the Sky Eye, and after it was turned on he summoned the Sky Eye. A transparent screen appeared in front of Zhang Yu. This thing is like a map. It can be manually zoomed in and out, but it can only search the situation within a radius of 10 kilometers. In fact, he probably already knows the situation within a 10-kilometer radius. Millet would go out for investigation when he had nothing to do. During this period he encountered powerful monsters, but other than that there was nothing strange and no trace of the devil was found. First, an initial search was conducted and the locations of the monsters were quickly marked out, with white representing ordinary things, green representing people from one's own faction, purple representing monsters, red representing demons, and other unmarked creatures being represented by blue. Unlabeled species can be manually color-coded and will be labeled when they appear. Of course, unless you specifically search for them, weak creatures such as insects and birds will not appear on the map. The monsters on the map are scattered with only a dozen or so, and there are more ordinary animals. It is true that the area within a 10-kilometer range has almost become Millet's hunting ground, and the stronger monsters have already run away. The next step was searching. Zhang Yu took out the list of materials that he had prepared earlier. These materials were the materials needed for forging, including various minerals, various plants, and some other materials. Zhang Yu was busy searching and marking one by one. It took me more than half an hour to search for everything on the list, but unfortunately 80% of the items were not found. Fortunately, the iron ore, which was the most important at the beginning, was found. Pretty good luck. Next, Zhang Yu took Millet to the location marked by the iron ore. The iron ore is hidden underground and the iron content is not high. The ore is also very small. Normally it has no mining value, however there is only one such place within a radius of 10 kilometers. Let's start digging. Let Millet start digging. Zhang Yu's small body was unable to dig at all, but it was different for Millet. This guy was incredibly strong and he just kept digging with the stone chips. After a long time, Millet had dug a big hole in the ground and then he found traces of the iron ore. He dug a large basket of iron ore and carried it back to the temple. Making steel is a very troublesome thing and there are many processes involved. However, this is not necessary in the arsenal. There is a large furnace inside the arsenal. The ore is thrown directly into it and the metals will be sent out from the other side in different categories. The iron content is relatively low. This big basket weighs about 200 kilograms, but only about 50 kilograms of iron was produced, which is pretty good. Zhang Yu was not cut out for iron forging and Millet had never learned it before, but it was not difficult to do it by following the tutorials in the armory. He quickly fell in love with this job and started forging iron. Melita has the potential to become a blacksmith. However, the truly powerful blacksmith will have to wait for the next hero. Zhang Yu can summon him when he remembers the 5th level temple. Although Millet was just a beginner, it was not difficult for him to forge things like axes and swords. The temple finally entered the Iron Age from the Stone Age. Everything was easy with the knife. Millet's combat effectiveness was greatly improved, but to use more advanced weapons, a more advanced arsenal was required. Zhang Yu was a stay-at-home kid. After his life started to get better, his stay-at-home nature revived again. He usually stayed at home to study and practice magic. He asked Millet to do anything. He basically never left the house and was devoted to studying. Soon after, the guardian statue was successfully built. After a while, the second hero archer, Queen Rias, was successfully summoned. Rias is a big sister with a very hot body. She is a master with archery and is the most powerful ranged attacker among the 10 heroes. Although her area damage is not as good as that of the Archmage, her single target damage is more powerful and her stealth and assassination are impeccable. With one more person, the temple became a little more lively. In the game, heroes level up by killing monsters, but this is obviously not the case in reality. They need to practice on their own. Luck is relatively good because the hero has reached a certain level before and will not encounter a bottleneck before his strength reaches the previous level, so his practice will improve naturally. So upgrading is not difficult for them. Shortly after summoning Rias, Millet finally broke through to the 2nd level. Well, congratulations. Not long after, the space warehouse was successfully built and all kinds of materials could be placed in the space warehouse. The 1st level space warehouse was 1 kilometer long, wide and high, and it felt like it could fit a small mountain in it. In short, it's big. Afterwards, Zhang Yu did not rush to upgrade the temple but upgraded all the buildings to the 3rd level. A year has passed quietly. A lot of things happened this year. First of all, Zhang Yu himself entered the ranks of 2nd level mages and could cast several spells by hand. This was the result of his own efforts and the condensed magic power of the temple, but more importantly it was the teachings of the 3rd hero, the Archmage Grayless. The 3rd hero is an old man with a white beard. Although his strength is low when he is first summoned, his knowledge is substantial and he is more than capable of teaching Zhang Yu. Barbarian King Millet and Archer Queen Rias did not stop either. They advanced to the 3rd level. The Archmage is still at the 2nd level for now, but it should not be far before he advances to the 3rd level. All the buildings have reached the maximum level, but the demon did not appear and Zhang Yu didn't care about it. The time when demons start attacking in the game is not fixed, usually between the 3rd level temple and the 5th level temple, but we don't know if there will be any changes in reality and there may be delays. Before there were reconnaissance methods, Zhang Yu would not send heroes to scout far away from the temple. If they ran into a powerful demon, they would be doomed in the later stages. If one hero was missing, there would be no way to pass the level, which could easily cause a crash in the early stages of the game. Zhang Yu often sent the Archer Queen out for reconnaissance, but after suffering a few losses he never did that again. Just develop your skills honestly and search within the range of the sky. The cost of going out and wandering around is too high. If you win, you won't get anything good, and if you lose, it's GG. Everything was ready, and Zhang Yu did not suppress himself deliberately but chose to advance directly. After the white light, a four-story temple appeared in front of them. The four-story temple looked much more majestic. Temple, Zhang Yu Temple. Level, 4th Order Temple, upgrade cost, 2000 origin. World origin, 0. Absorption speed, 40 essence/day. Magic power, 8550. Magic energy collection speed, 30 magic energy/day. Temple magic, magic energy gathering, level 3, magic guardian, level 3, spirit guardian, level 3, eternal guardian, level 1. Constructed buildings, summoning altar magic core, level 3, weaponry, level 3, library, level 3, magic cannon, level 3, laboratory, level 3, sky eye, level 3, magic guard, level 3, space warehouse, level 3. Buildable buildings, life source, 1000, magic source, 1000, plane source, 1000. Magic energy gathering, gather magic power and greatly increase the magic power concentration in the temple. Magic guardian, weakens the damage of magic to the temple. Spiritual guardian, weaken the damage of spiritual magic to the people in the temple and exempt from the detection of precognitive magic. Eternal guardian, strengthens the temple's defense, increases resistance to physical and magical attacks, and grants the temple a self-recovery function. The three buildings of the fourth stage are all very important. The source of life restores health and the source of mana restores mana. Both of them have capacity in themselves and they have to be accumulated slowly after being used up. The source of planes is very powerful, absorbing the world origin of the plane. It is the only building besides the temple itself that can increase the world origin. There is nothing much to say, just build them all. There will be no unimportant items in the game. The source of life only restores blood in the early stage, but it is very powerful in the later stage. Even if half of the body is gone, as long as the soul is not scattered, it can be revived by throwing it in. It is simply a resurrection artifact. However, if the injury is too serious, there will be a period of weakness after recovery. The magic source stores magic energy, which is different from the magic core. The energy of the magic core is provided to various buildings in the temple, but the magic source is different. It is provided for people. When the magic power is exhausted, you can lie in it and the magic power will be quickly restored. If a mage is in the magic source when breaking through, the probability of breakthrough can be greatly increased. All in all, they're all good stuff. In the blink of an eye, another 2 years have passed. 2 years is not a long time for Zhang Yu, who is obsessed with the magic world. 2 years just passes in the blink of an eye. His life is very fulfilling and every day is just like in high school. Okay, that may be a little exaggerated. In order to fight against the demons in the abyss, Zhang Yu took steady steps and laid a very solid foundation. If the demons were really as strong as those in the game, there would be no need to worry about not being able to withstand it. Zhang Yu has already made up his mind. It would be best if he could stay hidden until the devil shows up and make himself invincible. He must not waste time. If he wins, he might get some insignificant extra income, but if he loses, it will be his life. Zhang Yu was very afraid of death, so he guarded his temple firmly and insisted on maintaining his own development anyway. As the range of the sky eye increased, there was basically no restriction on his development. A lot has happened in the past 2 years, starting with the addition of the fourth hero, the angel Nissa. Nisha is a half support and half DPS hero. Her pure destructive power is not as good as the previous three, but she can restore health, has a restraining effect on undead, and the holy magic she uses is also very powerful. After the world origin meets the requirements, choose to upgrade directly. Temple, Zhang Yu Temple. Level, 5th Order Temple, upgrade cost, 4000 origin. World origin, 0. Absorption speed, 90 essence/day. Note, the temple itself absorbs 50 world origins every day and the 4th Order plane source absorbs 40 world origins. Magic power, 28,550. Magic energy collection speed, 40 magic energy/day. Temple magic, magic energy gathering, level 4, magic guardian, level 4, spirit guardian, level 4, eternal guardian, level 4, soul guardian, level 1. Built buildings, summoning altar magic core, level 4, weaponry, level 4, library, level 4, magic cannon, level 4, laboratory, level 4, sky eye, level 4, magic guard, level 4, space warehouse, level 4, fountain of life, level 4, fountain of magic, level 4, fountain of planes, level 4. Buildable buildings, magic tower, 1500, soul altar, 2000, Temple Apostle, 2000. Magic energy gathering, gather magic power and greatly increase the magic power concentration in the temple. Magic Guardian, weakens the damage of magic to the temple. Spiritual Guardian, weaken the damage of spiritual magic to the people in the temple and exempt from the detection of precognitive magic. Eternal Guardian, strengthens the temple's defense, increases resistance to physical and magical attacks and grants the temple a self-recovery function. Soul Guardian, the souls of dead allies will return to the soul altar. While it's level 5 now, the probability of demons appearing has greatly increased. I have to be careful next time and I must not act recklessly. And then 10 years passed. Zhang Yu's temple has already entered the 8th level, and at this time Zhang Yu couldn't help but begin to doubt. What's going on? What happened to the demons? Did they miss the train? Did they know my temple is powerful and are mobilizing troops to prepare for a big move? Damn, how could this demon be so cunning? The 8th level temple was neither up nor down, which made Zhang Yu feel very uncertain. A lot of things happened in 10 years. If it were on the previous Earth, 10 years could have changed a person, but here time did not leave any trace on Zhang Yu because Zhang Yu was already a 7th level magician. A 7th level wizard has a lifespan of more than 2,000 years. He cannot be compared with legendary creatures like dragons, but he can be compared with elves if there are dragons or elves in this world. It has been a while since we entered the 8th level. All the buildings have been completed and the heroes have been summoned. There are now 8 heroes, namely the 1st Barbarian King Millet, the 2nd Archer Queen Rias, the 3rd Great Mage Greyless, the 4th Holy Angel Nisha, the 5th God of Warwick, the 6th Elf King Coco, the 7th Ancient Dragon Musret, and the 8th Black Mist with an unknown identity. Among the 8 heroes, the Angel and the Elf King are auxiliary and the others are powerful output heroes. Among them, the one who has the best relationship with Zhang Yu is naturally Greyless. After all, he is his teacher. Although we are both teachers, we have our own opinions. I call you teacher and you call me master. Although Zhang Yu strongly suggested that the teacher should just call him by his name, he was unwilling to do so and Zhang Yu could not defeat him. Next is Coco, who is very clingy like a puppy. She is the Elf King, a cute little elf 10 centimeters tall with transparent wings. Although she is small, her auxiliary ability is amazing, covering all aspects, very comprehensive, much stronger than an angel, but her output is slightly weaker. There are also many new buildings. The 5th level adds magic towers, guardian towers that can use various powerful magics, manual or automatic, soul altars, accommodate friendly souls and provide opportunities for resurrection. Of course, the hero's strength will drop to the 1st level after resurrection, and temple apostles can give other creatures temple marks to make them subordinate members of the temple. The 6th level adds the mysterious magic mirror. Why not ask the magical mirror? He knows everything, of course, provided that he is willing to tell you. The cursed tower provides costs and marks and casts all kinds of strange curses on the target. The guardian statue forms a protective magic shield. The magic shield consumes magic energy and the magic shield disappears when the magic energy is consumed or the guardian statue is manually closed. The 7th level adds the will core. No matter where you are, you can connect to the will core by constantly chanting the name of the temple in your heart. Purification statue consumes magic energy or the origin of the world, removes almost all negative states. Different states consume different amounts of energy. And the Tower of Heavenly Punishment, a divine thunder attack that falls from the sky, which can be manual or automatic and the power can be adjusted. The 8th level adds a space gate, which can teleport to any location within the range of the sky eye or a location with set coordinates outside the sky eye. A potion garden, a garden for growing potions using the origin of the world, can greatly increase the speed of time flow in the garden. And a secret realm, which contains many mirror images of powerful people and is the most powerful trial place. In short, there are many types of buildings and each has its own use. It can be said that there are no useless buildings. If I have to say, the temple apostle is slightly weaker because the essence of this building is to create soldiers attached to the temple. The strength of the soldiers is more than 2 levels weaker than the heroes and the number of soldiers is limited in the subsequent battles. They are basically cannon fodder and will not play any role at all. In reality, the apostles created by the temple apostles can probably only look at the appearance of the door. Among them, the 1st apostle, the magic wolf, has almost become a licking dog. He usually likes to stick to Zhang Yu and wait for Zhang Yu to pet him. Maybe there are some hidden abilities that haven't been discovered yet. If you calculate carefully, it has been more than 10 years since I came to this world. Time has passed very quickly, but Zhang Yu's original intention has not changed, that is to keep getting stronger and survive in the subsequent demon frenzy. The current properties are as follows. Equals. Temple, Zhang Yu Temple. Level, 8th level temple, upgrade cost, 15,000 origin. World origin, 1200. Absorption speed, 160 essence/day. Magic power, 124,280. Magic energy collection speed, 80 magic energy/day. Temple magic, magic energy gathering, level 8, magic guardian, level 7, spirit guardian, level 7, eternal guardian, level 7, soul guardian, level 7, energy drainage, level 7, curse aura, level 7, life guardian, level 8. Constructed buildings, summoning altar magic core, level 8, weaponry, level 7, library, level 8, magic cannon, level 7, laboratory, level 8, sky eye, level 8, magic guard, level 7, space warehouse, level 7, fountain of life, level 7, fountain of magic, level 7, fountain of planes, level 8, magic tower, level 7, soul altar, level 7, temple apostle. Level 7, Mysterious Magic Mirror, Level 8, Curse Tower, Level 7, Guardian Statue, Level 7, Will Core, Level 7, Purification Statue, Level 8. Heavenly Punishment Tower, Level 8, Space Gate, Level 7, Magic Potion Garden, Level 8, Secret Realm, Level 8. Buildable Buildings, none. Magic Energy Gathering, gather magic power and greatly increase the magic power concentration in the temple. Magic Guardian, weakens the damage of magic to the temple. Spiritual Guardian, weaken the damage of spiritual magic to the people in the temple and exempt from the detection of precognitive magic. Eternal Guardian, strengthens the temple's defense, increases resistance to physical and magical attacks and grants the temple a self-recovery function. Soul Guardian, the souls of dead friends will return to the soul altar. Energy absorption, the energy of enemies that die within the range of the sky eye will be absorbed and integrated into the magic energy. Curse aura, enemies that enter the range of the sky eye will be cursed with a mysterious curse and their absorption and recovery speeds will be reduced. Life Guardian, allies within the range of the sky eye will receive a mysterious blessing and their physical strength, magic power and life recovery speed will be accelerated. The 8th level temple has already taken shape and the range of the sky eye has been expanded to a radius of 80 kilometers. What does this mean? This is already half the area of Wanwan Island. However, after so much time has passed, no trace of the devil has been found. What should I do? Should I continue to grow? Well, there is no other way except to continue to develop and upgrade. Well, only when the level is high can you fight monsters. This is not cowardice, this is the concept of the game. After all, those demons in the later period were too terrifying. Zhang Yu felt unsure before he grew to the Supreme Temple. As usual, Zhang Yu planned to go to the library to continue studying, but at this time different fluctuations suddenly came from the sky eye and a different existence broke into the range of the sky eye. Zhang Yu was startled, then quickly opened the map and located the place where the fluctuation occurred. Is it a demon? No, it's not red, it's blue. What is blue? This is an unlocated existence. I quickly zoomed in on the map and jumped to the street view resolution. This is a person. A human? There are still humans in this world? Due to the lack of reconnaissance means Zhang Yu's range of action will not exceed the range of sky eye. Even if it does, it will not be too far. In his impression, the surroundings should be all forests. This was the first time Zhang Yu had seen a human being in more than 10 years, and this discovery made him very excited. The other person had Western appearance, wearing a simple leather jacket, carrying a backpack, holding a sword in his right hand with several wounds on his body. Half of his clothes were stained with blood and his face was tired as if he hadn't slept for several days. His strength was mediocre, probably a first-class warrior. Could it be that he had reached the state of returning to nature? High-level warriors could restrain their own strength and ordinary people could not even tell the difference between them and themselves, but this required an extremely high level of cultivation. Zhang Yu felt something was wrong and quickly conveyed information to the heroes with his mind. Soon 8 heroes used internal teleportation inside the temple to appear in front of Zhang Yu. Kiki landed on Zhang Yu's shoulder and asked softly, "Master, what happened?" He summoned 8 of us at the same time. Someone broke into our territory. It's a human. Zhang Yu turned the map to display mode and the human figure appeared in front of everyone. I look very weak, the barbarian king patted his bald head. It seems it's not very strong? Zhang Yu said, maybe it's a disguise of the enemy. Could it be a disguise? The archmage shook his head. I don't think it's likely. You can send the unknown body to test it out. In terms of survivability, the unknown body is the most powerful. Even a 9th order being cannot completely kill him. His true identity is unknown and he is a ball of darkness. He usually hides in his robe. His attack power may not be strong, but his survivability is definitely second to none. He also possesses all kinds of strange methods and cannot be sensed. No one present can detect his true identity, not even Zhang Yu. His true identity has always been a mystery in the game. There is no doubt that the unknown entity is the first choice to investigate the enemy situation. Sure. Are you okay with that? A strange figure with an unknown identity came out from a black robe. No problem, I'll follow your instructions. Zhang Yu nodded, then opened the space door, which was located somewhere 10 kilometers away from the human. If there is any accident, I will open the space gate immediately. No one except those inside the temple can pass through the spacetime gate. Don't worry about that. The black vortex continued to spin and an unknown entity quickly entered, and then Zhang Yu cut off the door of space. Then a group of people stared at the map. The unknown entity was seen approaching the human quickly and then performing various attack movements from a distance, testing the intruder, but he did not react, as if he did not notice. Keep trying. He stretched out his hand and a ball of black mist flew into the body of a nearby first-level magical beast, which was a powerful magical rabbit. The controlled magical rabbit quickly ran towards the human. This is one of the methods whose true nature is unknown, and it can control other creatures weaker than itself. The human was obviously frightened and then started fighting with the magic rabbit. The fight was very lively. So weak. Yeah, so weak. It's probably about the first level. It will probably be blown down by a gust of wind, right? Maybe I can kill him with just one fart. Hi Yuri, disgusting. Seeing everyone start to talk nonsense, Zhang Yu coughed dryly and said seriously, could it be that they are acting on purpose? To catch us off guard? Zhang Yu, a persecution man, is always careful in what he does. I don't think so. Everyone knows Zhang Yu's character very well, but because he is the host, no one dares to say that he is following his heart and can only agree with him. It will be fine. Let's be careful. As long as they are not saints, we are not powerless to resist with the help of the temple. Zhang Yu was still a little worried. What if this guy happened to be a saint? Maybe he deliberately disguised himself like this to catch us off guard? After some efforts, humans finally defeated the magic rabbit. Of course, this was the result of the fog. It seems that there is really nothing special about it, and it is not some powerful person deliberately disguising himself. Zhang Yu sent a message to Misty through the will core. Misty, bring this human to the front of the temple. Yes. The fog jumped out and several black ropes tied the human into a philosophical shape and then carried him away. The human was terrified during the process, but he had no power to resist and could only be carried on the shoulders obediently. A moment later, the human was brought to the front of the temple. A group of people stood at the door of the temple and stared at the man. The man seemed terrified and kept saying something while kneeling on the ground, but everyone present obviously didn't understand. Humans? There are no humans in the game. I don't know if it's because I haven't encountered them or if they never existed. However, they do appear in this world. This is a change. I don't know what the human world is like. To be honest, Zhang Yu was quite looking forward to it. After all, he was also a human being. This should be the language of this world. We can use magic to obtain the language, said the Archmage. Okay. Zhang Yu, who was standing in the middle, nodded. The Great Wizard then reached out and touched the other person's forehead and at the same time shared the knowledge to the people present. This kind of operation of memory and consciousness can only be achieved by advanced magic. After sharing the language knowledge, several people present finally understood what he was talking about. What's your name? Zhang Yu asked while the other heroes were ready to take action at any time. Once this guy made any unusual movements, he would be attacked by the concentrated fire of the 8 heroes. At the same time, various guards in the temple had also marked him. My name is Cultivated. This name is somewhat similar to Barbarian King. But they obviously have no connection. Zhang Yu asked indifferently. Cultivated? Where are you from? What do you want to do by invading my place? Your Excellency, the respected Grand Mage, I am a knight from the Black Forest town in the Kingdom of Norton. My mother is seriously ill and needs a very rare magic potion, so I ventured into the Endless Forest to look for it. I definitely did not intentionally invade your territory. Cultivated, the idol of children from poor families, the other people's child in the eyes of parents in the town, and the typical example of a poor kid's counterattack. He was born into a poor family and showed extraordinary talent for fighting spirit since childhood. At the age of 12 he was spotted by the Viscount of Black Forest Town and became a knight squire. At the age of 20 he cultivated the first trace of fighting spirit and became a glorious knight and also the object of everyone's envy. In his social circle he is undoubtedly a model of success. When he was 24 he married the Viscount's distant cousin. Although this wife was a little unruly and had done many ridiculous things before the marriage, overall life was still okay. Not long ago his elderly mother was seriously ill and needed a very rare potion. This potion was very precious. Although his family had some savings, they could not buy this potion. Even if they spent all their money, even the Viscount would need to bleed heavily to buy it. This magic potion grows deep in the endless forest and is extremely difficult to collect under normal circumstances. Poor families can only go home and wait to die, but Cultivated is unwilling to give up. There is no other choice but to go into the forest and search for it myself. The endless forest, an extremely vast primitive dense forest in the depths of which lived powerful magical beasts and even legendary dragons. Although he encountered many magical beasts along the way, he was lucky and did not encounter any magical beasts that were too advanced. After a 10-day-long journey he met a being hidden in a black robe. Cultivated did not sense any fighting spirit from the other party. It was obvious that this was a magician, and a magician of a high level. Then he was taken away by the mysterious magician and came to a mysterious building. The building in front of him stunned him. This tall building was so majestic, taller than the largest temple in Highland Town. The bright colors, beautiful shape and majestic momentum shocked his nerves. Such a building could probably only be compared with the palace or temple in the royal city, right? Then 7 mysterious beings appeared in front of him. He could not sense their aura. Obviously their strength was higher than his. The legendary giant warrior carrying a giant axe, the archer carrying a longbow, the mysterious old wizard, the cute little girl in a snow-white robe who should be a magician. The angel's wings were hidden. The tall warrior in armor, the mysterious creature with wings, the mysterious man with a simple face, a dragon in disguise, the black-robed magician, and the mysterious man in the middle. Maybe a magician? These people are not to be trifled with. A group of powerful beings built a mysterious building deep in the forest. This is most likely the legendary Magic Society. He had heard a lot of legends about magic societies, and there were many stories about these mysterious magicians circulating among the people. It is said that there is a group of mysterious magicians in the kingdom. They are powerful and mysterious, possess terrible powers, act in a secretive way, and often do some horrifying things. Could this be the lair of the legendary Magician Association? This is bad. At present it seems that these mysterious beings are at least at the level of great knights or great magicians. As for holy level mages and knights, it should be impossible. The kingdom has only one holy level magician, who was the current court holy mage, a terrifying existence who has assisted several generations of kings. There are no holy level knights in this country. Perhaps they may exist in other countries. If this mysterious magic society really has a holy rank, it would be a big deal, as it could subvert the kingdom. No, it's impossible. The holy rank is the closest existence to God. It's not an ordinary cabbage. How could I possibly encounter it? Just as Cultivated was daydreaming, the young man who might be the leader spoke. Norton Kingdom? Endless Forest? Please introduce it to me in detail. Didn't you know about the Norton Kingdom? Was it a magic association from another country? Although he was curious, Cultivated still told the young man everything he knew in detail. During the conversation, the young man asked some more questions. When he talked about the strongest holy wizard in the kingdom, he keenly observed that the other party's expression became serious. Then they began to talk in a language he could not understand, which further proved his guess. They were not magicians from the kingdom. They were probably frightened. The holy mage, the closest being to God, the kingdom's pillar of support. The idol of all mages. There is actually a saint-level expert. He really underestimated the power of humans. To be honest, Zhang Yu is a little confused now. He will not be afraid of the saint level in the future, but not now. The strength of the temple is not strong enough. No matter whether it is a mage or a warrior, they all have levels 1 to 9. Breaking through the 9th level will lead to the legendary holy level. The so-called holy rank means transcendence and becoming a saint. A magician who has entered the holy rank has almost eternal life. The individual strength can even transcend the constraints of the planet and engage in interstellar travel or even dimensional travel. The holy rank warriors are equally powerful. If they were placed on the original Earth, they could catch a nuclear bomb with one hand. Holy level, the existence of super combat power. Of course, these are the settings in the game, but Zhang Yu feels that if it continues to develop, it can indeed reach this level. I didn't expect that there would be saints in the human world. It was a bit beyond my expectation. There is a higher level above the saint level, that is the plane level. The so-called plane level is the top existence in a plane, the existence of peak combat power. The 7 demon kings of the abyss and heroes who have grown to the maximum level belong to this level. Although it is not at the plane level, the holy rank is already very amazing. If the other party discovers the existence of the temple, then I will most likely not be able to withstand it. Maybe the other party has already discovered it but ignored me for some reason? I don't understand, there is too little information. Terrible. This world is really terrible. It was indeed the right decision not to go out and have fun. Zhang Yu found himself like a small boat in the endless ocean with no idea what was hidden beneath the ocean and dangers at every step. I discussed this with a few other heroes and they all had different ideas on how to deal with this human. Millet thought that he should just kill the other party and destroy the body to prevent the information of the temple from leaking out. He did not let him go just because his name was similar to his own. The kind-hearted Coco thought that they could just seal his memory and let him go, and Zhang Yu was most excited about the proposal of the great wizard. How about making this human an apostle? Temple Apostle, one of the buildings of the temple. This building can give ordinary creatures the power of the temple. Accepting the power of the temple is equivalent to being bound to the temple and becoming a subordinate of the temple. However, it cannot accept apostles endlessly. The number of apostles is the level of the Temple Apostle building multiplied by 10. For example, a 7th level Temple Apostle can only develop a maximum of 70 Temple Apostles. The power of an apostle is far weaker than that of a hero. He may be slightly useful in the early stages, but he is completely cannon fodder in the later stages. Zhang Yu previously conducted experiments on several monsters and the results were unsatisfactory. A total of 3 lucky monsters became apostles, but after so long the strongest one is only level 5 and the other 2 are only level 4, which are completely useless. Therefore Zhang Yu did not think highly of the Temple Apostle building. He felt that it was only used to produce soldiers. Even if all the apostles were recruited, they would be useless. Zhang Yu could kill all the apostles by himself. But this only applies to Warcraft. Will humans experience different changes? Zhang Yu was very interested in this, and he also needed a trustworthy spy to help him investigate the situation on the human side. This human was a good choice. Mitz decided to transform him into an apostle and take him away directly. A group of people happily tied up Kulid and left. Kulid begged for mercy in panic at first, but when he realized that his begging was in vain, he began to curse and threaten them, saying that if he disappeared, the Viscount would definitely not sit idly by. It's a pity that these people are not afraid of his threats, Viscount. What kind of rubbish is that? Soon he was brought before the Temple Apostles. Temple Apostle, the name doesn't sound like a building, but it really is a building. The Temple Apostle is a pool filled with golden liquid that is constantly rotating with 8 ferocious dragon heads beside it. The golden liquid is used to transform ordinary creatures and is naturally condensed by the temple. Kulid looked terrified. He felt that these terrible magicians wanted to use him as an experiment, and in fact that was indeed the case. No preparation is needed, just throw it into the pool. Kulid, who was thrown into the pool, began to scream. The golden liquid began to constantly transform his body. Countless golden lines spread all over his body. He screamed for a while and then stopped because he found that he had lost control of his body. Generally speaking, there are 2 transformation directions for Temple Apostles. One is to transform the body, which is for warriors, and the other is to transform the spirit. Without a doubt, this is for magicians. Heroes disdain to use this kind of transformation. They will practice on their own and then break through the limits easily. Although this kind of transformation has no obvious sequelae for the strong, it feels like forcing growth. Of course, this is only relative for ordinary people. This is a step to heaven, like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. The price is to be forever loyal to the temple, and even the soul belongs to the temple. The transformation process lasted 3 days and 3 nights, during which the great wizard carefully recorded every process and change. The first human. It was a pity that this guy's level was too low. He had only been out of Black Forest Town a few times, and the farthest he had been was the nearest city. He had not even been to the capital. He had too little experience and had no understanding of high-level combat power. He only knew that after a knight breaks through, he becomes a great knight, which is about the 2nd level, and then there is a gap. He has no idea what is above that, and he is not even clear about the realm of the great knight. The legendary holy level only exists in the legend of the GEM. His level is too low to reach it. But it's not bad, at least it provides Zhang Yu with a key clue. 3 days later, Kulid's transformation was complete. The transformation will not change the other person's memory, nor will it change his personality, nor will it change his will. There will be several changes after the transformation. The first is the transformation of the body. The opponent's body has now been strengthened to the third level and his potential has become even stronger. Theoretically, divine blood has appeared in his body. As long as he practices hard, he still has hope of becoming a saint. However, compared with the heroes who have cheats, this blood is insignificant. You must know that these heroes are born with full divine bodies. The second change is the contract or the belonging of the soul. No matter how he dies, his soul will return to the temple. After death, he will be controlled by the temple just like when he was alive. If the other party has any idea that is unfavorable to the temple, the divine blood in the body will become a curse. Of course, Zhang Yu as the master can also manually activate this curse. You get what you pay for, that's the price of power. After transforming into an apostle, some basic information about the temple had been transmitted to Culit's mind. He also understood that what was before him was not a magic society but a temple, a real temple, and that man was God, or to be more precise, the man who would become God in the future. He did not understand some of the more specific contents, and after becoming an apostle he could only obtain some basic information. What is God? In fact, God is a relatively broad concept. Saints can be called gods and planes can be called main gods. As for Zhang Yu himself, he actually has no idea. Zhang Yu doesn't know what kind of existence he will be after the Supreme Temple is formed. After becoming an apostle, Culit was full of respect and admiration for Zhang Yu. His eyes were full of fanaticism. Zhang Yu asked many more questions but did not get any more information. That's true, Culit only became an apostle and the amount of knowledge in his brain did not increase. I will ask the teacher to teach you some basic knowledge later. You will collect intelligence for me when you return. However, in order to avoid attracting the attention of certain people, you should not reveal your strength, just maintain your original appearance. Do you understand? I will follow your orders, my master, Culit said respectfully. Also, those potions you mentioned before, I remember there are a lot of them in the potion garden and there are also a bunch in the space warehouse. You can just take some back. Thank you for your gift, master. I will be careful and get things done for you. Well, the teacher will teach you from now on, so go down. A gray wolf ran out and took Culit away. The gray wolf was one of the 3 apostles created at the beginning. By the way, the other 2 apostles were the skeleton and the slime. Teacher, do you think I should continue to hide here and practice? After they left, Zhang Yu asked the great wizard beside him. These heroes are like Zhang Yu's family members. After 10 years of living together day and night, it is impossible for Zhang Yu to treat them as NPCs. The great mage stroked his long beard and smiled like Maitreya Buddha. Master, we still have a lot of unknowns about this world. I think it's not a bad idea to go out and explore. As a mage, studying hard is very important, but what's more important is to have the curiosity and courage to explore the unknown. Well, what the teacher said was indeed very reasonable, because Zhang Yu always suspected that the demons were about to attack. He was studying very hard. As for the situation in the outside world, he didn't care anyway. After the demons came out, there would be scorched earth everywhere and there would be nothing to see. As for resources, the temple didn't care. What you said does make sense. It's not a good idea to stay at home all the time. I have learned so much magic that I have to practice it, otherwise it will just be empty talk. Do you think I should go to the human world with Culit? I think you can go to the core area of the endless forest. It is said that there are dragons living there. I am also very curious about the dragons in this world. Dragons generally represent the high-level combat power of this world. You can understand the combat power of this world by understanding the dragon clan. As for the human world, Culit can explore it first and then you can go out this way. It will be safer. Zhang Yu nodded. You have a point. Our temple is inside the endless forest. If there really is a dragon in the center of the forest, then we are their neighbors. We should investigate and get to know our neighbors. When the news that Zhang Yu wanted to go out spread, everyone rushed over and expressed their desire to go out with Zhang Yu. Having stayed in this place for a long time, they had long wanted to go out and take a look, but because of Zhang Yu's policy of develop slowly and don't waste time, they had to hide here and practice in frustration. But to be honest, practicing in the temple is much better than outside. The concentration of magic here is terrifyingly high, and there is also a powerful library and magic mirror. If you don't understand anything, you can ask the magic mirror. It's a pity that the magic mirror is very arrogant and doesn't answer many questions. Maybe he himself doesn't know? For example, if you ask about information about demons, the surrounding situation, or who is the strongest person in the world, he will not answer such information. However, he can answer other questions in cultivation, such as refining medicine, making magic props, magic circles, potions, etc. Even the great wizard is amazed at his profound knowledge. The existence of the magic mirror is simply a bug. It is a limited Wikipedia, so it is most appropriate to practice in the temple. However, although this is the truth, everyone still wants to get out first just because they have stayed here for too long. After careful selection and consideration, Zhang Yu finally decided on 3 heroes to set out with him. The first was Coco as the Elf King. She was like a fish in water in the forest. She also had various powerful auxiliary abilities and first-class protection capabilities. The second one is whose true identity is unknown. This guy has 2 characteristics. He has many methods and various strange abilities that can adapt to various complex situations. The second characteristic is that he can withstand blows and has a first-class ability to save his life if something happens. He can also entangle the enemy. The third is the ancient dragon Musra. This guy has a huge body but can change shape as a dragon. It goes without saying that he is physically very strong, and this time when we go deep into the forest we may encounter the legendary dragons and we can communicate with him if he is around. The library also recorded dragon language, but Zhang Yu thought it was too complicated and did not learn it. And there is another very interesting point, that is Musla's seniority is very high. The hero's original body is a plane-level existence from ancient times. For some reason his origin was preserved and then he was summoned to become a hero. The ancient dragon Musra is a super-ancient being. If the creator dragon god who created various dragons is the first generation of dragons, then Musra is the second generation of dragons. He is a dragon directly created by the creator dragon god. Therefore, no matter what dimension the dragons came from, they could not surpass his generation. At most they could be considered to be of the same generation as him and be his brothers and sisters. It seems good at first glance, but in fact I don't know if they will fight if they really encounter the second generation dragon. It seems that fratricide is not impossible. If there are also second generation dragons in the center of the forest, the situation will be complicated. But the probability of this happening is still very small. Second generation dragons are basically plane level existences. If second generation dragons really exist, the temple cannot hide it from their eyes at all. With the 3 of them around, Zhang Yu felt a little relieved. As a person who seriously lacked a sense of security, he felt that it was very dangerous outside before he reached the maximum level. After all, what he was facing now was no longer a computer game but a real world, and the real world would not allow you to kill monsters and level up step by step. So Zhang Yu is still a little panicked. The 3 accompanying heroes have been decided. As for why he didn't choose the knowledgeable wizard, the reason is simple: because Zhang Yu plans to experience it on his own. If he brings a teacher with him, he will subconsciously rely on the teacher and he will not be able to grow this way. Zhang Yu will rely on my own strength to explore the unknown world. Coco, Misty, Musra. Under everyone's envious gazes, the 4 of them packed their equipment and set off. The other heroes looked at them as if they were not selected in the company's travel lottery. Considering that having a mount would be cooler, Grey Wolf the Apostle was also brought along. This guy is like a tank and it doesn't matter if a group of people sit on him. Needless to say, Coco's little arms and legs are almost weightless. Miwu and Musra felt that it was disrespectful to sit with their master, although Zhang Yu himself said that he didn't care. The 2 of them still chose to follow him obediently. Although all the heroes were once plane-level beings and were mythical figures in their respective planes, they were very well behaved in front of Zhang Yu and did not cause any trouble, which made Zhang Yu very satisfied. Although the 2 heroes were following behind him, their movement speed was only faster than the Grey Wolf, not slower. The rest of the people had no choice but to stay at home to look after the house. In fact, with the core of will, as long as they were on this planet, they could contact the temple with their minds no matter where they were, unless they were sealed or sent to other worlds. In addition, Zhang Yu himself was a coordinate and the portal could be opened at any time, so Zhang Yu could be contacted immediately if something happened, and Zhang Yu could bring people back to the temple immediately. It is indeed much more convenient after building the space gate. Coco sat on Zhang Yu's shoulder. She was obviously very excited about going out this time and kept chattering in his ear all the way. Wow, I didn't expect Xiao Wei to run so fast. Is it because of his wind talent? The Grey Wolf barked proudly. A few times with his level he could learn Chinese, but this guy didn't learn it. Maybe he learned it but didn't use it. This is probably a manifestation of great wisdom. Xiao Hui's talent is indeed good and his talent in wind is indeed very strong. If there is enough time, this guy might become a wolf god, right? Kiki frowned. God, actually being a god is boring. There will be a lot of troubles. Do you remember what happened in the past? Kiki shook her head. No, I just have this feeling I have lost a lot of my memories from my previous life and only the inheritance of power is intact. In fact, I can't figure it out. Am I resurrected or reincarnated? Does it count as a new life? Well, this kind of question will give me a headache if I think too much about it. Zhang Yu was a little distressed. The hero inherited the power of the plane level strong and was reborn. Whether this was their resurrection or a new life, Zhang Yu himself couldn't figure it out. Forget it doesn't matter, I am who I am anyway and that won't change. Kiki grabbed Zhang Yu's hair and looked forward. Master, we are out of the range of the sky eye. That's right, we should be careful from now on. Zhang Yu cast several defensive spells on himself. His body was the most fragile among the four people, not to mention Misty Coco herself had a strong rebirth ability, not to mention Musra, an ancient dragon. This guy's body was abnormally strong. Coco, Misty, you also release a layer of protection for me. Coco raised her hand and released the elves' advanced protection magic nature protection for Zhang Yu, while Misty released the advanced protection magic energy protection for Zhang Yu. With the two advanced protection magics and some of his own ordinary protection magics, Zhang Yu believed that even if it was a 9th level attack he could withstand it. Master, are you a little too timid? Coco muttered beside him. Zhang Yu's eyes widened. What do you mean by cowardly? Am I a coward? I am being cautious. Is there anything wrong with being cautious? Don't you know how many strong people died because of carelessness? The world outside is so dangerous, how can you not be careful? Your body itself has a strong protective ability, but I don't. The human body is too weak, especially magicians before they learn advanced life-saving magic. Magicians can be easily killed by sneak attacks, however advanced magicians don't have to be afraid with life boxes, spiritual rebirth, etc. It is difficult for late-stage magicians to die. Coco stuck out her tongue awkwardly. That's true, but Master, I haven't detected any strong presence. At most I've only found 3rd-level monsters. As for the demon you mentioned, I've never seen one. Will that kind of existence really invade this world? To be honest, more than a decade later, Zhang Yu was a little shaken. Although the temple was just like the game, was it really the world of the game? Why didn't the devil appear yet? Because there were many situations that were inconsistent with the game. Zhang Yu himself was a little suspicious. It would be best if there was no invasion. No matter what, it would never be wrong to be more prepared. Besides, this world has extraordinary powers and should not be underestimated. Okay, but if we work together we can cast a global reconnaissance magic. It can indeed be done. A 7th-level magician is not actually considered low-level. For example, Zhang Yu can already cast spells with destructive power at the level of a nuclear bomb. It is not impossible for them to work together to cast global reconnaissance magic, but Zhang Yu was worried that such a large-scale reconnaissance magic will attract the attention of the enemy. Before you have a clear understanding of the situation, it is definitely a good idea to be cautious and develop slowly. You must not provoke a powerful enemy just for the sake of momentary pleasure. What does the temple lack now? It lacks nothing but time. It has everything else. It can become the strongest by following the procedures, so why would it bother poking a hornet's nest? Zhang Yu is now like a legendary dragon who can become a super strong man by sleeping. Titan who lives far away may have super delicious fruit in his house. Isn't it boring to sneak into his house just to eat this fruit? If he is beaten to death, wouldn't it be a big loss? Besides, the concentration of magic power in the temple has reached an extremely high level. Practicing in such an environment is almost the limit. Speeding up further may be counterproductive, and the result will be counterproductive. Therefore, Zhang Yu thought it was not worth it to expose himself rashly without sufficient benefits. Of course, this is just Zhang Yu's opinion. Other heroes are not as cautious as Zhang Yu. They just fight when they encounter the enemy. The strong should act according to their own will. Detecting magic and the like can easily alert the enemy. After all, we don't know the level of the world's top powers. This kind of magic that spreads all over the world is too high profile, Zhang Yu explained. Oh. Well, as long as you are happy, I have a feeling that the peak combat power in this world may not be as high as you think. Maybe. Zhang Yu and his group were very fast, and in just 3 days they had reached the core area of the Endless Forest. It's no wonder that this endless forest is just as big as its name, just like an ocean. According to Zhang Yu's estimation, this forest may be as big as China, which is really amazing. For Coco and the others, this speed was still too slow. It took them 3 days to reach their destination. If they had tried their best, they would have arrived in less than a day. Grey Wolf felt a little aggrieved. His strength was so low that it was already good to reach this speed. Besides, the road here was difficult to walk on. It was a flat plain again. Zhang Yu was also a little embarrassed. His flying magic was also average. At most he was a little faster than Grey Wolf. But it doesn't matter, we're here anyway. Master, is there a dragon coming? Dragon? Zhang Yu looked up but did not find any trace of dragon. The Elf King in the forest has extremely terrifying perception, much stronger than Zhang Yu, so what she said must be correct. There are some other dragons, but they seem to be in their own nests. They don't seem to be very powerful. What is the highest level? Zhang Yu asked. Level 3, eh? There seems to be a level 5 one. As for the young dragons, there are even level 1 ones. They look a bit weak. Why are they so weak? Zhang Yu was a little confused. Aren't dragons synonymous with strength? The ancient dragon Musra, who had been silent all the way, spoke up. Master, a pure-blooded dragon is only level 1 when it is born, but once it grows to the dragonfly stage it must be level 3 at least. The reason why these dragons are weak is probably because their bloodline is not pure enough. The dragon race is a race that values bloodline very much. The purity of their bloodline often represents the speed of their growth and the height that they can reach. Is the bloodline more modeled? Okay. But this is too weak. Be careful, there might be high-level dragons out there, don't be too careless. The concentration of magic in the core area of the forest is higher than other places, but it is also limited and certainly not as high as that of the temple. It was a long while later that the dragon that Coco had eaten appeared in Zhang Yu and the others' sight. Moreover, this guy did not come over after discovering them but was just passing by. This is a red fire dragon, probably a young dragon about level 2. It is not very big, about 7 meters long, which can be said to be small and exquisite in the eyes of the dragon clan. After it discovered Zhang Yu and the others, it flew straight over. Human who allowed you to enter our territory? Tell us where you came from. The fire dragon landed in front of the 4 people. He uttered dragon language and looked down at Zhang Yu and the others. The air seemed to become scorching. Well, Zhang Yu couldn't understand. He learned demon language, angel language and ancient titan language. He felt that dragon language would not be useful, so he put it aside. Now it seems he may have to learn it. Although magic can allow people to master a language instantly, this requires a living creature that speaks the language as its native language as the material to be extracted. The result of having the material extracted is at least mental breakdown. If the wizard's technique is problematic, he may even become an idiot. Musla was not very willing to be the material, so Zhang Yu did not take this shortcut. Because Zhang Yu doesn't speak dragon language, Musala is now Zhang Yu's translator. After Musala translated, Zhang Yu said, "Tell him that we are the strongest people who came to visit the dragon clan and hope he can introduce us." Musira understood. He looked at the little red dragon coldly and translated Zhang Yu's words. The red dragon flew into a rage after hearing this. Foolish human, how can you inferior creatures see our king? Remember, the one who killed you is me, the red dragon Batcore. The red dragon roared, then opened his mouth, and the terrible power of fire was finally brewing in him. Unfortunately, the next moment a tall figure appeared above his head, and with a big hand the red dragon's head was pressed into the soil. A terrible pressure acted directly on him. Then he became incontinent, just like the little animal that he had once held under his claws. He became incontinent. Foam came out of the corners of his mouth and his eyes began to roll up. It was not because of the injury to his head, but because of the terrible pressure, the indescribable, inexpressible terror that penetrated deep into the soul. Musla, don't kill him. Of course not. It's just that this little guy is a bit irritable, so give him a little lesson. Forget it, I'll use the acquisition magic. Zhang Yu said he could only use this magic in a preliminary way. His level was far inferior to that of the Great Wizard and he could not achieve knowledge sharing, but at least he could ensure that the materials would not be turned into idiots. He jumped off the Grey Wolf and put his hand on the red dragon's head. The red dragon's spirit was much stronger than that of humans. Zhang Yu spent a lot of effort to successfully read the language knowledge, but that's all. If you read other knowledge randomly, it will easily cause some problems, such as turning the material into a fool, losing memory, etc. Only knowledge of the language is enough. He took his hand back. Okay, don't scare this little guy, Coco, wake him up. Okay, master. Coco directly used a wakefulness spell on the red dragon's head to wake him up. Red Dragon felt a splitting headache and a weakened spirit. He was shocked and angry. You, what on earth did you do to me? Take me to see your boss, do you understand? Zhang Yu said coldly. Feeling the terrifying aura from the other party, the red dragon shuddered and then calmed down. He already understood that the strength of the existence in front of him was definitely far beyond his own. It doesn't matter if they are not as good as the opponent, just let the boss beat them up. No matter how strong they are definitely not as good as that existence. The King of Dragons, the invincible existence of the Dragon Clan, the top combat power in this world. No one can challenge the King of Dragons. These people are definitely dead. It took Hong Long half a day to utter a word. Good. The red dragon led the way and the others followed behind. During the journey they encountered several dragons. These people only encountered a stupid human, but they were all knocked unconscious by Musra's aura. After a long time they came to a high mountain, which was probably the highest mountain nearby and also the highest mountain Zhang Yu had ever reached. This is the legendary Dragon Mountain. The mountain where the Dragon King lives. It is the core area of the dragon habitat. Only the strongest among the dragons are qualified to live here. The one who lives on Dragon Mountain is the Dragon King, a powerful being recognized by all dragons. For tens of thousands of years the dragons have been the masters of this place, and this is their habitat. On the top of the mountain a huge dragon was looking down at them. It was a terrifying beast. Ordinary people would probably be scared to death if they faced such a monster. The king of dragons, a giant dragon that has lived for thousands of years, has unfathomable strength and is worshipped by all dragons. His legends are spread all over the world and he can be found in ancient books. The Dragon King was looking at Zhang Yu and his companions, and Zhang Yu and his companions were also looking at the giant dragon. In terms of size it is indeed worthy of being a giant dragon. It coiled there almost becomes a small hill, as if it is covering the top of the mountain with a hat. In terms of strength this dragon is a bit too weak, only reaching level 5. Level 5? Is this the strongest of the dragon clan? No, probably not. Maybe there are powerful people hidden behind the dragon clan, must have a deep foundation. But Coco said, there is no stronger existence around. The one in front of us is the strongest dragon. There is no strongest dragon? No way. As the Elf King, although Coco's combat power is not very strong, her auxiliary ability is first class and her detection ability is needless to say. Unless it is a saint level, it is impossible to hide from her perception. On the contrary, because the strength of this Dragon King is far lower than that of the few of them, he did not realize the true strength of the group in front of him. The dragon was furious when he saw the group of people in front of him. Foolish humans, who allowed you to appear before the great Dragon King Adler? You must pay the price for your actions. After saying that, the guy who was known as the Dragon King breathed out a breath of dragon without saying a word, and Zhang Yu and his group were immediately enveloped in it. As for the little red dragon leading the way, it flew away in panic as soon as the Dragon King opened his mouth. Zhang Yu's voice came amid the overwhelming dragon breath. Musla, are all of you dragons so hot-tempered? I'm really sorry to make you laugh. The Dragon Clan is indeed a clan blessed by nature, so some short-sighted guys can easily develop an arrogant character. A snake rolling in a mud puddle will never be able to see the boundless sea in its lifetime. Its life experience only limits its vision to the mud puddle. Such people are more pathetic than hateful. I didn't expect you to be so good at talking. I dare not. What are you going to do with this little dragon? The thousands-year-old Dragon King is actually just a child in Musla's eyes. Well, let's capture him first. Naturally, he is the Dragon King. Regardless of his strength, he should have some experience. I feel that we can get a lot of information, but are you sure there are no masters hiding in secret? Don't let the old ones run away after you beat the young ones. This I did not sense the aura of any powerful person. Seeing that his dragon breath was blocked by an ordinary magic barrier, Adler was shocked and angry. Who the hell are you? You. Little Gray, bite him. Woof. The Grey Wolf had already gathered its strength and rushed forward suddenly after hearing Zhang Yu's order. Damn it, no, how is this possible? It's just a low-level magical beast like an ant. How could it have such ability? Ah! How dare you bite my ass, you damned guy! I want you to pay the price. Ow, ow, ow. A wolf and a dragon were biting each other madly on the top of the mountain. Their powerful aura caused the surroundings to surge with wind and clouds. Strong winds and lightning covered the top of the mountain as if the gods were wrathful. Under the terrifying pressure, the dragons and creatures within tens of kilometers were pressed to the ground and dared not move. The ground was shaking slightly, and it seemed that the sky was about to be pierced by those two powerful beings. The momentum was still very good, but in the eyes of the high-level beings it was just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. In order to avoid being affected, Zhang Yu and his friends stayed away. Why do I feel like two huskies are fighting? Both are level 5 as a dragon. The giant Dragon King is blessed with a strong body and powerful dragon magic. As an apostle, the Grey Wolf has divine blood and is a magical beast with the potential to become a god. In terms of potential, it is much higher than that giant Dragon King. In addition, the magic of the temple is superior to the dragon language magic, so the Grey Wolf has a greater advantage. Soon after, Adler was bitten all over his body. He wanted to escape, but the Grey Wolf with wind talent was very fast and Adler couldn't escape at all. This is so despairing. In the end, both pairs of wings were bitten off. Its buttocks were scratched and bloody. The dragon's head was covered in blood, but there was basically no visible damage on the Grey Wolf. At this moment, the Grey Wolf was riding on Adler's back, biting his neck and tearing it. Adler's eyes were filled with tears. Why? Why is this happening? He was clearly an invincible existence, the overlord of the endless forest, the king of the dragon clan. If he hadn't made a promise with a friend when he was young, he could have run out and destroyed the human world right now, but why? Why was he beaten into this state by a dog under a human seat? No matter if it's the strongest in the world, a legendary creature, or even a legendary god, he is not afraid. He is already invincible, but why is this so? Okay, stop biting me, I'm going to kill you if you keep biting me. After hearing Zhang Yu's order, Shao Wei finally let go and ran to Zhang Yu, barking and wagging his tail. Zhang Yu patted his head and then looked at the miserable Dragon King. Your strength is beyond my imagination. Are you the strongest in the entire endless forest? I am right? No, you are the strongest. Adler stuck out his tongue, completely losing the domineering and dignity of a king. Zhang Yu was speechless. Where is your backbone? Besides us, is there anyone stronger than you? No more. I'm a little disappointed. Is this the character of the Dragon King? Adler seemed to remember his identity as the Dragon King, and he raised his head proudly. I am the Dragon King, Adler. I acknowledge your strength, but my dragon clan will never surrender, even if it means death. Zhang Yu sighed. It seems that you still don't understand what is going on. Muzira, show your true self. Yes, master. Adler was still confused, and then he saw Musra's body suddenly swell. The black wings blocked out the sun in the sky, and a huge shadow enveloped the Dragon King. The ferocious dragon head was intimidating, and the strong body exuded a terrifying aura that made people tremble with fear. A terrifying dragon might from ancient times covered the entire core area of the forest. Indiana fact: if Musra was completely let go, his dragon might could even cover the entire endless forest. This terrifying aura made even Zhang Yu, who was standing next to him, feel panic and tremble, but Coco and Misty didn't seem to care at all, which made Zhang Yu as the host blush. This is Musla, the former plane-level powerhouse, the second generation of dragons created by the dragon god of creation. They are the ancient ancestors of the dragon clan and the true pinnacle of the dragon clan. In his prime, Musra was a terrifying being that could swallow an entire planet in one bite. Now he is too weak compared to his prime. Adler, who was tens of meters long, was just a little mouse in front of Musla, who was hundreds of meters long. The inheritance from deep in his blood allowed him to recognize what kind of existence this terrifying dragon in front of him was. On this day, Adler finally saw the true power of the Dragon Clan. A day later, Zhang Yu and his group sat on Adler's back while the Grey Wolf, who used to be their mount, also curled up behind them. This made the Grey Wolf very depressed, as he felt that his position as the number one mount was greatly threatened. Behind Adler were 9 much smaller dragons. Their colors were red, orange, yellow, green, blue, purple, gray, white, and black. Zhang Yu planned to form a 10-dragon team with them. Compared with Adler, their strength is even lower, basically only around level 2 to level 3. These were picked by Zhang Yu, and more dragons were left in the core area by him. He couldn't support too many dragons. After taming the dragon clan, Adler's treasure was packed up and taken away by Zhang Yu. Under normal circumstances, the treasure is the dragon's forbidden food, not to mention humans. Even if his father had this intention, he would be bitten to death by Adler, but now it is different. Although Adler's heart aches, he will not have the slightest thought of resistance. After sensing Musra's true identity, Adler has already understood that his life as a dragon has changed. It felt great to sit on the dragon's back. I could ride Adler out for a spin when I had nothing to do. Zhang Yu asked Adler, do all the dragons live in the core of the forest now? My dear master, that's not the case now. The Dragon Clan has about 3 habitats. One is the core area of the Endless Forest, another is the Dragon Island in the center of the Blue Sea, and one is the floating Hanging City. In terms of quantity, the number of dragons in the Hanging City is the largest. Adler leaked the information without hesitation. However, he had some objections to the title of master because Musla Patriarch called him master and he also called him master, so wouldn't he be on the same level as Musla Patriarch? Adler originally wanted to call him Your Majesty or Your Highness or Supreme Lord of the World, but was rejected. According to this supreme being, don't mess around with all this, just call me master. Adler was worried that his explanation was not clear enough, so he told the location of the Hanging City and Dragon Island, their strength, who was the strongest, what specialties they had, and what treasures might be hidden. Dragon Island, Hanging City, these names sound very powerful. But from what Adler said, there are no strong people there. What's going on? Are all the strong people in this world hiding? Or is it that this world simply does not have a high combat power? Maybites really like this. Zhang Yu asked some more questions about demons, but Adler didn't know much about them. He only knew that they were terrible beings living in the abyss. It was said that they had appeared 10,000 years ago but were repelled by a powerful hero, and then the demon rift was sealed. Since then, no serious demons have appeared in this world. But some evil wizards would still summon some demons, but these demons were unable to cause any trouble. There are no more details. One reason is that the time period is too long ago, and the other reason is that this incident has little to do with the Dragon Clan. The invading demons only affected a small part of the Dragon Clan, which was just a minor matter to the Dragon Clan, so there is not much content about this aspect in the Dragon Clan's inherited memory. A demon invasion from 10,000 years ago? Looks like we have to go to the human world to have a look. Even if the peak combat power in this world is not high, Zhang Yu dare not be careless, because demons really exist and they are Zhang Yu's real enemy. The 7 supreme demon kings of the abyss are all plane level powerhouses, and not just ordinary plane level ones but the peak level ones. They have 72 demons and various strange demons under their command. These are all saint level existences, and a few can even reach the plane level. The abyss is full of talents, but the temple does not have many people, which makes Zhang Yu a little worried. We must go to the human world and we must investigate the demon rift. However, there is one thing that makes Zhang Yu very confused. According to Adler, he is already the top combat force on this planet. If that is the case, then what about the appearance of the saint-level wizard in the human kingdom? When Zhang Yu asked Adler, he was also a little confused because he didn't know what a holy-level wizard was. Adler didn't have much contact with humans. He just came into contact with a few humans when he was young and then became friends with one of them. That friend had some strength, but definitely not as strong as Adler. Therefore, Adler the otaku couldn't explain the peak combat power of human beings. Zhang Yu suspected that Adler was bragging. Perhaps he would be beaten badly after running to the human world. Adler was also very frustrated about this, as he had never come into contact with a holy-level magician. The Grey Wolf with wind talent is much more flexible than Adler in a small range, but the Dragon Clan has more advantages in long-distance travel. It took Xiaohui 3 days to get to the core of the forest, but Adler only took half a day to fly to the temple. Xiaohui was very frustrated. This was probably the difference between a train and an airplane. Without the obstruction of terrain and trees, it was indeed much faster. The existence of the temple amazed these dragons, but with the foreshadowing of the ancient dragon Musra, they quickly accepted the fact of the temple's existence. Zhang Yu didn't need to worry about what happened afterwards, as the Great Wizard took over the entire process. These guys had their blood drawn, their meat cut, and their experiments done. Then they were all sent to the temple apostles for transformation. Adler's foundation is indeed good. After the transformation, he actually reached the 7th level, which greatly surprised Zhang Yu. However, the other dragons are relatively average. They are all between the 4th and 5th levels. Their strength is a little lower, but they still have potential. It will not be difficult to break through to a higher level if they practice well. Only Xiaohui was the most depressed. His defeated opponent had surpassed him in the blink of an eye. Nothing could make a wolf sadder than this. The treasures snatched from the Dragon Clan did not make Zhang Yu's eyes light up. The potions were not as good as those in the temple. The treasures were of little use, and the magic props and magic weapons were not as good as the magic equipment made in the armory. They were basically garbage, but garbage is only relative, so they were all thrown into the space warehouse by Zhang Yu. However, there is a treasure in the pile of garbage of the Dragon Clan. It is a strange piece of iron. It is a real treasure. The original owner, Adler, does not recognize it. He only knows that it is extremely strong, and even he cannot destroy it. The Great Wizard couldn't be sure what it was, but he could sense that this piece of iron was extraordinary, which aroused his desire for knowledge. They didn't know what it was, but there was one person who knew. This is the 5th hero, the God of War Echo. God of War, a legendary existence in a certain dimension, the legendary God of War. His life was a legend, but unfortunately he had lost most of his memories after his rebirth. Ike has a secondary profession, which is blacksmith. He used to be a plane-level strongman and also an excellent blacksmith. When Ike saw the piece of iron, his eyes widened. The eyes of this sturdy middle-aged man were shining. Could this be what was left behind when the world was first created? Hey, speak human language. Zhang Yu glared at Ike. After learning about the myths of China, Ike liked to speak in this tone. Ahem. Ike touched the iron block in surprise and said solemnly, Master, I'm not kidding. When the world was created, the rules were not stable. When the rules were unstable, there was a probability that some matter would be born autonomously. This matter was not evolved from the world but derived from the underlying, more basic, source universe. This kind of thing often has different forms of expression, such as stone, wood, a cloud, a piece of iron, a pool of water, etc. At the same time, it also carries a rule of the source universe, which we usually call the source. For example, this piece of iron can be called source iron. Zhang Yu felt a little dizzy. The source universe was too advanced. Zhang Yu only knew the concept. Generally speaking, only plane-level strong people could sense the source universe. The source universe is the cornerstone of all planes. If the source universe is compared to a tree trunk, then all planes are branches branching out from this trunk. This is the relationship between the source universe and the planes. However, this metaphor is not accurate because the source universe is not a kind of universe but a kind of cornerstone. It exists in all planes but not anywhere. Only the strong in the plane can sense its existence, but they cannot touch it at all. The source universe may not even have an entity, it is in existence, like the concept of omnipresence. The information Zhang Yu obtained was just some concepts from the records in the library and he had never seen the real thing. Then what? What can this piece of source iron do? Simply put, source matter is the material used to make holy objects. Holy object. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up and he finally understood the value of this thing. Ordinary weapons can be enchanted. Such powerful weapons are called enchanted weapons. Of course, such weapons are of no use to heroes, they are just made for fun. The treasure house of Adler, the king of dragons, contains a lot of such garbage. Above this there is something called an artifact. The so-called artifact is a super weapon with some rules. Artifacts are weapons used by heroes. Zhang Yu has not yet discovered the existence of artifacts in this world. Above the divine artifacts are the holy objects, which are an indescribable existence. There are some sporadic records about them in the books in the library, and the magic mirror only has some general understanding, but there is no way to give specific examples. Zhang Yu had never come into contact with holy objects, but there was suspicion in his eyes that this temple itself might very well be the so-called holy object because the existence of the temple has far exceeded the scope of divine artifacts and the two are completely not on the same level. In other words, this piece of iron can be made into a terrible weapon that may be able to rival the temple? Zhang Yu was stunned. His mind was a little confused. He had the expectation and desire to obtain the holy vessel, but he was also worried that the temple would be replaced. But there is no doubt that this thing must be in our hands. Can you create a holy object out of source iron? Even in the game, Zhang Yu had never seen a holy object anyway. The maximum level arsenal definitely did not have the method to forge a holy object. Ike shook his head. No, I don't know, and there's no way to make it. If I were at my peak, I might be able to figure it out after spending countless years researching it, but that's definitely not possible now. Ike's face was full of disappointment. This thing, he longed for it very much, but he also realized that this thing was not something he could control. At least he could not control this kind of thing until the master became the supreme being. The archmage who was waiting on the side also spoke up. Master, I think it's okay to let other people know about this. Maybe the other heroes have some information that we don't know, but this thing is only suitable for everyone to see and it doesn't need to be given to others to study. After all, it is the material of the holy relic and this kind of thing must be in your own hands. Zhang Yu nodded. He never expected to get such a thing. It was like you picked up a stone by the river and cut it open to find jade inside. It was really incredible. Zhang Yu summoned other heroes, but unexpectedly there was someone who actually knew some information about Yuantai. This person was the angel Nisha. Nisha is an ancient angel and was once the highest ranking angel. However, she is actually a rebel. She betrayed the faith of her tribe and became a traitor after experiencing a brutal battle. She left heaven. Nisha's inherited knowledge is more than that of the others, and she also knows something about source materials. As for source matter, I once got one, Nisha said shockingly. Everyone looked at Nisha expectantly. Nisha nodded seriously. Indeed, I have lost most of my memory of this part, but I still remember some of it. The source material I obtained was a strange branch which can probably be called a source branch. It was with this branch that I broke through to the plane level. But after reaching the plane level, I still can't comprehend this thing. No matter how long I spend, I can't make it into a weapon, and of course I can't use it as a weapon because it's too inconvenient, but this thing can still be used. Just as everyone understands, source matter is a manifestation of the rules of the source world, or it can be said to be a leak. If a divine weapon from a certain plane is taken to another plane, it will be suppressed, but this is not the case with source matter because the source world is omnipresent. I cannot make it into a weapon, but that does not prevent me from stimulating its abilities. After my death, this source branch became a sacred tree in heaven. I don't know if it still exists now, haha. As for abilities, the rules of the source branch are life. I can give life to some inanimate objects and continue life. My power system is also deeply influenced by this aspect. That iron block in the master's hand must also be the continuation of some rules. If you understand this rule, you can borrow the power of this rule. Zhang Yu asked, how can I borrow it? I mean, is there any operating method or something like that? If you can master the power of source iron, it will undoubtedly be a great thing. However, even though Nisha once obtained a piece of source matter, she still did not truly understand the essence of the source matter. Nisha said, once you understand the rules, you will naturally know how to borrow them. My source branch can also be used as soon as I understand it. Before that, it will be useless, so I believe that use must be based on understanding. Zhang Yu nodded. He probably understood what was going on. It seemed that he would have to fight with this stone for a long time. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. We have been studying source iron for half a month but still have nothing to show for it. Understanding this thing is a bit illusory, and it is not enough to just shout out a characteristic noun. What does it mean to understand it? This is really confusing. Nisha also couldn't come up with any good suggestions and could only explore and ponder for a long time. Since he couldn't come up with anything in a short period of time, Zhang Yu no longer worried about it and would study it slowly in the future. Although the source iron is good, one cannot be obsessed with it. After Zhang Yu had some free time, he couldn't just stay there, so he prepared to go out. This was the suggestion made by the Grand Master before. The old man found Zhang Yu and said, "Every intelligent civilization is a treasure of the world. They may not have reached a very high level in terms of power, but they will always produce surprising achievements in other aspects. Understand them deeply and become one of them, or observe them from a high position. Like observing ants, subordinates prefer to integrate with them. As a mage, exploring the unknown is an important thing." Simply put, they want Zhang Yu to mingle in the human world, which is really inappropriate for a otaku wizard. What's wrong with being a otaku? Staying at home is more suitable for cultivation. Let others collect intelligence. That being said, Zhang Yu had been staying at home for more than 10 years and really wanted to go out and see the world. Moreover, this time Zhang Yu planned to go alone, truly alone. Of course, the others had to stay at home. The Archmage was busy studying the Temple Apostles recently, but the other heroes didn't care. Although it was a bit of a pity that they couldn't go out to play, it wasn't a bad thing to stay at home and practice. After leaving, someone must manage the temple. Zhang Yu decided to give part of the management rights to the Archmage. Of course, this authority is only for managing some small matters, except for a few buildings such as the library, laboratory and armory. Other buildings need to be activated by Zhang Yu. Moreover, this activation does not require manual control but only mental control. Theoretically, as long as Zhang Yu can connect to the core of will, he can control all the buildings in the temple. Therefore, there is no need to worry about anything when letting the Archmage handle some trivial matters. The other heroes naturally had no objection to this decision, but they were a little worried about the host Zhang Yu setting out alone. After all, Zhang Yu's original form was human, so everyone still hoped that Zhang Yu would bring 1 or 2 people as guards. But Zhang Yu refused this time. He wanted to go alone. No, to be more precise, he brought a dog with him. This dog was Adler, who had learned the art of transfiguration. Although it was a bit embarrassing to say it, Adler was still very happy in his heart, but he could only be the master's dog. If anyone else dared to let him be a dog, Adler would definitely bite him in the face. The 7th level Adler can't be considered a guard. He is brought here just to help with some simple tasks and to play with him when he is free. He is just a dog at the beginning. As for its appearance, it is a black and white husky. Anyway, Adler looks silly, so turning into a husky is consistent with his appearance and inner self. His power is also sealed to prevent this guy from accidentally releasing his power to cause trouble for Zhang Yu. One morning, Zhang Yu finally packed up his things, left the home where he had lived for more than 10 years and headed for the unknown human kingdom. Cultivated had returned home more than half an hour ago. There was no doubt that his return caused a small sensation. It was normal to wander around the periphery of the endless forest, but it was not easy to find a rare magic potion after going deep into it and then escape unscathed. In addition to strong strength, luck was also very important. There is no doubt that the decision to enter the endless forest was the wisest decision Cultivated had ever made in his life. In the past, the Viscount was a high and mighty existence in his eyes, but now that he has returned, it's nothing special. If he takes action, he can kill the Viscount's #1 expert in 3 moves. As for the Viscount, he can be killed with just 1 slap. There is no doubt that Cultivated has become arrogant, but he does have the capital to do so. After being strengthened, he was only at the 3rd level, and because his body had not yet adapted to the change, there was still a lot of strength remaining. Half a month later, he had successfully entered the 4th level. This kind of strength is enough to roam freely in the endless forest as long as one does not encounter a Dragon King. Of course, we have to keep a low profile. After all, the Master has ordered us not to reveal our strength. Therefore, in the past half-month, he has been behaving as well behaved as before, just collecting intelligence secretly and then passing it back. After becoming stronger, Cultivated's perspective has completely changed. His previous worries and fears have now become ridiculous. He lives an elegant and relaxed life. His wife says that he has changed a lot. Oh, foolish human, when the Master comes, the world will be destroyed. If the Master wishes. However, today he had already lost his usual composure because a certain supreme being was coming to town. After receiving the news, Cultivated immediately rushed to the endless forest. At the edge of the endless forest, he saw that existence. He was in his 20s with a handsome face that made people intoxicated. His deep eyes seemed to contain endless power, and his ordinary body concealed the power to destroy the world. When Kulit saw the tall figure, he knelt down and did not dare to look up at the man's face. "Master, your loyal servant Kulit obeys your orders." A gentle voice came into my ears. "Get up, don't call me master from today on. I am your friend, you can just call me Zhang Yu." Ah, what a gentle master, what a compassionate controller. Even the legendary gods are not 1/1000th as brilliant as you. You are the most brilliant existence in this world. Kulit's respect for Zhang Yu was not the result of the temple's distortion but a natural reverence. After he had seen the supreme power, it would be great if he could always follow his master. Kulit often thought so. Kulit was praising him in his heart. If Zhang Yu heard it, he would probably be disgusted to death. Zhang Yu was not a handsome guy, he was just ordinary, very ordinary. Although he is quite capable, Zhang Yu's face is pale and he looks dull and lifeless, perhaps because he has been hiding at home studying magic for many years. Kulit stood up, his face flushed, probably because of excitement. Zhang Yu felt helpless. "Don't be nervous, I will probably have to live in your town for a long time. You are like this, I feel helpless." "Yes, master, I will adjust my mindset immediately." "I told you don't call me master." "Yes." After all, he was a 4th-level warrior and Kulit had very strong control over his body. After a moment he returned to normal, at least on the surface. But why did the owner bring a dog with him, and why did the dog look at him like he was an idiot? It must be an illusion. This is not Kulit's fault because this guy thinks everyone except Zhang Yu and a few heroes is an idiot. Black Forest Town is a town next to the Endless Forest and also the border of the Kingdom of Norton. There are many adventurers here. Most of them enter the Endless Forest to hunt some monsters and collect some magic potions for money. Some people go in to hunt precious monsters or collect precious magic potions to get rich, and some people stay there forever and become food for monsters. In short, there are all kinds of people, but as long as the team's configuration is acceptable, don't go deep into the core and be careful, it is still quite safe. Although it is at the edge of the Endless Forest, Black Forest Town is not as dangerous as imagined. On the outskirts of the forest, the most common creatures are ordinary wild beasts, and magical beasts are very rare, and even fewer magical beasts that run into the human world. There is a nearly 10-meter-high wall outside Highland Town with soldiers patrolling on it. To some extent, Highland Town can also be called Highland City. Looking at this medieval city, Zhang Yu was somewhat moved. Is this where the people from another world live? Finally, I have seen it. The guard at the door greeted Kulit warmly as a man from the Viscount's mansion. Kulit was a celebrity in Highland Town. Naturally, Zhang Yu did not encounter any troubles such as being harassed by the guards or being asked to pay an entrance fee. With Kulit as his tour guide, Zhang Yu looked around like a countryman entering the city and was very interested in everything around him. After entering the city, Kulit asked, "Master Ahem, Sir Zhang Yu, what are your plans? If you don't have a place to stay, why don't you stay with me first? I can vacate my house for you to stay." "No, but a place to stay is indeed very important. After all, I will stay here for a long time in the future. How about this? Let's go exchange some money first and then buy a house. I don't know the prices here, you lead the way." "There's no need for that, I still have money, so I should." "Stop talking, take me to where the money can be exchanged." "Okay, please follow me." Highland Town is quite big, even bigger than Zhang Yu remembered. Kulit led the way and introduced the situation of Highland Town to Zhang Yu. The most prominent person in Highland Town is the Viscount. The largest building is the Viscount's mansion. In addition, there are some barons. The town structure is relatively simple with only one simple commercial street. The place where things were pawned was in the commercial street. Soon the two men and the dog arrived at the door of the pawnshop. The decoration of the pawnshop was quite good and they were received by an old man. "Hey, isn't this Kulit? What do you want to sell? Or what do you want to sell?" "I have everything here." The old man laughed heartily. "Well, this is my good friend, he wants to sell some things, I'm just leading the way." "Ah, your friend is a friend, welcome, welcome. My name is Muska. What is the name of this distinguished guest?" Zhang Yu looked around. There was basically garbage here. There was one magic weapon, but only one. It was hidden deep inside and not displayed. Zhang Yu used the magic eye to detect the fluctuation of magic power. "Is this thing really valuable? Could it be the store's treasure?" Zhang Yu pretended to rummage in his arms, but he was actually taking something out of his space ring. Yes, the space ring. The space ring is a good thing, although it is far inferior to the space warehouse. It is easy to carry after leaving the temple. It is not convenient for Zhang Yu to use the space warehouse, so using the space ring is the most appropriate. The space ring was made by Ike. It is safe and reliable, and the space is also acceptable. It contains all kinds of messy things. After a while, Zhang Yu took out a bottle of magic potion. This was what Zhang Yu did when he was practicing potions. He first used garbage to test the situation. Just call me Zhang Yu. How much is this thing worth? Zhang Yu is a strange name, but the old man was completely attracted by what he held in his hand. He said in surprise, "Is this a magic potion?" Zhang Yu nodded. "This is the magic potion I made. It's the primary life potion. As for the quality, it should be barely acceptable." That's right, the primary life potion. The little red bottle is an entry-level magic potion. It can slowly restore a small amount of health in the game, and it can also restore blood in reality, which is probably similar to the effect of a blood transfusion bottle. Zhang Yu didn't know how people in this world used this magic potion, but he never used it. How can this be qualified? This is clearly— The old man looked at Zhang Yu with a different look. "Are you a magician?" Zhang Yu nodded. "A first-level magician. I'm a formal magician." This is the identity that Zhang Yu has thought of. It is not too low nor too high. It should be considered middle class, right? It seems that they do not have the concept of first-level and second-level magicians, such as apprentice magicians, and great magicians. The magician corresponds to the first level. "So you are the magician, my lord. I am sorry for the disrespect. Please wait a moment. I need to carefully identify the quality of the potion." The other party became serious. There was no potion shop here. After all, Black Forest Town was too small, therefore the pawn shop also served as a small potion shop. Official magicians are still very respected and have a high status in the kingdom. No one wants to offend the mysterious magicians, and the various magic potions in their hands are very valuable. In addition to being powerful, magicians are also synonymous with local tyrants. Muska didn't know when Kulit met such a magician. This is a high-quality primary life potion. The purchase price of an ordinary primary life potion is 100 gold royals and the high-quality one is 150. I am not lying to you. The selling price here is basically about 1/10 higher. It has always been this price. Kulit also said, "That's true. The price of life potion is still quite stable." "Oh sure." Zhang Yu didn't say anything. He made a lot of it when he was learning to make medicine. This stuff is garbage and it's hazardous waste. Throwing it away will pollute the environment. It would be most appropriate to exchange it for some money. By the way, Kulit, how many gold royals does it cost to buy a nice house here? Well, the houses in Highland Town are quite cheap. There are both good and bad ones, usually ranging from 100 to 500 gold royals, Kulit said respectfully. It's so cheap. Zhang Yu, who has seen the crazy housing prices in the future, was full of praise for this price. "I see I still have 5 bottles of life potion here. Do you want to take them?" "Yes, of course." The boss was delighted. He paid Zhang Yu 900 gold royals for a total of 6 bottles of high-quality primary life potions. 900 gold royals is already a big bag, estimated to be more than 20 kilograms, and it feels very heavy. Although gold coins are not very useful, the sound is very nice. The first payment has been received. A magician is a symbol of mystery and power as well as wealth. No one wants to offend a magician. "Dear Sir Zhang Yu, if you need magic potions and magic props in the future, please consider my shop first. I will definitely give you the best price." "Well, sure." Zhang Yu waved his hand and left the pawn shop with Adler and Kulit, who had turned into huskies. The money is in hand, and this amount should be enough to live for a while. The next step was to find a house. After all, Kulit had lived in the town for so many years and was very familiar with the surroundings. After walking around for a while, Zhang Yu bought a house. The house is neither too far nor too close to the center of the town. It has a large area and the architectural style is more Western, but there are definitely some differences from the Western architecture on Earth. However, it is not ugly. The walls of the house are made of stone with some kind of adhesive and have 3 layers, and it does not look shabby. A house like this only costs 400 gold royals here. It's so cheap. What's there to say? Just buy it. After buying the house, Kulit started to help Zhang Yu clean up the house. Kulit suggested that Zhang Yu buy a few maids. Zhang Yu hesitated for a moment and decided to think about it again. In a few days, well, maids. Kulit was busy running around and Adler was not idle either. Although his power was sealed, he could still use some simple spells such as spraying water. This guy was very conscious of being a servant and helped Kulit clean the house. Kulit was not surprised. How could the pet of this being in front of him be a simple existence? He would think it was normal even if he caught a dragon as a pet. They finished cleaning up in the evening. Kulit suggested going to his house for dinner, but Zhang Yu thought it was not a good idea because he came out to travel the world, not to live with relatives, so he declined the idea and told him that he didn't need to get close to him and just do what he had to do. Although he felt a little regretful, Kulit still said goodbye obediently. "It would be great if I could stay with my master, but my master doesn't seem to be willing to do so. Alas, what a pity." Now that Kulit is gone, the house is so empty that I may need to hire a maid or something. It would be too troublesome to clean up by myself. As for Adler, it's okay as long as he doesn't tear down the house. It's better not to have any expectations. Moreover, pets should behave like pets. Things like cleaning the house should be done by a maid. It would be too scary to let a husky clean the house. After a moment, countless maid templates flashed through Zhang Yu's mind. Oh, am I such a reserved person? Of course, Zhang Yu was just thinking about it and would not put it into action. There was everything in the storage ring I brought with me. I ate something, petted my husky for a while, read a book, practiced for a while, and then went to bed. The magic concentration in the outside world is really too low. If the magic concentration of the temple is 100, then the magic concentration in the core of the forest is 10, and here it is probably only 1. Practicing in such a place for 100 days may not be as effective as practicing in the temple for 1 day. What can we do? Of course, there is a way. This is a magic array made by the great wizard. This magic array directly transmits the magic power of the temple. The speed of practicing in the magic array is the same as that of the temple. In this way, Zhang Yu does not have to worry about his practice speed in the outside world not being as fast as that of the temple. Of course, Zhang Yu can also use the will core to remotely activate the teleportation array to teleport himself back and then teleport back after finishing his training. This is also possible, but it feels a bit troublesome, so it is better to practice directly with the magic array. Kulit did not sleep well all night. He wanted to run to his master's place early in the morning to see what was going on, but when he remembered his master's instructions, he had no choice but to give up. In the Viscount's mansion, he was still thinking about his master's affairs. As for Zhang Yu, he sleeps until he wakes up, naturally washes his face and brushes his teeth and walks the dog in a robe. This is how the day begins. The residents of the town started to get busy early in the morning. The only ones who were as idle as Zhang Yu were probably the noble lords. Life of humans in this world is equally hard, but fortunately no war has broken out. As long as one is diligent, it is enough to support oneself. The town is peaceful and quiet. Zhang Yu likes this quiet town. The structure of the town was very simple. The townspeople looked at Zhang Yu curiously. Was he an adventurer? The townspeople speculated in their hearts. A town that looks ordinary might actually hide extraordinary powers. Zhang Yu plans to check it carefully to see if there are any hidden dangers in the town. Zhang Yu opened the magic eye and a vertical pupil made of magic power appeared above Zhang Yu. The magic eye is one of the magics that intermediate magicians must learn. It can see the world of magic. Different levels use different magic eyes. A 4th level magician can only see some tracks of magic power in the concentration of magic power contained in objects. Zhang Yu, who is at the 7th level, can already see deeper things and the magic structure of objects. Higher level magicians such as the Saint level can even see traces of rules, which is very powerful. As for magic, the effects of high-level and low-level magic are completely different. A mage apprentice can only light firewood after spending half a day making a fireball, while a holy-level mage can burn a dragon to ashes with 1 fireball. After opening the magic eye, the world almost becomes a magical world. Ordinary matter is gray in the magic eye and the whole town is gray, but there are also a few colorful places such as the dog next to it, the magic props and magic potions of the owner of the pawn shop, some magic props that seem to be carried by adventurers, and some magic weapons and magic potions in the Viscount's mansion. Zhang Yu even found 2 magicians and several magic apprentices. This discovery surprised Zhang Yu a little. The levels of these 2 magicians seemed to be 1st level. Needless to say, the magic apprentices had very weak magic power and could only make small fireballs at most. There is a small amount of magic dotted around in the gray world, but it is mostly low level and no powerful beings appear. There doesn't seem to be anything worthy of attention. Hey, what is that? Zhang Yu discovered something strange. There was a dot in the grayness, a black dot. The magic power in that black dot was so thin that it was almost extinguished. However, the characteristics of that magic power were very strange. It was different from ordinary magic power. It was pure black. This seems to be some kind of bloodline power? Moreover, this magical power feels very much like the breath of a demon. To be honest, Zhang Yu has been in this world for so many years but has never seen the appearance of a demon. The only understanding he has of it is only from the books in the library. This is indeed the power of the devil, but it is still very weak. Not to mention Zhang Yu, even an ordinary 1st level magician can destroy the opponent. It seemed very interesting. Zhang Yu took Era and walked towards the direction of the devil's breath. After a while, Zhang Yu came to the place where the devil's breath was. Beggar? There were a few little beggars squatting on the street begging for money. They looked quite young. Among them, the one emitting a black magical aura was a dirty child hiding in the corner. It's strange. This is indeed the power of blood. Magicians have magic power and so do Warcraft, but the magic power on this guy is neither that of a magician nor that of a Warcraft. It is more like a bloodline awakening recorded in books. Very few humans have the blood of higher creatures such as dragons, demons, angels, etc. This blood is usually hidden in nature and cannot be detected by the magic eye. On the outside they look like ordinary people. However, due to chance or some special means, the hidden blood of humans can be stimulated, allowing humans to gain the power of higher life forms. After the blood power is stimulated, a small number of humans still maintain their original appearance, but most will more or less reveal some characteristics of higher life forms. And as long as he awakens, his existence will be exposed to the eyes of magic. This feeling is really like that of a demon. It's just like what's written in the book, so I guess I'm not mistaken. In fact, Zhang Yu was just talking about it on paper. It was the first time he saw a human with demon blood in reality. Uncle, please have mercy on me, I haven't eaten for 3 days. As soon as Zhang Yu approached, some little beggars came over, but seeing that Zhang Yu didn't look like someone who was easy to mess with, they didn't get too close. Uncle, I'm so hungry, please have mercy on me. Several children knelt on the ground pitifully. Who are you calling uncle? Don't you see that I'm only in my 20s? At least I look like I'm in my 20s. How can you beg for food with such a low vision? Zhang Yu was speechless. Several children surrounded them cautiously, but the child with devil blood did not. He curled up in the corner like a rotten potato, not moving. Zhang Yu did not have much sympathy for these little beggars. In essence, he was an indifferent person and he only felt trouble. Zhang Yu reached into his arms and actually took out a few pieces of dried meat from the space, then threw them to the little beggars. They began to scramble for them, but the child still did not move. Is he dead? No, he is not. Zhang Yu walked up to him. Don't you want to eat? The other party moved and raised his head. A face as black as coal appeared in front of Zhang Yu. There was mud on his face. A pair of white eyes without pupils looked at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu was a little surprised. Bai Yan? Could it be that you are a Hokage who traveled through time? Well, that was not the case. The other party just looked at him with a look of indifference and fear and then lowered his head again. Uncle, she is a devil, you can't get close to her. The little beggar who was chewing on dried meat made vague sounds while eating. Zhang Yu ignored him and looked down at the child. Raise your head. The other party did not respond and still kept his head down. As long as you raise your head, I will give you a piece of jerky. The other person moved his body but shrank even tighter. Why are you huddled here waiting for it to sprout? A taller beggar said at the side, Uncle, that man has a curse on him, he is a demon. Oh, why? His eyes are the eyes of a demon. His parents don't dare to have him. Anyone who gets close to him will suffer bad luck. No one dares to get close to him. In my opinion, this kind of demon should be burned to death. Get out of here and don't show up in front of me. A powerful aura burst out from Zhang Yu and the husky bared its teeth at the children as if it was ready to pounce on them at any time. The little beggars were so scared that they ran away. Zhang Yu had no experience in kidnapping children, so he thought for a moment and said, Come with me, I'll give you something to eat. The other person's body moved and a hoarse voice came out, Why aren't you afraid of me? These are the eyes of the devil. I don't know if those are the eyes of a demon, but you do have the power of a demon in you. Unfortunately, I have never been afraid of creatures like demons. Zhang Yu was indeed not afraid. He could only regard the devil as an imaginary enemy. After waiting for a while, the little beggar seemed to gather up his courage. He raised his head, looked at Henry Zhang and said in a hoarse voice, Really? If I go with you, will you give me food? Good. Zhang Yu walked in front and the little beggar followed behind. Passers-by avoided him one after another. After all, the little beggar was really ugly and smelled terrible. Those who knew something about the situation would call him a devil, but fortunately no one did anything. To some extent this guy was lucky. Many people who were considered demons were burned to death. Not long after, Zhang Yu took him home and let him take a shower. To be honest, this guy was so smelly that Zhang Yu couldn't stand it. The bath took more than an hour and his rags were thrown away by Zhang Yu, who gave him a robe. After taking a bath, the little beggar wore a black robe. The robe was very big and half of it dragged on the ground. This guy was so skinny that he looked like a gust of wind could blow him down. His long black hair was messy and wet. Yumare, you a girl? After hesitating for a long time, the child finally nodded woodenly. This is really hard to tell. The kid doesn't look very old and he doesn't have much flesh on his body. If Zhang Yu hadn't accidentally glimpsed a certain part of his bare body, he really wouldn't have been recognized. Zhang Yu really glimpsed it accidentally. Well, eat something. Zhang Yu took out a few red fruits and handed them to her. She seemed to be very hungry, so she picked them up and started to eat them. This is a mild low-level potion and is an adjuvant for many magic potions. It is very mild and rich in energy. This fruit is suitable for people with weak bodies. Of course, eating it directly would undoubtedly be a waste of resources. Each of these things is worth more than 50 gold dragons. After eating 3 fruits, the feeling of hunger miraculously disappeared and the whole body was warm and comfortable. The numbness in the body was fading away. The fruits were eaten very cleanly without any residue left.
My name is Zhang Yu. What's your name? 2 don't have a name. Is that so?
Then you can be called Xiaobai since your eyes are so white anyway. Xiaobai stood there obediently, and then Zhang Yu used detection magic and the result showed this guy really had the blood of the abyss demon, but it was still unclear what kind of demon's blood it was. Perhaps we had to wait until she awakened some more power before we could see it. She looked very tired, so Zhang Yu cleaned up a room for her to sleep.
There are indeed traces of demons in this world. Will demons invade this world on a large scale in the future? Just like in the game.
Zhang Yu didn't know, but it was always a good idea to be prepared. Before that, he should study Xiaobai's secrets carefully. Maybe he would find something. Zhang Yu didn't do anything for the next few days. He basically walked the dog, went shopping, read books, taught Xiaobai some miscellaneous things, and then made some arrangements in advance based on the situation of the town. After a few days of adapting, Xiaobai also started to become a little more lively than a child from his dead look. That morning, several special guests came to Zhang Yu's home.
A man, a woman, and a little girl. Hey, why is it a little girl again? Zhang Yu asked them to come and the man said stiffly, "Dear master, are you still accepting apprentices?" Zhang Yu was a little surprised. How do you know I'm a mage?
I got this from someone, from the owner of the pawn shop.
This damn guy has a really big mouth.
However, Zhang Yu did not ask anyone to keep it a secret, so he could not blame that guy. However, the man in front of him was quite courageous. He even dared to visit him. You know, mages have strange tempers.
I can recruit mage apprentices, but do you want your daughter to be my apprentice?
The man pulled the little girl over. The girl looked very nervous. The man said, "Yes, my daughter is 10 years old this year. She is very smart and has mastered basic characters. Reading and writing are not a problem. Please take a look and see if my daughter is qualified to be your apprentice." Zhang Yu looked at her for a few times. For ordinary people, being able to read and write is already a great achievement, especially for a little girl. You don't look like a wealthy family. Why are you two doing this? If you have the time to send your child to learn to read, you might as well do more farm work. In fact, this is also what most farmers think. The man said, "Because we don't want our children to follow our old path." The man continued, "We are just farmers. We don't have much money at home. We only have one daughter. This is all the property in my family. We have sold everything that can be sold." The man tremblingly took out a small bag which contained 40 or 50 gold dragons. Zhang Yu was very surprised. The purchasing power of gold dragons in this world was still very strong. It was not easy for an ordinary person to take out 40 or 50 gold dragons.
Zhang Yu naturally looked down upon this little money. He asked calmly, "But is it worth spending so much money to become a magic apprentice? You know, not everyone is qualified to be a magician. Most people cannot sense magic power after more than 10 years. They are still just ordinary people. Can you afford this price?"
"I can bear it." The little girl mustered up her courage and looked into Zhang Yu's eyes. "No matter what, I want to do this."
"But you have wasted all the money your parents worked so hard for. Are you doing this to your parents?" Zhang Yu looked down at the other person. The little girl was silent, but her father was very courageous. "This is the only thing we can do. We don't want to watch our child marry a farmer and repeat the same cycle forever. We hope our child will have a better future." "Oh,
that sounds good. How about this? You give me the money and I'll give you a crystal ball test. If your child has the talent to become a wizard, I can take her in." His parents showed pleasant surprise and Zhang Yu smiled coldly. "However, if there is no talent, the gold coins cannot be returned. At the same time, your daughter will stay here and become my experimental material." A gust of cold wind blew by. Zhang Yu licked his lips and pretended to be perverted. "How about it? Do you dare to bet?" The little girl's parents' faces turned red and white. This was undoubtedly a terrible choice for them. Magicians are mysterious and strange, and it is not impossible for them to use humans for experiments. They originally thought that the magician in front of them was the kind of magician who was easier to talk to, but now it seems that is not the case. Now the man was at a loss, but the little girl was very brave. "I'm not afraid."
"Oh, you're not afraid? Do you know what the experiment is?"
"I will tie you to a rack, then cut you open and study your internal organs. You won't die in the process because I want to study how the internal organs of a living person work. Sometimes being alive is more terrifying than being dead." The parents were terrified and the girl's mother even pulled the girl back. "Sophia, we."
"No, even if this is the case, I will try it." The girl was extremely determined. Even Zhang Yu was somewhat moved. Why? I long to transcend the ordinary. Well, Zhang Yu finds it difficult to understand the thoughts of this kind of person, but if the other party is willing, he can let her try. Zhang Yu took out a crystal ball. In that case, let's get started now. Let's confirm it one last time. If you regret it, you can turn around and leave. I won't be angry about it. Sophia shook her head. She would not back down. Magic talent test? You ask Zhang Yu why there is no such test? That is because Zhang Yu did not have the conditions at the beginning. He picked up the entry-level magic book and began to study anxiously. It didn't matter whether he took the test or not. In fact, Zhang Yu tested himself later. How should I put it? His talent was at the highest level. He was a genius, but as the owner of the temple, his so-called talent was nothing in comparison. There are many geniuses in this world, but there is only one owner of the temple. Even if he is a muggle without any talent, he can still beat those geniuses with the help of the temple. If you have someone to back you up, you can do whatever you want. Sophia stared at the crystal ball in front of her. She was very nervous. This is an opportunity to transcend fate, and no matter what the cost, I will not regret it. Sophia thought so, and then as Zhang Yu said, she resolutely placed her hands on the crystal ball. Cold. Weird. This is an unprecedented experience. A strange chill spread through her body. Her head ached and all her strength rushed towards the crystal ball. The crystal ball in front of Sophia began to glow faintly. Sophia did not dare to let go. Still holding it tightly, the crystal ball became brighter and brighter. Her will began to become blurred. It seemed that her soul would leave her body in the next moment. Am I going to die? No, I'm going to hold on. No. No. I have almost reached my limit. If I continue like this, I will really die. Well, it's okay. It sounded like the sound of nature. As soon as Zhang Yu finished speaking, her hands bounced up and the mysterious crystal ball gradually dimmed. My spirit began to recover and the painful feeling just now gradually faded away, as if everything just now was just an illusion. Sophia looked at the mysterious man in front of her, nervously waiting for the judgment of fate. Whether to step into the mysterious realm or be dissected as material was a matter of words. The man before him will decide his fate. Zhang Yu stared at the little girl dimly, making her feel cold all over. Your talent is average. The three of them were shocked. Sophia felt as if a basin of ice water was poured over her from head to toe. Her face was pale and she seemed to have lost all her blood. But I'm barely qualified to be an apprentice. Okay, go back now. Come over tomorrow, and don't come over if you have nothing to do as an apprentice. Just help me out and don't interfere with other people's affairs. We may leave this place in the future. Is teacher. Thank you, Master Mage. Thank you, Master Mage. The man's face flushed with excitement as if he was the one who was chosen. Zhang Yu waved his hand and asked them to leave quickly. Although it is quite troublesome to have an apprentice, this family seems to be quite interesting. Although the money is not a big deal, I cannot go back on my word. Zhang Yu casually threw a small bag of gold coins into the storage ring and ignored it. After Sophia returned home, she was naturally given a thorough explanation. She secretly swore in her heart that she must work hard, master extraordinary powers, buy a big house for her parents in the future, and repay their kindness tenfold or 100-fold. It is difficult for ordinary families to do what this couple did, spending all their money for their daughter. What is even rarer is that they have such an adventurous spirit. Zhang Yu took in an apprentice casually for two reasons. The first was that he was really bored. There was no point in playing with the dog and going shopping every day. It would be too tiring to travel far, so he wanted to find something to do. The second reason is to learn about the humans in this world by observing the apprentices, so that I can go out again when I have the chance, and observing ordinary humans practicing is also an interesting thing. What you mean, Lolita? No, that's impossible. How could I be such a pervert? It's just a coincidence. If it was a boy, it would be fine. It seems a bit strange to say this, but it's a complete coincidence. Well, I'm not that kind of person. Zhang Yu explained in his mind. He himself is a self-taught genius, master, so he pays great attention to cultivating students' self-learning ability, or to put it bluntly, he lets them do whatever they want. After they got to know each other's basic situation early in the morning, Zhang Yu gave her some basic introductory books and asked her to read them first, and told her to ask him if she had any questions. This is how I taught myself back then. Sophia was feeling excited and nervous. Although she had been prepared to face all kinds of strange things, the teacher's nonchalant response made her feel a little relieved, but also a little worried. Did the teacher not intend to teach her anything? Did he just want someone to run errands for him?
No, it didn't matter if it was just running errands. Running errands for a magician was something that many people dreamed of. However, when a pile of books and 2 keys were handed to her, Sophia's doubts were dispelled and her face flushed. The teacher said calmly, "From now on, that room is yours. You should finish reading these introductory books first. If you don't understand something, come and ask me. This is the big key for the door and the small one is for your own room."
"Yes, respected Master Zhang Yu."
"Just call me teacher."
"Yes, Mr. Zhang Yu."
The black copper key felt heavy in her hand. Although it was an ordinary key, in her heart it represented the teacher's recognition of her. Sophia inserted the key into the lock and a heavy metallic clang sounded. The room was bright, the table and other things were tidied, the furniture and other things were there, but there were no daily necessities such as bedding. But it didn't matter, she brought these with her own. Throwing her things aside, Sophia did not rush to clean up the room but moved the pile of books given to her by the teacher to the table.
Magic and meditation. Magical structure. Theory of magic and spiritual synergy. Magic perception, how to become a magician. Magical attributes. Magic levels. Magician exploring the truth of the world.
These are the 7 books. Sophia looked at the introductions. There are 4 introductory science books and 3 books about magic practice, magic perception, and magic and meditation. Involve introductory meditation and the theory of magic and mental synergy is about constructing magic and teaching you how to release your first magic fireball. The other 4 books are equally important and they contain theoretical knowledge related to meditation and magic. Meditation is the first step and also the minimum standard to become an apprentice. If you can't even complete meditation, then there's no need to bother with the rest, no matter how well you learn other theories. The book does not say how long it takes for an ordinary person to complete meditation, but I heard that some people have followed a magician for more than 10 years and still cannot complete meditation. It seems that meditation is not that simple. Sophia had a good memory. After memorizing the meditation method in an hour, she began to try meditation for the first time. Meditation itself is not dangerous and it doesn't matter if you fail. There are limits only after successful meditation. The meditation time should not be too long every day, otherwise it will put a burden on the mind, whether you are a high-level magician or a low-level one. Sophia slowly closed her eyes. In the room, the girl sat cross-legged with her eyes closed as if she was asleep. After a long time she opened her eyes. She was very regretful that her first meditation failed. Sophia was a little depressed, but she didn't take it to heart. If she could succeed in meditation for the first time, there wouldn't be so many ordinary people who were not even apprentices.
Without completing meditation, theories about magic and sorcery are just empty talk.
The teacher doesn't seem to know how to cook, and there is a little girl with a blank eye at home. This child seldom speaks. She either hides in a corner in a daze or stares at a book. Sophia knew that book. It was a book for learning to read.
Who is this little girl?
The teacher's student?
Daughter? I don't know, but it's better not to offend.
There is also a dog at home. The dog is very cute, but its eyes are a little strange. How to put it? It's as if everyone looks like an idiot, or it looks at them with a condescending look with its head held high. It is a proud dog.
The dog's name is Adler. Although this guy is very arrogant, you can rub his head angrily after feeding him once.
That's right, the task of cooking at home inexplicably fell to Sophia. The teacher who stayed at home every day was busy with all kinds of weird things and had no time to cook. The strange little girl couldn't cook, so this task naturally fell to Sophia. Sophia herself was quite happy about it. A week passed quickly. During this week, Sophia put all her energy into studying. She got up at 5 o'clock and went to bed at 12 o'clock every day. She studied and practiced meditation whenever she had time, and 1 week she read 7 books several times, and this morning she finally completed her meditation.
Hello, teacher.
After preparing breakfast, Sophia hurriedly saluted when she saw teacher Zhang Yu coming down, attracted by the aroma.
Aha! Have you finished your meditation?
The teacher looked at her. Yes, it took me a week to complete the meditation. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Sophia said somewhat embarrassedly. Zhang Yu didn't say anything but just nodded slightly. Not bad, it took me 3 days to complete the meditation. You were just a little slower than me.
Well, obviously I'm much more talented.
Of course, the concentration of magic power in the temple is incomparable to the outside world. If Zhang Yu were here, he might not be able to complete his meditation in a month. Of course, Zhang Yu ignored the following content.
How are your other studies going? I've read all the books and have a basic understanding of everything.
Oh?
Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows so fast. How dare he say that he has a basic understanding of it? You know it took him 2 or 3 weeks to master those books. But this kid is indeed much more hardworking than me. Then Zhang Yu asked many questions and Sophia answered them all. Zhang Yu was speechless. Could it be that he was not the protagonist but the little girl in front of him was? No, her magic talent was obviously not as good as his. Was he too lazy? It's not bad, although it's a little worse than mine. It's barely okay. Zhang Yu started to lie with his eyes open. Seeing Sophia looking at him with admiration, Zhang Yu nodded with satisfaction. Although this guy occasionally came to ask some questions, most of the time he studied on his own. Zhang Yu was very satisfied. I will give you some other books next. You can study them carefully. The library will also be open to you. If you don't understand something, you can go to the library to look it up, but I have to remind you first, don't spread anything I have here, whether it is what you see or learn. Second, if you want to make potions or practice other magic related things, you must tell me first. Okay, thank you for your teaching. Sophia bowed deeply. Mastering meditation means becoming a magic apprentice, which means the door to the magical world has been opened to her. The next step is to continuously gather magic power and work hard to become a first-level magician. The ranks that Sophia understood were in the same system as Zhang Yu's, so she didn't know the ranks of the local magicians. After breakfast, Zhang Yu returned to his room. Of course, Zhang Yu was not playing these days. Instead, he was using an advanced covert reconnaissance method to observe the other 2 mages in the town. As a result, he actually obtained some intelligence. The 2 mages didn't know that their every move was completely exposed under the eyes of a disgusting guy. Zhang Yu did not take the initiative to attack. He was just waiting for them to come to him. In fact, they also obtained information about Zhang Yu, but they only knew that Zhang Yu was a magician who could make potions and his level of potion making was very high, so they planned to come to his house to inquire about Zhang Yu's situation. In the morning there was a knock on the door and Sophia, who was almost like a housekeeper, went to open the door. There were 2 people standing outside the door, a man and a woman. Neither of them looked very old. Sophia, who had just finished meditation, did not detect the aura of a magician from them. However, she recognized the 2 people because she had been to their house before and wanted to become their magic apprentice but was rejected harshly. Sophia knew them, but they obviously didn't remember her. Sophia naturally had no resentment towards these 2 great wizards. Respected Mr. Kalido, Mr. Shamanla, good morning. Kalido was a little surprised. He didn't know the girl. He said, hello, we are here to visit Mr. Zhang Yu, please let him know. Okay, please wait a moment. In fact, they noticed it as soon as they approached Zhang Yu. Although this house looks ordinary, Zhang Yu actually secretly arranged a lot of defensive magic. I can't say anything else, but at least the little power in this town can't break through the defense of this house. In the living room, Zhang Yu met with the 2 magicians. Sophia obediently served tea and water. She was becoming more and more skilled in this kind of thing. Hello, Mr. Zhang Yu. I am Kalido and I am a teacher at the Uric School of Magic with Ms. Shamanla. I came to this town a month ago to investigate a potion. After learning that a new magician had come to town, I came to visit. I hope I didn't disturb you. It was a week ago and they were secretly investigating me. Someone who was secretly observing them had already taken in their every move, what they did, what they said, and even what books they read were all under Zhang Yu's nose. Thanks to them, Zhang Yu had some basic understanding of the magic organizations in this world. Magic is very mysterious. Since ancient times it has been passed down from one faction to another. A few people or dozens of people formed a small school more than 100 years ago. Some wise magicians proposed to establish a magic academy. This was undoubtedly a huge progress. The magic academy was formed by the cooperation of mages from a dozen or even dozens of magic schools. But not all magicians accept the so-called magic. It is not clear in other places, but at least only a quarter of the magicians in the kingdom have joined the magic academy, and there are not just 1 but 3 academies. The remaining quarter belong to the temple practicing exclusive holy light magic. They are also called priests and are relatively special isolated magicians. The remaining half are wild magicians or magicians who maintain small schools. Of course, those mysterious secret magic societies also belong to this category. Now the academy mages in the kingdom consider themselves orthodox, while the mages of small schools look down on them on the grounds of maintaining tradition. The mages of secret societies are secretly doing shameful things, and the priests have their own system and are isolated from the outside. This is roughly the current structure of magicians in the kingdom. Those mages who belong to the royal family or the nobility either belong to the academic school or to various small schools. There are all kinds of them. You are here, Master Kalido and Master Shamanla. I am a mage from the melon eating school. There are not many people in our school, only a few in number. I'm sure you two have never heard of it. Melon eating school? What kind of school is this?
Kalito and Shamanla had no impression of it. It seemed to be a small school. The name also sounded meaningless. This kind of small school had at most one or two formal mages as the front and then a group of mage apprentices. There was no sense of existence. Some of them did not even have formal magicians. It was a mage school that existed in name only. I wonder what kind of magic do magicians from your school of melon eaters usually specialize in? All of them. They are quite complicated, but my main focus is on the study of reconnaissance magic. Zhang Yu smiled. Although Kalito had never heard of the legendary melon-eating school, he was quite familiar with other schools within the kingdom. It seems that the Hawkeye school is also good at this. Ahem, I wonder which master you learned from. Zhang Yu said with a smile, my teacher is grayless. He usually does his research quietly. It's normal that you don't know about it. Okay, I have indeed never heard of him, but from observing the magic, the person in front of me is indeed a magician, and a magician who is proficient in alchemy. Your place has a nice environment. Kalito started to make small talk, but then Shamanla kicked him hard and he coughed and explained his purpose directly. It's like this, our research has come to an end and now we have to return to the Uric School of Magic. I wonder if you have time to go back with us to take a look? The school is quite large and there are many collections of books, and there are also many related studies on detective magic. The school will arrange accommodation for you so you can have a place to rest. What do you think? Most magicians are straightforward and don't beat around the bush. Most magicians in this world are researchers. Zhang Yu already knew the reason why the other party invited him. He knew it through observing magic. Ulrich Magic Academy is one of the 3 major academies in the kingdom, but it is the last one. It is inferior to the above 2 in all aspects. Therefore, when the teachers of the academy meet magicians from small schools outside, they will spare no effort to invite them. They will invite them to be guests and then propose to join their academy when the time is right. Although the success rate is not very high, there are always successful cases. Zhang Yu was waiting for them to say this and he nodded in agreement. I am indeed very interested in your magic academy. Anyway, I have nothing to do now, so it doesn't hurt to go over and take a look. It would be most appropriate to go to the Magic Academy, where there should be more information and there must be records about demons. Demon rifts do exist in this world, but because they are too old, ordinary people cannot find such records in their books. Even the books brought by these 2 magicians do not have relevant records. I think there must be some in the library of the Magic Academy. However, because the reputation of the demon magician is so bad, he is basically a rat crossing the street that everyone wants to kill, it seems inappropriate to ask about the demon crack in person. From all aspects, going to the Magic Academy is a good choice. Kalito was very happy, but Shamanla kept smiling like a vase. Then the 3 of them talked about some insights on magic. In Zhang Yu's opinion, they were all the basics of the basics, but some basic content was very important to the 2 of them. Afterwards, the look in Kalito's eyes when he looked at Zhang Yu changed. This was a knowledgeable magician who had in-depth research on magic, alchemy and magic circles. Although he didn't know his combat effectiveness, but considering that the other party was a melon-eating type who specialized in reconnaissance magic, he probably had better auxiliary abilities, but don't count on his combat effectiveness. Shamanla's eyes also changed when she looked at Zhang Yu. She was good at magic circles, but after talking with Zhang Yu she found that his understanding of magic circles was better than hers, which was a bit embarrassing. After chatting for a while, both parties agreed to return to the college in 3 days and then left. After they left, Sophia came up to him. Teacher, what is a magic academy? Is it a place dedicated to training magicians? It is difficult for ordinary people to come into contact with magicians, and their understanding of magicians is only superficial. That's about right. Zhang Yu explained the origin of the Magic Academy again. Sophia suddenly understood and asked, what about our melon-eating school? I don't think I've heard the teacher talk about it before. Zhang Yu laughed and said, the melon-eating school is a very powerful school. As long as it does not break the bottom line of human beings, we will study everything, whether it involves magic or not. As long as we are interested, we will study it. At the same time, we are not interested in things like race replacement and kingdom fighting. We will only watch from the side, so we are called the melon-eating school. I see. Then you don't mind if the kingdom is destroyed? Don't mind, of course. If this kingdom really interests me in the future, it's not impossible for me to secretly interfere. This kind of thing depends mainly on my mood. Sophia looked at him in admiration. This is a real magician. You must be very powerful. Ahem, just so. Well, you heard what they said just now. We are going to Uric College later. Pack up what you need to pack. If you need to go home and say goodbye to your family, go back quickly. Sophia said respectfully, yes. I will take care of it quickly. Well, you should also practice magic as much as possible. Don't be lazy. Yes. In fact, Sophia is the one who needs least worry in this regard. She is very hardworking, much more hardworking than someone. If someone were as hardworking as him, he would have broken through to the 8th level by now. Hey, what are you looking at?
I'm talking about you, Era Adler. Adler was lying there sleeping when Zhang Yu grabbed him, scolded him, and angrily rubbed his head. Adler looked aggrieved. Could he blame himself for this? He had naively thought that the fifth level was invincible, but he found out that the fifth level was not even cannon fodder in the temple. If he had not become an apostle and his cultivation level had been raised to the seventh level, Adler's mentality would probably have collapsed. On the other hand, there has been no progress in the research on Xiaobai. Xiaobai has the blood of a demon and is now in the initial stages of awakening. Only his outward appearance reveals some demonic traits, and there is very faint magic power in his body, but that's all. In other respects he is the same as an ordinary person. I don't know if he can explode when facing the threat of death. Xiaobai's autistic personality is also very troublesome. Usually, except for a few words to Zhang Yu, she doesn't talk to anyone else. Even the gentle and lovely Sophia can't open her heart. I don't know if it's because of the demon blood. Her memory and learning ability are very amazing and she can recognize words very quickly. It is estimated that she will be able to read independently in another month. This learning speed can be considered a genius. Although she hasn't been tested for talent yet, I feel that this girl's talent is not low. Zhang Yu didn't mind letting her learn magic. Perhaps this would further stimulate the demonic blood in her body. What you said that Xiaobai backfired after turning into a demon? TSK, the top fighters in the abyss are still the same after so many years. If a human who has been passed down for who knows how many generations can break through to the saint level with a little demon blood, how can the demons survive? Do the 7 demon kings and other demon gods still have face? As for the others, Zhang Yu is not afraid of those below the saint level. Even if he can't beat them, he can run away. If the 8 heroes move together, they can beat them down even if they are at the 9th level. The power of the temple is my power. Although I appear to be only at level 7 now, my real strength is actually level 9. Yes, this logic is correct. He found Xiaobai, who was reading a book in a corner, and teased him. Seeing that the guy seemed to become more autistic after being teased by him, Zhang Yu quickly stopped and went back to his room. In fact, if you ask the magic mirror, you will know clearly the hidden bloodline in Xiaobai. The magic mirror is vague about high-level secret knowledge, but he knows almost everything about low-level things. But doing so means that Zhang Yu skipped the part he was researching, just like looking directly at the answer when he got a question. Although this saves time and effort, it is not a good thing for long-term research and learning. 3 days later, Zhang Yu started to go to Uric College with his family following Kalido and others. There were about 10 people on both sides, which was considered a small caravan. Uric College is located in a forest in the southeast of the kingdom. Although the magicians in this world are known for their secrecy, ordinary people still know something about them. They just don't know the wizard's class system, so no one dares to provoke them along the way, and naturally there are no plots like pretending to be cool and then getting slapped in the face. Zhang Yu secretly felt regretful. If any powerful opponent really appeared, Zhang Yu wouldn't mind letting Adler show his terrible ferocity. There were no problems along the way and they arrived at their destination 3 days later. Zhang Yu was frustrated by the slow speed. If they rode a dragon, they could reach this distance in less than an hour, but it took them 3 days in a carriage and their buttocks were sore from the shaking. Should they invent an earthquake-resistant carriage next time? The Magician's Academy is not as mysterious as imagined. From the outside, it looks like a collection of medieval castles. The tallest and largest one is naturally the main body of the academy, and there are various buildings around it, and those outside are residences. I originally thought that this magic academy at the bottom of the list would only have a few cats and kittens, but now it seems that there should be quite a few people. How many people are there in your academy? Kalido was very satisfied with Zhang Yu's surprise. Many magicians from small schools would have this feeling when they came to the academy. After all, in the traditional impression, magicians mostly acted in small groups. Our academy has more than 100 teachers and more than 2,000 magic apprentices, Kalido said with some pride. Well, compared to the universities of later generations, this number is much smaller, but after all, it is magic and this thing still depends on talent. What is the strength of your principal? Principal, you are a respected magician. By the way, I haven't introduced the structure of our school to you yet. First of all, the principal is at the top. He is one of the few magicians in the kingdom. Below him is the board of directors. The members of the board of directors are basically great magicians. There are 13 members of the school's board of directors. Below them are hundreds of ordinary teachers. However, to become a teacher, you must at least reach the level of a magician. In fact, there are several great magicians among the teachers. These great magicians do not want to be members of the board of directors, they just want to study quietly, so they choose to stay the same. Wait, something seems wrong. A magician is equivalent to a first-level magician, a great magician is equivalent to a second-level magician, a mage is equivalent to a third-level magician, and there are only a few mages in the kingdom. If a magician breaks through, will he become a saint-level magician?
Zhang Yu asked with a strange look on his face. Khalito looked puzzled. Yes, but no one has been able to reach this level in more than 200 years. There is only one person in the entire kingdom, but that person broke through 200 years ago. In other words, the so-called holy magician is just a 4th-level magician? Damn it, when I heard about the holy magician before I thought he was a supernatural being who broke through the 9th level, but it turned out to be a misunderstanding. If that's the case, I can visit the holy magician when I have the chance in the future. Before this, the 5th level Adler might really be the world's top combat force. Well, what a sad story. However, even so, he could not be careless. Perhaps 6th level, 7th level, 8th level, 9th level, or even saint level strongmen would jump out one after another and appear in front of him step by step. This situation was not impossible. You can't be reckless, you have to be steady, but it's not impossible to let go a little now. Along the way, Khalito enthusiastically introduced the situation of the academy to Zhang Yu. They first went to see a director who was in charge of this work. The so-called great magician was just a 2nd-level magician and Zhang Yu could kill him with just one finger. However, the other party was quite arrogant. He looked down at them and instructed them a few words before driving them out. Zhang Yu didn't care. Later, Khalito arranged accommodation for them in a small independent house on the outskirts. His apprentice naturally lived with him. Overall, it is still very interesting. The college already looks like a university on Earth. I don't know whether it will form a developed magic civilization after it is promoted. To be honest, if magic technology can be truly promoted, maybe a magic civilization similar to the original Earth will really appear. After secretly observing the school with detection magic, Zhang Yu discovered that the strongest person was indeed the dean. The dean was really only at the 3rd level and had nothing to hide from his observations. There should be no threat to him in the school. Only at this point did Zhang Yu feel a little relieved. The Magic Academy is indeed powerful. After Zhang Yu arrived, he became addicted to its library. Although the magic recorded there is very crude and simple, other aspects are very interesting. There are always some magical methods that are not recorded even in the temple library. These magics inspired Zhang Yu a lot. Maybe it was because he could draw inferences from one instance to another? Other records also opened Zhang Yu's eyes. Unfortunately, Zhang Yu had no way to enter the library inside. He could only sneak in at night when no one was around. With Zhang Yu's strength, there is no one who can see through his disguise. Zhang Yu was obsessed with the library and ignored the invitations from other mages. Although the strength of the college is not that good, Zhang Yu praised their open-mindedness. After arriving at the academy, Sophia also met other magic apprentices, but because of the teacher's instructions, Sophia did not reveal the situation of the melon-eating school magic. Through comparison, it is found that the melon-eating school is indeed quite different from other magic, whether it is the strength and accuracy of the magic or the level. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I feel that the magic of the melon-eating school is much more powerful. Maybe it's because I have never been exposed to the core of the academy's magic. Maybe their powerful magic is hidden in the internal library and the outside is just the roughest and simplest part. A few days later. Teacher, I have already mastered some basic magic theories, so I want to learn some side skills. Sophia found Zhang Yu and spoke softly. Magic involves many aspects such as magic circles, potions, alchemy, etc. Magic itself also has branches such as contracts and elements. You don't need to consider the branches of magic during the magic apprentice stage. You have to become a formal magician before choosing one or several directions to study. However, you can start working on side jobs from the apprenticeship stage. Magic apprentices cannot set up magic circles, nor can they refine magic potions and magic props, but they need to learn the prerequisite knowledge, and once they become magicians they can start to realize it. Of course, many magic apprentices will never see the day when they achieve their goals in their entire lives. If you were an ordinary person, it would be too early to learn these things now, but you are different. You have excellent learning and memory abilities. It is not impossible for you to learn these knowledge now. However, you must understand that you should focus on basic magic and not confuse the priorities. Yes, I will pay attention. Sophia bowed deeply. Generally speaking, apprentices who have studied for 1 or 2 years will not be exposed to this kind of knowledge. What is more important for them is to lay a solid foundation and focus on basic magic theory. But Sophia is obviously a genius. Although her talent for cultivation is average, her learning ability is really strong. If she were placed on the original Earth, she would definitely be a genius. Of course, the shortcomings in cultivation are not a big deal, and Zhang Yu plans to help her in the future. Potionology, alchemy, and magic circles are the 3 main research directions. I believe you already know this, so which direction do you plan to develop in? Sophia said seriously, I want to study potions. I hope to become a great potions master like you. Zhang Yu couldn't help laughing. I'm not a master and my research on potions is just average. You are too modest. This is a decision I made a long time ago. I want to study potions. Magic potions are also complex and profound. They involve everything from the properties of potions to potion cultivation, potion refining, synthesis, energy neutralization, etc. As long as you are proficient in one aspect, you can be called a master. If you want to learn potion studies, you need to have a huge knowledge base. Let me make a list of books. You should study them carefully. I don't think you can finish them in a year. Zhang Yu said if you regret it, it's okay to change to another one. The knowledge required for magic arrays is much lower, but the control of magic power is very high. Alchemy also requires a huge knowledge base, but it is better than potion studies. You can consider it. No, I choose potions, Sophia said stubbornly with no intention of changing at all. In fact, there is one thing Sophia didn't say, that is, if you want to become a formal magician and make money by selling potions among the three directions, alchemy is the most profitable and alchemy can only be ranked second. Well, potions requires a vast amount of knowledge. Are you ready for this? Yes. Teacher. Zhang Yu nodded and started writing. It took him half an hour to write this book list and he filled several pages. Sophia waited quietly on the side. Half an hour later, Zhang Yu stopped writing. Okay, you can study in order or you can read the ones you are interested in first. Anyway, try not to read other potions knowledge before you finish these books. There is another thing you need to understand. You have to finish learning, not just reading them. I will test you later. Yes. I will definitely complete the task. Haha, it's a good thing to have confidence. You know, I spent 2 years studying these books. Ahem. Half year later. Zhang Yu has lived a very carefree life in the past 6 months. He eats and drinks as he pleases, hangs out in the library every day, teases Xiaobai and gives Sophia some pointers when he has nothing to do, and plays with the dog when he's bored. He met some magicians, although they asked Zhang Yu from time to time whether he was willing to become a teacher in the academy. Zhang Yu always declined. However, these guys were not discouraged and did not kick him out for a full 6 months. Zhang Yu was very convinced. Zhang Yu was moved by their sincerity and finally agreed it would be okay for him to be a teacher here for a few years. Compared with Zhang Yu, his husky Adler is more famous. Many people in the college know this proud dog. However, except for a few people, anyone who dares to touch him will be barked at by him. If Zhang Yu had not instructed, he would probably have pounced on and bitten people. Haha, some people look glamorous on the surface, but they don't even have a dog behind the scenes. Because of Adler's existence, Zhang Yu has become somewhat famous in the college in the past 6 months. As a teacher, Zhang Yu naturally had to do something. He chose the subject that he was best at, alchemy, and served as an alchemy tutor. In the past 6 months, Sophia has studied very hard. She never leaves the house and only knows a few people. Her hard work makes Zhang Yu look at her with sideways. Half a day later, one morning, Sophia found Zhang Yu. Teacher, I have finished studying these books and I want to test my current level. Looking at the other person's dark circles and messy hair, Zhang Yu was speechless. Hey, are you going to change your job to become a mad scientist? This is too much. It's only been half a year. It took me 2 years to learn these things. She is a genius and a very hard-working one at that. Of course, her talent in study is just average. Her magic power has not increased much over such a long time and it is almost exhausted after casting 2 fireballs. An apprentice is just an apprentice and has not yet entered the formal magical world. It can only be considered a preschool class. While you don't have to work too hard, it is also very important to have a proper rest. You're right. But my talent is too poor if I don't work harder. Okay, let's not talk about this for now. I'll give you a question first. Sophia perked up. Please ask the questions. Zhang Yu started to randomly select some questions and asked them for an hour. Sophia was able to answer most of them. After a long time, Zhang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Your learning attitude is indeed very good, but your cultivation speed is too slow. You should know that this is the fatal problem. Sophia looked disappointed. Even if you work so hard, you can't improve your training speed. You should have felt it. Your talent is very average. If you were lucky, you may become a first-level magician in a dozen or dozens of years. If you are unlucky, even if you work hard every day, you will only be an apprentice, in the end a knowledgeable apprentice. Sophia's face showed disappointment, which she herself could feel. The more she understood, the more she could appreciate the despair brought about by talent, which was a huge barrier that could only be broken through hard work. Teacher, do you have any solution? After witnessing Zhang Yu's magical powers, Sophia had a mysterious trust in Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu nodded. There must be a way. I do have a way. He rummaged in the table and pulled out a round red ball. The ball was about the size of a fist and covered with mysterious magic patterns. Although she had read many books, Sophia could not recognize what these patterns were. They were probably some kind of magic circle.
After the red ball was taken out, Sophia's attention was deeply attracted. Zhang Yu said dimly, "This is a treasure left by an ancient ancestor of our Chigwa school named Momo. This ancestor had unparalleled cultivation and was invincible. Later he saw through the world of mortals and condensed his life's cultivation into his own red jade, which is what you are holding in your hand. The younger generation who hold the red jade can cultivate 100 times faster than normal." Sophia was so surprised that she didn't know what to say. What does 100 times mean? Some potions that can double the speed of cultivation are already sold at sky-high prices. This 100 times increase. Sophia's first thought was whether the teacher was lying to me or joking. Then the second thought was that the teacher would never lie to me. This is so precious. I didn't say I was giving it to you. Zhang Yu calmly put the red jade away. Of course Zhang Yu was talking nonsense about the red jade. In fact, he just sealed the magic transmission array in the jade and transferred the magic power of the temple to assist in cultivation. The thing about Momo was just a joke. If necessary, Zhang Yu can make hundreds of such red jades. A few hundred of them will not be a problem for the huge system of the temple. Of course, if the number is larger, the magic concentration of the temple will be reduced. Teacher. Sophia wanted to act pitiful and coquettish, but as a top student she really couldn't pretend, so she could only look at Zhang Yu pitifully. After half a year of getting along, Sophia has become very familiar with this teacher. Simply put, the teacher is unreliable, likes to joke, is not serious, is very interested in magic and various books, and does not care about other things. He is a protective person, will never refuse any questions or requests, and never puts on airs as a teacher. So Sophia, who was cautious and respectful at first and was careful in everything she did, has now become much more casual. Of course, casual doesn't mean disrespectful. You have to pay for what you want. This is the inheritance treasure of our Chigwa school. Only the next successor is qualified to hold it. If you want to get the red jade, tell me, what is the price you paid? Sophia was in deep turmoil. Teacher, what else can I give you? My life? Or my soul? Well, actually there is another kind, such as the most precious thing for girls. Sophia looked strange. Teacher, you are not saying? Zhang Yu nodded seriously. Yes, I'm talking about time. Ah. Of course, the youthful years are the most precious to everyone. As long as you help me do one thing, I will give you the red jade. Give it to me? That's right. This matter will consume a lot of your time. You may have to waste half of your time on this in the future. Think about it and see if you are willing to accept it. Sophia nodded firmly. Of course, no one will refuse. In fact, as long as you tell me, I will do anything. There is no need at all. Zhang Yu took out the red jade and threw it to him. Sophia hurriedly caught it. She complained, "Master, what should I do if it breaks when I throw it on the ground?" Zhang Yu smiled and said, "It can't be broken. It's a very good quality." The red jade was cool and Sophia held it in her arms as if it would fly away if she let go. "Well, I've given you the things and you have to do what I asked you to do. Teacher, just tell me. I will complete whatever it is." "Well, teach Xiao by magic, that's what you have to do. You also have to lend her the ruby while she practices." "Just something like this? What else do you think?" Sophia said awkwardly, "I thought it would be something more troublesome and shameful." "Well, go do what you should do, but I have to remind you that the information within our melon-eating school must not be leaked." "Yes." After Sophia went out, Zhang Yu leaned back in his chair, explained the current situation here, and collected a lot of relevant information. It may be because the demon rift was too dangerous in the past. Not much information has been passed down after it was sealed. The few ancient books that record relevant information in the library only mention it in passing, and there is no description of the specific location at all. In this case, either all heroes will join forces to cast a large-scale reconnaissance magic covering the entire world, or go deep into the group of demon wizards to see if they can obtain some intelligence. However, before that there is still one thing to do, which is to improve one's own strength and the level of the temple. Zhang Yu has now reached the threshold of an 8th level wizard, and most of the world origins of the temple have been gathered. In another year or so it should be enough for the upgrade. If the temple is upgraded to the 9th level, it will be the 9th level. 9th level. Zhang Yu can fight against any enemy below the holy level who has reached this level. Even if it is a holy level enemy, he can resist it. The more important point is the appearance of 3 new buildings and a new hero. Well, I am looking forward to it. Zhang Yu first went to the college and asked for a leave of absence for more than half a year, saying that he wanted to go out for research. The college was very generous, or perhaps the college's constraints on teachers were very weak. This is a very free place. As long as he didn't run away and not come back for 10 or 8 years, it would be fine.
This also resulted in that although the academy had more than 100 teachers, less than half of them actually stayed in the school. The rest either ran around or mixed with the nobles, making them extremely difficult to manage. It's a shame to say that this guy asked for leave just after becoming a teacher. He hasn't attended a single day of class. He is completely taking advantage of the academy. Sophia was very panicked and thought Zhang Yu was going to abandon her, which made Zhang Yu explain for a while. However, the most troublesome one was Xiaobai. This introverted child was really difficult to deal with. Zhang Yu tried his best to persuade Adler the husky to stay with her, and Xiaobai finally agreed. How do you feel like you have raised 2 daughters? Xiaobai no longer has any pressure in studying, but he just stays at home every day without communicating with others, and there is no sign of further awakening of the demonic power in his body. It would be fine if the demonic power didn't awaken further, but his introverted personality is really a headache. It has to be admitted that Zhang Yu now regards Xiaobai as more than just an experimental material. Adler was left behind. In addition to being a playmate for Xiaobai and the others, he had a more important task, which was to protect them both. Adler was even more in tears. What happened? I became like this to please my master. Why did I become a companion for a child? This is not right. I want to go back with my master too. Of course, Zhang Yu would not consider the ideas of a husky. Zhang Yu told Sophia that after he stepped into the first level, he did not need to hide it, and it was okay to let others know. He could do research and explore as he pleased. However, if Xiaobai had a breakthrough, he needed to keep it secret. After all, Xiaobai had the blood of a demon, and it would be troublesome if others knew about it. Era stayed here as a protector. You want to bully my apprentice? You have to step over my dog's corpse first. Theoretically, there is no rival for Adler in this kingdom. After everything was explained clearly, Zhang Yu left with peace of mind. The first place he returned to was naturally the temple. He had to sort out what he had gained over such a long time and was ready to break through. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to break through, and the longer it takes. After Zhang Yu left, the 2 little girls were depressed for a long time. It took them several days to cheer up. They felt like they had lost their backbone after the teacher left. When the teacher is around, I feel like the teacher is there to support me. Even if the sky falls after the teacher leaves, I feel like I am surrounded by threats. This feeling is not good. But Sophia did not remain depressed for too long, and she quickly turned her attention back to learning magic. After having the red jade, the speed of cultivation really improved by leaps and bounds. 1 day was equivalent to 100 days, and 1 month of cultivation was equivalent to 8 years. One night 2 months later, Sophia successfully broke through to the first level. Her first thought was to run to the teacher and tell him the good news. Unfortunately, the teacher had been gone for 2 months. Sophia was dejected. She didn't know where her teacher was or how he was doing. Who cooked for him, or did he just eat dry food? Alas, the excitement of promotion was diluted a lot. Xiaobai has always been taciturn, but compared to before, she will at least chat with me now. What's more terrifying is that her magical talent is so great that she broke through half a month earlier than me. Sophia was deeply shocked. If I hadn't had the red jade from my teacher, it would have taken me more than 10 years to break through. No, it might have taken even longer, but to be honest, a magician in his 20s or 30s is actually considered young. As for an 11-year-old like me, well, there have been such cases in history, but they were basically geniuses. As long as they didn't die, 90% of them would break through to become a great magician, which is the second level. Should I reveal my strength? It will attract attention. But if I hide it, I don't think I can keep it secret for long. Forget it, I'll talk about it later. After becoming a formal magician, Sophia not only learned first-level magic but also began to study potions. She already had the basics, but what she lacked was hands-on experience. Refining potions required a lot of money, and the teacher left behind a lot of gold dragons before leaving, which was enough to buy basic equipment. In fact, in the eyes of magicians, the purchasing power of gold dragons is not very strong. Many magicians are accustomed to bartering or using a magical material called magic stone. Magic stone is a universal magic material that is used in many places. Simply put, various magic arrays require magic stone as the energy core, and some other magic props also require magic stone as a drive, so the application of magic stone is very wide and the price is also very expensive. Of course, for Sophia at the moment, the gold dragon is enough. To buy things, one naturally has to go to magic-related shops. These shops are opened by teachers, and apprentices serve as sales staff. Although they are shops opened by teachers, the prices are all market prices. There are so many magicians here, and if you cheat your own people, you will definitely be beaten. Magic shops are divided into categories, that is, they sell various magic props and also collect these props, making a profit from the difference. As for setting up stalls, they do not exist. The teacher actually had the tools for refining medicine, but they were taken away. Now she could only buy new ones. She suspected that the teacher might have some space magic props. Although this idea is strange, after all, space props have long been legendary things, but she really has this feeling.
What do you need?
The shop owner was an elderly magic apprentice wearing a gray robe and looking a bit lazy. Magic apprentices of this age basically had no chance of promotion. They usually did jobs like watching the shop, purchasing, and helping out.
Even worse are those who can't even sense magic power. These are basically abandoned as ordinary people.
I need a set of magical instruments to make potions, said Sophia.
Another crazy idea.
Magic apprentices cannot make potions.
Don't you know this?
The fat man said with a surprised look on his face. The little girl was too young and he never thought that she was already a formal magician. I bought it for my teacher. I need a complete set of refining instruments, Sophia replied indifferently. She didn't want people to know that she was already a formal magician, so she could only bring Zhang Yu out.
I see.
There are 3 sets of magic tools for refining. The prices are naturally different depending on the cost. Did your teacher tell me which set to buy? The prices do vary greatly. The cheapest one costs only 100 gold royals, the most expensive one costs 1,000, and the one in the middle costs no less than 500.
Sophia was speechless and said, "Are you serious about the price?"
There is a certain pattern to the cost.
Hey, these things are genuine. Come, let me introduce them to you.
Sophia listened to the introduction patiently but finally chose the cheapest one. There was no other way because her budget was not enough. Although the cheapest set seemed to be of poor quality, it was usable. After filling in an address, they had someone deliver it in the evening, saving Sophia the trouble of carrying it herself. Then it was time to buy potions. Sophia had already made plans for these aspects. The potions she chose were not expensive, but the quantity was large, so it cost more than 300 gold royals. Sophia was so heartbroken that she could hardly breathe, but there was nothing she could do to make magic potions. It was not enough to just read more books, but it was equally important to practice more. The huge amount of knowledge in the early stage was the foundation, and the huge amount of potions used for practice was necessary to pave the way.
Alchemists in the early stages will undoubtedly suffer losses, but they will
become very powerful in the later stages, becoming more and more popular. The more experience they have, the more popular they are. In fact, the other 2 types are similar, but none of them are as eye-catching as alchemists.
The novice alchemist is truly the most miserable magician.
So this money cannot be saved. The owner of the potion shop was already accustomed to this kind of thing. He collected the money and packed the goods very quickly. There were too many people like Sophia who bought practice potions. Many people dream of becoming a potion maker, but most of them fail in the early stage process, which requires a lot of practice. This part basically has high investment and zero output. It feels like a bottomless pit. You really can't play it without money. A moment later, Sophia went home carrying a large box of potions, enough for her to use for a long time.
Sophia's knowledge base is now sufficient and has fully met the standards for making magic potions.
There are quite a few first-level magic potions, and it seems that the primary life potion is the simplest one, but it is not actually the case. The primary life potion is a high-level one in the first level, and the simplest and most basic one should be the wound recovery potion. This medicine is similar to the external medicine used by ordinary people, but its effect is much stronger than that of medicine. After application, it can quickly stop bleeding and heal the wound. However, the wound is too large to withstand it. This is the most basic magic potion used for training. The raw materials are cheap and the refining is simple. Of course, the selling price is also very cheap. A bottle of wound recovery potion basically costs only a few gold dragons, and it is difficult to even get back the cost price.
We are almost ready. Let's start making the wound recovery potion tonight.
At night, after putting the things in the laboratory, Sophia locked the door and hung an "in-use" sign on the door. The sign was made by the teacher and it probably meant "do not disturb." I don't know why the teacher used this sentence, but I always felt something was wrong. First, she familiarized herself with the usage of each instrument, and after confirming that there was no problem, Sophia began to make magic potions. Open the box containing the potions, sort the potions into different categories and then put them away separately. Then use magic power to control the magic circle of the instrument and the flame will start to burn. Magic instruments have been set up with magic circles. These magic circles are very advanced and not easy to imitate. The temperature can be controlled by controlling the amount of magic power input, and controlling different magic circles also has various functions. Afterwards, the drugs were extracted and fused. After the drugs began to fuse, the drugs in the test tube began to turn black rapidly and then turned into a lump of strange black substance. Well, failed. Although she had expected it, Sophia still couldn't help but sigh. After Sophia disposed of the hazardous waste after the failure, she took a deep breath, summarized the reasons for the failure, and prepared to start the second refining. Before I knew it, another half a year had passed. In the past 6 months, Sophia basically stayed at home except for necessary things, so no one knew that she had broken through to a first-level magician. The same was true for Xiaobai. No one knew that there were 2 young super geniuses hidden in this ordinary house. With Adler watching over them, there was no way they would be in danger and others would be unable to investigate. On the other side, Zhang Yu, who had been in the training room for more than half a year, finally came out. He successfully broke through to the 8th level. What does an 8th level magician mean? He could rub nuclear bombs with his hands, fly into the sky and into the sea. Although he still couldn't jump out of the planet, there was almost no place on the planet that he couldn't go except for extreme places like the core of the Earth. An 8th level magician is already considered to be a first-rate immortal on Earth. Of course, for Zhang Yu this is just a small step. Becoming a world-class magician is his ultimate pursuit. Coming out of the training room, Coco was teleported over. Congratulations to the master for his successful breakthrough. You are one step closer to the ultimate goal of ruling the universe, Coco said as she flew over and landed on Zhang Yu's shoulder, which almost became his throne. Coco stood on Zhang Yu's shoulders, holding his head with both hands, with her soft little face pressed against his face. Ahem, what do you mean by ruling the universe? Stop talking nonsense, girl. I don't remember having such a goal. Almost if the master wants, the entire universe can be taken over. Of course, this still requires us to recover some of our strength, at least to the saint level. Zhang Yu said helplessly, I am not interested in notifying the universe. I have been in seclusion for so long. How is your strength recovering? Oh, I have reached the 8th level now. Musla and Black Mist are still at the 7th level because they were born later. The others have already reached the 8th level and the earliest ones are about to break through. All heroes were once world-class and there is no difference in their natural talents, so it is normal for heroes born earlier to be promoted faster. Okay, has anything happened during my more than half a year of seclusion? Nothing happened. The biggest problem was probably that a few humans broke in along the way. Oh? Zhang Yu's brows moved. He had previously told the Great Wizard that if any humans broke in, they didn't need to be killed or their memories sealed. They could be imprisoned or directly converted into apostles depending on the situation, but not killed. All humans who could come here were very precious. He's been locked up and his powers have been sealed. He's been locked up for 3 months, but he's still alive. Okay, call everyone to the hall. I have something to explain. Good. In the hall, Zhang Yu sat on the top throne with 8 heroes standing below him, which made Zhang Yu feel like he was attending court. All the civil and military officials in the court are my confidants. Indeed, nothing had happened in the past 6 months and the Great Wizard explained everything in just a few words. Zhang Yu planned to go and take a look at the imprisoned humans later. Zhang Yu had spent more than half a year in the academy and had gained something. He had a general understanding of the situation in this world. Although he did not get the specific location of the Demon Rift, he had a rough outline of what happened that year. In general, the power level of this world is lower than he imagined. The 5th level has become a legend. There may be hidden super masters, but the gap should not be too big. Everyone, we may have been a little too cautious before, so there may be some minor adjustments to our actions. Next, we have a few things to do. Next, the first thing is to upgrade the temple. There is nothing much to say about this, just follow the steps. After being promoted to the 9th level temple, it is completely worth it below the holy level. The second thing is about the proposal of super large-scale reconnaissance magic. I decided to implement this proposal after the promotion and conduct a survey of this planet, but it is just a simple survey. After the survey, if it is found that this world does not have too strong combat power, half of the heroes can apply to go out. Everyone is free to do what they want, but I hope that they will not interfere too much with the operation of this world. Of course, at least half of the heroes have to stay at home to look after the house. Of course, if a powerful enemy appears or even a saint-level enemy, then we will have to stay in the temple forever. If it is a world-class strongman, we may die. However, according to my investigation, the probability of this happening is very small. Third, I hope to expand some buildings next to the temple. These buildings can be used to store some unimportant things or as residences for apostles or converted into magic laboratories. All of these are fine. The temple is a bit too crowded now. For now, regarding these 3 matters, does anyone have anything to say? Zhang Yu looked at everyone. Each of the 8 heroes was once a world-class powerhouse and their IQs were definitely high. Several heroes began to think about it. Some guys with muscular heads naturally fully supported Zhang Yu's decision. Yes, I'm talking about you, King Millet and God of War Echo. The former only knows how to fight and kill, and the latter is only interested in forging besides fighting. Archmage Greyless thought for a while and asked, Master, I naturally support your decision, but if you want to be more radical, would you consider incorporating the entire Endless Forest into the defense circle? Zhang Yu has never thought about this. How to say? The temple's defense is naturally needless to say, but the defense circle relying solely on the temple's own defense system is still too small. It is better to include the entire endless forest into the defense circle, with the edge of the forest as the first layer of defense, mainly for reconnaissance, ultra-long range attacks, interception and sniping. If an enemy appears, we can consume the enemy's strength first. The second level is within the range of the sky. Many buildings within this range can be attacked. This range is the real battlefield if the strength of the opponent is not much different from ours. This place will be the battlefield. We can deploy various defensive magic creations, magic traps, and perform magic transformation on the terrain and geology. The third and final layer relies on the strength of the temple itself. For defense, there is no need to touch this layer. We cannot add other magic to the temple. The temple itself is natural and any addition would be superfluous. Well, what the teacher said still makes sense as always, so Zhang Yu naturally nodded in agreement. Yes, of course we need to investigate this clearly before doing so. Certainly. The second hero archer, Queen Rias, who had never had a sense of presence, also spoke up. Master, if we expand the defense circle, I have decided that some cannon fodder troops are necessary. First of all, most of the apostles must be there. Secondly, I think it is necessary to form a cannon fodder unit under the command of the apostles. The defense circle is so large that we need enough manpower to defend it, and this will not do us any harm, and it does not require much investment to form a unit. Zhang Yu thought about it and nodded. What you said does make sense. I thought so too. The fourth hero, the angel Nisa, also joined in the fun. Master, I think we need to expand our potion reserves. The temple's potion garden is very powerful, but it is a waste to use it to grow ordinary potions. I suggest building an external potion garden to grow ordinary potions, and also a plantation to grow ordinary fruits and vegetables. Many foods are delicious. If we build a cannon fodder unit, we will need food and medicine reserves. Yes, sure. The fifth hero, God of War, didn't have much to say, but something suddenly occurred to him. By the way, if there are more people, there should be more weapons. I suggest sending a dozen creatures over to learn blacksmithing from me and at the same time stock up on more mineral resources. Zhang Yu nodded. The sixth hero, Elf King Kiki, also flew up. Master, I think the intelligence system is also very important. The intelligence system relying on the sky eye is naturally perfect, but the external intelligence system is not good enough. It is completely dark now, so I suggest to establish an intelligence system. Of course, the external intelligence system should be headed by the hero, and the specific implementation can be done by the apostles. For the head, I recommend Black Mist. This guy is mysterious and has many tricks, so he is the most suitable person to be the intelligence chief. Zhang Yu nodded. He knew that information was king. The seventh hero, the ancient dragon Musra, was unwilling to lag behind. Master, I think it is necessary to build a spearhead team and an air defense system. If we fight the enemy, we need to consume the enemy's strength. It is not enough to rely on cannon fodder alone. We need an elite team with certain strength to block the enemy. Air force is also very important. Building an air force is very advantageous, whether it is for offense or defense. Well, the air force, Zhang Yu naturally knows how powerful it is. You can have this. Wait, something's not right? Sure enough, the eighth hero's true form, the unknown Black Fog, also spoke. Master, I think it is necessary to capture some demons for research. As the saying goes, knowing yourself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. We must have a sufficient understanding of the enemy. I suggest sending some people to look for traces of demons. If they are found, capture them for research and set up a special organization to take over related matters. You can choose a mighty and domineering name. Well, everyone has suggestions except for the big fool Millet. Although what you said makes sense, I don't want to establish a country, nor do I need to conquer the world. Do I need you to do this? Tell me the truth, have you colluded? The Archmage smiled awkwardly. In fact, we had some ideas a long time ago, but because you advocated concentrated defense, no contact, and no triggering, some of the things we considered before were not put to use. Now, if you want to let go a little, I think these things are still necessary. These are some of the things we discussed privately. Of course, these are just rough ideas and the details still need to be improved by you. You have been busy with the breakthrough and have no time to consider it. We have more time, so we have thought about it a little more. If you are given a little more time, you will definitely consider it more thoroughly than us. Zhang Yu nodded. That's right, I've been too busy lately, but it's good. These suggestions are all very good. After all, I can't think about so many things by myself and my main focus is on studying. I will consider your suggestions carefully. Zhang Yu thought for a moment and then said, in that case I will prepare for the temple's promotion and you will prepare to cast the super large-scale reconnaissance magic. Also remember to make arrangements first. Once we enter the super large-scale reconnaissance, the temple will immediately go on high alert. Yes, everyone said in unison. After explaining the matter, Zhang Yu returned to his room. In fact, Zhang Yu had more or less considered the suggestions of the other heroes, but he felt that it would be troublesome to implement them and there would not be much improvement in the defense of the temple. It could only be regarded as icing on the cake, and it would be almost the same whether he did it or not. But now he thought about it again. He was not an ordinary person. He had 8 heroes under him and the 9th was about to be born. Besides, there were so many apostles, so he didn't need to do anything by himself. It's time to change your mindset now. You don't need to do everything by yourself. After all, you are the boss. The origin of the world is enough, and the next step is to upgrade the temple. The process of upgrading the temple is very peaceful. It is just that the original 9-story building has been changed to 10-story. After the upgrade is successful, the information has also changed. Temple, Zhang Yu Temple. Level, 9th level temple. Upgrade cost, 30,000. Origin. World origin, 520. Absorption speed, 170 essence/day. Magic power, 432,280. Magic energy collection speed, 90 magic energy/day. Temple magic, magic energy gathering, level 8, magic guardian, level 8, spirit guardian, level 8, eternal guardian, level 8, soul guardian, level 8, energy drainage, level 8, curse aura, level 8, life guardian, level 8. Constructed buildings, summoning altar, magic core, level 8, weaponry, level 8, library, level 8, magic cannon, level 7, laboratory, level 8, sky eye, level 8, magic guard, level 8, space warehouse, level 8, fountain of life, level 8, fountain of magic, level 8, fountain of planes, level 8, magic tower, level 8, soul altar, level 8, temple apostle, level 8. Mysterious magic mirror, level 8, curse tower, level 8, guardian statue, level 8, will core, level 8, purification statue, level 8. Heavenly punishment tower, level 8, space gate, level 8, magic potion garden, level 8, secret realm, level 8. Buildable buildings, life laboratory, 2000, titan barracks, 5000, rod of destruction, 5000. Magic energy gathering, gather magic power and greatly increase the magic power concentration in the temple. Magic Guardian, weakens the damage of magic to the temple. Spiritual Guardian, weaken the damage of spiritual magic to the people in the temple and exempt from the detection of precognitive magic. Eternal Guardian, strengthens the temple's defense, increases resistance to physical and magical attacks and grants the temple a self-recovery function. Soul Guardian, the souls of dead friends will return to the soul altar. Energy absorption, the energy of enemies that die within the range of the sky eye will be absorbed and integrated into the magic energy. Curse aura, enemies that enter the range of the sky eye will be cursed with a mysterious curse and their absorption and recovery speeds will be reduced. Life Guardian, allies within the range of the sky eye will receive a mysterious blessing and their physical strength, magic power and life recovery speed will be accelerated. Guardian of Destiny, eternal protection. Needless to say, there are 3 buildings. Each time the world origin required for advancement will double again. It is estimated that there will be no way to advance every 7 or 8 years this time. The life laboratories in the 3 buildings are designed to study life, which has touched a small part of the creator's authority. Analysis, change and creation. Advanced life laboratories can even create new races. The Titan barracks can give birth to the life cores of ancient titans, although the number is limited. When a titan grows up, he or she will at least be a saint-level powerhouse. If luck is good, there is even a chance that he or she will become a world-class titan. They can be said to be the strongest fighting force under heroes. Each level of building can only give birth to 1 life core, and there are only 10 at the full level. Moreover, the interval between the birth of each life core cannot be less than 1 year, so it is extremely precious. The last one, the Rod of Destruction, is the legendary space-based weapon, the map cannon, which fires forbidden spell-level magic. It is a magic weapon for clearing soldiers in the later stages. When the level is low, it can only be used once a day, which is as uncomfortable as constipation, but it becomes very powerful after the level is raised. It can plant mushrooms all over the place. Although it is not the strongest in the building, it is undoubtedly the coolest. As for the temple magic that appears after the 9th level, its meaning is somewhat unclear, but it is definitely very important. This requires careful study before a conclusion can be drawn. After the upgrade was completed, the Archmage and his team were still preparing large-scale reconnaissance magic while Zhang Yu went to meet the few humans he had captured previously. There are 5 humans in total, 3 men and 2 women. All of them are humans and they are all quite powerful. Each of them is at level 2, 3 are warriors and 2 are mages. This is okay. Mages are all at the director level in the academy. They did not live in the temple but in a simple prison cell built at the back. They were guarded by two giant dragons, Little Green and Little Red. They lay at the door. Several masters in the prison cell seemed to be in poor spirits. The fatter Little Green and Little Red were in good spirits when they saw Zhang Yu teleporting over. They quickly got up and lay on the ground shouting in Chinese, "Welcome, master." Zhang Yu felt a little embarrassed by this style. The people in the cages were obviously aware that the person in front of them was an important figure. It was also the first time they saw these two terrifying dragons kneeling and bowing. Although they didn't know what they were saying, this person was most likely the master of this place. In other words, this person would decide their fate. "Ahem, how come you guys know Chinese?" Xiao Hong said, "Master, because this is the official language of the temple. We servants must learn it." Zhang Yu was speechless. For these extraordinary creatures, learning a new language was not very difficult. It would be a piece of cake if they mastered advanced memory reading magic. "Okay. Stop lying there and get up quickly." The two guys climbed up, stood on both sides, and stared viciously at the people who were shivering in the cell. Zhang Yu couldn't help but think that if his compatriots from Earth traveled through time in the future and discovered that this world actually had the Chinese language, he wondered how they would feel. "Why did you guys break into my territory?" Zhang Yu looked at them and asked in the common language of the mainland. "Your Excellency, we did not mean to intrude on purpose. This is what happened." A few of them started talking babble, and after a while they explained the whole cause and effect. They were a team that went into the endless forest for adventure with their strength. As long as they were careful and did not enter the core, they would not encounter any problems. Unfortunately, their luck seemed not to be very good and they accidentally entered the range of the Sky Eye. Everything within the range of the Sky Eye is the temple territory. The other party apologized and begged, and one of them, a red-haired woman, was particularly clever. She directly said that she was willing to be a slave and serve Zhang Yu. With this guy taking the lead, the others finally reacted and knelt on the ground begging to become Zhang Yu's slaves. The red-haired woman secretly hated him, thinking that this guy was so shameless that he actually imitated her. Zhang Yu was also somewhat helpless. He pointed at the two giant dragons beside him. "Do you know the strength of Little Red and Little Green?" They shook their heads in confusion, but they knew that the two dragons in front of them could kill them in seconds. Although it may not be nice to say this, the fact is they are the weakest here. Little Green and Little Red grinned awkwardly. The earlier skeletons and slimes had already surpassed them in strength after the baptism. The slimes and skeletons, the lowest level monsters, were actually not much different from them, the low-level dragons, in terms of talent. More importantly, the two of them were much more diligent than these dragons and practiced very hard. "It seems like I have to find an opportunity to teach these lazy guys a lesson." Zhang Yu looked at the 5 people in the cage. "So tell me, what is your worth in becoming my slaves?" The 5 people looked at each other and Zhang Yu said quietly, "Of course you still have some value. Your souls can be used for research and your bodies can be refined into skeletons or zombies. After all, they are level 2, so they are definitely stronger than ordinary skeletons." The 5 people didn't know what to say for a moment, but the red-haired woman reacted. She was a person who could read people's expressions. Although Zhang Yu tried hard to act mysterious, she was still keenly aware that the other party had no intention of killing and was probably just trying to scare them. Zhang Yu usually likes to stay at home and study. He hardly interacts with people and his acting skills are not good at all. It is understandable that he was noticed. The woman was the first to react. She knelt on the ground and said, "Master, we are intelligent creatures. After all, we are definitely stronger than creatures like skeletons. Whether it's skeletons or souls, we can get more for you. If you kill us, you may only get 5 souls. If you accept us, you can get more than a dozen souls, so I think it's more appropriate to keep us alive." He's calling his master now? This guy. Zhang Yu felt bored. These guys were not as fun as Xiao Bai. "Forget it, tell me all your life stories and I'll consider whether to keep you. Let Black Mist do it. He's very good at this." Black Mist's combat effectiveness on the front battlefield may be ranked at the lower end, but in terms of defense and various strange abilities, Black Mist can undoubtedly be ranked at the upper end, so it is more appropriate for him to deal with it. Ignoring their pleas, Zhang Yu turned around and left. Heiwu submitted the report 1 hour after taking over. These guys explained every detail, even the incident when they peeked at the older sister next door taking a bath when they were children. Zhang Yu took a look. Generally speaking, they are not evil people, and the red-haired woman is not simple either. She is actually the daughter of a Grand Duke and the eldest of this group. Not only does she have a noble status, but she is also talented, strong, beautiful, and has a good figure. Well, the rest is not important. In this case, Zhang Yu didn't care and directly let them transform into apostles. Zhang Yu didn't need to handle the process, just let Momo do it. Momo was the skeleton, and among so many apostles he was the most diligent in practice. Zhang Yu considered whether to give him the code name of Skeleton King in the future. Let's put this little thing aside for now. On the other hand, the ultra-large-scale detection magic is also ready. This is a super magic that must be activated by 8 heroes. It can also be activated by a 9th level wizard in his prime. This magic was improved and upgraded by the Grand Wizard. It should have been named by the creator the Grand Wizard, but the Grand Wizard said that he was unable to name it, so he gave the right to name it to Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu thought about it and decided that since it could detect the entire planet, he might as well name it Eye of the Star Network. Zhang Yu's proposal was recognized by everyone, and the name Eye of the Star Network was also determined. There is nothing much to say, everything is ready. Activate the Eye of the Star Network. A huge invisible net with the temple as its core quickly spread out towards the surface of the planet. The magic net was thin and hidden, and only beings above level 7 could perceive it. Low-level magicians were just like ordinary people, completely unaware of what was happening on their heads. In just half an hour, the Star Network covered the entire planet. This speed was extremely fast. Adler the Husky in the academy obviously sensed the existence of this super magic. He quickly realized who had initiated this magic. He swung his tail and lay down again. After the coverage was completed, information collection began. Each node began to collect information and finally gathered in the temple to form a lifelike planet composed of countless light points. Zhang Yu could zoom in and out at will. The information inside was very detailed and clearer than the images taken from the Earth. By zooming in, you can even see the scenes indoors. Zhang Yu found Era as well as Sophia and Xiao Bai. While they had a good time during this period, then there was the information about the strong ones. What is disappointing is that the strongest being in this world is only at level 5. Era Adler has already surpassed level 5. Now there are only 3 left. One of them is an elf, one is a giant, and the other is just a human. There are no others. Zhang Yu also discovered some demons. Basically they were lower level demons. In addition, he also discovered some sealed places which might seal some powerful creatures. Of course they might also seal the legendary demon cracks, because there are hundreds of sealed places and the Eye of the Star Network cannot penetrate the seals, so he is not sure what is in the seals. If we put strength aside, this planet still has many interesting life forms, and there are also many human kingdoms and various civilizations. The area of the planet is much larger than that of the Earth, about 4 or 5 times that of the Earth, and the area of the ocean is about the same as that of the land. Could there be a super powerful person who has escaped detection? Zhang Yu asked. Although I cannot guarantee that there is no possibility, I believe the probability is very small, the Great Wizard said on the side. Okay, wait a month or two. If there are no problems, I'll leave the task of building the endless forest defense circle to you. If anyone wants to go out for training, you can tell me, but don't all run away. At least half of the people must stay in the temple. Yes, Master, everyone said in unison. After taking back the Eye of Star Network, the collected information will be preserved forever. In fact, the Eye of Star Network can be maintained forever, but the consumption is a bit high. Zhang Yu's current magic power cannot withstand such waste. Perhaps he can give it a try after designing a suitable plan in the future. The results collected by the Eye of the Star Network made Zhang Yu feel a little relieved, but he couldn't completely relax yet. Demons were not creatures of this planet and might not even be creatures of this plane, so the current calmness did not mean that he was necessarily safe. Next, the temple entered a state of alert, and Zhang Yu also received the 5 humans who had broken in before the strength of the other 3 had reached the 3rd level, and the red-haired woman in the lead was lucky and her strength actually broke through to the 4th level. But it doesn't matter, as long as they work diligently with their current talents, they will definitely be able to make further progress in the near future. The 5 people knelt on the ground after the transformation. They truly realized the extent of the horror of the temple. The power of the temple is incompatible with this world. It is like the bald boss in a certain anime, which is completely not on the same level. Destroying the world is not a difficult task, at least for the temple. As long as Zhang Yu is willing, the entire army can attack and all humans on the surface of the Earth can be wiped out in 3 days. In the future, a part of the library will be open to the apostles. Let Coco take charge of this matter. However, the knowledge of our temple must not be spread without my permission. Yes, Master. Coco seemed to think the floor was dirty. He landed on Momo's big bald head and headed towards Zhang Yu's luggage. In fact, the floor is not dirty. There is not even a speck of dust on it. It is probably a psychological effect. Then the 5 of you will return to your own places after learning a little. Do what you need to do. It's best not to expose your strength. I will contact you if there is anything. You can also contact the temple if you have any questions. Coco will explain the details. That's it. Go and do your own things. Yes. Zhang Yu couldn't think of what tasks to assign to them for the time being, so he simply let them wait. After everything was explained clearly, Zhang Yu stayed in the temple for a few more months. 3 buildings were successfully built and the 9th hero was summoned. The 9th hero, Sword Saint Teresa. Teresa was very beautiful with long white hair, red eyes, and a short stature. Well, short stature, only about 14 meters, yeah. Although she was a little short, she was cute. She looks like a cute Lolita, but her fighting power is amazing among warriors. Her instantaneous explosive power is the best, however her sustained fighting ability on the battlefield is slightly weaker than that of the barbarian king and the god of war. Of course, this doesn't mean Teresa is weak compared to those two muscular men. In short, each hero has his own characteristics. The little girl Teresa is serious and dedicated in her work, but she is too weak since she was just born. Zhang Yu did not assign her any tasks but just let her practice well in the temple. After everything settled down, he left the task of building a defense circle to a few heroes under his command, and Zhang Yu set off for Ulrich's School of Magic. He had originally asked for a half-year leave but ended up being away for a year. Zhang Yu felt a little embarrassed. On a path paved with black slabs, a girl with long black hair was walking with her head down as if she was in deep thought. The girl looked only about 11 or 12 years old, and her face was abnormally pale as if she had not been exposed to the sun for a long time. The teachers or students who occasionally passed by looked at her with awe. This girl was naturally Sophia. Although she had rarely contact with the outside world, people still knew that she had been promoted to a formal magician not long ago, and Sophia also became a celebrity in the academy. An 11-year-old official magician. What does this mean? This is a genius, a true genius. The commotion caused by the exposure of his strength could not be calmed down for a long time, which made Sophia very distressed. What is the use of being the first genius of Uric Magic Academy? It will only bring endless troubles to herself. She knows very well whether she is a genius or not. If it were not for Zhang Yu, she would not be able to become a formal magician now. And speaking of genius, Xiaobai's talent is much higher. She is now a second-level magician. A second-level magician is a person who is at the level of the academy director. The disciples are so powerful, so what about the teacher? The more Sophia knows about the teacher, the more terrifying he is. Third level? Fourth level? No, maybe even higher. It's been a year since the teacher left. Sophia thought to herself as she walked on the path. A lot of things happened in the academy during the past 6 months, the biggest of which was naturally the commotion caused by the exposure of his own strength, followed by alchemy. After half a year of continuous squandering, the gold dragons given by the teacher had been used up, and the school had provided several thousand more gold dragons. Even though the other party was trying to force the money upon her, Sophia still felt embarrassed, but there was no other way. As the money was still necessary, she would talk to the teacher and see if there was any way to get some money and return it to the college. However, thousands of gold royals are of no use, and now they are all used up. Sophia is very troubled. Where should she get the money next? Although she was constantly burning money, Sophia also gained a lot. At least she could now make more complicated potions. Although she was still losing money, at least she could get back a small part of it, and the loss was not as terrible as at the beginning. This was a huge improvement. I don't know when the teacher will come back. What a shame. After successfully advancing to the level of a magician, successfully performing her first-order magic, and successfully refining her first magic potion, Sophia had a lot to say to her teacher, but there was no news from the teacher and no one knew where he had gone back to. Sigh. The dog at home lazily basks in the sun all day long, and Xiaobai hides in the room all day long, either practicing reading or daydreaming. He never leaves the house, which is really a headache. What is the teacher doing now? He must be studying magic. He must be very busy. Sophia lowered her head and kicked a small stone on the side of the road. She began to complain to the teacher for not writing back a letter for so long. When he got home and opened the door, he saw the familiar figure standing in the living room looking around, then turned around and said with a smile, "Teacher, you are back. Well, I basically understand your situation. Generally speaking, although your training speed is a bit busy, you have successfully advanced after all. Your progress in potions is also very good. Congratulations." A bright smile broke out on Sophia's face. She couldn't contain her excitement and gave Zhang Yu a warm hug. Is she starting to grow? Or is it my imagination? No way, Sophia is still a child. After the hug, Sophia's face flushed, and Xiaobai, who heard the noise, ran down and almost hung on Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What was going on? He really had 2 daughters? Adler lay on the ground and looked at Zhang Yu with a resentful look. It seemed that this guy had really turned into a dog. Oh, Xiaobai is already at level 2. He seems to have grown a lot taller, and Sophia has grown a lot taller too. Zhang Yu laughed. I brought back some delicious food. We're having a feast today. Good. Xiaobai has indeed changed a lot. His originally fragile body has improved a lot. Although he still looks thin, he is much better than before when he could be blown down by a gust of wind. His originally dark little face has now become fair. Naturally, they had a big feast in the evening. Zhang Yu brought some monster meat which tasted very delicious. Sophia's cooking skills were excellent. The combination of the two was simply invincible. When they learned that Zhang Yu had returned, many teachers came to visit him. They were very jealous of Zhang Yu as they had actually picked up a super genius. Look at other people's disciples who had successfully advanced to a formal magician at the age of 11, then look at their own idiots who were 34 and still hadn't made any progress. Alas, comparison is the key. At first he thought it was nothing, but later Zhang Yu felt it was troublesome and was unwilling to see any guests except a few mages he knew. As an old friend, Khalito first congratulated him and then tactfully suggested, "Sir, you should go to class." Zhang Yu was a little embarrassed and had to agree. Although Sophia has been promoted to the first level and is qualified, she is too young. Zhang Yu did not let her be a teacher but let her continue to practice and study alchemy. Zhang Yu had just made a breakthrough and needed some time to settle down, so Zhang Yu planned to practice in Yurik College for a while. There is also the matter of Yuantai. Although a long time has passed, there is still no progress on Yuantia's side. Even if Zhang Yu touches him every day, there is no movement from the other party, which makes Zhang Yu very distressed. There is nothing much to say about cultivation. Zhang Yu only provided Sophia with 1,000 gold dragons, which was basically all of Zhang Yu's assets. This money would be used as funds for Sophia to buy magic potions in the future. If she had spent it all, she should not ask him for more and should find ways to make money on her own. Sophia was not dissatisfied but very grateful. It is rare to find a good teacher who does not charge money but provides funds to students. There is also Xiaobai. This guy's introverted personality is really a headache. In order to improve the situation, Zhang Yu asked Sophia to take Xiaobai with her every time she goes out and go out for a walk when she has nothing to do. Although Xiaobai was very reluctant, he did not dare to go against Zhang Yu's will. In the evening, Sophia took Xiaobai out to eat. Although Sophia wanted to cook at home, the teacher sent them out to eat on the grounds that children should behave like children and don't cook at home all day. Sophia was a little confused. What did eating at home or eating out have to do with being a child? And she wasn't a child. Okay. Let's go to the restaurant over there together. I heard the food there is pretty good. Seeing that Xiaobai was not in high spirits, Sophia said to her. In fact, there is only one restaurant in the academy. After all, the academy is so small that the work in the restaurant is naturally done by ordinary people. There are magicians everywhere here, so the restaurant staff dare not neglect them. The cooking skills are basically top-notch in the kingdom. The restaurant has several floors. It is said that the top floor also provides Warcraft meat, which is a good thing. Not only is it delicious, but it also has some benefits for the magician's practice. Although the amount is very small, mages still like to eat Warcraft meat. In fact, this thing is more helpful to warriors. It's a pity that the academy is basically full of mages and there are very few warriors. This was also Sophia's first time here. She usually cooked for herself, but she spent more than 10 silver dragons just to order 2 dishes, which made Sophia feel distressed. A dozen silver dragons were enough for her to eat and drink for several days. If she kept them at home, she could eat for a month. As for the monster meat, it was sold in gold dragons, which was really a luxury. It still tastes good. Xiaobai, what do you think? Xiaobai nodded. She was very happy eating, although she was a little depressed when she went out. Her mood would improve once she started eating. This was also the conclusion Sophia came to after observation. Children are so easy to understand. Swovia treated Xiaobai as a child and she didn't realize that she were actually the same age. Ha, what a coincidence. Is anyone sitting here? Do you mind if I sit here? The person who came was Shamanla, one of the 2 teachers who brought them into the academy. It's teacher Shamanla, of course, please take a seat. Shamanla sat opposite the 2 of them and called the waiter to order a few dishes. I really didn't expect that you have such a high talent and that you were promoted to a magician so quickly. If I had known earlier, I should have snatched you from Zhang Yu, Shamanla said with a smile. Sophia kept smiling and said, if it weren't for Han Yu, I might not be able to advance even after 10 years. You're joking, I'm just lucky. Anyway, you are now a formal magician and your status is almost the same as ours. As I remember, your melon-eating school is good at detection magic, right? The melon-eating school. After really reading the teacher's collection of books, Sophia realized that there is no such thing as being good at or not good at, because there are all kinds of magic. We can only say that this person is more outstanding in certain aspects. Sophia is also proficient in detection magic. After all, detection magic is the hallmark of the melon-eating school. If she doesn't understand it, she will embarrass the teacher. Our school is indeed better at this aspect. So can you use detection magic?
Yes, I can use magic to sense terrain, detect evil, and detect guards. Shamanla was stunned. He knew about magic sensing and terrain exploration. These two were very practical. Reconnaissance magics. Detect evil was a reconnaissance magic specifically targeting the undead, and it was a bit difficult. He had never heard of the reconnaissance guard. Maybe it was the magic passed down by the melon-eating school? Shamanla nodded. She was proficient in detection magic, especially the core magic of detecting evil. She was also a pharmacist, although she was too young and had less experience and was not proficient in magic. It didn't matter, she was not the main force this time anyway. Sophia, this is what happened. I received a mission a while ago and was planning to team up with your teacher, but your teacher was busy with a research project and didn't have time. He recommended you to me and I was planning to visit you in the afternoon, but I didn't expect to run into you in the restaurant. Is this true? Why didn't the teacher tell me? Did he come to visit when I was away? Sophia was a little confused. The academy often issues some commission tasks. Most of these tasks are issued by nobles, merchants, or even the royal family in the kingdom. A small number are issued by magicians in the academy. The rewards are naturally very generous. Both apprentices and teachers will take the tasks to earn some money. After all, they need to eat, and magicians' research is very expensive. Just relying on the salary paid by the school is not enough. Some unscrupulous teachers even let their apprentices run tasks and then give the income to themselves under the pretext of adding research equipment for them. Not only formal magicians would take on these tasks, apprentices needed to take them even more. You have to know that school is not free. You need to pay tuition, and the tuition is not cheap. If you have a rich family, it's fine, but if you don't have money, you need to take on tasks to earn money to go to school. Of course, the tasks that apprentices undertake are different from those of formal mages, and the rewards are also much lower. Sophia asked, "What kind of mission is it? I just got promoted not long ago. I wonder if I can help." Don't worry, the mission itself is not difficult. It is a mission issued by the school. There are a few magic materials that are insufficient, so the school hopes to collect some magic materials and bring them back, and at the same time explore the situation in the area. This is the mission goal. The mission location is Death Valley. Have you heard of it? Sophia nodded. I've heard of it. It's a place where the undead are born easily, right? It's quite far away and it's one of the famous forbidden places in the kingdom. Yes, but don't worry, although it is a forbidden area for mortals, it is nothing for us magicians. The main force of the battle is me and several other magicians who specialize in combat. You only need to be responsible for reconnaissance and finding herbs. In fact, priests are more professional in this area, but it's a pity that mages don't get along with priests. Mages think that priests are just running dogs of the temple and have no thoughts of their own, while priests think that mages steal the power of God, blaspheme the power of God, and are evil. In the chaotic times in the past, they would tie up and burn mages to death when they caught them. Although such a thing will not happen now, it would be good if the two sides did not fight when they meet. Seeing Sophia hesitate, Shamanla continued, everyone is guaranteed to get 2 magic stones for this mission, and the various magic materials along the way can also be sold for a good price. I estimate that the harvest from this mission will be about 10 to 20 magic stones. Well, Sophia took action. Magic stone is a good thing. It is a common commodity used by magicians. The magic stone itself is a collection of magic power. It is used in magic circles and alchemy. The biggest application is as an energy core. The price of a magic stone is more than 100 gold dragons. It will vary according to different market proportions. Now it takes about 120 gold dragons to buy a magic stone. How long will this mission take? Sophia asked. Seeing Sophia asking this, Shamanla knew that she was probably interested, so Shamanla smiled and said, about a month. You may not have done a mission before, so this time is short compared to the reward. Of course the danger will be higher, but as long as we act carefully there shouldn't be any problems. I'll go back and ask my instructor for his opinion and give you a reply tonight. Is that okay with you? Certainly. Of course Zhang Yu had no objection. In fact, this had happened before, but Zhang Yu was busy studying the important topic of how to turn the magic wolf into a wolf-eared girl, so he put this matter behind his mind. He only remembered it when Sophia mentioned it. Zhang Yu was naturally very supportive of this matter. He knew about the Death Valley. This place had been the focus of investigation when the Star Network I was used before, so he knew the situation of this place. To put it simply, there are a lot of undead in this place, and the strongest one should be the Bone Dragon, which is about level 4. However, they are all sleeping, so nothing should happen. However, Zhang Yu was still a little worried and gave Sophia another magic prop. This is a blood-red necklace that has the ability to restrain undead creatures. It was made by Zhang Yu. It is not very useful for heroes, but it is a good prop for Sophia and she might use it at a critical moment. After Sophia left, Zhang Yu took out a coffin from the storage ring, opened the lid of the coffin, revealing a burly man inside. Zhang Yu naturally has no habit of collecting men. The man here is not a real person but a body.
After the temple is promoted to the 9th level, a life laboratory can be established. This body is the result of the life laboratory, but the first level life laboratory can only produce a body at most and cannot produce real life. But that's enough. Although this body was hastily completed as a training piece and its strength is only at the 2nd level, what is valuable is that it contains a powerful source of life and has an extremely strong recovery ability, which is completely sufficient to be the carrier of Zhang Yu's soul fragments. That's right, Zhang Yu planned to separate a piece of soul fragment to control this body and make it an avatar of himself. Manipulating souls is a skill only high-level wizards have, and Zhang Yu has already reached this standard. 3 days later. College Central Square. This is one of the most conspicuous places in the college, and we usually choose to meet here. In the center of the square, several figures stood quietly as if waiting for someone. There were 3 women and 2 men. The 2 men were both mages in the academy, and they didn't look too old. The women were a young woman, a girl of about 11 or 12, and a green-haired girl. Yes, these 5 people were Shamanla's group, who were preparing to go on an adventure to Death Valley. "Isn't your friend here yet?" asked Shamanla. The newcomer was recommended by Sophia's teacher. "I heard that he is a knight and his major is divine power. Although he calls himself a paladin, he does not seem to be the same as the Templar Knights." This person is Zhang Yu's friend, so Sophia naturally has to give him some face. Even though Zhang Yu has never shown his strength, when everyone saw Sophia's breakthrough so quickly, they naturally realized that her teacher was not a simple person. "We're almost there, wait a few more minutes," Sophia said. To be honest, Sophia was quite curious about the so-called paladin. As far as she knew, the teacher had no friends at all. "You said before that he actually possesses divine power, right? But shouldn't this power be in the hands of the temple? Could it be a traitorous knight?" asked the green-haired girl next to him. The so-called traitorous knight is a knight who betrayed the Templar. There are very few such knights, because those who dared to betray were basically captured and executed by the Templar. Although mages don't communicate much with knights, there are still many opportunities for cooperation between the two sides. After all, mages are basically not good at close combat, so they need people who can restrain them in close combat. In terms of destructive power, mages are higher than knights, but in terms of flexibility and small area destructive power, knights are slightly stronger. "No, I heard that he was just a knight who mastered the holy power by chance, and he has nothing to do with the temple, but this is what Zhang Yu told me and I don't know the details." "Teacher Zhang Yu, I will visit you if I have the chance. After all, a teacher who can teach Sophia must be very capable." The green-haired girl glanced at Sophia secretly, but unfortunately the other party looked indifferent and did not show any extra expression on her face. The green-haired girl is called Olibi. She is 17 years old and is a genius herself, but she pales in comparison to Sophia. She is only 11 years old but is already a formal magician, which is really terrifying. If she is lucky enough, she might be able to reach the level of a magician. At the very least, it would not be a problem to reach the level of great magic like the director. Olibi was very curious about Sophia. When she learned that Sophia was going on a mission, she came over. Shamanla naturally did not reject this promising girl. As for the so-called paladin, Olibi doesn't care. "Sorry, I'm late." The person who came over was a sturdy man. He was tall with short hair and a resolute face that made people feel at ease. His sturdy muscles were a guarantee of his strength. This man exuded a mature and steady aura, making him easy to rely on. I can only say that he is worthy of being a paladin. "Hello everyone, I joined the team later. I am a knight majoring in divine power and can also be called a paladin. I think I will be of great use in future adventures," the paladin said calmly. "By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Uther. Hello." Uther was wearing a suit of plate armor that looked very heavy and even a little bulky, with a huge sword on his back. "It's okay, we just arrived. Let me introduce myself. My name is Shamanla. I'm good at fire magic and I'm the captain of this operation." "Hello, my name is Olibi. I major in natural power and am good at wind magic and natural magic." "Hello, my name is Clay, majoring in lightning magic and minoring in holy magic," said a tall man. Another man hiding in a black robe also spoke up. "My name is Devo and I major in necromancy." Sophia was the last to speak. "My name is Sophia. My main ability is search. I am not as good as you in combat. I am just a support." "Oh, hello everyone." Uther smiled widely and looked very sunny. The fellow with the same name as the paladin in a certain game was none other than Zhang Yu. Naturally, he was worried about his eldest disciple going to such a dangerous place as Death Valley to be a teacher, so he used his clone to go with him and test the strength of this body. To be honest, it is not easy to control your own body and a clone at the same time. It took Zhang Yu 3 days to get used to it. Now that everyone was there, Shamanla didn't waste any more time and waved for everyone to set off. Naturally, people no longer travel by carriage and they don't know advanced skills like magic to turn horses into magic. Generally speaking, magicians use wind magic to move. Low-level magicians use magic such as wind book to increase movement speed. Middle-level magicians use magic such as flying, and high-level magicians can use flying magic and construct teleportation arrays. Coming out of the academy and marching quickly in the sunshine, Zhang Yu felt as if he was in another world. Everyone was using magic to move while Zhang Yu was running entirely using his own body. Fortunately, this body possessed almost endless power, so he could run for 3 days and 3 nights without any problem. It seems that they usually stay indoors and have no exercise at all, so their bodies are too weak. It seems that all mages have this common problem. Knights are generally muscular men while mages are some gloomy and thin guys. After several days of forced march, the 6 of them finally arrived at their destination. They chatted a lot along the way and became more familiar with each other. Zhang Yu discovered that the clingy Sophia seemed quite aloof in front of outsiders. That Alibi tried to get close to Sophia all the way, but Sophia didn't seem to have any interest in her. This guy didn't care either, and his shameless look was just like those men who pursue women. Okay, Death Valley is ahead. The 6 people stopped in front of the valley. The valley ahead was grey, lonely and lifeless. Everyone noticed along the way that the closer they got to Death Valley, the harder it was to see animals here. Even trees could not be seen, only some low weeds. Death Valley is a forbidden area for life and no animal dares to approach this land of death. Our mission is to investigate the entire Death Valley and obtain intelligence, of course. All the magic materials we obtain are ours, and each person will receive a basic reward of 2 magic stones. Shamanla took out a map that looked quite interesting and opened it. This is the map of Death Valley. Our current location is here. The planned route is like this. I drew it with a red line. It is estimated to take 20 days to complete. Do you have any questions? Uther, also known as Zhang Yu, raised his hand. Uther, what's your problem? How are we going to get food and drink for such a long distance? It's 20 days and we also need to take a shower and change clothes. Shamanla was a little speechless. We can use cleansing magic to temporarily replace it. As for food, it's okay. I have energy pills that can replace food in the short term. It's no problem for 20 days. As for water, just use water magic. So that's how it is. Magic is really convenient. Zhang Yu laughed dryly. He usually took water from the storage ring and had never tried to use water magic to get water. You've never been far away, have you? Seeing Zhang Yu looking like a newbie, the extra clay asked with a look of doubt. Well, of course I have traveled far before, but I have never been away for a month. Shamanla brought the topic back. Okay, these are all irrelevant things. Although Death Valley is not a Jedi, there is still a risk of death if you are careless. There are many undead creatures in Death Valley. I won't go into details about the basic undead creatures like skeletons and ghosts. As mages, you must all know about them. I have listed some of the rare and dangerous undead creatures. Please pay attention to them. Shamanla explained very seriously, and everyone listened very attentively. It took Shamanla an hour to finish the explanation. Okay, that's about it. Let's go. Good. After entering Death Valley, Shamanla asked Sophia to start reconnaissance. Needless to say, there were a few common detection spells. Detect Evil was specifically targeted at undead creatures. Once an undead creature approached, it would alert the caster. Detect Guard. As Sophia finished her chant, 5 mysterious flying creatures with big heads appeared next to Sophia. These mysterious creatures looked like fist-sized balls of fluff with 2 small wings that flapped. In the middle of the ball was a round eyeball which looked very cute. Everyone's attention was drawn to this mysterious creature that had never been seen before. Is this the so-called Scout Guard? The style of the painting is wrong? This round creature is called the Scout Guard, and it can share vision with its owner. After it was summoned, it attracted everyone's attention. Seeing that everyone was staring at her, Sophia briefly explained the situation of the Scout Guard. The detection range is extremely large. Olibi looked envious, as expected of a melon-eating school that specializes in reconnaissance. This reconnaissance guard alone is enough to be the treasure of the school. Shamanla was also surprised. Yes, I have heard your description before, but now it seems to be better than I imagined. With the evil detection and the detection guard, there is nothing to be afraid of. Zhang Yu, who was standing next to him, suddenly became alert. Hey, don't say that or you'll lose your head. How dare you raise such a big flag? Shamanla's face darkened. What are you talking about? Nothing, I just remind you not to be careless. Shamanla said angrily. No need for you to remind me. Sophia activated the reconnaissance guard, and the bodies of the 5 mysterious creatures began to become transparent and finally disappeared and then scattered everywhere. This move made the people who were traveling with her secretly amazed. Sophia felt a little ashamed. There were only 5. The teacher could summon thousands of them with one move. The 2 were simply not on the same level. The more you understand the teacher, the more you can feel the teacher's terrifying power. Even the so-called principal of the college cannot compare to the teacher, right? With 5 detection guards, evil detection, and several other detection spells, an image similar to a satellite map appeared in front of Sophia's eyes. There are a dozen skeletons ahead. Do we need to avoid them? No need, just go straight over. Shamamla was very domineering. It was just a skeleton, the lowest level of undead creature that even a magic apprentice could defeat. There was no need to be afraid. Good. Continuing the action, skeletons soon appeared in front of everyone. Shamamla said, Uther, can you defeat these 10 skeletons? Shamamla obviously wanted to test his strength. He knew the other ones basically well, but this paladin had unknown origins, so he wanted to test him to avoid him failing at the critical moment. No problem, leave it to me. Glory grants me strength. Zhang Yu quickly put himself in the right position. Although he didn't know what a real paladin looked like, he should have no problem pretending to be one by using the lines in the game. Taking the giant sword from behind, his physical fitness must be enough, and it has reached the level of a great knight. However, he calls himself a knight, which is also unavoidable. After all, Zhang Yu only has physical fitness and he knows nothing about martial arts. He fights only by physical strength and has no skills at all. The 5 men stepped aside and let him fight these skeletons alone. Those skeletons detected the breath of living people and then rushed towards them frantically. These undead creatures hated all living creatures and would attack them frantically after detecting the breath of living people. Before entering the Death Valley, they had used some means to reduce their own aura, but they could not completely eliminate it. When they got close to a certain range, they would still attract the attention of undead creatures. Zhang Yu's expression remained unchanged. He controlled his body and rushed forward. He narrowed his eyes and shouted, 6 light slashes. The giant's sword drew a flash of light and cut several skeletons in front of him in half. He rushed into the group of skeletons like a tank, not afraid of these terrible monsters at all. Ha! Blade storm. Deadly blow. Xia G8 cuts. Seeing Zhang Yu walking freely among the skeletons, Shamamla felt a sharp pain in her teeth. Sophia, your teacher really recommended a funny guy to me. Sophia was also a little speechless. How could this man be as unreliable as the teacher? Although Sophia was a mage, she could see that this man named Uther was just fighting around. The martial arts he talked about were nonsense. Even if he didn't know martial arts, his basic slashing was crooked. He didn't have the basic skills of a knight at all. Was he really a knight? However, although this guy seems to have no basic skills at all, his physical fitness is still up to standard, even better than that of ordinary knights. Every sword he strikes is powerful and strong, and the skulls will break at the touch. He ran for 3 days without getting tired, so his physical fitness should be fine. But the necromancer named Devote hid in his wizard robe with a gloomy smile on his face, looking like a complete villain. This guy didn't say a few words along the way. When others were talking, he sneered beside them. When others asked him what he was laughing at, this guy shook his head. If you didn't know him, you would think he was mute. In short, he was a weirdo. Seeing Zhang Yu's behavior, the hot-tempered Clay was unhappy. This mission is not that easy to begin with, and you're dragging along a burden? Are you kidding me? After finishing off the skeletons, Zhang Yu returned to the team. He said somewhat awkwardly, I haven't fought for a long time, so my skills are a little rusty. Clay confronted him on the spot. What do you mean by rusty skills? Do you have any skills? Hey! How about this? You go back with your strength. You will be a burden to us if you follow us. Death Valley is not a fun place. If you want to die, don't drag us down, okay? Sophia frowned slightly. After all, he was recommended by the teacher. Even though he was a little unreliable, he still had the physical fitness. At most he was useless, but he would not be a burden. Just as Sophia was about to defend him, Zhang Yu angrily started to rant. How did I drag you down? Am I not strong enough? The divine power in my body is very powerful. I was reluctant to use it to fight the skeleton just now. If I really use it, I can defeat even a bone dragon. Do you believe it? Zhang Yu, who had lived a life of luxury, had never been subjected to such humiliation, although the other party's words made some sense. Zhang Yu was not bragging. There really was divine power in this body. It was a pity that the body was too weak and the divine power was too thin. It disappeared after a few uses. If it were not for the existence of divine power, Zhang Yu would not have looked down on this body. In order to create this body, Zhang Yu also spent some money. How could Zhang Yu be happy to be slandered like this? You little bastard, I haven't even told you that you're holding me back and you still dare to brag to me? Believe it or not, I'll call a dozen dragons to beat the shit out of you. Shift. Zhang Yu raised his middle finger at him. You are awesome. If you have the guts, just shout over here and let me see. I'll call you if you ask me to. Who do you think you are? You little piece of trash, I can slap you so hard that you'll make me choose 3,600 degrees, believe it or not. Clay was so angry that his face turned green. You damned fellow, I'm going to make you pay the price and show you what real power is. Clay raised his staff in frustration, wanting to cast a thunder spell to wake up Zhang Yu, but was stopped by Sophia. Are you crazy? How dare you attack your companion just because of an argument? This guy is too arrogant. I want him to know the difference between us. He really makes me mad. As a thunder magician, Clay has achieved such great success at such a young age. His talent is undoubtedly high. No one in the academy dares to be disrespectful to him. Now he is being scolded by a little knight. How can he bear it? Shamanla was also a little embarrassed. That's enough, Clay, you really did go too far. Although Uther is a little weak, he's not a drag. Clay glared at Shamanla with a proud look on his face. Forget it, just treat it as bad luck and I'll go back by myself. With that, the guy walked away without even looking back. The scene suddenly became awkward. Zhang Yu asked weakly, aren't you going to chase him? After all, Zhang Yu is a normal person and he would not kill an entire family just because of a few quarrels. Shamanla looked depressed. Forget it, let's continue our operation and be careful next time. Zhang Yu was also a little embarrassed. He had the body of a great knight, but he couldn't even exert the strength of a knight. It seemed that he had to find those big guys to practice martial arts when he had time. A dozen days later, somewhere in Death Valley, a ghost was floating in the air. He was wearing a black coat and had sharp claws. His lower body was floating in pieces. His head was covered with black gas as if he was wearing a torn sack. It was impossible to tell what he looked like in life. He exuded a strong breath of the dead. This is a ghost, and a ghost that has reached the second level. If this kind of terrifying creature appears in the human world, it will often bring death, and the entire town may become a ghost den overnight. Call out. Suddenly a black arrow flew towards him and shattered the moment it hit him, turning into countless black runes that covered him and merged into his body. The ghost's body paused as if a heavy object was put on his body. He let out an angry roar and black aura surged wildly. This is a kind of necromancy curse magic specifically targeting the undead. Undead magic is a research direction for mages, and it is divided into several directions. Among them, the curse system is the most bizarre and dangerous one. It costs a certain price to curse the enemy. The more terrible the spell effect, the higher the price. The lower the price, the means of weakening the enemy in a short period of time. The magic in Ghost is this kind of weakening magic. Seeing the attack hit, several huge fireballs flew over from the distance, but the ghost waved his hand and countless black mists swept over, instantly destroying the fireballs. Ha! Hello, friend. A figure jumped out from behind a rock. He was tall and wore heavy plate armor. He rushed over like a tank with a huge sword in his hand. Zhang Yu was no longer hiding his weakness. The sacred power in his body poured into the huge sword. The white blade emitted a faint white light as it slashed towards the ghost. The ghost's eyes turned red and he wanted to kill all living creatures, any living creature. The ghost made a strange sound and the people hiding behind the rocks got goosebumps. An irresistible chill rose from their hearts at this moment. They seriously doubted whether it was the right choice to provoke a terrible second-level undead. If it weren't for the man's divine power, they would never provoke such a high-level existence. In fact, even now they are nervous and will retreat if they see that things are hopeless. Even if it was a second-level undead that was cursed to weaken, it was not something that a few first-level mages could resist. The black power of death wrapped around them and invaded their bodies. Zhang Yu let out a loud roar. Holy light, please give me strength. The divine power burst out from Zhang Yu and the breath of death from the undead was dispelled by the divine power. The giant sword in his hand slashed fiercely at the waving claws, directly cutting off the opponent's claws. The chopped-off black claw turned into black mist and dissipated. The ghost roared angrily and once again condensed a pair of black claws to meet the giant sword, but this time it was not cut off. Clang! The black claws collided with the giant sword, making a sound like metal hitting each other. Zhang Yu paused and completely resisted the force. Although he didn't know martial arts, his strength was still enough. The people behind him were not idle either, casting colorful low-level magic at the ghost. The ghost screamed as if he was injured. He roared in pain. Even a second-level ghost did not have much consciousness. The ghost didn't care, as if Zhang Yu in front of him was his mortal enemy. He rushed over desperately and his sharp claws directly grabbed the knight's face. There was no way. He had no other moves except this one. His most powerful death energy erosion was useless against this guy. The sacred power in Zhang Yu's body was like the nemesis of death. No matter how many you come, I can digest them all. As the spell was chanted quickly and urgently, a mysterious cross shackle appeared on the ghost. This was Sophia's action, and the magic she used was not the magic from the academy but the magic cross shackle from the temple. The cross shackles are a type of control magic that can control the enemy's body. Even a second-level ghost cannot ignore this magic. This magic originated from the temple and is a first-level universal magic. The magic of the temple is generally one level higher than the magic of the outside world, both in terms of power and precision, so the first level cross shackles almost have the effect of the second level magic of the outside world. Zhang Yu seized the opportunity and roared. All the divine power in his body poured into the giant sword. The entire giant sword emitted endless light, and the dazzling light illuminated the earth. Sizzle! The giant sword stabbed into the ghost's body. The black mist continued to disperse, and there was the ghost screamed. The holy power continued to rage in his body, destroying his body with a painful roar. The ghost finally couldn't bear it anymore. His body was torn apart and completely dissipated under the blow of the holy power. After a few seconds, the ghost completely disappeared, leaving only Zhang Yu, who was still gasping for breath. The divine power is so powerful. When Shamanla heard Zhang Yu talk about it before, she didn't quite believe it and thought Zhang Yu was bragging, but after she really saw the power of the divine power, she realized how powerful it was. A second-level ghost, there is no way she could defeat such a terrifying enemy on her own. Are you okay? Uther. Seeing that the ghost finally dissipated, several mages with high attack and low defense ran out. Zhang Yu shook his head. It's okay. Although the ghost is powerful, my divine power can restrain him, and with your help killing him is not a big deal. Also, that move just now was very good. If I hadn't been able to fix his body, I wouldn't have been able to concentrate my strength to hit him. Sophia shook her head. I can't control it without everyone's help. Zhang Yu came to the place where the ghost disappeared and picked up a black crystal the size of a fingernail from the ground. This was left behind after the ghost disappeared. If Zhang Yu did not have good eyesight, he might not have noticed it. This thing could remain intact under the erosion of divine power, so it must not be a simple magic prop. The black crystal was very cold when he held it in his hand. A trace of cold power invaded his body. Unfortunately, this power was destroyed by the sacred power in Zhang Yu's body before it had the chance to do any harm. This is the undead crystal, which is a good thing. It can be exchanged for at least 100 magic cores. Shamanla looked at the black crystal in Zhang Yu's hand with surprise. Undead crystal, a magical substance derived from the bodies of the undead, is the favorite of necromancers. Generally, this kind of thing can only be produced in the bodies of high-level undead creatures, so each piece of undead crystal is worth a lot of money. Of course, Zhang Yu also recognized this thing. In fact, this thing should be a low-level undead crystal because he had come into contact with relatively few undead creatures. There were not many of these things in the temple. The necromancer looked at the crystal with longing. To him, this was a real good thing. Zhang Yu put the things away. Zhang Yu contributed the most this time, so it was completely fine to leave them with him for the time being. The details could be distributed after he returned. Very good, the harvest this time is already great enough. Next, are you going to return to the academy to hand in the task? Zhang Yu asked after looking at the tired Sophia and the others. They were already very tired after being out for so long, and staying in a place like Death Valley for a long time would easily turn them into a half-human, half-ghost state, so it was not a place to stay for a long time. It's almost time to go back. Death Valley is too dangerous. We can't even sleep well at night. Olibi said immediately. Her green hair has become much darker during this period. If it weren't for Sophia, she would not have come to such a dangerous place. What made her even more upset was that Sophia still ignored her during this period of time. Her efforts were completely unrewarded, which made her very distressed. Olebi has decided to visit Sophia's teacher Zhang Yu when he returns to see if he can get closer to Sophia through his teacher's relationship. You ask why I care about Sophia so much? Of course, I want to be her friend. Sophia is so cute. As he thought about it, Olibi became distracted. The others also felt that it was about time, as they had been out for quite some time. The only one who was full of energy was naturally Zhang Yu. The inside of this body was simply a monster. He didn't feel tired at all after being outside for so long. Over the past half-month, he became more familiar with this body. Although he had not formally fought with the knights, he thought he should not be weaker than them. After all, this body is at the level of a great knight. Shamanla nodded. Okay. Let's go back first. We've almost finished the investigation. Soon after they left, a small group of knights arrived at the place where they were fighting. The leader was an old man who looked to be in his 60s or 70s, but that was just his appearance. His actual age was over 100. He was a great knight. Although his fighting ability had declined due to his age, he was still not someone that ordinary knights could resist. Right here, such a strong divine power. Really, who is this person? This person can't be from our temple who has stolen the power of God? Carl, you track them down. Yes. A man with thick eyebrows and big eyes named Carl walked out. He was a meticulous man about 30 years old, wearing silver armor and with a serious face. Carl took out a cone-like silver object. As he prayed, the cone-like object actually floated up, spun around, and then pointed straight ahead. The old man leading the team nodded with satisfaction. He was indeed one of the most talented Templar knights of this generation, mastering the holy relic cone of justice at such a young age.
Carl, take the lead. We set off immediately. We must not let them escape.
Yes. On the other side, Sophia, who had been walking for a while, suddenly stopped. Someone is chasing us. There are 7 knights in total, all wearing silver armor. The leader is a great knight and the other 6 are.
A knight in silver armor? What's going on? Is he coming for us?
Maybe, Sophia said seriously. What are the identities of these people?
Zhang Yu asked.
Shamanla said seriously, from this description it seems like they are from the Templar. Only the Templars have such a special liking for white. I heard that the armor of the Templar knights is all white. Of course this possibility is more likely and other possibilities cannot be ruled out.
So what do we do now? Shamanla was also a little confused. Our relationship with the Holy Temple is very tense. We won't meet with them unless it's necessary. How about this? Let's change direction and avoid them first.
Good. After a moment, Sophia frowned and said, they have also adjusted their direction and are heading towards us at this speed. We will be caught up in less than half an hour. Zhang Yu was a little helpless. It looked like he was coming towards us, a great knight. It was nothing to the original body, but to this body he was an irresistible enemy. After all, he had a strong body but no corresponding combat experience and martial arts. If that doesn't work, I'll just activate the teleportation array and teleport the thugs over. If I can't beat them, I can't beat them. I won't explode. If we really have to fight, I'll teleport the apostles in the temple. Who should I teleport?
Momo?
As a skeleton, he is very suitable for this environment, but those lazy dragons seem to be good too. Apart from anything else, their appearance is enough to deter the enemy.
Just as Zhang Yu was daydreaming, Shamanla was also thinking quickly, and after a moment he seemed to have made up his mind.
Since they are coming for us, let's see what kind of ghosts they are. Set up a magic circle first. If they really want to attack us, then we will test them first. If we can't defeat them, we will run away.
Although running away doesn't sound nice, it is very useful.
Okay. Several people found a suitable place for ambush and began to set up magic circles. Even if these magic circles could not annihilate the enemy, they would be enough to resist for a while. Shamanla was worried others might not know why the Templars were tracking them, but Shamanla knew very well that if he guessed correctly, they came for the divine power in Uther. There are not many records about the divine power, and there are only some scattered documents in the academy with relevant records. Most people only know that the divine power is the nemesis of the undead, and the knights and mages of the temple both major in the divine power, but some ancient books record the relationship between the divine power and the temple. There is absolutely no divine power in the outside world. This power is only in the hands of the temple. This is not a coincidence but the result of the temple's control. Shamala was already worried when she heard that Uther possessed divine power, but she didn't expect it to be such a coincidence that she would meet people from the Templar during the mission. Shamanla is still holding on to hope, thinking maybe those Templar knights are after other things. If it is really because of Uther, then he will have no choice but to give up on him. Soon after, the team of white-armored knights caught up with them. Shamanla was a little annoyed that he and others did not have the magic to hide and escape. If they had learned some magic in this area, they would not be so passive. These knights are indeed Templar knights. It seems like they have bad intentions.
Shamanla walked to the front. We are magicians from Cliff Academy. What can I do for you? Why are you following us?
The old man who led the team looked at them for a few seconds and then asked, Carl, who among them has divine power? Although he is a great knight, he has no talent, and Carl is the only one in the team who has mastered the relevant reconnaissance methods.
It's that knight.
Carl pointed at Zhang Yu.
Not only the group of Templar knights but also several magicians looked at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu coughed and said, Ahem, I have cultivated the divine power. Is there any problem?
The old man said seriously, where did you cultivate to obtain the divine power? Zhang Yu was a little confused. He only had some basic understanding of the knight's training. After all, he was not a professional knight. Normally there were only a few ways for a knight to train, and there was no saying which was better or worse. What really determined the difference between knights was their own talents and physical attributes. Among them, talent determined your training speed and the upper limit of your achievements, while attributes determined your strength attributes. A magician can choose his own training direction, but this is not a random choice. It needs to be based on his own physique. For example, if you have fire attribute, although you can also practice water attribute, it will often have a counterproductive effect. Therefore, unless you are stupid, you will choose the training direction according to your physical talent.
The same is true for knights, but unlike magicians, they don't even have a choice. Their physique will automatically transform into corresponding attributes. However, there is an exception, which is a physique without attributes. A physique without attributes can choose an attribute through some means, and a physique without attributes can have extremely strong attributes. This kind of people is the most favored by the Templar. Templar knights basically have divine attributes, but there are very few who are born with divine attributes. Most of them are attributeless and have turned into divine attributes later in life. Zhang Yu asked curiously, I was born with divine attributes, is there any problem? Born with divine attributes? How is that possible? A group of Templar knights stared at Zhang Yu. Are you sure you were born with divine attributes? Yes. Several Templar knights looked at each other in bewilderment. People with natural divine attributes, once discovered, would basically be trained as corps members. Very good, then come with us back to the temple. The bishop will surely be interested in you. Why? Why should I go back to the temple with you? I am quite interested in the temple, but not now. The old man in the lead had a gloomy expression. Do you know what the innate divine power means to the holy temple? Zhang Yu looked alert. Whatever it means to you, it has nothing to do with me. I am not one of yours. Holy power belongs to God. Occasionally there are children of God who are blessed by God and are born to be our Templar knights or Templar priests. Young man, although we don't know why you didn't enter the Templar, we will investigate this later. We now hope that you can go back with us. Don't worry, people with natural holy attributes will be at the middle level or above when they enter the Templar, which is definitely much better than you outside. Come back with us. The power of the Templar is beyond your imagination. The Holy Temple is indeed a behemoth. The Holy Empire you are in can be said to be one of the most powerful empires on this planet. It would be great if you could become a middle or senior member of such a behemoth. The old man nodded in satisfaction, a smile on his face. You are right. But I refuse. What did you say? He suspected that he had misheard and asked again. I seem to hear the word reject just now. That's right, I'm not interested in any holy temple at all. Please go back. The old man's expression changed again and again. Do you know why the outside world can't see knights or magicians with divine power? Because that is the power of God, and only the Holy Temple is qualified to master it. You have no choice but to join the Holy Temple. I've already said it, I refuse. I have no interest in any Holy Temple. The old man's face looked a little ugly and he snorted coldly. Okay. Catch him for me. Yes. The other Templar knights attacked together. Zhang Yu was not afraid at all and rushed forward with a greatsword. Several magicians were shocked. They were not willing to provoke the Holy Temple. In the past, countless magicians were burned to death as heretics. Later, they had no intention of revenge because the Holy Temple was too powerful. Unless all magicians united, no one could be the opponent of this behemoth. Sophia was a little anxious. Teacher Shamanla, shouldn't we take action? Shamanla stopped Sophia. We can't do it. You don't know what a person born with divine power means to the Holy Temple. I was a little worried before, but I didn't expect to meet someone from the Holy Temple by chance. If we didn't meet them, it would be fine. If we did, we can only avoid them. If it was someone else, Sophia wouldn't mind, but Uther was the teacher's friend and Sophia had a good impression of Uther along the way. He knew the temple very well, but so what? Seeing that Uther was about to be controlled, Sophia used a fireball to help him block one of the enemies. Shamanla's face was very ugly. Sophia, are you crazy? No, he is the teacher's friend and must be taken back. Shamanla thought Sophia was crazy. A few Templar knights might not be a big deal, but what was scary was not them but the power behind them. Take him back? Believe it or not, even if you take him back, the principal will catch him and send him to the temple tomorrow. We cannot control people who possess divine power. I don't know, I only know that he is the teacher's friend, Sophia said firmly. Crazy, let's go. Shamanla was a little panicked. She didn't hesitate and turned around and ran. Olibi was very entangled. Sophia, don't be so stubborn, hurry up. Sophia didn't react, seeing several knights rushing towards them. Olibi gritted his teeth, turned around and ran away. As a result, only Zhang Yu and Sophia were left. Although Zhang Yu was very powerful, he had no fighting skills at all and was soon controlled by several Templar knights who looked amazed. As expected of a knight born with divine attributes, this power seems to be a little stronger than the captain's. It's really terrifying. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Sophia was naturally no match for the knight. She had been a formal magician for less than a year, but she had already mastered several reconnaissance spells. Her means of attack was still the most basic fireball. The only better one was the cross shackle. She was naturally no match for the knight and was soon locked up by the chains made of divine power like Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu sighed. You idiot, aren't you walking into a trap? You should go back and ask for help. You really have no brains at all. How can you be so stupid?
Sophia's face flushed red. In fact, she also realized that this was no different from committing suicide. It was meaningless except for giving the enemy an additional prisoner.
It's none of your business too, just accidentally got carried away.
Oh, I'm speechless. You don't have any talent and even your brain doesn't work well. Sophia didn't know how to refute him for a moment.
No, how did he know that I was not talented? In the eyes of outsiders I should be a genius, right? After all, he became a formal magician at such a young age. Did the teacher tell him?
It seems that the relationship between the teacher and him is really special. The old Templar knight who led the team walked up to Zhang Yu. Why don't you just follow us?
You're making everyone so embarrassed now.
After all, Zhang Yu was born with divine attributes, so even he didn't dare to offend him too much. Seeing Zhang Yu staring at him angrily, the old man curled his lips and looked at the girl. This is a magician, right? He's causing trouble, so just kill him.
Zhang Yu sighed. Sophia, input magic power into Zhang Yu and your necklace.
Ah. Okay. Sophia did not hesitate and directly input magic power. The necklace on her neck emitted a bright blue light. Carl was horrified. Oh no, Captain, that's a holy weapon, and it's a top-level holy weapon.
The old man's face changed drastically. What? No, this is impossible. Come quickly, stop him immediately.
Zhang Yu curled his lips. It was just a magic prop. What kind of holy weapon was it? There were a lot of these things in the warehouse waiting to get moldy, but speaking of it, this thing is really precious in the human world. Low-quality ones are okay. Generally nobles will make one as an heirloom and a few magicians who have the conditions will also make one. But the high-quality one seems like there is only one in the entire academy. And what Sophia has in her hands is of the highest quality. The terrified Templar knight Sophia rushed over and tried to stop her. The knight next to her even raised his sword, but it was too late. The necklace on Sophia's neck let out an angry roar and a dragon's shadow flew out of the necklace. The bone-chilling cold penetrated the bodies of everyone present and they were unable to move, as if they were under a spell. It was a dragon-shaped phantom who roared, glanced around and then looked at Sophia.
Girl, where are the enemies? Sophia finally reacted. Those in white armor are enemies.
The dragon shadow turned its head and exhaled a dragon breath. The bodies of these physical knights were directly covered by frost and they completely lost their breath of life. Just a breath of dragon, and the powerful knight couldn't even resist and fell directly. Moreover, this was not a real ice dragon. If it was a real ice dragon, well, that's not right. There would still be someone alive. Zhang Yu must be alive because he does not belong to the white-armored knight. Besides him, the one named Carl also survived. The barrier formed by the white cone protected his body and he blocked the icy breath of Long Ying.
Long Ying was furious. Damn human, die.
He sprayed a few more breaths of dragon and Carl's face turned very ugly. He tried his best to input divine power into the cone, but it also reached its limit. The divine power gradually exhausted and finally he could not resist it and was sprayed into an ice cube by a breath of dragon. However, while the others were frozen to death, this knight still retained a faint breath of life. Long Ying said helplessly, "He is still alive, but my strength has been exhausted. You have to finish it yourself." After saying that, the dragon shadow returned to the necklace, losing the control of its master. The chains on Zhang Yu and Sophia's bodies quickly broke and the two looked at each other in bewilderment. Zhang Yu thought secretly, although it was just a casual work and borrowed a little bit of Shaolan's strength, the power is still good. It is basically not inferior to those below the 4th level, but the endurance is a bit poor. If it is replaced with more advanced materials, perhaps the effect will be better. However, magic props are just toys after all. Unless they can be made into magical artifacts, they can be used. Isn't it time to put the making of magical artifacts on the agenda? Sophia was shocked. As expected of a teacher, this necklace is so powerful. This is definitely a priceless treasure. I must keep it well and not lose it. Zhang Yu twisted his neck. This person seems to be still alive. What are you going to do? Kill him? Sophia was speechless. They are coming for you and you ask me? It's a bit strange. He's just an ordinary 1st level knight. Why can he resist Xiaolan's breath? How is this possible? Little Blue? Is that the ice dragon's name? I guess so. I didn't expect to say his name accidentally, but it should be okay. Sophia looked suspicious, but Zhang Yu ignored her and walked to Carl's ice sculpture. The others, even the great knight, were dead, but why was this 1st level knight still alive? He knocked on the ice and Carl inside still maintained a terrified expression, but this weak vitality could not be mistaken. He might die in 10 minutes or so, but at least now he was still alive. This counterintuitive thing aroused Zhang Yu's interest.
Strange, could it be that this guy has some strange hidden talent? Zhang Yu said to himself. He stretched out his hand and the divine power was injected into the cone through the ice. Although the quality of this thing is only average, it is very ingenious. With the injection of Zhang Yu's divine power, the cone emits a soft light and the ice begins to melt. Sophia was surprised and asked, "What are you going to do?" "This person's body is a bit strange. He can resist Shaolan's breath at the first level. We need to study it carefully." "First level? Shouldn't it be a knight?" This way of measuring strength is the same as our school. Sophia finally realized something. She looked at Zhang Yu in shock. "You are you? Have we been discovered?" "Okay," Zhang Yu sighed helplessly. It didn't matter if he was discovered, it was not something shameful. "Are you also a melon eater?" A cough cough. "I thought this girl had discovered that I was her teacher, but it seems I was overthinking it." "Yes, your observation skills are still very sharp. Yes, I am your uncle." Sophia's expression suddenly became strange. Did she have an uncle master? But the teacher was a magician, so why was the uncle master a knight? After the freeze was lifted, Carl did not wake up but fell into a state of suspended animation. Zhang Yu's Uther clone had no means of detection and could not deal with it, so he directly used the teleportation array to teleport him to the temple. This matter was temporarily left to the Archmage to handle. If Sophia had not taken action just now, Zhang Yu would have sought help from the temple, but Sophia was one step faster. Clapping his hands, Zhang Yu said, "Okay, let's go home." On the other side, not long after Carl was teleported back, Zhang Yu's body received a request from the Archmage. Will through the will core of the temple. No matter where on the planet they are, they can be connected through the will core except for Zhang Yu as the administrator. Whether others accept the connection depends on the recipient. The core of will is like a telephone center. When one person calls another person, the person being called can answer the call or hang up, but if it is Zhang Yu who makes the call, the other party will automatically answer the call no matter what. The connection was connected and the voice of the great wizard was transmitted to Zhang Yu's mind. "Master, the defense circle of the endless forest has been basically constructed, but there is a lack of executors. The cannon fodder troops cannot be formed due to the lack of soldiers and manpower. Therefore I propose to invite some races to join our temple." "Oh, do you have any plans?" Zhang Yu knew this teacher well. When he started to talk about some problems, he usually had already thought of the solutions in his mind. This kind of person is also the favorite helper of some superiors. The great wizard said, "Yes, we have investigated 18 races. In addition, there are 7 races that are too mysterious to be identified for the time being. Among the 18 confirmed races, the barbarians in the west and the overseas demons can join us. The population of these 2 races is very small, and the 2 races together are estimated to have only 200,000 to 300,000 people. The barbarians are born to fight, and 1/10 of their members will become knights after they reach adulthood. Their combat effectiveness is very impressive. The demons are just the opposite. 1/10 of their members will become mages after they reach adulthood. The demons are natural mages with a very high level of magic." Zhang Yu was a little surprised. 1/10? You are not mistaken. Less than 1,000th of the human race can become a knight or a wizard. How can this race reach 1/10? Then why don't they rule the world? Well, probably because of their fertility. The lifespan of these 2 races is over 300 years old, and they are considered adults at the age of 100. Although their individual strength is not weak, they do not have the ability to dominate the world due to population restrictions. So that's how it is. Strong individual creatures have weak reproductive abilities, while weak individual creatures have strong reproductive abilities. This is the law of nature. The lifespan of dragons is longer than theirs, but of course their reproductive abilities are also relatively weaker. Are you planning to bring both races back together? Yes, after all, soldiers also need logistical support. It would be more appropriate for me to assign a certain area in the endless forest to them. Well, sure. Have you decided who will do this? I think it would be most appropriate for the barbarian King Millet to go to the barbarian tribe. After all, he is also a barbarian and we probably have a lot of common topics to talk about. As for the Sky Demon tribe, the angel Nisha should go. She seems to be very free recently. Yes, sure, let them do it. Also, regarding the forging of divine artifacts, ask Ike to research and see what kind of divine artifacts we have the conditions to forge now. It would be best if you could make some tables for me to see. Yes. Zhang Yu cut off the connection and fell into deep thought. The matter of artifacts must be put on the agenda. Magic props have too little effect on them and cannot exert their power at all. Previously, because the level of the armory was not high enough, they could not forge artifacts. Now that the armory can be upgraded to the 9th level, the matter of artifacts should be put on the agenda.
Also, it's time to move here. After all, there is not much useful information collected in the academy. All the books have been copied and sent back to the temple. Next, you can go to the royal capital. After all, as the center of the kingdom, there might be many interesting things there. Speaking of the royal capital, Zhang Yu thought of someone that was a newly recruited apostle. Zhang Yu remembered that she was the daughter of a duke. As the daughter of a duke, she must be very familiar with the kingdom. As the controller, Zhang Yu does not need to obtain anyone's consent to use the will core and can directly force a connection to the other party's consciousness. In the eastern city of Longkal, at the Duke Luke's residence, Belia was in an empty room. The room was large and empty. She sat quietly in the middle meditating, and a thin flame began to appear in front of her. Belia suddenly opened her eyes and the flame began to expand rapidly and finally turned into a huge fire snake. The fire snake was extremely large and it circled around Belia. Its red eyes stared at Belia like a living thing. The temperature of the fire snake is so high that even steel will be melted into molten iron in a very short time, but the strange thing is that there is no sense of burning sensation nearby. Instead, it gives people a chilly feeling as if the fire snake has absorbed the surrounding temperature. Belia was both excited and nervous. This was 4th level magic. Although the fire snake looked unremarkable, in a real battle it was enough to kill a squad of knights or tens of thousands of ordinary soldiers. This is the 4th level magic learned from the temple, the Abyss Fire Serpent. 4th level magic. Belia once thought that this was a realm that only saints could access, but now she understands that the 4th level is just the beginning of the middle level. The Imperial Saint Wizard, who was once worshipped as a god, is actually just that. Her current level has reached the so-called Holy Realm. Ignorance is really ridiculous. The realm that was once unattainable can be broken through in just 3 days as long as that existence allows it. Is really ridiculous. Belia felt that she had been living in a dream for the past 20 years or so, and the super genius that everyone had been promoting was so ridiculous. Just when Belia was distracted, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. "Belia, I'm Zhang Yu." Belia was startled and the fire snake she controlled began to dissipate. She sat up straight in a hurry. "Master, what can I do for you?" "Belia is ready to give you everything at any time." "Ahem, calm down. I'm going to the capital in a few days and you can be my guide." Belia was almost overwhelmed by this surprise. She said excitedly, "Yes, master, where should I wait for you?" "You don't have to do anything, just stay where you are now. I will come over in a few days." "Your subordinate respectfully welcomes you." After Zhang Yu finished speaking, he cut off the connection and Belia breathed a sigh of relief. Belia clapped her hands. The door opened and a young maid walked in. "Miss, what can I do for you?" "Give the order to clean up the Duke's mansion starting today." "No, the entire city needs to be cleaned up. This is the most important thing right now. Everything else must give way to this matter." The maid was surprised. "Yes, may I ask which master is coming?" "Is he from the capital?" "Don't worry about it. According to my standards, we should receive the king." "No, we should receive the king more solemnly. I don't want to smell any bad smell on the street, and I don't want to see a beggar on the street. Do you understand me?" "Yes." Belia had long been trained as the Duke's successor, and apart from the Duke, she now had the most power. Zhang Yu didn't know that his casual words could make the whole city busy, and he didn't know that the beggars in the city of Longkal moved away collectively because of his casual words. A few days later, Sophia and her clone Uther came back. Uther was taken away by Zhang Yu, and Sophia was so nervous that she told Zhang Yu everything that had happened before without hiding anything. After that, Sophia asked cautiously, "Teacher, have I caused you any trouble?" Zhang Yu smiled and shook his head. "It doesn't matter what the holy temple is, they are just some ghosts. There is nothing to be afraid of." "Yeah. And where's Uncle Uther?" "He seemed to be here just now." "He went back to the gathering place of our melon-eating sect." "Our own gathering place?" Zhang Yu smiled and said, "Yes, there are a lot of interesting people over there. When you become stronger, I will take you back to play." Sophia looked expectant. "Really? How far do I have to go?" "It should be at least level 5. 5th level." Sophia looked embarrassed. If she remembered correctly, the kingdom's national magician, the kingdom's saint mage, was only at the 4th level. In other words, to surpass that master? "Haha, work hard. This is just a small goal. Also, I will leave the academy tomorrow. Now you have 2 choices. The first is to stay here and study hard. I will be back soon. The second is to leave with me." Sophia had almost no choice and said directly, "Teacher, I choose the second one. I will leave with you." "Well, okay then." He asked for a long vacation from the school. Although the college was extremely reluctant, they had no reason to stop him. After unsuccessful persuasion and seeing that Zhang Yu was about to get angry, the teacher reluctantly signed the leave permission. Zhang Yu was somewhat helpless. Should he come back? This time in the academy was quite interesting. Zhang Yu also appreciated the academy's open-minded attitude. He would come back to visit when he had time. Also leaving with Zhang Yu were the little girl Xiaobai and the dead dog Adler. Adler looked aggrieved. He had been a dog for so long and finally had the chance to go out with his owner. All his previous efforts were worth it. The city of Longkol is a large city in the eastern part of the kingdom. It is a prosperous port city ranking among the top 3 in terms of wealth in the empire. The Luke family controls this wealthy city. The Luke family has controlled this city for hundreds of years, so there is nothing much to say about it in recent years. What the residents have been talking about is the Duke's daughter, Miss Belia. Miss Belia became a formal magician at the age of 12 and a great magician in her early 20s. No one will doubt that she will become a great magician in the future. Some people even seriously believed that Miss Belia would become the second holy wizard of the kingdom in the future because of her terrifying talent. Miss Belia was designated as the Duke's successor early on. Miss Belia's brilliance is so dazzling that her brothers and sisters are completely overshadowed by her. With her terrifying strength and perfect appearance, there is an endless stream of people proposing to her, but all of them have been rejected, even His Royal Highness the Prince. Many people speculate that Miss Belia may want to find a live-in son-in-law. In the entire kingdom there are only a handful of men of the right age who are worthy of Miss Belia. At the beginning of this year, Miss Belia had not returned after entering the endless forest for more than 3 months, which caused panic among the Duke. Fortunately, just when the Duke was forming a large army to march into the endless forest, Miss Belia returned. Everyone was relieved by Miss Belia's return. The only ones who were unhappy were probably her brothers and sisters. A few days ago, Miss Belia issued a strange order to clean up the city of Lomkal. Countless people began to run around the streets. In just 3 days the whole city was cleaned up. Even the beggars were stuffed with some money and then driven out. If you don't leave, if you dare to stay, you will be captured by the garrison that night. This incident caused widespread complaints in the city, but with the Luke family's terrifying control over the city, even if people were dissatisfied, they could not shake the Luke family in the slightest. Miss Bella didn't give an explanation, so everyone was wondering if a distinguished guest was coming. After all, this kind of thing had happened before, but it had never happened so fast and crazy. Some people speculated that it was the king who was coming. Some said that the prince of the empire was coming to propose marriage, and some said that it was the kingdom's protector of the nation who was coming to take Miss Bella as his apprentice. In short, there were all kinds of rumors. However, Belia still did not give any explanation. The weather was nice in the morning and the city of Lomkal was bustling with people. It was one of the largest cities in the kingdom and there were endless streams of merchants coming to this city every day. A strange group came from outside the city led by a young man in a robe followed by 2 little girls who were also in robes. The young man kept talking about something and one of the little girls behind him was in a daze while the other had a serious look on her face and kept writing something on a book while walking. Next to them was a dog that looked very proud. These people were Zhang Yu and his gang who came from the Magic Academy. "Hey teacher, please slow down, I haven't memorized the last key point yet." Sophia was in a panic. Zhang Yu smiled and said, "No, your writing speed is too slow, you need to practice more in the future." Sophia looked aggrieved, "But teacher, why does Xiaobai not have to do anything and I have to learn while walking? Can it be the same? Xiaobai is a talented player and you are a hard-working player, moreover you have the qualities of a scientist, so you are worth training." Sophia thought the teacher was praising her, so she asked, "What is a scientist?" "Ahem, they are the people who seek the truth of the world the most." "I see. Who are you guys?" When entering the city, Zhang Yu and his group were stopped. Zhang Yu smiled and took out a card and handed it to the other party. "I am a teacher at Uric Magic Academy and these 2 are my students." The gatekeeper was obviously experienced and he immediately handed the card to Zhang Yu respectfully. "I am so sorry, dear magician, please enter the city." Zhang Yu nodded and then entered the city under the respectful and envious gazes of a group of soldiers. A magician's identity is respected wherever he goes. Even if he goes to a noble's house, he is a VIP, and the identity certificate from Uric Academy can save a lot of trouble in proving himself. There are many benefits to becoming a teacher at Uric College, at least it saves you a lot of trouble. After entering this medieval city, Zhang Yu found that it was very clean and tidy, which puzzled him. Are people in this world so aware of hygiene? He had seen several cities before, but those cities were basically dirty, messy and smelly. However, this city of Lomkal was completely different. There were people coming and going on the streets, but there was not a single beggar to be seen. Zhang Yu sighed secretly. It was worthy of being a city that ranked among the top 3 in terms of wealth in the kingdom. It really had something going for it. Sophia and Xiaobai had never seen such a big city before. They followed Zhang Yu nervously, afraid of getting lost. Zhang Yu found it very interesting. It would be fun if some bloody plot of a young villain riding a horse and hitting someone suddenly appeared at this time, but fortunately such a thing did not happen. Sophia looked nervous. Teacher, where are we going next? Go find a old friend. Does the teacher have friends too? What are you talking about? How can the teacher have no friends? The teacher's friends are all over the world. Zhang Yu started to make up friends out of thin air, but Sophia seemed a little unconvinced. After walking around for a while, Zhang Yu began to feel dizzy. This kind of ancient city was very interesting at first because there were buildings he had never seen before, but he started to get bored after a while. Zhang Yu didn't plan to continue wandering around and directly stopped a passerby. Friend, may I ask how to get to the Duke's palace? The person who was stopped was a young man. He was well dressed and looked like he was just hanging out, so he probably didn't mind pointing the way. The other party looked at Zhang Yu for a few times and asked, you are not locals? You don't even know where the Duke's mansion is, and no one came to pick you up. The clothes you are wearing are so shabby. You should not be a guest of the Duke's mansion. Could it be that you have relatives working as servants or guards in the Duke's mansion, so you came here for refuge? Zhang Yu was speechless. Are you a detective? Detective? What is that? I am Baron Gaisika, the other party said proudly. Duke Marquis Earl Viscount Baron, this should be the last one in the list. However, even if Baron is the lowest title, it is still a noble, a privileged class. So it's Lord Baron Gaisika. I'm so sorry, but if you have time, could you please help lead the way? Gaisika glared at Zhang Yu. What? You want me, a baron, to lead a commoner like you? Well, I'm bored now, so it's okay for me to take you around. This guy, could he be a funny guy? Although he looks frivolous, he shouldn't be a bad person. Since you are outsiders, I will give you some warnings. First, there are some places in this city that you cannot go to randomly. It is easy to get beaten to death first of all. Zhang Yu didn't know whether Gaisika was a qualified noble, but this guy must be a qualified tour guide. Along the way, he not only explained some of the taboos of the city but also the characteristics and history of the city, as well as the current development history of the upper nobles and their families. This kid is really a talent. After talking for more than an hour, this guy was almost dry-mouthed. They also arrived at the gate of the Duke's mansion. The city was very big. Although it was not as big as an ordinary fourth-tier city on Earth, it was not far behind. This is the Duke's palace. You don't want to go in directly through the main gate, do you? Who should I look for then? Can't I look for the guard at the door? Of course not. Tell me, what is the status of the person you are looking for in this Duke's palace, and what does he do? Zhang Yu thought for a moment and said, she should be the Duke's daughter. Wait, what did you say? The Duke's daughter? You didn't say it wrong, right? The Duke's daughter's servant, the Duke's daughter's guard, or something like that? You omitted the latter half? Zhang Yu looked helpless. I'm not a fool. How can I omit it like this? Are you sure you're not kidding? He looked at Zhang Yu, wondering if he had made a mistake. This plain-looking, poorly dressed guy in front of him actually had a great background. I'm not joking. Gaisika looked at Zhang Yu speechlessly. The Duke has only two daughters. The eldest daughter, Belliot, is the Duke's jewel in the crown and the Duke's heir. Her terrible magical talent is the best in the kingdom. Although the youngest daughter, Fiona, does not have such terrible talent as her sister, she is also a well-known genius in music and literature. So which one are you looking for? Belliot, I'm here to find her. Gaisika came closer with a smile on his face. Hey friend, I'm sorry I didn't ask you about your identity just now. Who are you? Where are you from? Zhang Yu laughed and said, my name is Zhang Yu. I'm a teacher at the Uric School of Magic and a formal magician. Official magician? No wonder, but are you sure? Ordinary magicians are not qualified to meet the future Duke. If you were a director of the academy, it would be fine. How did you get to know Miss Bellia? Is the social class in this world so strict? Zhang Yu was a little helpless. If it was too troublesome, he could just use the wool core to contact Bellia. Forget it, I'll contact her myself. Thank you, Zhang Yu said, but before he could connect to the core of wool, a person ran out of the gate. Ahem, teacher Zhang Yu, you're here. The other party had a look of joy on her face, although she couldn't help but call him master because Zhang Yu had already instructed her. She quickly changed her words to teacher Zhang Yu, calling him that seemed a bit like taking advantage. The person who came out was none other than Bellia. She was wearing a skirt and looked anxious and nervous. You are Ahem, teacher Zhang Yu? Gaisika looked at Zhang Yu, then at Bellia. He must know this future Duke, but he had no chance to get in touch with the other party's class. He just saw him from afar at a banquet. Gaisika, who had been chattering non-stop, stopped talking and stared at Zhang Yu with an expression as if he had seen a ghost.
Zhang Yu glanced at the gate and understood what was going on in his mind. It seemed that the other party knew that he was coming through the surveillance magic installed on the gate. Well, these two are my students Sophia and Xiaobai, and this is my guide Gaisika. Gaisika finally reacted and bowed slightly in a serious manner. Hello Miss Belia, I am Baron Gaisika and I am glad to meet you. Oh, it's Gaisika, right? Jessie, you take care of Gaisika. Teacher Zhang Yu, please follow me. Yes ma'am. Gaisika was taken away by the maid at this moment. Gaisika's heart was restless for a long time. Who was this Zhang Yu? Can an ordinary magician have such a big face? At least he has to be the dean of the Magic Academy to be qualified to be greeted by Miss Belia. What on earth is this? On the other side, Sophia pulled the corner of Zhang Yu's clothes. Teacher, is this Miss Belia also your student? Belia, who was leading the way, was very jealous. She was actually the master's student? How lucky was this girl? Why wasn't she the master's student? Although she knew that she called this person teacher on paper, in reality she was just a slave, and a slave of the lowest level. However, compared with them, my luck is much better. The master probably even forgot their names. In fact, Zhang Yu really forgot. Well, I did give some pointers before, but I can't really say that as a student. Belia looked aggrieved. Oh. Sophia looked at Belia with curiosity. This man was the future duke and Sophia knew about his deeds. Could it be that his so-called genius was actually due to the guidance of his teacher? Thinking that the other person became a formal magician at the age of 12 while she was only 11, Sophia felt a little proud. However, when she thought that Xiaobai was at the same grade as her but was already at the second level, she became depressed again. But the teacher is really amazing. Even someone like Belia has been taught by the teacher. What level of strength has the teacher reached now? Zhang Yu had something to say to Belia, so Belia arranged accommodation for the two of them. In the living room, after all the servants had left, Belia knelt in front of Zhang Yu. Master, I was really rude just now. Get up, I'm going to the capital soon. You can be my guide when you have time. Belia patted her chest and said, of course, it's my honor. In fact, I am very familiar with the capital. I lived there for a period of time when I was a child. I am familiar with every place in the capital. I know the history and culture, the division of power, the historical origins and current situation of each family. Of course, I am also very familiar with the history of the kingdom and the king's family. Zhang Yu went to the capital for two main reasons. One was to learn about the king's situation and the specific ruling structure. The second was to go to the kingdom's library. As the ruler of the kingdom, they might have relevant records about the demon cracks. If they couldn't find any, they could only send people to investigate the various sealed places. There is no rush to go to the capital. I have two things I need your help with. Please give me your orders. Cultivated of Black Forest Town is also an apostle. I hope to kick out the Viscount of Black Forest Town and let Killit take over. Is there any way to do this? Highland Town is adjacent to the Endless Forest. Zhang Yu wants to transform this place into his own territory and use it as an eye to monitor the outside world. Belia thought about it for a while and said, although we cannot attack the Viscount of a remote town directly, we can use some means in secret and then replace him with someone in the capital. However, this will take at least a month to accomplish. 1 month? That's fine, I'll leave this matter to you. You and Killit will discuss how to deal with it, but at the same time you can also do the second thing. I hope you can build a caravan from Black Forest Town to this city. Then you will need to transport various supplies to Black Forest Town. At the same time, the specialties from Black Forest Town can also be shipped here for sale. Is this difficult? Belia said respectfully, this is a trivial matter. Please rest assured that it can be done in just half a month. What supplies do you need? I will send someone to contact you about this matter later. You can research the material matters on your own. Belia said with a look of shame, I am so sorry that I have to ask you about such a small matter. I will definitely handle the relevant matters. Well, take me to a resting place. You can go about your own business and ignore me. Yes. In fact, Belia had already prepared their guest room a long time ago. She had been monitoring the area every day in the past few days. After discovering Zhang Yu, she rushed over immediately without letting Zhang Yu wait. He thought Zhang Yu would teleport here directly, but he didn't expect that he would be the same as an ordinary person. This was a little beyond his expectations. Back in the guest room, Zhang Yu contacted the Archmage in the temple. How's it going? How's the process of leading the barbarians and the sky demons into the endless forest? The Archmage said, Master, everything has been done. We are now preparing a large teleportation array to teleport these two races over. Because there are so many people, the preparation of the large teleportation array will take a little longer. We will also bring back various resources from their residences. So fast? How did you do it? You didn't just rush over to grab them.
The Archmage smiled and said that's not the case. The barbarians are strong and respected and Millet can do nothing but fight, so he went to the barbarians and fought with everyone, convinced them and then brought them back. Millet himself is a barbarian, so they didn't resist. The sky demons were a little more troublesome. Nisha destroyed their defenses with her invincible attitude and demonstrated superb magic skills, but there are still some stubborn sky demons who refuse your recruitment, so these people have been imprisoned and it will be up to you to decide how to deal with them in the future. Very good. With more people things will become complicated. You will be in charge of the important matters. Let others take care of the apostles and the people of the two races. See if there are any housekeeper type talents among the apostles. You should focus on cultivation. Yes, master. There is one more thing. Belia will set up a caravan from Lone Call to Black Forest. We will set up an external trade interface in Black Forest to exchange goods with the outside world. Although we have everything in the temple, it will be different once the other two races join us. We can buy things like salt, iron, cotton and cloth from outside, and we can also sell the excess things inside. After you become the butler, let him do this. Yes, the master is very thoughtful. I haven't thought of this aspect yet. I just suddenly thought of this. After the butler is selected, he will take over all external affairs. After all, we are not cut out for this. The great wizard said, "What you said does make sense. I will definitely select them carefully." Also, what are the results of Ike's statistics? The statistics have not been completed yet. The materials needed for the artifacts are hard to find. I estimate that the results will be available in 3 days. Okay, contact me after the results come out. Yes, master. After cutting off the connection, Zhang Yu leaned back in his chair. After leading the two races into the endless forest, would he be considered to have built a small city? In this case, he might need some management talents, and this aspect was also left to Belia. As a leader, Zhang Yu does not need to do everything himself. He just needs to set a general framework and let the people below do it. While Zhang Yu was eating, drinking, and having fun in the Duke's mansion, a large-scale construction was taking place somewhere in the endless forest. Finally reached. Elvis looked at the dense forest around him. Unlike the barren gathering place before, this place was full of the breath of life. The large teleportation array behind him emitted light, and another group of tribesmen were teleported over. The trees in this area have been cut down and the open space is filled with various supplies. Is this where we want to live? Why are we moving here? This question flashed through his mind, and then he walked forward at the urging of a big man. Elvis is an ordinary member of the barbarian tribe. Maybe it's because his name is not domineering enough, but Elvis's body is much thinner than other barbarians. He is only 2 meters tall. As an adult, he is too thin to become a knight. Compared with other barbarians, he is probably more flexible in his brain. He usually follows the chief and he is responsible for some written records. They originally lived in a remote place not long ago. A barbarian suddenly broke in. That barbarian did not belong to their tribe. The strength of this barbarian was extremely terrifying. He knocked down the entire barbarian tribe by himself, and he did not even use his full strength. The top master of the barbarian tribe was slapped away by the other party and lost his combat effectiveness directly. Although the elders in the tribe kept shouting that this was the god of the barbarians, in Elvis's opinion he was just an extremely powerful barbarian, a terrifying existence that might be several levels higher than their top master. As the losers, they have to worship the master of the temple as their lord. However, the barbarian who defeated their tribe, whom the elders of the tribe called God, was actually just a subordinate of the lord of the temple. How terrifying was the lord of the temple? It's hard to imagine that I could completely destroy these barbarians with just a wave of my hand. The barbarians did not continue to seek death. They surrendered and were taken to this place. Elvis, come here quickly. You will be in charge of the logging team's affairs. The tribe leader shouted at him. Elvis walked over in a daze and took a small green flag from him. There are 200 people in the logging team and each of them is a knight. After all, it is really difficult to do this job without some strength. Each man carried a big axe. The barbarians did not have so much steel. These axes were provided by the temple. These rough men were very happy holding the axes. Many of them were thinking about whether they could take the axes for themselves in the future. The barbarians were too remote and had little communication with the outside world. Iron and steel were very limited, and the few weapons they had were in the hands of masters within the tribe. Ordinary first-level knights were not even qualified to use weapons, and sticks and stones were not as useful as their fists. Although the axe in his hand is just an ordinary iron axe, it is big enough and heavy enough and is definitely a good weapon. With this axe he can easily blow up the enemy's head. Unfortunately, the axe was distributed by the higher-ups and they dared not hide it. As one of the few civilian staff of the barbarians, Elvis has also organized many actions. Brothers, he shouted, my name is Ivis and I'm in charge of logging. Now line up and divide into 10 groups. Although Elvis was not good at fighting, as one of the few top students in the tribe, everyone still respected him. 200 rough men gathered together in a mess and barely formed a team under Elvis's command. Ives first assigned a captain to each team and then asked their captains to lead their teams to the designated place to start cutting trees. It's like a circle with 10 teams distributed in 10 directions and then expanding outwards. The logging team led by Elvis acted as the vanguard. They cut off the branches of the trees and put the trunks aside to dry. These trunks would be used as materials for building houses. Later the branches and leaves were piled together. Then there was a second team who were responsible for digging out the tree roots, clearing the saplings and weeds, and then leveling the land. Ives knew that they were going to build a city here. Simple buildings have been erected on the cleared land where people eat, drink, defecate, and urinate. The knights were very fast at chopping down trees, and they could chop down a tree in just a few strokes. Compared to them, the people in the second echelon had to feel much more frustrated. Although they were also a team of knights, digging up tree roots was undoubtedly much more troublesome than chopping down trees. The third echelon, composed of the Sky Demon clan, is responsible for drying the trees. The large-scale fire magic they use can quickly dry the wood to a usable state, and the temperature is well controlled so that the trees will not burn or crack. Afterwards, the fourth team, composed of the Sky Demon clan, used magic to compact and dry the ground. In addition to them, there are hunting teams composed of masters in the tribe who are responsible for hunting, and prey teams composed of knights who are responsible for chiseling stones, and ordinary members of the tribe are mostly responsible for simple tasks such as building houses, cooking, fetching water, chopping firewood, and so on. It is said that a special team has set out to look for places suitable for growing food. In short, various teams work together. When the first team under the guidance of Elvis was chopping trees in full swing, they heard a noise from behind. It turned out that their clan leader was arguing with the clan leader of the Sky Demon clan. The barbarians and the demons have always been enemies. The barbarians look down on the delicate skin and tender flesh of the demons, while the demons think that they are barbarians with muscles in their heads. Although they cannot fight under the suppression of the temple, quarrels often break out. Don't look at the skinny chief of the demon tribe who looks like he can be blown away by a gust of wind, but he is never at a disadvantage in quarrels. Only the chief with thick skin like a city wall can fight against that old man. Others can't resist for a while and have to draw their knives to fight. Ives wondered if being thick-skinned was a necessary condition for becoming a clan leader. Although he didn't know what they were arguing about, it was most likely some trivial matters, and he was not in the mood to pay attention to it. "What have you done? Can you use magic? You have burnt all my child's hair. What's wrong with you?" The barbarian chief pulled over a barbarian whose hair was burnt. The other party had an innocent expression on his face, but it didn't matter. What mattered was that he had seized the opportunity and was spitting wildly at the demon chief. "Ha! You have the nerve to say such a thing? Isn't the head still there? It's not burnt. Isn't it normal for some accidental injuries when everyone is so busy?" The chief of the Sky Demon clan is short and small, but he never loses when it comes to scolding people. "You barbarians should just shave off all your hair. It's so troublesome to keep your hair. We just saved you the trouble of shaving your head. You shouldn't thank me, right? Thank you, my ancestors. My handsome child has no hair now. How is he going to find a wife in the future? You have to compensate me. I'll compensate you with a big head. What's the difference between having hair and not having hair? Compensation? I don't have any money, but I have my life. If you have the guts, beat me to death." "I'm not kidding. You beat me to death if you have the guts." The barbarian chief's face turned red. At this time, a young man in a black robe walked over with a gloomy face. "Why do you think your life is too long? Do you want me to help you?" Seeing this gloomy young man, the face of the demon chief changed drastically and put on a flattering smile. "Ha, just kidding, Lord Grey Wolf. What can I do for you?" The Grey Wolf was one of the 3 giants that Zhang Yu created as his first apostles. It was originally going to be Zhang Yu's mount, but after obtaining the Dragon Clan, he no longer had much interest in riding a wolf. In desperation, the Grey Wolf had to learn the art of transformation and turn into a human form. Grey Wolf had decent talent, studied hard, and soon he was appreciated by the Great Wizard, who made him the external steward. He cannot interfere in the affairs inside the temple, but all the affairs outside the temple are given to him. One of his current tasks is to let the barbarians and the demons live together and build the first city. In addition, finding a place suitable for farming is also one of his tasks now. He also has to set up an external interface in Highland Town. So many things make him a little overwhelmed. Apart from anything else, managing these 2 troublesome races is not an easy task. There are too many people. Fortunately, the horrific memories left by the hero before made them dare not act rashly. Even if a fight really broke out, no one here could be his opponent. The other one of the three giant skeleton Momo took over the ground defense force. The two tribes selected qualified warriors and mages to form the temple defense force, and the temple magic force's side was much easier and the content was simple and rough, including fighting training and reconnaissance. The last of the three giant slime Rimuru was responsible for the establishment of the intelligence system. The two tribes selected suitable people to form a secretly observe and monitor the entire planet to collect and process any intelligence that would affect the temple. The name was called the Umbu. It sounds weird. Wouldn't it be better to just call it the Intelligence Department? To put it bluntly, this is an intelligence agency, but the name was decided by the master, and as a servant he was not qualified to make decisions. Civil affairs, military affairs, and intelligence are three important parts that the three of them are in charge of, and their direct superior is the Supreme Master. Of course, only important matters need to be reported to the Master, and some unimportant matters can be reported to Lord Blackmist. After teaching the two old men a lesson, Grey Wolf fell into deep thought. When will the Master come back? Among so many apostles, he chose only me as the chief steward. Is it because the Master thinks I am a promising talent? It must be like this, otherwise why would he choose me among dozens of apostles? It must be because I am the best. The progress here is too slow. These guys even have the energy to quarrel. Grey Wolf decides to increase the workload and ask them to renovate the city within 3 months. Anyway, there are so many knights and magicians, the progress certainly cannot be based on ordinary people's standards. Of course, it is not just this city that is being built. The two patriarchs are located at the border of the Sky Eye on the temple side. At the same time, construction has also begun in the north. These two cities were named Temple South City and Temple North City respectively. As for East City and West City, there are no plans for them at the moment, so leave them aside for now. In terms of resources, the South City was built as a comprehensive city because it was close to a river and had nothing particularly outstanding. The North City was built as an industrial city because it was close to various mines, and later there were various iron and steel factories. In just a few days, the city center had taken shape. The combination of knights and magicians increased work efficiency countless times. The other buildings had not yet been built, but the Temple of Faith and the center had already been built, although there was no requirement from above. Grey Wolf, as the butler, always put faith and loyalty first. At the same time, the Umbu has also initially established its structure. After it was established, Rimura sent out a team leader codenamed Rat, who will lead 7 members to Black Forest Town. These 7 members are arranged in order: Rat 1, Rat 2, Rat 3, Rat 7. This is the code name for their operation. Although Shu feels that code names are of little use, the boss insists on doing this, so he has no choice but to listen to him. In the previous few days, they had learned a lot about lurking, reconnaissance, camouflage, and the like. Their subsequent mission was simple, which was to contact their own people in Highland Town and then establish a stronghold. Rat was a little skeptical. He didn't know if he could complete the task. Not long ago he was just a great magician who stayed at home. He was chosen as the team leader only because he was the strongest and learned the fastest. This is Black Forest Town. The Rat used detection magic to take in the situation in Black Forest Town. As the great magician of the Sky Demon clan, Shu once visited all the small islands surrounding the clan's territory, but he was limited to the nearby trails and did not go deep into the interior. This Black Forest Town looked very ordinary and the city walls looked vulnerable. He believed that he could break through their defenses by casting the second-level magic Ox of the Earth. There are guards in Black Forest Town as well, but they all look listless. But Mouse is still a little worried. He is just a nerdy magician and cannot do things like reconnaissance and infiltration to gather intelligence. He also doesn't know what Lord Rimuru is thinking. When they arrived at the gate, they used the fake house's adventurer tokens to enter the city smoothly. In a remote house, they met the contact person. The other party was a knight, and after showing the ring, both parties confirmed their identities. This kind of ring is a very special magic prop. It cannot be discovered or detected by investigation on the surface. It is just an ordinary ring, but if it is investigated with special means, some information can be read out. Moreover, the ring is bound to the identity of the wearer. If the wearer does not use special means to borrow the ring, other people will have a special mark after getting it to prevent others from snatching the ring and replacing the identity. Rat didn't know why the boss did all these weird things. In his opinion, these were unnecessary. After all, with their current strength, they didn't have to worry about any enemies. If they wanted to occupy a place, they could just attack it directly, so he was very puzzled by this. But even if you don't understand, the rules are the rules. The information on the ring has 5 sections in total, and they are written in special cipher text representing the wearer's identity level, name, department, identity code, and identity authority. For example, the information on the man's ring opposite is Apostle, Coolite, Temple, ST00000014. See, from the information we can see the other party's identity level apostles are directly under the temple. Wolf's own identity information is Defense Network Wolf Umbu AB 00000062. D. In terms of authority, authority is a special thing. People in the same department must obey the instructions of their superiors. For example, the authority of several other people is E, and they must obey their orders unconditionally. Although Kulit is an apostle and his authority is C, he does not need to obey his orders because he is not in the same department. Of course, the other party is far superior to himself in terms of status and identity, so when necessary, the team he leads must assist the other party. Although this ring information system has just been established, both parties already know it and have mastered it. Although the Will Core can achieve communication at any location on the planet, it is only for people inside the temple. The two major races that are attached to the temple do not fall into the category of internal personnel, so they can only use magic to communicate. Kulit said with a serious face, "Lord Grey Wolf has explained the relevant matters. I will arrange a suitable identity for you. Here are some materials I prepared before. Please see here." Just as the endless forest was undergoing major construction and various departments began to make various attempts, Zhang Yu and his group had successfully entered the royal capital. Before entering the royal capital, Zhang Yu was quite looking forward to it. After all, it was the capital of a country, so it had to be magnificent. After all, this was a world of swords and magic, and it couldn't be viewed with the common sense of Earth. However, when Zhang Yu actually saw the royal capital, he was disappointed because this royal capital looked even worse than the city of Longkal. Apart from anything else, at least the city of Longkal was clean and tidy, while this side was much worse. After all, Ulrich Magic Academy is one of the three major magic academies in the kingdom, and the identity of an academy teacher is still very useful. Zhang Yu successfully entered the royal capital, and Belia also came with him. However, because he was afraid of trouble, Zhang Yu asked her to change her appearance slightly. However, even so, with Belia's temperament, it is easy to attract the attention of passers-by. Before this, Belia had already explained the situation in the royal capital clearly. After a quick walk around, Zhang Yu lost much interest. He was a person who liked to stay at home and had no interest in traveling, therefore he decided to get straight to the point and go directly to the palace. Currently, Zhang Yu is considering three ways to enter the palace. The first is to use magic to sneak in directly with his magical attainments. He doesn't need to consider the palace's sieve-like defense system, however doing so is meaningless as we are decent people. The second option is to let Belia find some connections with Belia's identity. It would be easy to get him in. This plan sounds a bit troublesome and can only be used as a backup option. The third option was to find connections himself. He remembered that there was a holy mage in this kingdom. When he first heard about it, he thought it was a holy level higher than level 9, also known as the holy level of the realm of God, but after investigation he found out that the so-called holy level was only level 4, which was really ridiculous. If he could find this holy mage, he should be able to get him to take him in through coercion and inducement. As the kingdom's leading magician, regardless of his level of magic, his knowledge and understanding of this world should be quite high, and perhaps we can get some information from him. If the opponent would rather die than surrender and is a tough nut to crack, then Zhang Yu can directly use high-level magic to control the opponent. For a high-level magician, it is not difficult to control a young magician who has just entered the intermediate level. The third method is undoubtedly more interesting. In fact, Zhang Yu came to the royal capital just for fun. If his heroes could attack more efficiently and effectively, it would only make the fun less. After making up their minds, Zhang Yu and his gang went to the Mage Tower where the Holy Mage was. The Holy Mage Tower, one of the iconic buildings of the royal capital and the guardian of the kingdom, is a holy place for mages. This white tower is located not far to the east of the royal palace. To be honest, Zhang Yu felt jealous when he saw the Mage Tower, because although this Mage Tower is not as grand and solemn as the temple, it is very beautiful. It is all white without a single stain, as if covered with a sacred light. Very beautiful. I'll get a few myself when I get home, Zhang Yu said silently in his heart. Zhang Yu and his companions were stopped at the door. The guard politely rejected their request to visit the Holy Master and told them that they could only enter with an invitation from the Holy Master. Of course, there was one more thing he didn't say: if you are a director or dean of a college, you can enter directly. Simply put, she is not strong enough. No matter what the other party thinks, she appears to be extremely respectful on the surface. There is no other way unless she uses control magic to control the other party. She still has to let Belia take action. However, it is better to have less trouble than more. It is inappropriate to use control magic after all. Soon after Belia took out the family emblem and identified herself, they were invited in. Of course, Adler was left outside the door and taken away by a special person. Adler was so angry that he kept yelling and wished he could show his true form and make the guard's face bleed. Xiaobai and Sophia laughed secretly, but they soon stopped laughing because they were not allowed to go upstairs and could only wait in the living room on the first floor. The two girls immediately looked bitter. Zhang Yu patted their heads amusedly and asked them to wait downstairs. The holy mage obviously had no intention of meeting them in the living room. Zhang Yu and the others were taken to a place similar to a laboratory where the legendary holy mage was processing some alchemical materials.
Why did you bring so many people? Belia, what do you want to talk to me about?
The holy mage just glanced at them and continued to busy himself with his own things. Zhang Yu took a look at the saint mage. He had a head full of messy white hair and looked to be around 300 or 400 years old. He was an old man with 1 foot halfway in the coffin. Mr. Vortigern, I'm not the one who came to see you, it's Mr. Zhang Yu who wants to see you about something.
Zhang Yu? Vortigern stopped his movements in confusion. The name sounded a bit strange and he seemed to have never heard of such a magician. The one who could be respected as a teacher by Belia must be an unknown person. Moreover, the other party was too young. Could he be a rising star?
Zhang Yu said, it's like this actually. I want to make a deal with you. If you develop the library in the Mage Tower and the library in the Royal Palace for me, I will give you a way to break through the limit and reach the 5th level. What do you think? This was not something extraordinary, it was even common sense in the temple's library. Zhang Yu would not feel bad about giving it to others. More importantly, he was curious about how long it would take for the indigenous magician to break through using the temple's method.
What did you say?
Are you kidding? Vortigern glared at him. Zhang Yu had no intention of explaining and directly proved it with his actions.
7th level magic soul stripping.
Zhang Yu whispered and stretched out his hand to grab the void, and Vortigern's soul was grabbed out by Zhang Yu. His soul emitted a faint white light and he was unable to move under Zhang Yu's control and his body collapsed directly to the ground. Zhang Yu smiled and explained, soul stripping is a 7th level magic. This magic does not require any spells and can be performed directly. It can extract the souls of creatures whose souls are not strong enough. Of course, this power is relative. The stronger the strength, the stronger this magic will be. Control over the soul is a sign of high-level magic.
As expected of teacher Zhang Yu, he can actually control the soul. This is something only gods can do, right?
Belia flattered him in time.
Zhang Yu smiled awkwardly. What god's domain? It's just high-level magic. The real god's domain should be touching the law. Under Zhang Yu's control, Vortigern's soul could not make any sound and could only dance, looking very funny.
Although he had the urge to crush the other person's soul, Zhang Yu still sent his soul back obediently. After Vortigern's soul returned to his body twitched and then he knelt on the ground and retched for a while. Zhang Yu was not in a hurry and waited quietly on the side. He had long seen that the other party's realm was stuck at the 4th level and could not advance any further. This was not only a problem of magic power concentration but more of a problem of cultivation method, so he believed that as long as he was given a chance he would definitely seize it. Having said that, being able to reach the peak of the 4th level in this environment with extremely low magic concentration is enough to show how terrifying his talent is.
Is this the 7th level magic? Why doesn't the defensive magic on me have any reaction?
Vortigern's body trembled slightly. Obviously, the levels of the defensive magics you have are too low and there is no magic for soul defense. It is normal that you can't withstand it. How about it? Do you want to consider my suggestion just now? Dear Mr. Zhang Yu, please accept me as your apprentice. Wojenti knelt directly in front of Zhang Yu. I have already touched the limit of magic before, but after meeting you I found that everything before was just a joke. Please accept me as your magic apprentice. I am willing to pay any price. Zhang Yu had a strange look on his face while Belia behind him just looked at him coldly. Hey old man, please get up quickly. How can I bear this at your age?
Zhang Yu walked over and helped the other person up, but the guy struggled and couldn't get up.
No, please accept me. I am really willing to give you everything, all my property status and everything can be given to you.
What?
If I don't collect it, you won't be able to pay it back? Zhang Yu glared at the old man and the other party immediately backed down.
No, of course not, I just...
Zhang Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This guy was quite interesting. Okay, but not everyone is qualified to be my student. I'll give you a few tests. If you can pass them, I can consider it. Zhang Yu didn't dislike this old man. He was not obsessed with his status and position and always pursued magic. This was an orthodox magician, but he lacked the spirit. If he were hundreds of years old, he might not be able to kowtow to a young man who was hundreds of years younger than him and become his apprentice. Wojenti was pleasantly surprised. Thank you, teacher.
I will work hard and will not let you down.
You think too much. I won't be disappointed no matter what. Don't think too highly of yourself. Belia, who was standing behind, was full of envy. She didn't expect to get such an opportunity so easily. She was eager to get it. Teacher Zhang Yu, can you give me a chance too? Well, since you've helped so much, it's okay to accept it from you.
Belia looked surprised and saluted hastily. Yes, teacher. But don't think too much, I only let you be my student in name, I don't have the time to teach you, normally you have to rely on self-study, do you understand this? Zhang Yu secretly praised himself. Fortunately he had a plan. If he did this he would have no problem accepting 100 or 80 apprentices, he wouldn't have to lead them anyway. Of course if the other party used his name to do evil he would just drive them out. At this moment Belia was so excited that her face turned red. She was wondering whether she could go back to the temple with Zhang Yu in the future when she realized the terrifying concentration of magic power in the temple. Returning to the temple had become her dream. Wojenti stood beside him with a respectful look on his face. Zhang Yu said, I will give you 3 tests later. If you pass them you can be my student, but before that tell me about the situation of your mage tower and how much you know about the demon rift. Yes. Vortigern began to tell all the information he knew. He actually knew the location of the demon rift, which he got from some ancient documents. He had even studied it before, of course, because the demon rift was the source of chaos in ancient times. The magic circle that sealed it was very advanced, so he couldn't find anything no matter how hard he studied it. Later this topic was slowly sealed up. Zhang Yu was very satisfied. This saved him a lot of effort. They chatted in the laboratory for more than an hour. Zhang Yu was quite satisfied with this old apprentice. He was knowledgeable and eloquent. Zhang Yu saw a bit of his teacher in him. Sophia and the others must be waiting anxiously downstairs, so Zhang Yu went downstairs and Wojenti naturally followed him. Teacher, what took you so long to come down? Seeing Zhang Yu coming down the stairs, Sophia and Xiaobai surrounded him with anxious looks while the 2 maids next to them looked at Wojenti behind Zhang Yu with shock. They worked here so they naturally knew who this old man was. Who was this young man in front of them? He could even have the kingdom's holy wizard accompany him. Could he be a super old monster who maintained a young face? It is said that some powerful wizards have the ability to maintain their youthful looks, which is truly enviable. Well, I've been delayed for a while, come let me introduce it to you. Zhang Yu pointed at Suo Wei. This is my first student, you should call her senior sister. Then he pointed at Xiaobai. This is the second student, you should call her second senior sister. Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, then looked at Zhang Yu. I was here first, why am I the second senior sister? Zhang Yu rubbed her head with amusement, because you only started learning magic later. To be honest, Zhang Yu had brought her with him as a research subject. Xiaobai had the blood of a devil in her body, but now that her strength had been raised to the 2nd level there was no sign of the devil blood in her body being activated. After getting along for a long time he no longer treated her as an experimental subject. Wojenti bowed with a flattering smile and said, hello senior sister, hello second senior sister, I am the junior brother, my name is Wojenti. Ah. Sophia and Xiaobai looked at this junior brother who could be their great-grandfather in silence. Xiaobai hadn't reacted yet, but Sophia was shocked. Wasn't that Wojenti the name of the saint mage? The man in front of them was the guardian mage of the kingdom, the owner of the mage tower, Saint Mage Wojenti? How is this going? Zhang Yu said angrily, I haven't said I'll accept you yet. You all are familiar with Belia. From now on she will be the 3rd junior. Ahem, no, the 3rd apprentice sister. Then there is this one, she is a junior apprentice for now and she will become your junior apprentice brother in the future if possible. Is there a saying like senior sister junior brother in this world? It doesn't matter, if not I'll create one. Now it's the world that adapts to me, not me adapting to the world. Oh. I will definitely work hard, Vortigern said with full energy. I didn't realize that you, an old man, could be so funny. Okay, the first test for you is to break through to the 5th level in half a month. I will give you the method to break through later. Yes, teacher. Although he was very nervous, Vortigern still agreed. Okay, let's go to the palace library now. Also send all the books in your white tower to the palace later. I will return them to you after I finish reading them. Is teacher. The 2 maids looked at Zhang Yu and his group in shock. They were already in a state of confusion. Was it just an illusion? Were they under the spell of the master mage? It was indeed very convenient to have this holy wizard leading the way. No one bothered them along the way and Zhang Yu and his companions entered the kingdom's library smoothly. The library is very large, taking up an entire building, and is more than 10 times larger than the library in the mage tower. Zhang Yu was amazed. I didn't expect your king to be a book lover. It seems that he knows very well that knowledge is power. Otogen said with embarrassment, Teacher, in fact the king doesn't like reading either. The previous library is similar to the White Tower, but the princess likes reading very much. The king loves this princess very much, so he built such a library for her. There are not many people who are eager to learn. It's a pity that the student doesn't have the talent to become a magician, otherwise I would consider taking another student. Oh, never mind, it doesn't matter. Zhang Yu led the way in the huge library. A girl buried in a pile of books poked her head out. She was wearing thick glasses and her hair was a little messy. Lord Otogen, what are you doing?
My teacher wants to borrow this library, you should leave first. Otogen was not polite at all, not to mention work. He didn't even give any face to the king. If there was anything, he would just criticize him directly without following the procedures. He is just a king. If he wants, he can just support any family to become the new king. Oh. The girl crawled out in a panic. I'll go out right away. Wait, Master Otogen's teacher? What? Do you want me to say it again? Oh, Taigen's old face suddenly fell. Forget it, it's okay. Zhang Yu patted his shoulder. Organti's expression immediately turned respectful. Yes, teacher. I'm going to stay here for a while. You guys can do whatever you want, Zhang Yu said, pulling a chair in the middle. Zhang Yu was ready to stay in this library for a few months. There was nothing to do back in the temple anyway. The environment here was quiet and peaceful. There was no one else in the huge library except the princess with messy hair. This made Zhang Yu very satisfied. The library has a huge collection of books comparable to those in ordinary universities. It is the largest library in the kingdom, not to mention the quality. If we only look at the quantity, it has more books than the library in the temple. It would take an unknown amount of time to finish reading all the books one by one. Magicians naturally have their own ways. He chanted a spell and pointed his hand into the air. 13 spots of light appeared in the air, then expanded and transformed into 13 glowing elves. The 7th level magic from the elves. The 13 elven servants are 13 magical elves born from one's own will. Although they are part of one's own will, they have their own consciousness. Everything they see and hear will become part of one's memory. They can also be said to be one's 13 clones. This magic is usually used for reconnaissance or research. It is a lazy learning magic similar to the shadow clone in a certain anime, but more advanced than the shadow clone. First of all, it is a real-time output process when learning, and there is no huge impact on the mind after it is released. Secondly, it can adjust the input information and play a screening role. After all, each clone has its own will and can be actively screened in addition. The form of the elf servant is very wonderful with the abilities of fusion, analysis and invasion, which are widely used in the study of magic circles. If Zhang Yu is pressed for time, he will use this method to learn. Although this magic is very good, it is still stressful on the mind. When he reaches the 7th level, he can only maintain this magic for one day, but now it can at least last for a week. The 13 spirit servants knew their mission. After they were born, they flew in all directions and then jumped directly into the book. They really jumped into it. They had no entity and could blend into any entity. This method could quickly. Zhang Yu's original body was not idle either. He sat leisurely on a chair and asked the elf servant to select some interesting books and send them to him. Although Zhang Yu could also use a method similar to the elves and directly read a book with his mental power compared to scanning style reading, Zhang Yu preferred to read with his own eyes. Leave the scanning reading to the elf servants, and the real good books should be read slowly by yourself. They took out a table and made some good tea. Xiaobai and Sophia were used to Zhang Yu's state, so they started to study as well, leaving the other three looking at each other in bewilderment. On the other hand, the southern city of the temple was a scene of bustling activity. Having more people has its advantages, but of course it also has its disadvantages. The advantage is that all aspects can be carried out simultaneously and things can be done quickly. The disadvantage is that there are too many people to manage and someone has to be in charge of every aspect of eating, drinking, defecating and urinating. Although it has been divided into 2 cities with synchronous construction, there are still more than 200,000 people in the south city. It is already a huge area. In just half a month, all the wild beasts and monsters in the surrounding area have been eaten. Although everyone has brought food reserves, most people are unwilling to eat those unpalatable food reserves when there is fresh meat. In the past, there were too few resources in the barren areas and life was very hard. Now in the endless forest, the various meats are dizzying for these barbarians to choose from. This can't go on like this. In the past half-month, the outline of the southern city of the temple has been established, and the city hall serving as the center of the city has also taken shape. Although it is only a skeleton at this rate, it will be completed in a month or two. This is the result of the joint efforts of the knights and mages. Some wooden houses for living have also been built, and basic urban buildings are also under construction. Now in the city hall, dozens of people were gathered together to discuss the next steps. Ives is one of them, and he has gradually accepted the current way of working. In the past, there was no such thing as a town hall in the tribe. If there was any issue, the chief would gather a group of 2nd and 3rd level warriors to discuss it. Whoever had the loudest voice would have the advantage during the discussion, but this is definitely not possible now. Before, there were barbarians who wanted to continue the tradition, but they were beaten up by Lord Grey Wolf. The North City has a similar structure, but Lord Grey Wolf obviously places his focus on the South City. He himself is also in charge of the South City and rarely goes to the North City. Dozens of people were sitting in the room, including Lord Grey Wolf, the chief steward, and Sykes, the temporary city lord. Sykes was a human, but like Lord Grey Wolf, he was an apostle. The city lord of the North City was also said to be an apostle under Lord Grey Wolf. It was Sykes who had the final say. Then there are the management group leader, construction group leader, food group leader, defense group leader, disease group leader, and business group leader. There are many members in these 6 groups. Elvis is the leader of the construction group. He was promoted recently. He was originally only a little famous in the tribe, but now he is very famous. Although he is not even a knight, he is now in a high position and has great power. This structural division is said to have been proposed by the Lord of the Temple and will be changed after the city is established. Although the Lord of the Temple has never been seen, this existence is undoubtedly a representative of power and wisdom. Grey Wolf took out a thin booklet with urban construction recommendations manual written in Chinese characters on it. There was no doubt that this thing was made by Zhang Yu when he was bored. Now it has become Grey Wolf's most important guide manual. Anyway, do it exactly as it says. If there is something not covered above, think of a solution yourself based on the above ideas. The master is worthy of being the master. He is truly unfathomable. Although he had already memorized it by heart, the Grey Wolf still carried it with him every day, listening to his master's teachings. At any time, he put the manual in the most conspicuous place and then opened a map and pasted it on the wall. I'm sure everyone is already very familiar with the South City construction plan. Now let's check the progress one by one, starting with Ivis from the construction team. Yes, sir. Ivis stood up. Thanks to the efforts of our construction team, we have reached the outer city boundary today. In another 3 days we will be able to push the forest line to the specified white line, but the leveling team will lag behind and need 5 days to reach the white line. In addition, the agricultural team has completed 1/3 of the progress and will reach the specified white line in about 2 weeks. White Wolf nodded. Fortunately, we are not behind, but don't just focus on pushing the speed. Have the trees been dried as required? Everything was carried out according to the standards, sir. Grey Wolf nodded. This kid has a promising future. If there is a chance in the future, he can be promoted to work under him. South City and North City are just the beginning. There will definitely be more cities in the future. It is such a waste for this kid to be confined to one city. Grey Wolf was very satisfied with Ivis. He nodded and said, well done, proceed as planned. Then food group, how is the progress on your side? The leader of the food group is an old man who is quite old. He is one of the few third-level magicians in the Sky Demon clan. He is good at life magic and is considered the most suitable magician for the food group. Sir, now the 8 farms outside the city have begun construction. We have already started construction in the center of the farm, but the farmland needs to wait until the agricultural team of the construction group is finished before we can start planting in time for the next progress. Food reserves are tight. If we calculate based on the hunting team's current daily harvest, our food can still support us for half a year. However, the situation is far from optimistic. The hunting team's harvest is gradually decreasing. The prey near South City is getting less and less. The hunting team must go to a farther place. How long do you actually estimate it can last? About 4 months. 4 months. This is a dangerous number. We must find a way to get food. Our current food supply is not enough to cover our expenditure. Business group, what's the situation in Black Forest Town? The leader of the business team was also a demon. He was average in strength and very fat, which was rare in the demon clan, which was rich in handsome men and beautiful women. He stood up and said, Sir, Black Forest Town has established a foreign trade interface, and the route from Black Forest Town to South City has also been planned, but the road conditions are very bad. It should be said that there is no road at all now. We can only conduct small-scale trial trade such as buying salt and selling leather or magic potions. All members of the trade team must be knights or mages, and the cost is extremely high. It seems that buying food from the outside world is not possible, and repairing the road will not be completed in a short time. If the master can open the teleportation array, no, how can I trouble the master with such a small matter? I will talk about it when it is really necessary. We are still under a rationing system internally and don't need business at all, so this business group basically has to do everything. There is nothing much to say about the remaining business team and defense team. They are basically in the initial exploratory stage, and all of them are doing things according to the booklet given by the master. The disease team is composed of wizards from both tribes who are proficient in potions, wizard apprentices, and witch doctors. Because people from both tribes have their own skills, they often quarrel. However, even though they are arguing, everyone still has their own abilities, and the content of the argument is professional. If outsiders interfere, the situation will only get more chaotic. Now Grey Wolf's attention is basically focused on South City. The city lord is just giving him a big hand. Grey Wolf was just a magic wolf before, and it is really a headache for him to take care of so many things now. There is no other way, just face it head on. Whether it is the barbarians or the demons, food has always been a major problem that has plagued them for a long time. Although they are individually strong, the surrounding food resources are too scarce. One lives in a deserted area in the corner and the other lives on an isolated island. There are many cases of people starving to death during the famine years. As for relocating the entire tribe to the fertile land on the mainland, this is impossible because humans are very wary of them. They originally lived on the mainland and their population was much larger than it is now. Later a war broke out with humans and they were driven into a corner. If they really dare to show up on the mainland, they will face the human army. The barbarians and the demons are indeed powerful and there are many experts in their tribes, but they are outnumbered. Once a war breaks out, they may not be able to withstand it and be directly exterminated. They couldn't win even in their heyday, let alone now. The probability of ordinary humans becoming knights and magicians is low, but they have a much larger base, tens of thousands of times larger than their own, and their population is updated quickly. After a war, their population can recover quickly. It may take 4 or 5 generations for them to reproduce while their children have just reached adulthood. There is no comparison at all. The world today is still dominated by humans. As for the issue of food, everyone discussed it a lot and finally came up with some good ideas. After all, this is an endless forest and the food resources are much richer than in the corners outside the continent. If most of the laborers are not building cities, there is no need to consider the issue of food at all. He returned to the temple with a depressed look on his face. Several heroes in the temple had left as if they had obtained permission from their master to go out and play. They basically didn't care about the affairs of the barbarians and the demons and left all to the 3 brothers, among whom he had the most things to deal with. It is said that Momo has used the magic device given by the Grand Wizard to build a defense framework, and the entire endless forest has been included in his defense circle. Although Rimuru is a bit slow, he has also established a basic intelligence organization. His side is the slowest. Thinking about the food problem, the Grey Wolf's head began to hurt again. It felt like he had lost a lot of hair recently. Zhang Yu didn't know about the many troubles of building a city. To him these things were too low level. Unless he wanted to take a look on a whim, he would not care unless Grey Wolf contacted him. Now he has been in the library for more than 10 days. While the construction of South City and North City was in full swing, Zhang Yu stayed in the library very leisurely. Vortigern did not disappoint him and broke through to the 5th level in a short time. He was undoubtedly a genius. In fact, his own magic power was enough, but he had no way to advance. He had studied for decades without any progress. Zhang Yu gave him away. After decades of holding back, he finally let it out and successfully advanced. Then Zhang Yu gave him a second test, which was to learn a 5th level magic from the temple within a month. Belia studied equally hard recently. Zhang Yu had not given her any guidance and had her practice step by step. However, he did not favor one over another and directly asked her to use the red jade to practice with Sophia and the others. After knowing that the speed of cultivation after using the red jade would be as fast as the speed of cultivation in the temple, Belia was so happy that she woke up laughing in the middle of the night for several days. Xiaobai followed Zhang Yu and successfully advanced to the 3rd level a few days ago. As for Sophia, although this girl has worked very hard, her talent is too average, so she still hasn't reached the standard to enter the 2nd level, but it will be almost there probably in another week or 2. Although she was shattered by Xiaobai, Sophia did not lose her composure and continued to move forward steadily. Although this girl was a little slow, her attitude was very good. She was probably the same type of person as her junior brother. Xiaobai was a bit like herself. She was not too lazy, but she didn't work hard either. She seemed to rely on her talent to make a living. However, talent also has its limits, and Zhang Yu has gradually felt the existence of that limit. It was fine in the beginning and everything went smoothly, but advancing from the 8th level to the 9th level is not so easy, and the subsequent 8th level will probably be even more troublesome. Zhang Yu's talent is good, but it is much worse than the talents of the heroes at the Son of the Plane level. In addition to studying, Zhang Yu often took out the source iron to examine it. Maybe this thing was the key prop for him to advance to the 8th level or even to the plane level. Unfortunately, no matter how Zhang Yu analyzed it or how he spoke softly to it, he could not find a way to analyze it. It was like the ancients got a piece of titanium alloy. No matter how much they studied it, they could not produce a flower. After all, the level of basic knowledge did not reach that standard. Zhang Yu doesn't have much hope for it now. He just takes it out and plays with it every day out of habit like an antique. If it was the same as usual, Zhang Yu would make a pot of tea and continue reading and studying. Next to him were Sophia and Xiaobai. Vortigern was afraid of disturbing Zhang Yu, so he studied the 5th level magic outside the door and watched the door at the same time. But Belia was more amazing. She spent most of her time studying with them and a small part of her time running around arranging things in Black Forest Town and even capturing the royal chefs of the palace to prepare food for them. You know what, he is worthy of being the imperial chef. The food he cooks is much more delicious than Sophia's. Although the little girl is not very happy, she has to admit that his cooking skills are far worse than those of the imperial chef. Outside the library, the king and his family were hiding in the distance, watching this sight and whispering. There were 3 people in total: the majestic middle-aged king, the gentle and gracious queen, and their little daughter, the princess. Father, is the young man in the library really Master Vortigern's teacher? Why have we never heard of him before? The 3 of them hid in the corner, daring only to watch from afar. Ever since that man came, she had been driven out of her own nest. The middle-aged king had a serious face. It must be, you see, the masters are standing guard at the door. As far as I know, no one in this world has such a big face. Moreover, the other party looks young, but his actual age may be hundreds or even thousands of years old. For a magician who has reached that level, hundreds or even thousands of years old is not impossible. But is there really anything beyond the saint realm in this world? The books have said that the saint realm is the pinnacle that a magician can reach, and it is the realm of touching God. Well, I don't know, but what the book says may not be true. Regardless of whether it is true or not, the young man in the book is not someone we can mess with. I don't know if such a person could be recruited by us. That's impossible. After all, it's such a powerful being and we can't offer anything to attract it. The queen next to him looked entangled. Let's not think about recruiting it, we should think about how to avoid angering it. But there is a holy wizard guarding the door, so we don't even have a chance to make contact. The king sighed and looked at the princess. Daughter, is there any way for you to go in and see what's going on? No, I have tried many times, but the saint mage simply ignored me and chased me away as soon as I approached him. But I think that person may have 2 hobbies. One is reading. Isn't that why he stayed here? The second is food. He asked the royal chef to cook for them and he seemed to like it very much. The king's eyes lit up. Yes, why didn't I think of that? He thought for a while and said, maybe he likes women too. I wonder if he will accept a beautiful woman if I offer her to him. The queen glared at the king fiercely. Yes, who doesn't like beautiful women? The king shuddered with fear. Ha, I just said that I definitely don't have any thoughts. After all these years you still don't know me? You are the only one in my heart. Work rolled his eyes. Don't get off topic, okay? No matter what the other party likes, it has to be based on the condition that we can contact the other party. Now that His Excellency the Saint Mage is blocking us, it's useless for us to do anything. However, we can try to contact that woman. That woman? Who? The princess said seriously. The gentleman brought 3 women with him. They seemed to be his students. 2 of them were very young and had been quiet, but the older one came out every day either to bring food, drinks, or something else. And you may not know that Belia has been active in the capital recently. Belia? The Belia from Lonkal? Asked the king. Yes, although Belia has contacted some nobles in the capital, I can't find her privately. This is very strange. With Belia's identity, she should have been noticed by my intelligence system before she even entered the city. This is the first suspicious point. The second suspicious point is that the time when Belia appeared is almost the same as the time when the adult inside appeared. There may be some connection between the two. The third suspicious point is that I have carefully observed the way the oldest woman speaks, and her tone of voice is very similar to Belia's. Although they look different, they are very similar in other aspects. The king was speechless. He was a stupid king and usually let his youngest daughter make decisions on many matters. What do you want to say in the end? I mean, the woman following the adult inside is most likely Belia. She used some kind of disguise because she was afraid of trouble. He is Belia, are you sure? Asked the king. I'm not 100% sure, but there is probably no problem, so we don't need to consider bypassing the Saint Mage. We can just find a way to contact Belia directly. I have a good personal relationship with her, so we can try to contact her first. The king nodded. Okay, then I'll go prepare the beauty a ham. I'll prepare something that the Lord likes. This old man probably only knows this much. The princess sighed. In addition to preparing beautiful women, you can also prepare some special things. Things that are attractive to magicians, some mysterious unknown tools, some rare books in history, magic books, and some strange creatures. I remember that our family got an elf before. You mean? The princess nodded. Yes, get everything ready and then go to the treasury and look for everything. The more the better. Okay, leave it to me. His Majesty the king patted his chest with a serious look on his face. After sending her parents away, the princess was thinking that it would not be enough to rely on just the 2 of them, so she went back and asked the intelligence system to prepare some things. In addition, the information transmitted from Highland Town 2 days ago made Her Royal Highness the Princess very concerned. The Viscount of Black Forest Town violated the laws of the kingdom and was stripped of his title. Then a man named Culet was promoted to Baron. It seemed that Belia was behind this. Moreover, she set up a caravan specializing in trading in Black Forest Town. This is definitely not a coincidence. What on earth does she want to do? No, I should say, what does the adult in the library want to do? Although secret intelligence personnel have been sent to Highland Town, it will probably take some time to find out the truth.
This time she focused on three things: the new Baron Kulit, the content of the caravan's transactions, and who was trading with Belia's caravan. Where did the people trading with them come from and what were their identities? I hope we won't become enemies with that adult right now. They don't have the capital to fight back. In the evening, Belia, who had changed into a different appearance, came out and Her Royal Highness the Princess followed her halfway. Hey Belia. Belia turned around and said with a strange look on her face, Your Highness, are you calling me? I am not Belia. Belia, we have known each other for so many years. We often slept together when we were young and studied all kinds of knowledge together. You are very familiar with me, and similarly I am also very familiar with you, so even if you change your appearance now, you can't fool me. Start by building a relationship. If the other party refuses to admit it, you can try a little harder, but you have to know when to stop. Belia looked at the other person for a few times. Just like what he said, he was also very familiar with this seemingly nerdy working prince. Okay Xin Yue, I really couldn't hide it from you, but don't leak this matter out. After all, I came here concealing my identity. Belia admitted it openly, and in fact it would not have any impact even if it was leaked. Princess Crescent smiled sweetly. Would you like to have a drink sometime? We haven't had a good chat in a while. How about I make you some tea myself? Forget about this, it's a waste of time. I need to study with the teacher. How enviable. It's a pity that I have no talent for magic and am destined to be mediocre in this life. You are already the #1 genius in the kingdom. Now that you are learning from that master, your future achievements will surely surpass those of the Saint Mage. You are amazing. Surpass junior brother? Of course I must. Although junior brother advanced to level 5 first, I will also be promoted to level 5 soon, and then I will definitely be the first to advance to level 6. Belia was very confident. She was already gifted, and now she had divine blood in her body. She might even have a chance to surpass the 9th level and advance to the holy level. Other natives certainly didn't understand, but Belia knew very well that the holy level was the legendary god, a truly immortal god, which was not something that ordinary people could imagine. Although it is still very far away from now, Belia is full of confidence. Of course, she still has to be humble in words. No, it's because the teacher taught me well. My talent is just average. I can't even say I'm better than my junior brother. Junior brother? The junior brother you are talking about is Master Saint? Did he become your disciple recently? Sometimes it's a headache to talk to smart people, Belia said helplessly. I guess so. That's really enviable. Could you please ask that adult if I can also read a book in there? Don't worry, I will hide in the corner and won't disturb you. Xin Yue asked pitifully. Reading a book is fake, but observing closely is real. Well, I can ask for you. It doesn't matter. We will leave in a few months. By then you will still be the same as before and will not be affected. Will he leave in a few months? That's right. For that kind of person there is nothing worth staying in the kingdom. But I still hope you can help me. Ask. I owe you a big favor. Xin Yue said with a blink of her eyes. She felt very regretful in her heart. Why don't I have the talent for magic? I can only be an ordinary person. I really don't want to accept this. This okay, I'll ask for you. Xin Yue was very smart and didn't ask for gifts right away. Instead, she planned to take it step by step. The most important thing was to build a good relationship and have a say first. Next, she avoided the troublesome questions and started chatting with Belia about her childhood and which dishes of the royal chef were better and which ones had room for improvement. She also occasionally flattered her teacher, which made Belia very happy. It's dinner time. Although it doesn't seem right to eat in the library, there's nowhere better to go. This place is the closest and most convenient. The servants will bring in the food and they will clean up after you're done. It's great to be rich. Zhang Yu began to think about whether he should also form a professional team of chefs and a professional team of maids after returning. Well, that's possible, and also build a super beautiful wizard tower and a super large library. All these are recorded in the little notebook. After finishing the meal, Belia found an opportunity to ask teacher. Princess Xin Yue wants to read a book in the corner. Do you think it's okay? The one who worked with thick glasses before. Quiet shouldn't disturb us. If it was someone else she would definitely not care, but Xin Yue was her friend. After all, it was okay that she didn't recognize her before, but after she recognized her it was difficult for Belia to refuse. Oh, that princess? Of course it's okay, this is her place. Zhang Yu didn't care. Although the job looked clumsy, it was actually quite fun. After all, he was occupying the other person's place. He could just give her some benefits when he left. Zhang Yu was not a person who liked to take advantage of others. Then I'll thank the teacher on her behalf. When I met her just now, Belia told the teacher everything that had happened just now in detail, not daring to hide anything. Zhang Yu was surprised after hearing this. She recognized you? How did she do that?
Belia smiled. Teacher, don't be fooled by her harmless appearance and think that she is a nerd who buries herself in books every day. In fact, Xin Yue is very capable. I admire her very much. Although she never leaves her house, she controls the entire palace and the king is just a figurehead. Zhang Yu looked strange. Is this true? Of course it's true. How dare I lie to you, teacher? The king is not a capable person to govern the world. He has done many absurd things before. If it weren't for the support of the queen's family, the kingdom might have been in chaos. Later, the princess established an intelligence network throughout the country and set up many management agencies. She took over the management power from the king. Only then did the kingdom stabilize. In recent years it has developed better and better. Everyone thinks that the king governs well, but in fact it is all Xin Yue's credit. Also, although his brothers are somewhat capable and better than the king, they are far from Xin Yue's level. She just studies in the library every day, but the kingdom is under her control. Zhang Yu was speechless. Could this person also be a time traveler? This ability was not something that ordinary people could master. It sounded like a time traveler using advanced thinking to assist the king. By the way, he also needed a person who could manage people. Could he dig this princess back? Zhang Yu has this bad habit. Whenever he finds something good, he wants to bring it home. Such a talented person is not easy to find. However, I'll wait until she comes over tomorrow and then ask her quietly. Zhang Yu said, just tell us about this princess Xin Yue and tell us what you know. Belia's eyebrows jumped. Could it be that she had dug a hole for herself? The teacher was actually interested in her. Could it be that the teacher actually liked girls who looked silly but were actually very smart? Could this be the contrasting cuteness that the teacher mentioned by chance before? Maybe I'll have to look into this later. Zhang Yu is a very easy to understand person. After all, he was an ordinary person in his previous life and an engineering guy who was easily emotional. You can basically know his character after spending some time with him. This kind of character is very bad for a king, but fortunately, as the lord of the temple, he does not need any king's qualities at all because he possesses the most powerful power. It's like a young man who wants to be the boss of a country. Although he has no culture and is lazy all day long, he has the ability to plant a mushroom on the map with a click of his finger. As long as he wants, there will be countless people pushing him to the throne. In the final analysis, no matter what you want to do, you can do it as long as you have enough strength. If you fail, it only means that you don't have enough strength. The next day, the Crescent Moon Princess came back as expected. She just said hello to Zhang Yu and then hid in the corner to read a book. Zhang Yu didn't know how to start the conversation. He couldn't just say, don't be a princess anymore, come home with me. It always feels unreliable. It seemed that Princess Xin Yue really came here just to read books. She hadn't looked for Zhang Yu and his friends for several days and didn't even come to eat. This made Zhang Yu a little conflicted. However, although she didn't look for Zhang Yu, she had a lot of communication with Belia. For example, when they were chatting later, Princess Xin Yue whispered, Belia, do you know what kind of woman Lord Zhang Yu likes? Is he married? Does he have children? That man looks very young, but he should be quite old actually, Xin Yue said while observing Belia's expression. I don't know how old Mr. Zhang Yu is. He is not married and has no children. As for what kind of woman he likes, to be honest, I don't know much about it, but it seems that the teacher doesn't have anyone he likes. He probably doesn't like girls who look silly but are actually very smart, or does he have a special preference for princesses? The teacher seems to be paying attention to Xin Yue recently. No, that's impossible. Thinking of this, Belia's face looked a little strange. Xin Yue was a little strange. If he didn't have anyone he liked, did he not have much interest in women? Would it be bad if he rashly sent the woman over? Besides, the other party seemed to be staying in the library all the time, so there was no place to send her. This option was ruled out first. Oh, I see. By the way, I found some strange magic books in my treasure house. They are said to be sealed by the devil's curse. Even the saint mage can't unseal them. There are also a few books that look ordinary but have strange histories. Is these books of interest to you, Lord Zhang Yu? If necessary, I can send someone to deliver them. Oh, that's fine. The teacher seems to be very interested in those weird things, but do you want to recruit the teacher? If you have this idea, I advise you to give up. The existence of the teacher is beyond imagination. He will probably return to the temple later, and it is impossible for him to be recruited by the kingdom. Xin Yue said it. Of course, I know that someone like Mr. Zhang Yu cannot be bound by worldly constraints. I just thought that there are a few things in the national treasury that Mr. Zhang Yu might like. I definitely don't have any unrealistic ideas like recruiting him. Well, the teacher should be very interested. Okay, I'll ask someone to bring it over right away. Thanks a lot. Xin Yue should have had someone prepare it long ago. He quickly brought the things over to Zhang Yu after the other party explained it. Zhang Yu was indeed very interested. There are 5 books in total, 3 of which are sealed and 2 are ordinary.
Zhang Yu first looked at the sealed book. This was a magical book. Ordinary people would only see some inexplicable garbled characters when they opened it. Looking at it for a long time would cause mental damage. It was a sealed magic circle with a certain lethality, and the level of the magic circle was not low, at least reaching the 5th level, which was very rare. No wonder Vortigern could not unlock the seal. Obviously Vortigern had also studied these 3 books. He explained to Zhang Yu the origins of the 3 books, and some of his research describes the horror story of a certain evil god. It is quite interesting to read as a novel. I didn't see the hidden power of this book. To me it's just an ordinary book. Maybe it's because I'm not strong enough now. Zhang Yu said awkwardly, maybe we did make a mistake because the author of this book committed suicide strangely, and the next few owners basically died strangely. Later it was passed to several wizards, and then nothing unusual happened. We suspected that there might be a curse in it, so we sealed it in a wooden box. Maybe we did make a mistake. Maybe it's the curse of the gods. If it's not a curse above the gods, I should be able to see some clues whether it's an ordinary curse, a bloodline curse, or a triggered curse. Zhang Yu was not bragging. Even if it was a 9th level curse, a very secretive one, he could at least find traces of magic through these means. Even if it could not be removed, there would be a trace, but there was nothing in this book, so either it did not exist or it was a curse above God. That must be an ordinary book. It must be just a coincidence, Zhang Yu said embarrassedly. Zhang Yu focused his attention on the last book. The previous one might have been just an ordinary book, but this one is the real cursed book. Zhang Yu could see the power of the curse at a glance. The curse system is a very strange and unconventional curse system. Curse is a magic that borrows strange power. You have to pay as much as you gain. Therefore magicians who study the curse system do not end well, but it is not absolute. Some extremely special existences can avoid this curse, such as a cursed dragon in the house. This guy can recover quickly after being hit by the backlash of the curse. The name of this book is the Book of Curses, which records some strange curse magic. Not only that, it also comes with an advanced curse. When a magician uses it, he will continue to lose mental strength and eventually die of mental exhaustion. If it is a more advanced curse magician, he may be able to detect the curse in the book, but he cannot detect the soul hidden in the book. Zhang Yu sneered, "Come out, don't think I can't find you just because you're hiding in a book." The other party still did not move. Zhang Yu was somewhat helpless and directly used the 7th level magic soul stripping to pull the other party out. Hidden in the book was the soul of an old man. He was dumbfounded after being pulled out. This weird soul could be seen not only by mages like them, but even ordinary people like Zhang Yu could see it. The other party was obviously shocked. Yu, how is this possible? Nothing is impossible. You just rely on the curse attached to this book to strengthen your soul. It's a good idea to some extent. You can even achieve immortality. The old man's face changed again and again. It was the first time that he was surrounded by so many people. He coughed dryly and said, "My friend, I am Brian the Saint Mage from more than 1,000 years ago. I am proficient in souls and curses, although I don't know how you caught me. If you can provide me with some soul power, I don't mind passing on my knowledge to you and even borrowing my power." "Are you the legendary grandfather?" I'm sorry, the current holy mage is still here. "And your power is too weak. I don't look down on you." Zhang Yu snapped his fingers and the follow-up power of soul stripping burst out in his body. He instantly lost control of his soul and his soul body fell on the table with a snap, twitching continuously, unable to make a sound, and was filled with fear. But Vortigern knew the horror and terror of this magic, and now he looked at the other party with sympathy. In fact, the magician Brian is quite famous. He was a terrible magician from more than 1,000 years ago. His legends are still circulating in some ancient books. It's a pity that he is still only at the 4th level. Normally a 4th level cultivator cannot come into contact with souls. The other party can maintain his current state probably by borrowing some magic props such as this cursed book. Even with Zhang Yu's discerning eyes, he had to admit that this cursed book was a magic prop of perfect quality. The magician who could make it was most likely a 6th level or even 7th level magician. This thing was most likely handed down from ancient times, and Blake's soul was most likely integrated into this magic book by chance. Brian was not a tough guy to begin with, and he realized that the existence before him was definitely not something he could resist and was a terrifying magician who was superior to him. So after torturing Brian's soul for a while, the old man confessed everything. The origin of the Book of Curses is unknown. It was found by Brian in a very old tomb in his old age. The book is indeed terribly powerful, but he was just like Vortigern at that time. He was not interested in strange and powerful magic. What he needed more was a way to break through. In his later years he worked hard to study this ancient book, but this instead triggered the curse in it, and he died faster after his death. He didn't know what mechanism was triggered, but his soul did not dissipate but directly merged with the book. After that, this book had several owners. Brian used the curse of this cursed book to continuously absorb the soul power of the users, thereby strengthening himself and continuing his soul.
Funny enough, he could even use this power to allow his soul to break through to the next level. They were almost ready, just lacking the soul power of one or two people to advance, but somehow the curse power of the cursed book was discovered by someone and then sealed. This made Brian very angry, but at the 4th level he could only parasitize inside the Book of Curse and had no influence on the outside world. At most he could only eavesdrop on some conversations outside. Until today, when he met the terrifying existence Zhang Yu, this guy thought he finally had a chance to see the light of day again. Unexpectedly he was directly caught by Zhang Yu. It's so sad to talk about it. Zhang Yu was not interested in this soul, but he also felt it was a pity to destroy it. After all, the soul had lived for thousands of years, maybe it could be useful in the future. Then Zhang Yu pressed it back into the Book of Curse and then added another layer of seal to it, sealing the curse attached to the Book of Curse. Brian was really in tears and he didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy. The 5 books had been appraised and were originally going to be returned to Xin Yue, but this girl said that these books were too strange and powerful and it would be a disaster rather than a blessing for ordinary people to hold them, so she gave them directly to Zhang Yu for safekeeping. She looked sincere, as if Zhang Yu would suffer if he didn't accept them, which made Zhang Yu feel embarrassed. To be honest, these books are really interesting and Zhang Yu finally accepted them. In the next few days Xin Yue would take out a new thing from time to time, either a magic prop or some strange materials, or a magic prop collected later, and ask Zhang Yu to identify it from time to time and then give it to Zhang Yu for various reasons. Although most of them are garbage, there are also some good things, such as a stone called Starstone. This stone is the core of a special meteorite. No one knows where the other party found it from. This thing is the material for refining artifacts. Zhang Yu naturally accepted it without hesitation. Now the temple is looking for materials to refine artifacts. Even though there are more than a dozen artifact blueprints, none of the materials are complete. The most they have is only 80% and the least is still 0%. These are the artifact designs included in the armory. Most of them are weapons that heroes have used before. In addition, there are descriptions of some other artifacts in the library, but because there is too little information, it is impossible to restore the design drawings. This needs to be studied carefully later. Except for the Starstone, the others were relatively ordinary and Zhang Yu threw them into the storage ring at random. While Zhang Yu was on vacation in the royal capital, there was a noise coming from the west of the endless forest. The endless forest is extremely vast. To its south is the sea, to its north is endless wilderness, to its east is the Norton Kingdom. The capital where Zhang Yu is now is the capital of the Norton Kingdom, and to its west is the Carter's Empire. The land area of the Carter's Empire is far larger than that of the Norton Kingdom, but because of the endless forest the two sides rarely come into contact. At the western edge of the endless forest, a team of 7 people went deep into the endless forest fully armed. These 7 people are not ordinary adventurers. Their team is well known in the Empire, especially the captain. Almost all adventurers have heard of his name. He once killed a dragon in the endless forest and became famous throughout the world. The team consists of 7 people. The captain is a glory knight at the peak of the 3rd level, and each of the other members is at the 3rd level, including 3 glory knights and 3 magisters. However, the strength of their captain is only second to the 2 Lord Paladins and Lord Holy Mage of the kingdom. It is not easy to ride horses in the forest, but each of them rode a magic wolf and moved through the forest as if it were flat ground. A green-haired girl next to him frowned and asked, "Captain, has the situation in the endless forest become so serious?" "Her Majesty, the Queen actually asked us to investigate in person." Their captain was a young man wearing a black robe and carrying 2 long swords on his back. Although he looked ordinary, his power was powerful enough to shatter the world with one strike. The captain sighed. "It's worse than you think. A few months ago adventurers started to enter the endless forest and couldn't get out. At first people thought it was nothing, but later they found that no matter who they were, once they entered the forest they couldn't get out. The kingdom even sent out an investigation team, but without exception all of them never returned. The 2 paladins have to stay in the north and east to defend the Orc Empire, and the United Kingdom of Spree and the Holy Wizard has to stay in the capital, so they had no choice but to let us come here to investigate." The green-haired girl smiled and said, "Maybe a powerful monster appeared, but since you have done it yourself there must be no problem. With your strength no one can be your opponent unless they are a saint-level being." The girl had a look of admiration on her face. She followed the captain out of admiration, but she became a magician at such a young age, so her talent was no weaker than the captain's. The captain shook his head. "Don't underestimate the world. This world is huge and there are countless experts." The girl didn't think so. She was very proud. Among her peers the only one she looked up to was the captain. Unless it was the legendary terrifying existence in the core of the forest, she was not afraid of any other. Even the legendary dragon could be easily killed by their team. "It's almost done. Garland, activate the detection magic. Fiona, send out your familiar." Garland is a middle-aged man. After hearing the captain's order, he began to use reconnaissance magic. Fiona is a mysterious magician of unknown age. An eagle has been following her. After Fiona gave the order, the eagle began to fly high in the sky to conduct reconnaissance from the air. The captain did not plan to enter the core of the forest because the missing person could not enter the core. In fact, he himself had never entered it. The terrifying existence in the core of the forest was not something they could resist. Even the paladins and holy mages of the empire did not dare to enter the core. Therefore, their reconnaissance range was only the periphery of the endless forest. If they really did not find anything, they would consider entering the inner layer. Garland carefully used detection magic to observe the surroundings but found nothing unusual. "Captain, nothing has been found yet," Garland said. "Always be alert. All those who entered the endless forest before are missing. This mission is not as simple as you think." The captain had a bad feeling, and everyone except the green-haired girl looked cautious. The magic wolves were very fast. By dusk they had already entered the central area outside the forest. Most of the magic beasts they encountered were killed in one blow. The second-level magic beasts in the periphery were very rare and only gradually became more numerous in the inner layer. Even when they used eagles to scout from the sky, they did not find anything strange. The endless forest was too large and they did not intend to complete the task in one day. Instead, they planned to spend a month investigating here. "It's getting dark and everyone is very tired after running all day. Next, we need to find a safe place to set up camp and wait." Not good. The demon wolf under him suddenly stopped, or to be more precise, its body suddenly lost control. If it were an ordinary night, he would probably be thrown out without warning and half dead, but these people in this team are not ordinary people. The 7 magic wolves fell directly to the ground due to inertia, leaving 7 long marks. Their bodies were stiff and twitching, and the people on the backs of the magic wolves reacted in time. They used their own methods to jump off the magic wolves. After landing, the 7 people quickly gathered together and the wizard opened a defensive barrier. "Who is it?" The captain drew out his 2 swords and went into alert. A figure landed on a tree not far away. The other person was wearing a black robe and a rabbit mask on his face, but the pair of long gray ears on his head exposed his identity. The captain's face changed drastically. "Oh no! They are from the beast tribe. They are from the donkey tribe." The other party yelled, "You are the donkey, your whole family are donkeys. Can't you recognize these are rabbit ears? Can't you recognize the rabbit mask on my face? But a rabbit's ears shouldn't be." "Shut up," the other party cursed angrily and raised his hand to throw a huge ice cone towards the opponent. Defense shield. The green-haired girl knew that the magic barrier could not block this move, so she immediately used the 3rd-level defense magic. The huge ice cone smashed into the defense shield and then cracked inch by inch, and a crack also appeared on the defense shield. Very powerful. The ice cone is only a 2nd-level magic, but in the opponent's hands it can exert a destructive power close to that of 3rd-level magic. The strange rabbitman magician in front of him is a real mage. No, he may be a peak mage. Judging from the voice, it should be a female and she should be young. Does the bunny man have such a powerful young magician? As old rivals, they know a lot about the Orc Empire. If the bunny man has such a strong one, they will definitely know it. "Who are you?" the captain said in a deep voice. At this moment, several more figures appeared around, and together with the first one there were 11 people in total. Each of them wore a rabbit mask and rabbit ears, but except for the first one with donkey ears, the rest did have rabbit ears. Donkey Ear's voice was icy. "I should be the one asking you this question. The Endless Forest is your Majesty's territory. Anyone who enters the forest without permission is an enemy invading your Majesty's territory." The captain was shocked. "Your Majesty? Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Orc Empire? When did the Endless Forest return to your Orc Empire? Oh, you actually dare to compare that old lion with our Supreme Majesty. You are quite courageous. Well, I will make a note of this for you." The captain had a gloomy face. "Who are you? Did you capture our people before? Do you want to make an enemy of the Great Carter's empire?" "The Great Carter's? Ha ha! Stupid human!" She sneered and then began to hide. The terrible frost power began to condense and the captain felt something was wrong. "Oh no, kill her!" He took the lead and attacked quickly and sharply. He rushed towards the donkey-eared girl like a flash of lightning, but his body was stopped in mid-air. That was a girl from the Rabbit Ears tribe. She used a long knife to stop him, while other people from the Rabbit Ears tribe had already pounced on his opponent. However, he could no longer focus on his companions because the rabbit-eared tribe in front of him was very strong, extremely strong. The two of them fought several times in an instant and every sword was blocked by the other party. Although he was unwilling to admit it, the opponent's strength was not inferior to his own. "Damn it, it's too late. We must kill him immediately." The captain had no time to waste and immediately used his best martial art, which was a martial art passed down in his family. It was with this move that he slew a dragon and made a name for himself. Martial arts flying dragon slash. The dazzling sword light shot up into the sky. This sword condensed all his energy and spirit. This slash was unstoppable and unavoidable. It was a fatal blow. Even a paladin had to resist with all his might when facing this move. This was his winning shot. Clang! The sword light that was shooting up into the sky was blocked. The opponent also used a martial art that could even cut down a flying dragon, but it was blocked by the opponent. He looked as if he had seen a ghost. You, what's your name? There is such a master in the world and I have never heard of him. He is also a glory knight, the same level as me, but his strength is slightly higher than mine. Rabbit 13, the other party said coldly. The surrounding rabbit-eared people all jumped high and a terrible frost force suddenly burst out, covering everyone. Even if they used resistance magic, it was still useless and they were instantly destroyed by the frost force. This is 4th level magic. It turns out that Donkey Ears is not a top magician but a holy magician. Why would such a terrifying master appear in this endless forest? Seeing that everyone was frozen, the other members of the rabbit-ear tribe took action one after another. The power of several people was quickly sealed and even the demon wolves were not spared. Donkey Ears sat on a branch and injected magic power into the magic circle in his left hand. Captain, the invading humans have been captured. The other party's voice came from the magic circle. Very good, escort them to Blackstone prison. Yes. These rabbit-eared people are none other than the Rabbit Squad of the Umbu Elite Team 12, and Donkey Ears is the captain of the Rabbit Squad, codenamed Rabbit. The Umbu Elite Team 12 is responsible for complex and advanced intelligence gathering, assassination and special mission execution. It is the 1st Brigade of the Umbu and is also the real core of the Umbu. A few unlucky guys were taken directly to Blackrock Prison by Team Rabbit, where they will face their own trial. The Blackstone prison is located in the northwest of the temple. It is an important setting of the Umbu, used to imprison enemies who break into the endless forest, as well as some other special prisoners. The 7-member team woke up halfway through, but their mouths were sealed and they couldn't speak at all. After being captured, they were each locked in a cell. On the top floor of the Blackstone prison, in a very simple office, a figure was processing documents on the table. It was a dark figure, pitch black even under the sunlight, with no facial features, but from the outline it was a humanoid creature. This mysterious black shadow is somewhat similar to the Black Fog. It is none other than the Shadow Demon clan who recently joined the Apostles. This is a creature that should be extinct in theory. Some time ago, the Elf King Coco released the other party from a sealed place. When he went to the Northern Orc Empire, he had already reached the 4th level, but after the baptism of the Apostles he jumped directly to the 5th level. Although it seems that there is not much change, there have been earth-shaking changes inside. Unlike the 12 teams under his command, the Orc elites of the 12 teams were basically collected by Coco from the Orc Empire. These elites originally had average strength at most 1 or 2 levels, and later they obtained the strengthening devices made by the Archmage in imitation of the Temple Apostles. This kind of strengthening device requires magic power as the most energy, and the strengthening time is as long as half a month. Moreover, it cannot inject them with divine power. Not only can it not improve their talents, but it also has a certain degree of damage to their potential. It is a world away from the apostles of the temple, but for ordinary people it is already a step towards heaven. Relying on strengthening equipment, these ordinary orcs were quickly armed and formed into 12 teams, which were under the command of Black Shadow. By the way, this Black Shadow's name is Black Shadow, which feels like a copycat of Black Mist. He is the captain of the 1st Brigade, responsible for managing 12 elite teams. There was a knock at the door and a dark figure poked his head out from among a pile of documents. Come in. The donkey-eared girl pushed the door open and came in. Captain, the 7 humans who broke in this time have been locked up. The threat level is medium. Please give instructions. The threat level is medium, finally, not low. As the captain, Haiying has a lot of things to do. After thinking about it for a while, he said, let's follow the usual practice and let the people from the 2nd team take over. We don't need to follow up. The 1st Brigade is an elite brigade, a combat brigade, and the backbone of the Umbu. The 2nd Brigade is responsible for the intelligence system. Although it is still very immature, its tentacles have begun to expand into the human world. In fact, this part was also in the charge of the 1st Brigade at the beginning, but it was too busy to handle it, so it was transferred to the 2nd Brigade. Yes. Donkey Ears took the order and left. Now the Umbu only had 1 Blackstone prison. Naturally, the office of the 2nd Brigade was not far from the 1st Brigade, and even the headquarters of the Umbu was here. There was no other way. Everything was just starting out, so they could only make do with it. The captain of the 2nd Brigade is a smiling fat man. He is not an apostle but one of the adventurers who broke into the endless forest earlier. However, he is now a high-ranking member of the Umbu. This guy is also a talent. He was able to rise from a prisoner to a high-ranking member of the Umbu in a short period of time. Loyalty is one aspect and his ability is definitely acceptable. This guy appears to be smiling on the surface, but he is actually very sinister. Everyone calls him the fat black guy. Of course, they can't call him that in public. After getting a brief understanding of the situation, the fat black man took over the matter and sent his interrogation team off. This almost became a routine. In the prison, the green-haired girl was staring at the wall in a daze. Her name was Fiona. She once thought she was a child of destiny, but what happened today completely shattered her fantasy. He was reduced to a prisoner. His magic power was sealed, and the black stone next to him was not only extremely hard but also had some kind of sophisticated magic circle on it. Even she could not figure out the clues. This was really unbelievable. After all, she was a dignified magician. After waking up, the green-haired girl panicked. The contents of some indescribable book she had read before began to emerge in her mind. She was so young and beautiful, and she would definitely suffer extremely terrible torture. What should she do? Commit suicide? But now she couldn't even commit suicide. Fiona had never felt so powerless. He welcomed the night in anxiety, and when it was completely dark, he was captured by an orc. Fiona knew what she was about to face and she screamed madly, trying to attack the guard, but the other party just activated a magic circle on Fiona's body and Fiona lost all her strength, not even the strength to speak, and was dragged away like a dead pig. However, things seemed to be different from what she had imagined, and she did not encounter any inhuman torture. Fiona was quickly taken into an interrogation room and pressed into a chair. The guard stood behind her. Soon a woman with dark circles under her eyes who looked severely sleep-deprived came in. The other party took a large stack of documents and placed them on the table opposite her. She sat down. Every word I say now is very important. It determines your future treatment. If you dare to conceal or lie, you will become a slave and never stand up. If you tell the truth, you will have the opportunity to reform and make meritorious contributions. Don't even think about going back. From the moment you entered the endless forest, your body and soul belong to His Majesty. I will ask you some questions and then use magic to control your mind and compare it a few times. That's about it. If you are confident that you can counter my magic, then you can give it a try. Oh, the seal on you hasn't been removed yet, right? Help her remove it. Yes, sir. The guard removed the seal on Fiona. Fiona opened her mouth, but in the end she didn't ask who you are. Don't talk nonsense, just answer each question I ask. Don't lie or hide anything. The other party took out a piece of paper and started asking questions. Fiona was a 3rd-level wizard, so it was okay, but she was very timid and it was her first time being captured as a prisoner. This guy was desperate and told everything clearly. After interrogating for more than an hour, the other party was still not satisfied and activated the mind control magic to interrogate again. However, Fiona didn't know what was going on because she had lost her will. When Fiona woke up, it was already the next morning. She got up with a nervous look on her face. Her clothes were intact. Nothing strange had happened, but she was a little hungry. She hid in a corner waiting for the judgment of fate in anxiety. That will-controlled magic had obviously exceeded the scope of the 3rd Order. Fiona no longer cared because she had been hit enough times. What she was thinking about now was, will they bring breakfast over later? In the morning, 7 thick documents were already in the black fat man's hands. He read through them carefully and couldn't help laughing because he knew the captain of this team and he used to be his idol. He didn't expect that he would fall to this point today, but now he is no longer the little adventurer he used to be. He didn't show mercy to the other party just because he used to be his idol. Instead, he wrote a report based on the actual situation and handed it in. It would be fine if they were ordinary adventurers, but those who concealed their true identity were controlled as slaves and subjected to labor reform with good performance. The North City and the South City were building the cities on a large scale, and these two sides had no chance of getting involved at all, but the East City and the West City were very short of people. However, because all the attention was now focused on the North and South City, the East and West City were just simple villages and the progress was very busy and there was no support at all. This team is one of the best in the Empire. They are all quite strong and there will definitely be arrangements made by the higher-ups. A certain slime also felt a bit overwhelmed after receiving the report. He didn't care about the adventurers, but it would be troublesome if he attracted the attention of the Empire. Although it didn't matter if he was exposed, his master might not think so. He might even blame them for exposing his situation and breaking his hiding tactics. So he used the will core to contact Zhang Yu. After hearing about this, Zhang Yu was silent for a moment and then told him to try not to reveal his identity. Slime thought about it for a moment and then knew what to do. Inside the prison, the door of Fiona's cell was open. This time she had learned her lesson and didn't dare to scream, so she was taken out very calmly. Still in the interrogation room, there was still the woman with dark circles under her eyes.
You are lucky, you are very honest, and the higher-ups are very satisfied with you. It's a pity that two of your teammates seem to be taking chances, so you probably won't see them again. Fiona was shocked when she heard this, but she was secretly relieved. Fortunately, she was so obedient, otherwise being a slave would be miserable, which would be even more terrible than death. He knew how miserable the fate of slaves in the Empire was. Thank you, sir," Fiona said sincerely. The other party looked at her speechlessly and then said, "Normally people like you would have to undergo labor reform and work for us for 3 years to redeem yourself, but you are lucky the higher-ups are assigning you a mission now. As long as you do well, you will have the opportunity to join us in the future. Of course, it is impossible to leave. Just like I said yesterday, when you step into the endless forest, your body and soul will belong to His Majesty. Whatever the task, I'm willing to accept it." Fiona knew there was no chance to refuse now. "Very good, no need for me to waste my words. I will tell you about the mission later. You go to the side and wait for a while." Fiona was taken out, and then he met his teammates. Both sides were silent. Soon after everyone was brought in. There were 7 people in their team in total, but only 5 were left here. The other 2 had disappeared. They all knew that the 2 companions had been reduced to slaves, and for a moment they couldn't help feeling grieving for the loss of their companions. But there is no time for them to think about so many things. A fat man came over with a stack of information. He had a smile on his face and seemed easy to get along with. "Hello everyone, I am the captain of the 2nd Brigade. I have a task for you. If you complete it well, you can skip the labor reform step, since it is an order from above. You cannot refuse. If you really want to refuse, we will consider erasing your will and find someone to replace you." The 5 people only felt a chill on their backs. They did not dare to doubt the methods of these people. "The mission is this: you will become temporary staff members of the Umbu and return to the Castor Empire as spies of the Umbu. Because we don't want to expose our existence for the time being, we ask you to report to your queen and tell her that several dangerous monsters have appeared in the Endless Forest. Because they are good at avoiding sneak attacks, even your team cannot eliminate them in a short time, so let her order the Endless Forest to be blocked and no one is allowed to enter. That's about it. As for your other 2 companions, just say that they accidentally died at the claws of monsters." Fiona was the first to react. Yes, Fiona will definitely complete the task seriously and there will be no mistakes. The fat man looked at her with satisfaction. "Not bad, I like smart kids like you. You will be the captain of this operation. At the same time, I will assign you an assistant. Is that okay?" "No problem." Fiona agreed immediately. The deputy was a lie. He was probably just there to monitor her. The original captain remained silent. The fat black man explained some things and left. Then they were taken out of the black stone prison. A young man with an extremely pale face also left with them. "Hello everyone, I am your deputy in this operation. Please take care of me from now on," he said with a smile. This is a young man, but his strength is not much weaker than those present. Fiona's mind was a little confused. What was the origin of this mysterious organization? But to be honest, were they confident, or were they confident in themselves? If we killed this deputy directly after leaving the Endless Forest, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Could it be that there was some restriction on me? No matter how hard Fiona looked, she couldn't find it. The idea of resistance lingered in her mind for a long time but was finally abandoned. The mysterious organization was too mysterious and she didn't dare to try. The young man with a very pale face was very easy to talk to, and the few of them established a preliminary understanding along the way. However, he did not reveal a word about the mysterious organization but only reminded them not to forget the mission. Fiona had given up resisting, and their former captain didn't have the courage to resist. After struggling for a while, seeing that the 2 of them had submitted, the rest of the people naturally didn't dare to have any ideas. After returning to the Empire, they went directly to the capital to report the situation. This incident caused quite a stir. After all, even their team of 7 lost 2 people, which showed how terrifying the monsters in the Endless Forest were. Ordinary adventurers no longer dared to enter the Endless Forest, and those who were not afraid of death never came out. After entering the Endless Forest gradually became a forbidden area. Her Majesty the Queen is also very troubled by this matter, but since she cannot spare any manpower, she can only put it aside for the time being. As for the other side of the Endless Forest, nothing happened due to some rumors about terrifying monsters spread by the Umbu and the fact that many adventurers who entered earlier never came out. Ordinary adventurers also lost the courage to enter the Endless Forest. Although this is not a long-term solution, it will be enough for the short term. In fact, there is no harm in being exposed, but Zhang Yu wanted to maintain the status quo first, so he made this incomprehensible decision. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Although he had almost finished reading all the books in the library, there were still many fun places in the royal capital. Princess Xin Yue, the local boss, was very hospitable, and Zhang Yu felt like he didn't want to leave.
He even had the thought that it would be nice if I stayed here forever, but unfortunately he was contacted that day and asked to go back to take charge of the situation, and he had been away for too long. Zhang Yu was a little depressed. What could have happened to the temple? If it was a demon invasion, he would have to rush back. If not, there was nothing wrong with him going back, however, since the great wizard had said so. He felt embarrassed to continue to be lazy. So Zhang Yu recruited a few disciples. Looking at the 4 disciples in front of him, Zhang Yu nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. Sophia has actually reached the 2nd level. It's okay, let's take it step by step. There may be opportunities to become a saint in the future. Xiaobai's talent is almost catching up with me. He has reached the 4th level in such a short time, but don't be too proud. Sophia is used to being hit hard, so she is very calm. Xiaobai still has a blank expression on her face. This girl rarely shows any expression in front of Zhang Yu. Could it be that she has become expressionless? Belia has already reached the 4th level. I need not say much about your talent, just follow the routine. Training is for Otajin. Although you have only been my disciple for a short time, your talent is not bad. You will live longer after the promotion. However, you still need to guard against arrogance and work hard. Belia noticed something was wrong. Teacher, why are you suddenly telling us this? Well, it's like this. I should go back soon. After all, I've been out for so long. The 4 people had different expressions. Belia knew the existence of the temple, so she knew that Zhang Yu planned to return to the temple, but the other 3 did not know and were a little confused for a moment. Teacher, can I go back with you? Asked Belia. Well, the Archmage said that the caravan was established not long ago and there may be many things to deal with, so you should go back to your home first. It won't be too late to come back later when things are stable. Belia looked disappointed and Sophia asked in confusion, Teacher, where are you going back? Back to your home? Yes, let's go home. Otajin will stay in the capital for the time being. As for Sophia and Xiaobai, you can go back with me. Of course, you can also stay here and study with Otajin. What do you think? The 2 of them naturally said without hesitation, go home with the teacher. Okay, it's almost time to pack up. As for Princess Xinyue, I'm sorry I won't say goodbye to her for now, but I have something for her as a thank you gift for hosting us before. Belia, please give it to her and say goodbye for me. Yes, teacher. Zhang Yu took out a small wooden box and handed it to Belia, then said to them, you 2 should practice well and I will call you back when the time is right. Yes, teacher, they said in unison. Zhang Yu nodded, then activated the teleportation array. A mysterious magic array slowly opened under Zhang Yu's feet. After Sophia and Xiaobai came in, Zhang Yu activated the teleportation array and the figures of the 3 disappeared in the teleportation array. Belia felt a little empty in her heart. Junior brother, I will be going back soon too. What are your plans for the future? You'll stay here for the time being. Some of the magic taught by the teacher is very profound and I need some time to study it carefully. Otajin stroked his beard. He was not embarrassed at all to be called junior brother despite his age. Okay, see you later. Belia turned and left. In a study room in the palace, Belia found Xinyue working. Seeing her push the door in, Belia was a little surprised because she should be in the library at this time. Xinyue, the teacher, has left, taking Sophia and Xiaobai away. Xinyue was stunned for a while before she reacted. Why so sudden? Did something happen? It's nothing. The teacher is always in a hurry to do things. She asked me to say goodbye to you. Also, this thing is given to you by the teacher as a thank you gift for helping us all the time. Ah, thank you gift or something. Thank you, Lord Zhang Yu. Xinyue stood up and rubbed her hands. It was impossible to say that she didn't care. How could the gift from Lord Zhang Yu be ordinary? Although she was a little surprised that Lord Zhang Yu left, she was mentally prepared from the beginning. She had no intention of keeping him. To be honest, Belia was also very interested in this gift, but since it was for Xinyue after all, Belia still obediently handed it to her. Xinyue held the wooden box in her arms, intending to hide and read it slowly. Later, Belia glared at her. Don't you want to open it and take a look? I'll take a peek later. You're driving yourself crazy with OCD. Seeing Belia's tangled expression, Xinyue couldn't help laughing. Okay, just open it here. You're curious. Xinyue placed the wooden box on the table and gently opened it. She saw that there was a thick layer of silk in the middle of the wooden box. In the middle of the silk lay a mini creature the size of 2 thumbs with spaced ears, a delicate face and wings like cicada wings. Is this an elf? To be more precise, it's an elf and a young elf. That this legendary creature actually exists in this world. Belia was knowledgeable and recognized the mysterious creature at a glance, and Xinyue was also surprised. The elf slowly opened her eyes. She rubbed her eyes with the back of her hand and looked at Belia and then at Xinyue with an unhappy face. You are my master. Xinyue was surprised. How do you know I'm your master? Of course it's what His Majesty Zhang Yu told me earlier. Come human girl, sign a contract with me, I can grant you power, authority or wealth. The elf flew up, put his hands on his hips, flew above the crescent moon and looked down at her. So cute it seems like rubbing. But your highness? It seems that Lord Zhang Yu is not just a magician. Well, how do I sign the contract? All you have to do is extend your index finger. Xin Yue stretched out her index finger and the elf flew over and touched her index finger. A mysterious power surged into her body and some kind of mysterious connection was established between them. Is that all? That's it, the elf yawned. I'm going back to sleep, I'll call you when I'm hungry, don't bother me if you don't have to. The elf said this and flew back into the box, then covered the wooden box by itself. Xin Yue didn't know whether to laugh or cry and felt like Lord Zhang Yu had sent an ancestor to her. Belia looked envious. Little elves, she seemed to want such a cute little elf. Forget it, out of sight, out of mind. Belia said goodbye to Xin Yue and then left angrily, not knowing who she was angry with. As the owner of the library, Xin Yue also has some understanding of the existence of elves. Elves are very mysterious. They are usually the embodiment of certain plants or non-living things. For example, tree elves are the embodiment of trees. They are born in dense forests and possess some mysterious abilities of plants. Water elves are born by the lake and they can naturally control the flow of water. There are also earth elves, rock elves, grass elves, etc. born from the land. She has always thought it was a legend, but she didn't expect it to really exist. According to legend, humans who sign a contract with elves will be blessed by the elves and gain some mysterious powers. It is said that the ancestors of the Castor Empire on the other side of the endless forest were originally ordinary people but later signed a contract with the mysterious tree elves and gained extremely powerful abilities. This is how they overthrew the rule of the original empire and established the Castor Empire. Although he didn't know whether he could terminate the contract after signing it, no matter what, once the fact that he owned the elf was exposed, it would definitely cause a scramble throughout the kingdom and even the neighboring kingdoms and the empire. Who exactly is Lady Zhang Yu? How could she give the elf to someone else so easily? Is the elf so insignificant in her eyes? In fact, it's really not worth mentioning. After all, the Elf King is under Zhang Yu's command. This elf is one of a batch of elves born after Coco used his ability before. In Zhang Yu's view, it is almost like his own dog giving birth to a litter of puppies and then giving one to a friend. He will definitely not feel sorry for it. Moreover, some of the elves' abilities are dispensable to Zhang Yu. The previous batch of elves basically lived near the temple just like stray dogs on the roadside. They were teleported directly back to the hall of the temple. The Great Wizard and the Black Fog, who had sensed the spatial fluctuations, had already been teleported here and were waiting on the side. They obviously noticed Xiao Bai and Sophia, who were teleported here with Zhang Yu. Xiao Bai and Sophia were very nervous about being rashly teleported to this strange place. They hid behind Zhang Yu, one on the left and one on the right, and looked around vigilantly. This is my eldest disciple Sophia. This is my second disciple Xiao Bai. There are two more disciples, Belia and Eugenti. I'll let you meet them when I have the chance. The Great Wizard smiled and said, I see it is indeed very important to pass on knowledge. Congratulations, Master, on having 4 beloved disciples. Well, why are you calling me back in such a hurry? The Archmage smiled bitterly and said, many things require your decision-making. It is not very convenient to use the will core after all. Besides, there is another important matter concerning yourself. Something that concerns me personally? You should be talking about breaking through the saint level. The Archmage nodded solemnly. Yes, with your talent it's a little difficult to break through to the 9th level, but it's not a big problem. However, the subsequent saint level is not that easy. It may take hundreds or even thousands of years for ordinary people. This is nothing. After all, the lifespan of a 9th level mage is already countless. However, the situation in the temple is different. Zhang Yu nodded. Actually, he had thought about this before, but he had just been promoted to level 8 at that time and didn't need to think too much about it during the consolidation stage, but now he should really plan carefully. The Archmage continued, of course the saint rank is not the end point to us. The saint rank is nothing more than that your ultimate pursuit should be the world rank or even beyond the world rank. With your talent, even with the resources of the temple, it is extremely difficult to break through to the world rank. Zhang Yu was somewhat helpless. What the other party said was absolutely right. What kind of talent was Zhang Yu? A mortal. He might be considered a relatively talented mortal. To be honest, his talent was not as good as that of Belia and the others. And what were the origins of these world-class people? The ancient dragon Musret is the 2nd-generation dragon created by the dragon ancestors of thousands of dimensions. He has an extremely high seniority and talent. The Elf King Coco is the king of the elves. This elf is a general term for all elves, including elves and normal elves. His status can be said to be unique among the elves. The Eternal King. The great wizard in front of him was a super strong man from a mysterious plane, the son of the plane. It was as easy for him to advance as eating. He did not encounter the so-called bottleneck when breaking through the saint level. He was the strongest man in his plane for billions of years. As for Black Mist, it was too mysterious, but his birth was definitely no worse than others. All the 10 heroes are talented. The Titan, who is one level lower than the 10 heroes, is also far better than Zhang Yu. Do you think this race of creation is a joke? Even Adler, who is now a useless dog. Ugh. I seem to have forgotten to bring him back. Even Adler's background is several levels higher than Zhang Yu's. Not to mention the demons in the abyss as future opponents. Their births are more terrifying than the 10 heroes, the 7 demon kings who have ruled the abyss for endless years. Any one of them can destroy the entire plane if thrown into any plane. The thought of all 7 of them going out together makes my scalp tingle just by thinking about it. Not to mention some of the generals under their command whose strength is basically at the plane level. The endless abyss is full of talented people and their strength is unfathomable. And what about Zhang Yu? Even if the temple is promoted to the 9th level or the holy level, he cannot improve Zhang Yu's talent, nor can he provide much help when he breaks through the holy level or the world level. After a careful comparison, Zhang Yu is still quite inferior. What do you think about this question? The Archmage shook his head. Everyone's path is unique. The help we provide can help you advance to the 9th level as quickly as possible, but advancing to the saint level is different. The former is basically a process of quantitative change leading to qualitative change, but the latter is a process of creation. Everyone's path is unique. Even if we pave the way for you, you will have no chance of advancing to the world level afterwards. Of course, you are the master of the temple. After all, the temple is your greatest helper. I believe that you can always find your own path in the temple's library and in the library's buildings. Of course, the knowledge you learn in the outside world is not useless. I just ask you to be a little careful and not put the cart before the horse. Oh my god, why do I feel like I was doing history homework in math class and got caught and scolded by the teacher? Of course, I understand these principles. I know much more about the temple than you do, so I know them without being reminded. Zhang Yu was a little embarrassed after being reminded by his subordinates. As for Sophia and Xiaobai, they were completely confused. What saint level, what world level, what is this? However, they soon noticed some key information. The teacher seemed to be the boss here, and the teacher's strength was level 8. Xiaobai counted on his fingers and finally understood what the 8th level meant. Humans have their limits. The closer you get to the realm of God, the more you can clearly feel the existence of limits unless you surpass humanity. Although the Archmage is also a human, it is only in name. In fact, he is also of extraordinary origin and has the blood of God since birth. Zhang Yu himself actually has a human physique. He is just bound to the temple by luck. It is not impossible for him to have the blood of God, such as becoming an apostle. However, it is too strange for me, the Lord of the Temple, to become an apostle. Moreover, although the apostles are good, they are just better than the worst and not as good as the best. After becoming an apostle, I follow the old path of others. Although I have the opportunity to break through to the saint level, it is impossible for me to become a world-class one. No, to be precise, there is only a negligible hope. Taking Xiaobai and Sophia back to his office, Zhang Yu usually likes to read books here when he has nothing to do. Office work is never his job. He just lets his heroes handle any matter. Okay, you probably know what I am. I am the master of this temple. I have 9 powerful warriors under me, and there are even more people below me. Later I will ask Adler to come back and help you get familiar with the environment. My requirements for you are actually very relaxed. You can study in the library according to your own preferences. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me or ask the fierce old man with white beard just now. He is also my teacher. Of course, you can also ask the magic mirror. That guy is also very powerful. They still had no clear concept of the temple, and now their heads were a little dizzy. Sophia asked, "Teacher, what about you?" "I will be staying in the temple for a long time. If you need to go out for something, you can ask me for permission. I don't recommend you to run out casually for now." I'd better bring Adler back first." In the palace, a husky was barking angrily at Otogen as if complaining about why he didn't remind his master to leave. Otogen was a little flustered. This was his master's beloved dog. How should he deal with it? If it was someone else's dog, he would have slapped it to death long ago, but he didn't dare to touch his master's dog. Otogen had no choice but to try to comfort this guy, but unfortunately the other party didn't seem to appreciate it. Just when Otogen was at a loss, a magic circle unfolded out of thin air, and Adler was smart and jumped in quickly. Fortunately, Adler had the symbol of the temple on his body, so Zhang Yu was able to locate him. After Adler came back, he had a resentful expression on his face. It was difficult for him to make such an expression as he was obviously a husky. "Okay, I accidentally forgot about you earlier. From now on you will follow Xiaobai and Sophia and help them get familiar with the environment of the temple."
Adler barked twice to show his agreement. Zhang Yu was speechless. Are you going to continue pretending to be a dog? Never mind, it's up to you. Xiaobai and Sophia were taken away by Adler. Zhang Yu was sitting in the office when someone soon knocked on the door. Come in. The one who pushed the door open was Grey Wolf. Although he was in human form, Zhang Yu still recognized him at first sight. He had long grey hair tied into a ponytail, furry wolf ears, and a tail trailing behind him. He looked very handsome. It would have been nice if he was a girl. Master, welcome home. Well, thank you for your hard work during this period. Zhang Yu nodded. Although he had been playing in the royal capital during this period, he had a general idea of what was going on in the temple. It's not hard, everything is for the master, Grey Wolf said energetically, and he took out a stack of documents. Master, I have a lot of things to report to you. It will probably take a long time. Okay, just say it directly. Zhang Yu said helplessly. The first thing is the progress of the South City and the North City. These two cities are inhabited by a mixture of barbarians and demons with a small number of orcs. The structure of the cities has been completed. The city hall, market, material warehouse, barracks, and most of the residence houses have been built. The city wall is being built and will be completed in about a month. Zhang Yu was somewhat moved. This speed was so fast that it could reach this level in just over 5 months. This was unimaginable in ancient times. This was the power of magic. Zhang Yu nodded and Grey Wolf continued speaking. Among them, the South City is a comprehensive city and will be the primary city in the future. The North City has already built an iron and steel plant, a lumber plant, a coke plant, and a series of other factories. Do you have any other instructions? Don't underestimate the other world. This world has the power of magic. Iron and steel smelting have already appeared. Although mortals have weak physiques and average talents, their creativity is still very strong. How did a tower defense game turn into a construction game? Yes, next we need to build a magic school and a night school in the South City, a medical school and a hospital whose mission is to cure diseases and save lives, and several ordinary schools whose mission is to teach ordinary words. In the North City we need to build a hospital, several ordinary schools, and an engineering school to study various industries. Do you think there is any problem? Grey Wolf hurriedly recorded it with a look of amazement on his face. Of course, no problem, as expected of my master. You always think of things that we can't think of. I will definitely complete the task as soon as possible. The literacy rate of humans is not high, but it is different for the Sky Demon clan. Their magicians are everywhere and there are basically no illiterate people, therefore it is not difficult to establish an academy. The situation is different for the Barbarian clan. It is considered good if there is one literate person out of 1,000 people in their clan. The Barbarians only focus on growing muscles and do not care about the knowledge in their heads. It goes without saying that it is easy to set up schools for knights, and magic and medicine and engineering are not nonsense. A small part of the magician's alchemy and magic device studies are related to this aspect. By then this engineering may form strange machines combined with magic power, but it doesn't matter, it's almost enough. Grey Wolf took out a small stack of documents and placed them on Zhang Yu's desk. Master, here are all the relevant details of the city, please take a look. Zhang Yu glanced at it for a few seconds and put it aside, looking at the thick stack of paper left in the other person's hand. Zhang Yu said helplessly, go on. Yes. Next is the issue of the defense system. Not long ago the trio finally elected Grey Wolf as the leader. Now, in addition to coordinating the residence issues, Grey Wolf also has to coordinate part of the defense system and the intelligence system. Now Grey Wolf is already the real boss among the apostles. Even if some husky is stronger than him, he cannot shake his position. Unless Zhang Yu asks to replace him. Even if the hero wants to attack him, he has to say hello to Zhang Yu. The title of external steward is no joke. Grey Wolf continued to report. The defense system is now in charge of Momo. It mainly consists of 3 defense circles. The first defense circle is the edge of the endless forest. It is formed by countless reconnaissance means and combat troops on standby. This combat force is mainly composed of barbarians and demons. The first defense army consists into 10 combat groups. Most of the members are at the first level because their strength is too low. Their main means of defense is to control the magic defense system in the outer defense fortress. What the hell, there are so many people? And what is the magic defense system? It must be some kind of large prop composed of magic devices and magic arrays. A strange cannon covered with runes appeared in Zhang Yu's mind. Zhang Yu really didn't understand this aspect because they were allowed to build the defense system themselves. Grey Wolf continued, then there is the second line of defense with the edge of the sky eye as the border. The guards are composed of 3,000 elite warriors. The members of the guards are all at the second level. The last line of defense is the temple itself. You are in charge of this part yourself.
Zhang Yu nodded, although he felt that this defensive circle was not very useful. Their idea of being fiddling was good. It felt that any demon that appeared in the later period could blow up these defense forces in the last battle of the game. Those below the saint level did not even have the opportunity to intervene. The saint level was only the standard combat power, and the world-class heroes were the main force. Even though it seems useless, it's still quite interesting. Good job, but you can consider forming a few special teams such as an air force composed of dragons, a logistics team, an intelligence team, etc. Grey Wolf suddenly realized what was going on and quickly wrote it down, as expected of you. Okay, keep talking. Yes. Grey Wolf placed a small stack of reports on Zhang Yu's desk. These were about the defense system. Next is the intelligence system, which is under the charge of Rimuru. The intelligence system is temporarily divided into 3 battalions. The first battalion is divided into 12 teams responsible for high-level intelligence collection, assassination, lurking, and other tasks. The first battalion is composed of elites and their general strength is at the 3rd level. There are about 300 people in the first battalion. The second team is responsible for intelligence gathering. We already have intelligence personnel in the human settlements near the Endless Forest. We also have intelligence personnel in the South City and the North City. They will help you gather intelligence and report any situations. There are no strength requirements for the second team, only loyalty. There are about 3,000 people. The third squadron is responsible for some miscellaneous tasks such as guarding the prison, providing logistics, password-related matters, and other miscellaneous matters. There is no strength requirement for this part, and the number of people is about 2,000. The above is the intelligence system. The specific content is detailed in the document. Please take a look. After Grey Wolf finished speaking, he took out another small stack and placed it on Zhang Yu's desk. Okay, go ahead. Then there is some information about the Endless Forest, including minerals, magical beasts, and magic potions. There were really a lot of things. After talking about the Endless Forest, he went on to talk about the intelligence of several nearby empires and then some situations of the residents inside the Endless Forest, some humans who broke in, and so on. All in all, he talked for more than an hour, and this was just a brief summary. The detailed reports were all in a large stack of documents in the book. Zhang Yu was really confused. Why should I be the one to deal with this? Where is the Grand Master? Well, these are things that you really need to review. After briefly explaining what to do next, he let the Grey Wolf go. Zhang Yu didn't care much about the outer defense system, and he built the South City and the North City at random. To be honest, even if these 2 cities were destroyed, Zhang Yu would not have any psychological burden. What he really cared about was the defense system inside the temple. Now several titans have been born. In the later stages of the game, titans are basically at the peak of the saint level and are elite soldiers. Although they cannot fight against the 7 demon kings of hell, they can still block the 7 demon kings and some demon generals below the world-class demons. Moreover, titans have thick skin and flesh, and even world-class demon kings cannot kill them instantly. Titans are a bit big, but that's only adult titans. Baby titans are actually not that big. Zhang Yu found them in the woods near the temple. These little guys in their infancy were 5 meters tall, still small for a titan. They were playing in a nearby valley led by a giant grey dragon. After Zhang Yu appeared, Xiao Wei hurried over. Master, you are finally back. What's going on? No, everything is fine. I have been keeping an eye on the little titans and nothing has gone wrong. There are 3 titans in total now, although they are just babies. 2 of them have reached the 3rd level and 1 is the 2nd level. The speed is really speechless. You know, they have only been playing since they were born. So background is really important. The 3 little titans ran over happily and knelt in front of Zhang Yu. Master, you finally came to see us. As titans, they have their own inherited memories like the Dragon Clan, and they are marked with Zhang Yu's mark from birth. Zhang Yu nodded. Well, you guys need to eat well, don't play too much, and remember to study hard. Why does it feel like I'm talking to a relative's kid? Yes, Master, the 3 little guys said in baby voices, but even if they knelt down, Zhang Yu had to raise his head to look at them. After learning a little about Titan's situation, Zhang Yu left. He felt a little tired, so he wanted to recruit a few helpers to help. These assistants should preferably be cute girls chosen from the orcs. Their furry ears are very cute, and I'll deal with it when I have time. In addition, there are 2 other things to deal with. One is to build a wizard tower outside the temple. After all, the temple has limited space and some minor magic research can be placed in the wizard tower outside. The second thing is the library. The libraries in the temple are all the best, but in terms of the number of books, they are not even comparable to the library in the royal capital. This is definitely not good for Zhang Yu, so he wants to build a super large library, not only books related to magic but also some ordinary humanities and history. The magic level of this world is definitely not as good as that of the temple in terms of intensiveness, but it exceeds that of the temple in terms of breadth. The magic of the temple is only the essence, the core of the core. Each magic can even derive many other types of magic, while the magic of this world is of all kinds of strange and weird types, which is worth learning from. Zhang Yu had previously proposed to establish a magic academy and a knight academy which had this aspect in mind. It is very necessary to greatly enrich the magic library. The library contains core magic knowledge and knight knowledge. After all, the library is so small it may not be as broad as the outside world, but it is definitely qualified in depth. Zhang Yu does not know where the library's knowledge comes from. Perhaps he will have to wait until he breaks through to the saint level or even a higher world level to know. After all, the temple itself is likely to be a kind of source material. Even a world-class strong man dare not say that he controls things in the source world. Zhang Yu didn't dare to say that he was proficient in the knowledge in the temple, but he had a general understanding. Magic involved all aspects, and Zhang Yu only delved into the two directions of elements and souls. Being able to specialize in only one type of magic according to one's physical condition is only the practice of mediocre people in the outside world. The inherited knowledge of the temple can completely ignore this restriction. However, having no restriction does not mean that one can specialize in all of them. After all, human energy is limited. The library has many records about breaking through the saint level and finding the way. For beings of extraordinary origin, they don't need to worry about any breakthroughs. As long as they keep practicing, they will naturally break through to the saint level. They only need to consider staying alive. World level is the real threshold. Going down a level, high-level bloodlines will face the threshold of the saint rank. Not everyone is qualified to become a god, and this so-called high-level bloodline probably refers to one or two such gifted beings that appear on a planet every few thousand years. Moreover, due to the limitations of the environment, many people cannot touch the inverted ceiling even if they have the possibility of a breakthrough. For example, in this world, with thin magic power, if Adler is placed in a world with high magic power, he has a chance to break through to the saint rank, but not here. This kind of high-level bloodline often carries divine inheritance such as Titan. At the first level, it is considered an intermediate bloodline. Beings at this level generally have a trace of divine bloodline, and the chance of breaking through to the saint level is very slim, but it is not impossible, such as apostles, some dragons, and a very small number of gifted guys within the elves. Further down are the low-level bloodlines, those who do not have divine bloodlines themselves, such as ordinary dragons, elves, and a very small number of geniuses among the human race. Such people cannot reach the threshold of the saint level even in the high magic world, and even the high level is a huge threshold. Zhang Yu belongs to a low-level bloodline, a pure human being. His origin depends entirely on his ancestors. If your ancestors are powerful, you will be powerful, and if your ancestors are ordinary, you will be ordinary, but it is not absolutely prohibited. A few people with low-level bloodlines also have the possibility of mastering divine bloodline by themselves. This is like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. The probability of this happening is naturally extremely low, almost zero. Relying on the powerful temple, Zhang Yu naturally had the opportunity to make a leap forward. His original plan was to rely on the rich magic power of the temple to practice to the 9th level. By that time, the heroes should have almost reached the saint level, and then with the assistance of 10 heroes he would forcibly develop his own divinity. This method is simple and not dangerous, but the price is that the world-class road will be basically blocked afterwards. Zhang Yu has not experienced it, but those heroes who have been world-class heroes will know it well, and there are related records in the library. Becoming a saint and commanding world-class heroes. Zhang Yu didn't think much of it at first, but now think about it. What if there is betrayal? Theoretically no, but what if I really betray you? Below the world level, the existence of the saint level is simply unable to resist the power of the temple. But what about the world level? Can it still be suppressed? Although the heroes are all loyal, Zhang Yu is always a little worried. The idea of maintaining a high level of strength to be the boss is no longer in line with the trend of the times. He must also become world-class. In the previous game, Zhang Yu was only at the saint level. In the end, the so-called world-class is really hard to deal with. The only thing to be thankful for is that the library has enough knowledge. There are many former world-class people to assist him, and the almost omniscient magic mirror can help him. According to the records in the library and the inherited memories of other heroes, there are several main ways for ordinary bloodlines to break through to the world level. The first is devouring, which is a method used by some terrifying beings in the abyss. They plunder divine power to continuously strengthen themselves and finally form a qualitative change. However, this method can easily make their own power modeled if they just want to enter the holy level. It doesn't matter. This method is essentially similar to Zhang Yu's original plan. The second method is to rely on the power of faith. This is a very widely spread method, but it takes a very long time. It relies on the power of faith of countless ordinary creatures to give birth to divinity and then continuously strengthen the divinity, thus advancing to the saint level. However, the saints who rely on this method are mostly weak, and after being promoted to the saint level they still need to rely on the power of faith. If there is no support, the strength will stagnate or even decline. The advantage of this method is that it is stable and has the possibility of advancing to the world level. As long as you become world-class, you can completely get rid of the constraints of faith. But Zhang Yu was still quite resistant to this method. He preferred to rely on his own strength. Moreover, this method took too long. Even with the assistance of the temple, it would be impossible to advance without 1,000 or 800 years. The third method is to use some extremely precious natural treasures or swallow some divine substances to give birth to divinity in your body and ascend to heaven in one step. The disadvantage is that this divine bloodline is unstable and this substance is extremely rare. It is basically a product of rules. Even the temple cannot find it. At least it has not appeared on this planet. Its preciousness is probably only lower than the source material. The number of people who become gods through this method is comparable to that of the saints who believe in it. It depends on luck. The fourth method is to go from the primary level to the origin of the world or the origin of the plane. This is the cornerstone of the plane. All things in the world evolve from the origin of the world. As long as you can touch the origin of the world, divine blood will naturally appear in your body, and the relationship between the two is very strange. Most of the saints cannot touch the origin of the world, and those who touch the origin of the world are saints. For example, the 9 heroes now have touched the origin of the world. So as long as Zhang Yu can do it, all problems can be solved. But the problem is that Zhang Yu can't do it. Heroes can do it because of their powerful origins, and they can do it naturally through practice. And if Zhang Yu wants to do it, he can only keep getting closer to the source. The heroes drive on the road and naturally reach the station along the way, while Zhang Yu drives in the wilderness without navigation or road signs, only a map and a compass. The difficulty of both can be imagined. However, if he can do it, then the probability of becoming world-class in the future will be much greater. Zhang Yu had never seen the origin of the world in the temple. This substance used to upgrade the temple was too mysterious. It could not be seen or touched, and no one knew where it was stored. Otherwise, you might be able to refer to it. The Grand Master had previously reminded Zhang Yu that he had to find his own way, which should be what he was referring to. They had no way to lead Zhang Yu to their lane, so they could only let Zhang Yu find it himself. Although there were 4 methods, if he wanted to become world-class and didn't want to waste endless years, then he only had one choice. The great wizard should have known long ago that this old man was very bad. If taking this route, Zhang Yu's map is the temple library, the compass is the magic mirror, and the car is all the other buildings in the temple and 10 world-class heroes. They determine Zhang Yu's foundation and speed of advancement. The car has been built and Zhang Yu only needs to focus on finding the way. It took Zhang Yu several days to figure it out, and then he ran to the magic mirror. The magic mirror has a separate room and is suspended in the air. Although it is a building, it has its own consciousness like the hero. Without Zhang Yu's permission, he will not answer questions asked to him. Zhang Yu walked to the magic mirror and saw his own reflection in it. Mirror, mirror, let me ask you, who is the most handsome man in the world? Of course it's you. As the lord of the temple, you are the most handsome man in the world. A deep male voice came from the magic mirror. Zhang Yu sneered, "Oh, you know how to flatter me. This is too much. In the future, won't you lie to me, your master, and kill me before you become the master?" If the magic mirror had a head, it would be rolling its eyes at this moment. "Master, do you have something to ask me?" the magic mirror said helplessly. "Okay, I do have something to ask you. Do you know how to break through to the saint level?" "Of course, but what I know is the same as what is recorded in the library. There are also 4 methods. The 4th method, the method to touch the origin of the world, do you know it? On a plane, the paths from this point to another store are infinite. Only the path you walk on your own can reach the end and have the qualifications to become world-class. I draw a path for you with a pen, and you are just following someone else's old path. The former is equivalent to discovering and proving a theorem, and the latter is equivalent to understanding a theorem. The process from nothing to something will help you move forward. If you only understand, you will be at a loss after reaching the saint level. Although there is a chance to go further, the probability is much lower than if you walk on your own, much lower. 4 head. Well, it sounds troublesome anyway. Just let me research it myself. Of course, I know many examples of people who came from ordinary backgrounds and eventually reached the world-class level. Some of them focused on one point, broke through the limit at a certain point, and got a glimpse of the origin of the world, causing changes in their own divinity. Some of them knew everything and finally achieved a leap to a higher dimension. Some of them kept compressing their strength, and when their own strength expanded to a terrifying degree, the quantitative change led to a Qualitative change, some of them devoured everything and condensed a trace of the power of the origin, some of them. The magic mirror gave many examples which made Zhang Yu even more confused. These were too general and had no practical reference value at all. It was probably about concentrating on doing what you were doing, and when you reach the limit you will naturally break through. This sounded the same as those guys with terrible backgrounds. There was no reference value at all. Zhang Yu realized something and asked, beings with divine blood can easily access the origin because of their hidden power, but I am an ordinary person. The magic mirror said, in fact I think the main reason in the above example is luck. Luck? Yes, for example, if 1,000 people are studying the same point, one of them is lucky and makes a breakthrough by chance while the other 999 fail. The origin of the world is everywhere, evolving everything in the world. There are so many people studying the same point. Why is it that only a very few lucky ones make a breakthrough? You mean it depends on luck? Zhang Yu said helplessly. Then what's the point of what we just discussed? The magic mirror said, of course it makes sense, but when you study one point and there is no way to go, you have reached the limit. If 999 people stay here for their whole lives but one breaks through, the probability of a breakthrough can be considered as 1 in 1,000. However, what if you study 100 points or 1,000 points? Wouldn't the probability of a breakthrough go up? Zhang Yu said helplessly, it is already very difficult to study a point to its limit. How many people cannot reach the limit in their lifetime and they are not even qualified to touch the saint level? What about 100 or 1,000? Wait, 100, 1,000. Zhang Yu suddenly realized something. When he just advanced to the 9th level, he could create a life laboratory. The so-called life laboratory is to create and manufacture life. It can create complete living organisms, or it can create life shells without souls. Zhang Yu also played with splitting his soul for a while. Suppose, without considering the endurance of one's own soul, one breaks through to the 9th level with 100 or even 1,000 clones at the same time and conducts research in different directions at the same time. As long as one of them touches the origin of the world, it will cause a qualitative change. Zhang Yu expressed his thoughts and the magic mirror said, I don't know, I'm just a magic mirror. I don't know if this method is feasible. Over the endless years of this plane, some strong people have used this method, but they all failed. The main failures are in 3 places. The first is that the power is too strong and the soul itself cannot bear it. Exercising the power of God with a mortal body will only lead to destruction in the end. The second is that splitting the soul will bring a huge burden to the main body, causing the main body to collapse or the self-collapse of the clone. This burden is very small at the beginning, but as the cultivation is improved, the burden becomes heavier and heavier. For self-cultivation, you put a grain of sand into the backpack you carry every day. As the sand increases, your physique will become stronger. For clone cultivation, you put as much sand as your clones into your backpack every day. You can't bear this speed of improvement. A few people only split into a few clones, but when these clones grow to their limits, huge problems arise when they finally merge, causing the soul fusion to fail. Because these souls have been growing and developing over a long period of time, they eventually form other individuals. Even if their wills remain connected, the essence of their souls will be differentiated. This is the third reason for failure. Of course, there are other reasons for failure, such as the clone cannot be maintained and dissipates. A clone is separated from the main body due to an accident and finally turns against the main body, and the clone soul is too fragile and has a high probability of falling. But in general, the above 3 account for the largest proportion. Soul-related questions. Because Zhang Yu is proficient in the direction of the soul, he definitely knows a lot about the soul. The soul is too mysterious. In addition to the will, there is also the material that supports the will. The combination of the two is the soul. When Zhang Yu studies this clearly, he will probably touch the limit of this point. There are indeed many risks in splitting the soul. If it is at the saint level, it is okay, but splitting the soul below the saint level is simply courting death. Before, Zhang Yu only dared to split out a small piece for fun and took it back afterwards. He did not dare to let this wisp of soul stay outside all the time. I am also very aware of these risks. Are there any ways to address these hidden dangers? The magic mirror said, of course there is, and there is more than one. Zhang Yu's eyes lit up and he heard the magic mirror say indifferently, the first way is to change the rules of the soul from the root. This is something that only the creator can do. The second way is to use some kind of source material to ensure that there is no problem with your soul. The source material is a product that is higher than the origin rules of the world. It is the cornerstone of thousands of planes. If there is a source material that protects the soul in the source world, then the rules of this plane can be avoided. There are only these 2 methods for the time being. If there is only 1 or 2 clones, they will keep in sync at all times. After the split and strengthen the soul of the main body at a faster speed, it can still be done with the assistance of the saint rank during the fusion, but more than that is not possible. Of course, it is not impossible for you to create a new method or find a loophole in the rules of this world, but at least since the birth of this plane there has been no other way to protect the soul from being split and finally merged at the peak of the 9th level without any problems. While I only have a piece of source iron on hand, I still don't understand what this thing is, and it doesn't seem to have the property of protecting the soul. It's better not to count too much on this piece of iron. Could it be that this method doesn't work? Zhang Yu was a little distressed. Walking on other people's old paths, as long as you can make it through, then it is yours. There is definitely no problem with this. Zhang Yu was thinking, should he ask the magic mirror if there are some challengers who were about to succeed but unexpectedly failed at the last moment? It should be no problem to walk on the path paved in the first half. Just when Zhang Yu was thinking about how to ask, he heard the magic mirror ask faintly, "Master, do you know what I am? Or what is the temple?" Zhang Yu was stunned. "You don't even know what you are. How can I know what you are? I know everything about this plane from its birth to the present, but I know very little about things outside this plane. However, I who know almost everything do not know my own existence." You only know what has happened in this world. If you have historical references, you can solve the problem. If not, you can't. You don't know the future, nor do you know the existence outside the plane, because you don't belong to this plane. It's normal that you don't know yourself. It doesn't belong to me. Are you saying that you are also the source material? I don't know if I am. I can only say that I might be. There are many buildings in the temple, but those buildings are integrated with the temple. The magic mirror can almost be said to be the temple's external mouthpiece. Zhang Yu remembered it after hearing the temple's reminder. The temple is most likely the source material, and the temple has the function of protecting the soul. In addition to the accompanying magic circle, there is also a building for soul protection, which is the soul altar. The essence of the soul altar is actually to protect your soul from harm. When the lives within the temple forces die, their souls will not dissipate but will be absorbed into the soul altar and given rebirth. In the game, it is death and resurrection. Zhang Yu didn't think much of it before resurrection. There is no such thing in this world because the magic level of this world is too low. It will naturally happen when their level is higher. However, the more he understood the soul, the more he realized how terrifying it was. Resurrection was impossible and it violated the basic rules. Even if he later broke through to the saint level, he would not be able to resurrect. There are generally two forms of resurrection. One is true resurrection. After resurrection, the soul is one's own soul and the body is one's own body. At most, it is just weakness and a decrease in strength. The other is superficial resurrection. After death, the soul and the body are completely separated, and some incomprehensible changes will occur between the soul and the body. At this time, it is impossible to heal the body and then put the soul back. It is impossible to recover at all. Some of the 9th level resurrection techniques recorded in the temple actually erase part of the soul, basically leaving only the memory, and then combine other soul substances to form a new soul. What has completely collapsed is the essence of the soul in which the divine power lies. For example, if the great wizard dies and Zhang Yu uses this magic to revive him, he will never be able to break through to the saint level under normal circumstances, because in terms of talent he is already an ordinary person. Even if he has memories of his past life, he cannot go any further without physical support unless he can find another way. The soul is composed of many things. Memory knowledge is one of them. Even God's resurrection technique can only revive memory. As for transformation into vampires, demons, or undead, it is a special resurrection technique. In fact, it is essentially the same. They have lost the original soul core. When you are resurrected, your divine power is gone, and even if you still use your own body, you cannot change this fact. Of course, it is still the same for ordinary people because their bodies do not have divine power, so as long as the memory is preserved, it does not matter if the nature of the soul changes a little. But for beings with profound origins, this is a disaster, and once they die, it is real death. The soul rules in this world are surprisingly damn strict. It is completely different from the world in some anime where dead souls are pulled out and sent back at will. However, the temple can achieve true resurrection. Even God cannot do it, but the temple can do it because the temple's authority is higher than that of this world. So can the soul altar with the ability to protect the soul protect Zhang Yu's soul from harm? This mainly achieves 3 points. The first point is to protect Zhang Yu's soul to withstand the pressure of hundreds or even thousands of soul clones and withstand the impact of many soul information without confusion. The second point is to protect the absolute unity of the souls. Well, anyway, some clones with strange thoughts will appear, affecting the purity of the soul itself. The third point is to protect the soul fusion process, and the essence of the soul will not be destroyed or changed under the impact of soul power. As long as these 3 points can be achieved, Zhang Yu's clone plan can be implemented. This soul altar has always existed in theory, but now it needs to be taken out for careful study. Originally, it would be most appropriate to ask the magic mirror about this kind of question, but unfortunately anything related to the temple is considered a product of the source world. Even he doesn't know what is going on, so he has to study everything himself. Well, let's research it. There are ways to do it. Zhang Yu first made a very detailed plan and then planned to find experimenters. Zhang Yu decided to randomly select 5 lucky people from the audience, no, from his own people, to cooperate with him in the experiment, who was so lucky that he can experiment with the project of death and soul splitting with him. Well, let's go to South City to take a look. To be honest, Zhang Yu has never really seen what South City looks like. Naturally, Xiaobai and Sophia were called to go out and play. These two guys were too idle in the temple over the past few days. They roughly understood what the temple was like and how great Zhang Yu was. However, they had already vaguely known the terrifying strength of Zhang Yu from the beginning, so they were not too surprised after knowing the truth. After Zhang Yu greeted them, the two girls were naturally very happy to express their desire to go out and play together. Xiaobai was still in a daze while Sophia took a thick notebook intending to write down everything she saw and heard on the road. This girl basically brought a notebook with her when she went out. In a way, she loved studying even more than the great wizard. If this girl's talent is as strong as mine, then the probability of her breaking through to the saint level would be much higher. After activating the teleportation array, the three of them appeared in an uninhabited corner of the South City. Zhang Yu had already scouted the area before the teleportation to ensure that they would not be discovered. Come out of the alley and onto the street outside. Looking around him, how come it looks like a construction site? Construction is going on everywhere and the people on the road are in a hurry. The tall barbarians are carrying all kinds of heavy objects and walking like the wind. The magicians of the demon tribe use some magic to assist in the work. The demon tribe, who are not magicians, can basically only help out and do some simple and tedious work. However, there are many buildings built in the middle of the city. The closer to the center, the more complete the building is. It seems that the priority of the city center is much higher than that of the periphery. The architectural style is somewhat different from the original city in this world, but one can vaguely see some shadows of later generations. The streets are straight, crisscrossed horizontally and vertically, and the main roads have enough width. This width is wider than the main roads in the royal capital. Obviously, this was planned by Zhang Yu. Although there were slight differences from the design, most of it still met his requirements, and Zhang Yu was very satisfied. "Hey bro, would you like to buy some apples?" An old man from a nearby shop called out to Zhang Yu, speaking the common language of the mainland. Zhang Yu turned around and saw that there was someone else selling fruits next to him. The owner was an ordinary barbarian, very tall, with a bald head and scars on his face, looking a bit ferocious. The barbarians have their own language and most of them also speak the common language, so here they are required to use the common language. "Hey, how much are you selling these apples for?" Zhang Yu asked. 30 bronze royals for a pound. How about a pound? Do you want to buy a pound? These apples are brought out from the forest. They are hard to buy elsewhere. The barbarian uncle wanted to show a kind smile, but unfortunately his face only made people feel ferocious. 30 copper royals. It would cost about the same to eat at a normal restaurant. Apples in the outside world would only cost about 10 copper royals, but the price here has doubled. But we can't say they are profiteers because there are no farmers growing apples here. These are all real wild apples, so the price is not expensive. Well, it's too expensive. Forget it. Forget it. I don't expect you to be able to buy it. You still have to rely on those rich wizard masters for a living. Boy, you look like a human. Were you caught after entering the endless forest? Catch them back? Zhang Yu then remembered the report that Grey Wolf had given him before. It seemed that all those who strayed into the endless forest were caught and none of them were released. Zhang Yu laughed dryly and said, "Yeah, let's talk later." Zhang Yu waved his hand and took Xiaobai and Sophia towards the city center. The boss stroked his short stubble. "This feels a bit strange. Should I report it to the defense team?" "Forget it. It seems a bit too much trouble." Walking all the way to the city center, he found that it was quite rare to see an ordinary human group like Zhang Yu consisting of 1 man and 2 women. There were barbarians and people from the demon tribe everywhere, and he had never encountered any ordinary humans. In fact, several people in the intelligence system have already set their sights on Zhang Yu. "Teacher, these people." Xiaobai also noticed it, and she whispered to Zhang Yu, "Should we get rid of them?" At this distance they wouldn't hear the conversation. "Forget it. We haven't done anything bad. Being targeted means that we are responsible at work. As a big boss, I should be relieved." Zhang Yu secretly sighed that the content on paper was far less shocking than what he saw with his own eyes. To have built such a large ancient town in such a short time, this Grey Wolf was truly a talent. It was right to let him be the external chief steward. Should he reward him well in the future? If there is a chance, find a way to improve his strength. It won't do if his strength is too low. The people from the intelligence system followed secretly behind him, but Zhang Yu didn't mind. He stopped and walked along the way, chatting with Xiaobai and Sophia about all sorts of things. Soon they entered the area in the center of the city. The buildings in this part are much more complete than those outside, but there are few residential houses, only public buildings.
For example, Zhang Yu saw the temple. Of course, this temple is not Zhang Yu's temple but an ordinary temple similar to the Holy Temple in the outside world. The Holy Temple is a church that believes in holy light. They can be found in every country, but this kingdom is too remote, so they are rarely seen. The clone has killed a few of them before, but nothing happened later. The temple has its own empire, and the surrounding empires have more or less temples of the temple. The temple is one of the most powerful forces in the world and should not be underestimated. Obviously, the temple in front of him was not the temple of the sanctuary, and of course it could not be Zhang Yu's own temple, but a style he had never seen before. But somehow Zhang Yu always had a very familiar feeling. He looked at it carefully and thought, damn, this was a building that imitated the style of his own temple. Who is so bored that I have never heard of this? Are you trying to rebel? Zhang Yu found it a little funny and led Xiaobai and the others into the temple. There was no one guarding the gate, only two statues. The statues together looked a bit like the two at the entrance of his own temple, but those two were standard temple buildings, while the two in front of him were just ordinary stone statues. After entering, it was very spacious inside. On the high platform in the front was a huge throne on which sat a tall and majestic figure. He had a calm and elegant posture, a dignified face, and looked straight ahead like a god. There were also various statues standing on both sides of the hall. Zhang Yu looked for a long time before he could barely make out a hint of his own shadow. Xiaobai, Sophia, do you think this statue looks like me? The two shook their heads, and Sophia said, to be precise, he is a little like the teacher. Hello, is this your first time visiting His Majesty's temple? A young man in a white robe greeted Zhang Yu and the others gently. Ah yes, this temple shouldn't be the temple of the Holy Temple. The young man laughed and said, of course not. How could this be possible? This is the temple of His Majesty, the Lord of all living things, His Majesty Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Who was making fun of him? The king of all races, how could he not know? It seemed that he would have to ask Grey Wolf about it later. It was most likely that he did it. Sorry, I'm new here. May I ask, this His Majesty Zhang Yu, is he powerful? Zhang Yu asked. The young man said angrily, it's not a question of being powerful or not, but that kind of the Lord of all living things, the supreme existence. Powerful or not is used to describe people, and your Majesty's existence is obviously not a question of being powerful or not, but supreme. Do you understand the supreme? Sorry, I don't understand. Seeing the young man's fanatical look, Zhang Yu felt that he was in danger. But there doesn't seem to be a god named Zhang Yu in the legendary gods. Could he be a god of a certain race? Forgive my limited knowledge, but at least I haven't heard of this god in the nearby countries. The young man explained, His Majesty Zhang Yu is the Lord of the Endless Forest. Even if you are new here, you shouldn't know this, right? Forget it, let me introduce you to the deeds of His Majesty Zhang Yu. Then Zhang Yu took Zhang Yu aside and started talking about Zhang Yu's deeds. From the other party, Zhang Yu learned about the past that he didn't even remember. However, the god of creation wanted to create the world from the void, but it was still very difficult to create an endless world with the power of the god of creation. Therefore, he borrowed the power of an ancient god, and this god was His Majesty Zhang Yu. After creating the world, the god of creation left this world and His Majesty Zhang Yu fell asleep in the Endless Forest. He has only recently awakened as His Majesty's residence. The Endless Forest is under His Majesty's protection for billions of years. Although His Majesty's body has been sleeping, his clone has protected the Endless Forest through countless disasters such as. Zhang Yu listened to him talk on, and there were quite a few moving stories which showed that the writer's level was not ordinary. However, Zhang Yu had a biggest problem. Since he is at the same level as the god of creation, why is he called His Majesty Zhang Yu? Shouldn't he be called the Supreme God Zhang Yu, the Supreme God, the Father God of all living things, etc.? The last one seems to be a bit problematic. It sounds like the god of creation is the mother goddess. The young man had not expected this and was a little dumbfounded for a moment. Your Majesty is a respectful title for the king by humans, and as the master of all living things, Zhang Yu should be above all gods and on the same level as the legendary gods. Why is he called Your Majesty? It sounds like he is lowering his status. Why was he called His Majesty? Why? He himself had never thought about this question. There was no way. Just when the young man was about to criticize Zhang Yu by saying, Your Majesty is Your Majesty, why so many whys, a voice came from behind him. You silly child, how come you didn't even notice this? An old man with a kind face walked over with a smile. The Lord of all living things is an almighty being without a name, honorific title, or specific image. The person on the throne is just a symbol of God which is imagined by us humans, just like the name Zhang Yu, which is a symbol of God. The Lord of all living things is his status, and the honorific title of Your Majesty is because one of the incarnations of the Supreme God rules this endless forest and sea, and we are his people. So,
We call this Supreme God Your Majesty, which is a respectful title for the Lord by the people under his protection, so it can be said that Your Majesty Zhang Yu is the Supreme Lord of all living things and also our respected ruler Your Majesty. The two have different identities. The Lord of all living things has thousands of incarnations, so there is nothing wrong with calling him Your Majesty. Although Zhang Yu didn't quite understand it, it sounded very impressive. He didn't even know he was so impressive. Countless incarnations sound like a good match for me, but that is not actually the case except for a few special beings. Most of the gods in the myths and legends of this world have the skill of incarnation, as if being a god would be unqualified if he did not have a few incarnations showing up in the world. Therefore, when God Zhang Yu was created, he was also given this skill. There was even a legend that she became pregnant after being looked at by the Lord of all living things and then gave birth to a monarch. The ability to make up stories made Zhang Yu speechless. Sophia next to him teased this Lord of all living things is really amazing. I wonder if he went back to see his children in the end. Well, forget it, we went to the wrong door, let's go. Zhang Yu felt very embarrassed and wanted to leave, but at this time the old man stopped Zhang Yu. My friend, you have just arrived in South City, right? Would you like to consider joining our Church of All Living Things? We believe in His Majesty Zhang Yu, the Lord of all living things. Here you can find peace of mind. Hey, it's okay if you don't want to join, you can come and have a look. If you have nothing to do, we have prepared free refreshments. Zhang Yu grabbed Sophia and Xiaobai and left in a hurry. He felt like he would go crazy if he stayed any longer. Fortunately, Zhang Yu had just secretly used detection magic to check, and it seemed that he did not use mental magic to seduce ordinary people. The old man also had the strength of the second level and did not use any tricks when facing an ordinary person like Zhang Yu. He would ask about the situation later. Sophia asked curiously, "Teacher, why are you running so fast? Don't you want to try the refreshments here? They are free. Believe it or not, I will lock you up in there and make you eat only snacks for a year." Zhang Yu glared at him. Sophia stuck out her tongue and didn't dare to make fun of Zhang Yu anymore. Really, I almost forgot about finding the experimenter. Zhang Yu stopped wandering around and went directly to the city hall in the center. The town hall is quite nice with an architectural style that belongs to this world, a bit like the town hall buildings in ancient Europe. On Earth there is also a small square in front of the town hall. In the middle of the square is a stone statue. Isn't this the Lord of all living things in the temple, His Majesty Zhang Yu? Why, this statue belongs to the owner of the temple. A brief biography of Zhang Yu is engraved on the base. I'm too lazy to complain, so I'll just skip it. There were guards at the door of the city hall, but they did not restrict Zhang Yu from entering. Instead, they asked him why he came and who he was looking for. Zhang Yu was a little dumbfounded. He didn't know anyone in the city hall. He originally wanted to ask the people in the city hall to help find 5 people who would volunteer to be experimental materials, but his identity, my subordinates. Subordinates are not my subordinates, isn't that right? Should I call Grey Wolf over directly? Never mind, it feels a bit pretentious. I can just communicate with him with my mind and let him handle it. A quick glance with his mind could roughly tell the working conditions inside. Zhang Yu had no interest in showing off in front of these people, so he shook his head and left. There are quite a few buildings in the city center. In addition to the city hall and the temple of the Church of All Beings, there is also a pharmacy and large stores. Zhang Yu went to the large store to take a look. It was divided into several floors, which was a bit like the shopping malls of later generations. The first floor sold food, oil, salt, and daily necessities. The second floor sold daily necessities, and the third floor sold more precious things such as potions, magic props, sophisticated weapons, etc. Zhang Yu walked around for a while and was very satisfied. Then he inquired and found out that this store was not privately owned but belonged to the commercial department of the city hall. Zhang Yu didn't know whose idea it was, but the person who ran the business was also a talented person. Satisfied, I got up and went home. I will come back to play again when I have the chance. The little guy who was tracking and investigating behind him was dumbfounded when he lost the target. He submitted the information to his superiors. The people above thought that this mysterious existence suddenly appeared and disappeared and was obviously not a simple existence, so they took it very seriously. In the end, it was handed over to a slime. A strange young man was with 2 little girls about 11 or 12 years old. One of them had white pupils and was withdrawn and didn't like to talk, while the other was holding a book and writing something down. After looking at their whereabouts, Slime probably knew who they were. Grey Wolf was very efficient. Even though Zhang Yu requested not to use force, he still sent the 5 people to be experimented on the next afternoon. Moreover, this guy was very careful. He specially selected an orc, a demon, a barbarian, and 2 humans, 3 men and 2 women in the black stone prison. The 5 people stood in a row and Zhang Yu stood in front of them with a serious face. The 5 people also looked at him seriously. This is how Grey Wolf found people who were willing to devote themselves to science. Zhang Yu wanted voluntary subjects because it involved operations on the soul level. If the other party resisted strongly, it would be difficult to operate and the soul might be damaged. Although he could replace someone else if it was damaged, Zhang Yu still hoped to get it done in one step. The soul is too mysterious and a person's will can have a great impact on the soul. You should know why you are here. I will explain it to you clearly. You will die and your souls will be extracted. However, you will not die because your souls will be studied, split and cut. It will be worse than death. Do you understand this? We know very well that we have received the reward. This reward is enough for us to sacrifice our souls without any regrets, said a man before this. Grey Wolf had explained the matter clearly, and this was also Zhang Yu's request. What does soul mean? For Zhang Yu, soul is the basis of his existence, so he is very curious about why they are willing to sell their souls. Oh? There is something that can buy your souls. Can I ask what it is? The first human male said, my family can regain its noble status as a sinner who brought shame to my family. I can sell my soul to restore the glory of my ancestors. This is worth it. The second male lead said, I was already dying. Of course, it was just my body that was sick and it had nothing to do with my soul. Lord Grey Wolf said that if I didn't die in the end, I could get a chance to be reborn. Zhang Yu nodded. There was no problem with that. If the soul altar was used, resurrection would be just a small matter. It would be a real resurrection. The barbarian man said, my reason is very simple. My talent is too low. I will never be able to become a knight in this lifetime. Lord Grey Wolf said that if I survive, I can gain great power. Becoming a knight won't be a problem at all. Selling my soul for power? This mentality is probably similar to some people who make deals with the devil. So am I a devil? No, I don't take my soul for food or fun, but for the pursuit of truth. The girl from the Sky Demon clan, I don't want to say. The wolf-eared girl from the werewolf tribe, I'm about to die but I don't want to die. Well, the reason is the same as the other person. Zhang Yu nodded. It was enough to confirm it. Roughly, if they really resisted in the later stage, there would be no choice but to replace them. However, as long as one or two people succeeded, it didn't matter if the others failed. Okay, of course you all volunteered, so that's easy. Zhang Yu directly activated the magic circle and took all 5 people away. The next moment they appeared in the temple. After entering the temple, the men were fine, but the 2 girls were surprised. This concentration of magic power, how is this possible? Where is this place? They were magicians and were very sensitive to magic, so they noticed it immediately. It's nothing, don't make a fuss. Since I have the ability to tamper with your souls, you should also understand how high my magical attainments are. It's just increasing the concentration of magic power in a small range. It's nothing. Zhang Yu shamelessly regarded the temple's passive magic as his own. They stopped talking. Xiao Bai and Sophia followed Zhang Yu. They would serve as Zhang Yu's assistants. As for the great wizard, although Zhang Yu invited her, she thought it would be more appropriate for Zhang Yu to do this research alone. He is now busy studying magic that can return elements to their origins, as he claims, and may not have time to assist Zhang Yu. Moreover, with his current strength, he can't help with things on the soul level. The magic mirror of knowledge in his mind can fully answer those questions. Of course, the great wizard said that if Zhang Yu had any difficult problems that he couldn't figure out, he could call him over. There's no other way, just do it yourself. Let the 5 of them lie down. First, Zhang Yu activated the magic circle that had been set up earlier, and Sophia began to record the soul state and physical condition of each person and conduct a complete physical investigation on them before the experiment began. It took quite a while to get reliable data. Now Sophia understood their bodies better than they did themselves. Fortunately, their souls were in good condition without any negative states such as weakness, enslavement, or curse. Next, Zhang Yu prepared to leave the mark of the temple on their souls and make them a member of the temple. If they were transformed into apostles, it would be possible to do it in one step, but that is not possible. Zhang Yu wants to study the state of the soul under normal circumstances. Generally speaking, outsiders can only join the temple by becoming apostles. In rare cases, Zhang Yu can make an exception and recognize an outsider as a member of the temple. This is the operation of granting a soul mark. Simply put, it is to give the other party the identity of an insider. This operation does not require any building. You can directly use the power of the temple itself. Although the souls of the 5 people were monitored through magical instruments, unfortunately there was almost no change in their souls after they were given the mark of the temple. No difference could be detected from the detection instruments or magic. It was not that there was no change, but that these instruments were too low level and could not detect deeper changes. However, through the master of the temple, Zhang Yu could see this change. Some invisible lines appeared in their souls. These lines became a kind of essence of their souls, omnipresent, just like human fingerprints, unique and written into the body's genes. What on earth was this operation?
Zhang Yu couldn't understand it. He felt that even if he became a saint he would still find it difficult to understand this operation. They had this kind of lines in their souls, and the souls of heroes also had them, but no one except him could detect the existence of the lines, not even a knowledgeable wizard like him. The magic mirror naturally doesn't know the answer either, because the patterns are the product of the temple itself and strictly speaking do not belong to this plane. Zhang Yu had noticed it before, but he was unable to study it, so it was temporarily put aside. Zhang Yu had a vague feeling that this pattern might have exceeded the soul rules of this world and belonged to a deeper source. The more interesting point is that Zhang Yu himself also has soul patterns, but his patterns are quite different from those of others. Zhang Yu does not understand what this difference means for the time being. For now, just record it down. This will be a topic for the future. For the next 3 days, Zhang Yu first observed the reactions of the 5 test subjects. They ate and slept in the temple and were not allowed to go out. They could only move around in a few places. Sophia was their leader, and their eating, drinking, defecating, and urinating were assisted by an apostle tool. Even so, they could feel the horror of this place and even thought that the man might be a god. Those with wild imaginations immediately thought of the Lord of all living things. After careful recollection, the man really looked a bit like the Lord of all living things, His Majesty Zhang Yu. However, they only had some guesses and did not dare to say or ask. Since it was a test subject, it should act like a test subject. They could walk around and have a look. If they had any questions, they could talk to Sophia, but it was better not to do so as everyone was very busy. After 3 days of being served delicious food and drinks, nothing unusual happened that was great. Next, Zhang Yu planned to kill 3 of the experimenters and then observe the resurrection reaction of their souls. There are also rules for killing people. It doesn't mean just killing them once you catch them. Instead, you have to kill them differently. One of them is slaughtered on the spot in the temple, one is within the range of the sky eye, and one is outside the range of the sky eye. Why does it sound so scary? But in fact, it was not scary at all. They were killed instantly and neither of their bodies was left. One of them was beheaded, and then Zhang Yu observed their soul reactions. After killing them, their souls quickly dissipated. Maybe the mage's soul was stronger, so the speed of soul dissipation was slower, but it was the same no matter where they were. One of them, Zhang Yu, even used his very few soul attack magic soul destruction. This soul can destroy souls. With this move, the opponent's soul was completely destroyed before it had time to dissipate and nothing was left. Zhang Yu returned to the temple to observe and found that the souls of the 3 of them were actually beginning to condense in the soul altar. He didn't know this before, but now that he actually saw the destroyed souls beginning to condense again, Zhang Yu realized how terrifying the soul altar was. It simply did not take the rules of this world into account. Even gods and even plane-level beings could not do it, but the temple had done it. Can the products of the origin world do whatever they want? It's so terrifying. It took 3 days for the souls to condense. Zhang Yu watched them condense and observed carefully. He found that no matter where they were or what means were used to destroy the souls, they would be the same after recovery. After the souls were restored, even the bodies began to recover. A week later, the 3 people who were completely resurrected stood in front of Zhang Yu. Sophia was responsible for recording the whole process. Zhang Yu, Sophia, and the experimenters were all frightened by the horrific performance of the soul altar. Only Xiaobai still looked silly. The bodies of the 3 have recovered to their best condition. All hidden diseases and incurable illnesses have disappeared, but their bodies and souls are still the same. They are truly themselves. After the first phase of the experiment is over, Zhang Yu will capture several beings with divine blood for experiments. I don't know who will be so lucky to become his test subject. Very good. Since there is no problem with resurrection, let's start the next step, which is the experiment of splitting and fusion of souls. This experiment will require 5 people to carry out at the same time, comparing those who have died with those who have not died. This step is Zhang Yu's purpose. Although destroying the soul is relatively easy for Zhang Yu, splitting the soul is very difficult. It is like you have a big hammer. It is easy to smash the opponent's dog head with the hammer, but it requires skill to break the opponent's skull without damaging the opponent's brain. Fortunately, Zhang Yu had experience in splitting souls before, but this time it was aimed at other people, not himself. After adjusting his mindset and observing for a few days and finding that the resurrected people had no other problems except for being weak, Zhang Yu began the experiment. The first person to be brought to the stage was a human man who had no experience of death, the man who fought for the glory of his family. The other party was lying on the operating table, which was covered with many advanced magic runes. After lying on it, countless magic runes crawled up his body, making him unable to move. Obviously, the other party was very nervous. Zhang Yu in a white robe seemed to be playing the role of a mad scientist, while Sophia was helping to control the runes. As for Xiaobai, Zhang Yu let her go out and play by herself. First, extract the soul. This is a simple operation. The opponent's soul was obviously very nervous after being extracted. If the body is still alive, the short-term soul separation will not cause damage to the soul, but it will also cause loss over time, so Zhang Yu used magic runes to protect the opponent's soul. Zhang Yu said calmly, calm down, there is nothing dangerous in splitting your soul, just relax and don't worry about anything else, do you understand? It may hurt when it is split, just bear with it and don't resist. The other soul nodded. Zhang Yu began to use his magic power to input into the opponent's body and then began to split it. The other party's soul began to fluctuate violently. Zhang Yu felt the other party's soul's resistance and frowned slightly. Calm down, don't resist, relax. Although the other party tries hard, it is very difficult to do so. When a normal person sees someone touching you, his muscles will instinctively tense up. Only someone you are very close to will be able to make you relax. Obviously, Zhang Yu is not. It is impossible for Zhang Yu to be unable to relax just to cultivate feelings with the other party for an experiment. Well then, use force. If you can hold on, then you are lucky. If your soul collapses in the end, then I am sorry. Countless runes crawled all over his body. Zhang Yu gradually increased his strength. The poor guy's soul began to become unstable. Finally, Zhang Yu still separated a piece of soul fragment. However, at this time the opponent's soul had already begun to dissipate uncontrollably. Zhang Yu sighed. It was very easy to split his soul. After all, it was his own subjective will, but it was different for the other party. Even if his reason made him relax and obey Zhang Yu's will, he still subconsciously thought that this person wanted to harm him. This would make his soul resist and he would inevitably start to fight against Zhang Yu's power. Will occupies most of the soul. A person's consciousness has a significant impact on the soul. It is a pity that the first experimenter failed at the very beginning. After all, he will be reborn at the soul altar in the end, right? The soul fragments that were separated. Sure enough, although Zhang Yu used various isolation and protection methods to isolate the soul fragments, after the original soul began to dissipate, the split souls also began to dissipate uncontrollably. Teacher, did you fail? Zhang Yu nodded. This person's resistance is too strong. Consciousness has a great influence on the soul. The greater the resistance, the more intense the soul's resistance. Why don't you let me do it? I'm not an apostle yet, so I can't conduct this kind of experiment. Zhang Yu scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? This experiment is not absolutely safe. Any operation involving the soul is extremely dangerous. Even with the soul altar, I dare not guarantee absolute safety. You are my important student and assistant. How can I let you be a test subject? It's okay with me. This is for the teacher's experiment. Besides, I won't resist. Don't talk nonsense. Pull the next person and you know what to say. Aha! While Zhang Yu was dealing with the body, Sophia had already gone to the lounge. She was holding a notebook with a smile on her face. Seeing that everyone seemed a little nervous, she smiled and said, "Don't be nervous, everything went smoothly just now. Don't worry, it's just like sleeping well, there won't be any impact." Hearing that everything went well, the four of them breathed a sigh of relief. Sophia called out the name of a person who was the girl from the werewolf tribe who had died once. The other person's mentality was much better than the first one and he didn't seem very nervous. Zhang Yu couldn't help but be curious. You seem very relieved. That's just how I am. I've never known fear since I was a child. I'm very brave. Does this have anything to do with courage? Never mind, let's just get started. Just like the previous step, she extracted the soul and then began to split it. She stared at Sophia. She couldn't speak because of her soul state, but Sophia knew what she wanted to say. I'm sorry, I just said that on purpose to make you relax. The process was actually quite painful. The other party sighed and closed his eyes. This girl's mentality was really good and Zhang Yu encountered much less resistance in the end. He successfully split off a small piece of soul fragment. Although the main body was very weak, there was no limit to dissipation. Zhang Yu was very satisfied. After sealing the soul fragments and placing the original soul back into the body, the other party opened his eyes. Is it ready? Doesn't it disappoint you? Zhang Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "You did very well, don't worry, it was very successful, you will be fine, but after recovery there will be another segmentation experiment, about 5 times in total, but after you endure the first time the subsequent success rate will be much higher. If it is really impossible, I will stop. Of course, if you can't hold on the first time, there's no way I'll stop. What's the use of you if you can't even split once?" That's good. After sending the wolf-eared girl away to have a good rest, Zhang Yu continued to split the soul for the next person. Unfortunately, they failed. 3 out of 5 people failed. Only the little girl with wolf ears and the barbarian uncle survived. Among them, the one with wolf ears was in the best condition. The separated soul fragments were not thrown away. Zhang Yu had already used the life laboratory to create many bodies, and these bodies were not simple. Each of them had at least the strength of the second level. A second-level person might be able to brag about it for a lifetime in the kingdom, but for Zhang Yu, to be honest, he is not even qualified to be a thug inside the temple. The most he can do is sweep the floor.
After the soul and body are combined, the main body and the clone begin to connect. From this time on, the clone will transmit information to the main body all the time. In fact, under normal circumstances, the split soul will not connect with the main body, there will only be a vague sense. The connection is the reason why Zhang Yu did something. Keeping in touch with the main body at all times means controlling two bodies at the same time. This ensures that the soul and soul fragments remain absolutely synchronized. If the connection is disconnected, the soul fragments will differentiate. This differentiation is uncontrollable and there is no way to prevent it. Moreover, even if the thoughts have not shifted, the soul fragments themselves will instinctively differentiate, which will produce a huge rejection reaction. When the souls finally merge, the greater the degree of differentiation, the more intense the rejection. This is a difficult choice. Staying connected all the time will put a huge burden on the soul itself, while disconnecting the connection will cause differentiation, leading to huge trouble in the final soul fusion. It is very difficult to find a balance between the two. The main soul can be compared to a server, and the fragments are the various terminals. Being connected all the time will put a burden on the server, but if each server is only connected once a day, uploading the data and then disconnecting, this can solve the burden problem. But conversely, a little bit of differentiation will occur every day. Controlling two bodies at the same time made them both very uncomfortable, but it didn't matter as they didn't need to control their clones to do anything. After a week, the souls of the two were still a little weak. Of course, separating a soul fragment was much more serious than cutting off a piece of flesh from their body. It was extremely difficult to recover with the strength of their souls. Separating 5 soul fragments was almost the limit. There was no time to wait for them to recover, so Zhang Yu continued the experiment. As Zhang Yu expected, the wolf-eared girl and the barbarian uncle successfully separated the second soul, but as for the other 3, as expected, they still failed. This made Zhang Yu speechless. In fact, this kind of thing is also being cleaned up. Once it happens, there will be a second time. Mentality plays a very important role in this kind of thing, and it is difficult to correct a person's mentality in a short period of time. Zhang Yu is not in the mood to give them psychological counseling. So that's it. Fortunately, there are 2 of them, and one has died and the other has not, so they can form a contrast. What's even better is that they are of different races, genders and occupations. The only thing that is a bit uncomfortable is that neither of them is human. Zhang Yu was not sure whether other changes would occur to humans, but he thought it was unlikely. After all, this was a study of the nature of the soul, and since they were all intelligent life forms, the differences would not be too great. The soul fragments that were split off this time were installed again using the body, but the rules were changed this time. The built-in connection feature of the soul fragments was changed to open a connection every hour. Start synchronization after the connection is completed and disconnect after synchronization. It sounds simple, but in fact it is much more difficult to do so than a long connection. The synchronization process is basically carried out actively by the soul fragment's own consciousness. It mainly transmits the memory of this hour and synchronizes the soul's essence. At the same time, the latter is carried out spontaneously and does not require control. Zhang Yu estimated that there would be no problem in the short term, but if it lasted for a long time, the body would have a foreign body sensation. After that, it is the third fragment. The third fragment is to connect once a day, the fourth fragment is to connect once a week, the fifth fragment is to connect once a month, and then the next is observation. As for the 3 who failed 3 times, Zhang Yu gave up their attempts to split their souls and turned to study their pressure. With the soul protection provided by the temple, he input large-scale pressure into the souls. Because they don't have soul fragments to split out, they can only use external methods to force information into them, and the process is of course very painful. Zhang Yu even used the soul-guarding magic circle he got from the library to relieve the pressure on his soul. If he failed, his soul would naturally burst. However, no matter what happened to their souls, they would be resurrected in the end. This left 3 of them with huge psychological trauma, and they were so scared when they saw Zhang Yu that they trembled all over and turned pale. Death is not scary. What is scary is being resurrected after death and killed again. As for the other 2, they were much better off. After completing 5 splits, they were provided with good food and drink, and their soul states were observed. They were subjected to differentiation tests, and only then were they allowed to carry out the relatively safe stress test that had been tested on the 3 failed personnel. 3 months later, the experiment was very successful. The soul fragments that were connected once a month had begun to differentiate slightly, and the main body had begun to feel a slight foreign body sensation. According to Zhang Yu's calculations, the soul fragments would become obviously differentiated after a year, and fusion would become difficult. After 3 years, they would be completely alienated and fusion would no longer be possible. Soul fragments that are connected once a week are in good condition, not to mention those for a shorter period of time. Keeping them connected all the time puts too much pressure on the main soul. 2 or 3 are okay, but if there are more than 5, it will be very uncomfortable. With Zhang Yu's current soul strength, more than 10 will be a struggle and affect his normal life and practice, so the first one is ruled out. Then there is the connection once an hour, which has much less pressure. However, there is a very troublesome problem, as it will suddenly connect when you are sleeping. Although the fragments may also be sleeping, it will still have an impact on the soul itself. Strictly speaking, with his 8th level strength he does not need sleep, but once an hour is still too frequent. Zhang Yu estimated that he could withstand 50 to 100 fragments without affecting his normal practice and life. Connecting once a day is less stressful. Zhang Yu can withstand the pressure of about 500 soul fragments, while connecting once a week can withstand more than 1,000. Of course, the number of souls to bear is not everything. The final fusion of souls is the key. 3 months have passed and Zhang Yu tried to fuse them. The fusion process of soul fragments that are connected once a month will have a greater impact on the soul body, and this impact can be offset by the temple. The method of operation is to continuously input the energy of the temple mark to resist the impact caused by differentiation. If there is no such energy to resist, even a slight differentiation will have a huge impact on the soul, causing severe damage to the soul or even destroying it. Moreover, when his soul is destroyed and reborn, he will completely lose the differentiated soul fragments, because the differentiated soul fragments are no longer a part of him. Under the protection of the temple, the 5 soul fragments merged smoothly. Although it had a huge impact on their souls, they should be able to recover. After a few months of practice, the fused soul fragments will be combined into one again and may increase the soul strength of the original body a little bit. Perhaps this is a good way to strengthen the soul. Of course, this can only be successful under the protection of the temple if the soul is taken directly. First of all, the differentiated soul fragment will be destroyed. Secondly, even if the undifferentiated soul fragments are fused, it will cause some damage to the soul. The more they are fused, the greater the damage will be, and this damage will take years to recover. The temple's protective ability is crucial. The key is soul fusion. It doesn't mean that the higher your level, the faster and safer the fusion will be, because the split soul fragments will gradually grow. The longer they are split, the stronger the impact on the soul will be. In other words, the impact of the soul fragments that have been split off and then merged after 10 years may be more than 10 times the impact of the soul fragments that have been merged after 1 year. What's even more troublesome is that the soul fragments that have been split off cannot be recovered. It is definitely impossible to recycle them every year and then split them. This involves the problem of soul trauma. The damage of splitting and fusion multiplied by 10 times in a year is greater than the damage of classified fusion once in 10 years. Therefore, it is most appropriate to let the released soul fragments grow to their limit and then take them back. Although it will bring a huge impact during the fusion, it is relatively much better than the continuous traumatic impact caused by frequent soul splitting. Finally, Zhang Yu got a rough plan through experiments. The number of soul splits is 1,000 and they are synchronized once a week. If any soul fragment shows signs of differentiation, the synchronization frequency of that fragment will be increased and consideration will be given to merging the fragment to reduce the number of split fragments. This was Zhang Yu's temporary assessment result. Of course, he couldn't split out 1,000 pieces at once, but he split out 100 pieces to test the waters, and the choice of body was also very important. At least it had to be the top human talent, and it couldn't be limited to humans. All races had to be tried as well. After making a plan, Zhang Yu decided to start dividing the soul fragments after finalizing the 100 clones. As for the other side, when Sophia informed them that the experiment was over, everyone had different reactions. The 3 losers looked thankful. If time could go back, they would never agree to this terrible experiment. Family honor, physical illness, whatever be damned. The days in the past few months were even more terrible than death. As for the other 2 successful people, they had regrets on their faces. Although the process of merging the clones was very painful, the pain would continue during this period as if the soul was constantly being cut, and it was heard that this process would last for half a year to a year before returning to normal. But no matter what, they saw the path to a higher level here. As if she knew what they were thinking, Sophia smiled and said this experiment was very successful. Although there were some twists and turns during the process, everyone gained a lot. All related content will be kept as an absolute prohibition for a period of time. After that, the 3 who did not split their souls will have their memories sealed. However, as a reward, you can choose to join the intelligence system or the defense system, and they will give you a certain amount of resources to give you a higher level of confidence. What do you think? The 3 of them had no choice but to agree immediately. As for you 2, there are actually observation experiments to follow, so the teacher has allowed you to join the temple. Although there is no identity arrangement for you for the time being, you can use the resources of the temple to practice, and your future is limitless. The teacher said that I will be responsible for your practice. The 2 of them were pleasantly surprised, while the other 3 could only look envious and jealous. They were so angry. Why couldn't they split their souls no matter what? Although they vaguely knew it, they were still angry.
The two successful people excitedly shouted Teacher Sophia, which satisfied Sophia's little vanity. However, they were not real disciples, they just gave her guidance occasionally. Strictly speaking, they were not her disciples, but even so it was a step towards success for them. Sophia will be responsible for what happens next. Now she is a qualified assistant, a qualified toolahem, a qualified manager. There is hope that Sophia will become his right-hand man. Compared to Sophia, Xiaobai was completely useless. She seemed to be having a good time in the temple. She would go play with Titan and the others or hang out with the dragons. I don't know if it was because of her previous experiences, but except for a few humans like Zhang Yu and Sophia, she kept her distance from any other humanoid creatures. Instead, she was very curious about non-human creatures. As for strength, they have reached the 4th level, which is considered stable progress. Sophia is still at the 3rd level, but it is not bad. The other two disciples, to be honest, Zhang Yu didn't pay much attention to them, just let them have a good rest. After so much time has passed, the library and wizard tower outside the temple have been built. Next, Zhang Yu will collect various books from this world to add to them, and the wizard tower will also expand its staff. Ordinary experiments will then be carried out there. As for the name, Zhang Yu has already thought of it. The library is called Universal Library and the magician tower is called White Tower. This time Zhang Yu deeply realized how uncomfortable it is to have no assistance. If he had dozens of high-level magicians to help him with his research, why would he need to do it himself? It would be much better to have hundreds of experimenters to work together. The amount of data is large and the probability of error is low. There is no way Zhang Yu does not have so many high-level mages. Even the apostles are basically at the middle level. Moreover, those guys do not look like scientific researchers at all. Assistants still need to be trained slowly. They can be promoted from several colleges in South City in the future. Several colleges in South City have been completed and even the first batch of students have been enrolled. The speed makes Zhang Yu very satisfied. However, Zhang Yu was not in the mood to focus on this right now. He left the arrangement of the magic circle and magic props of the White Tower to the Great Wizard, who was more experienced in this area. The library arranged for the main body to deal with the unknown black fog, and Zhang Yu prepared his own clone with peace of mind. It is not so easy to obtain samples of certain gifted people. This requires a reference template. Zhang Yu had no choice but to activate the Eye of the Star Network again to conduct a more in-depth investigation of the planet and mark out all the gifted geniuses. The world is big and there may be only a few people in a kingdom who can be considered geniuses, but when it comes to all mankind and all races, the data will swell and there will be tens of thousands of so-called geniuses. All of them were recorded, and then the barbarian king Millet, the archer queen Rias, the angel Nisha, and the ancient dragon Musra were sent out to help collect the materials. The material collection for the artifact project of the God of War had entered the final stage and no one was seen there. Every day the elf king Coco was busy studying a group of elves he created after Zhang Yu's order was issued. There were no idle people in the entire temple and even the apostles were all captured to help. Zhang Yu was very happy to see everyone busy, but there were too few people. He was considering whether to add another wave of apostles to expand the manpower. Forget it, let's put this off for later. Collecting information does not mean moving people over, but collecting the necessary information needed to create a body for them. Basically, they just need to draw these people and use magic or magic items to collect it. Zhang Yu used the first 100 pieces of information he collected to create a body in a room in the temple. There were densely packed cylindrical glass containers. The containers were all filled with green liquid and bodies were soaked in the liquid. This was the body that Zhang Yu had spent half a month to create. It contained souls of all races and their talents were among the best among ordinary people. He opened the box in his hand and 100 separated soul fragments rushed towards the 100 bodies and merged into them. After all the soul fragments were completely integrated with the bodies, Zhang Yu turned on the switches of all the containers. The green liquid gradually faded away and the glass container was opened. Inside were 100 naked young men and women. They opened their eyes almost at the same time and then looked at each other with great curiosity. This body feels much more gifted than my original body. TSK. I didn't expect the female body to be so fun. A female clone pinched her chest muscles. Why is my body a child? Asked a clone. That's not a child, that's just a dwarf. Hey, this donkey's ear feels so comfortable to touch. Those are rabbit ears. The clone next to him rolled his eyes at him. Zhang Yu's face turned dark. Each one of them was himself and each one thought with his own mind. If necessary, Zhang Yu could synchronize the thoughts of these clones at any time. Okay, everyone stop playing. In order to distinguish ourselves, let's give ourselves a number. First I am the main body, and then Zhang Yu took out a table. This table was the information table of these bodies. Zhang Yu gave them numbers. Come here, you are number 1. Remember that. Ah. A barbarian clone touched his bald head, then nodded and left. Then you are number 2.
After the 100 people had lined up, they went to the White Tower outside, picked up their clothes and luggage, each took a red jade and started to leave. It is not a good thing for all the clones to gather together. Zhang Yu hopes that they can spread out to the whole world and look for opportunities for breakthroughs in various parts of the world. The bodies created are all second level and can barely protect themselves in this world. Moreover, each person has his own teleportation array mark in case of encountering an irresistible enemy. Zhang Yu can open the teleportation array at any time to send his thugs over. After sending away all the thugs, Zhang Yu had to deal with other things. It was best not to care about the affairs of the clones and let them develop freely, no matter whether they became warriors, mages, or even practiced both magic and martial arts or became demon summoners. Zhang Yu would not care. He only had to ensure a weekly connection and prevent any differentiation from occurring. Teacher, these are all your clones, right? It feels so weird. Sophia followed Zhang Yu. He basically followed all these experiments, so it's not surprising that he knew about clones. Actually, I don't want to do this. If my background is good enough, it would be best for me to enter the saint level naturally. Unfortunately, I am just an ordinary human. Sophia said helplessly. Then I am even more miserable. I don't even know if I will ever reach the ceiling of the saint rank in this lifetime. Don't worry, as long as you practice hard, you will reach that level one day. Absolutely, if this girl had no intention of becoming world class, it would not be impossible for him to force her to the saint level. The first stage of the clone has been completed and Zhang Yu was relieved. Of course, the research on the soul has just begun. For example, the soul state of the apostles is also an important topic. However, he really couldn't handle it all by himself, so Zhang Yu hoped that someone could help him. It wasn't right to always exploit Sophia alone. South City and North City have been completely completed. All facilities have started to operate normally and the defense circle plan initially formulated has also been perfected, but Zhang Yu is very skeptical that this thing can be of any help to him. After all, if there are 1,000 clones spread all over the world, then he himself is the most powerful intelligence system, right? The magic school in South City has been open for a while, but there is still a long way to go before it can train the talents that Zhang Yu needs. Well, it seems that we have to call back the little apprentice. That guy has a good foundation and can be a good helper with a little training. Just as Zhang Yu was tinkering with his clone plan, undercurrents were surging in the kingdom of Norton, mainly due to the departure of the holy mage from the royal family. When he learned that he could go to the temple, this guy was so happy that he packed up all his things and took them away and announced that he was leaving the capital and would not come back unless necessary. He said this, but those who received the news did not think so. Many people speculated that the Saint Mage had fallen out with the royal family. After confirming that the Saint Mage had really left, some people began to have evil ideas. In the library of the palace, Princess Xin Yue threw down a piece of information in her hand, her little face full of distress. Really, why is Master Saint Mage so anxious? At least notify me first so that I can be prepared. It's so sudden. Xin Yue sighed. It is understandable that the old man would do such a thing given his temper. He has no children and has spent his entire life studying magic. He protects the royal family only because the royal family can provide him with some resources. But now all these are no longer needed, so he left without looking back. Even though he had cooperated with the royal family for 100 years, he left without leaving anything behind. A little elf landed next to the new moon. The old man is gone, so what's the big deal? It's a big deal. Some ambitious guys may not be able to sit still, although it won't be a big deal now. It may not be the case once the news of the Saint Mage's departure is confirmed. Do you want help from your master? Although she has signed a contract with Xin Yue, she still only recognizes Zhang Yu as her master. As for Xin Yue, of course she is the owner. Xin Yue shook her head. This kind of small matter must not disturb that adult. Let me think about it. The current Xin Yue is completely different from the one she was before. After signing the contract with the elf, she gained some of the elf's power. She originally had no talent, but now she is a second-level knight. It is no exaggeration to say that she has been reborn. Why did she become a knight instead of a magician? Xin Yue herself couldn't figure it out. Logically, her physique should be more inclined to magic. The Norton Kingdom is adjacent to the endless forest to the west, so she is not worried about this place. Based on previous intelligence, she guessed that the owner of the endless forest is most likely Lord Zhang Yu. To the south is the ocean, where pirates are rampant, but they do not have enough power to fight against the kingdom. To the east is adjacent to the Italo Kingdom, and most of the north is still the endless forest, with a small part bordering the Orc Empire. The Orc Empire is very large, even larger than the endless forest. However, the main opponents of the Orc Empire are the Carter's Empire on the other side of the Endless Forest and the Holy Kingdom, which is separated from the Norton Kingdom by the Italo Kingdom. The Holy Kingdom is the home country of the temple, and its strength is definitely much stronger than kingdoms like theirs. The Kingdom of Italo is basically the watchdog of the Holy Kingdom, and its strength is inferior to that of the Kingdom of Norton.
If there is an enemy, who is it? The Orc Empire? The Kingdom of Italo to the east? Or the Holy Kingdom? The probability of the Orc Empire is not very high. After all, there has been no friction between the two sides, and he is already an enemy of the Carter's Empire and the Holy Kingdom. At the same time, there is no reason for him to provoke this side again. If he dares to mobilize troops, the other two empires will not sit idly by. But it's not impossible, it's just that the probability is relatively low. However, it's different for the Kingdom of Italo. The two countries' national strength is not much different, and there are countless new and old grudges. Before, because of the existence of the Holy Mage, they did not dare to act rashly, but now it is different. Moreover, some traitors within the kingdom have been in frequent contact with them, although these traitors think they are secretive. Their actions are actually under Zhang Yu's surveillance. If it weren't for the fact that these traitors were too powerful within the kingdom and that a rash move would damage the foundation, Zhang Yu would have killed them long ago. The Italo kingdom is not scary. What is scary is the Holy Kingdom behind it. What should I do? If the Holy Nation intervenes, I will have to seek external help, otherwise I will not be able to withstand it. The horror of the Holy Temple is far beyond imagination. Should I ask for help from the Orc Empire, which is at the same level as the Holy Nation? Or should I ask for help from the Endless Forest? But will they agree to help? Before that, it is better to be prepared and keep a close eye on those traitors. The elf floated beside Zhang Yu. She could not understand this kind of human war at all, and she didn't care about it at all. She listened to Zhang Yu's nagging for a while and then went to sleep. Just as Zhang Yu was busy dealing with the mess left behind by the Holy Mage, a tall figure in a robe and carrying a sword walked into Black Forest Town. Highland Town was the first human town Zhang Yu came into contact with. Zhang Yu felt quite emotional when he saw this town again. Unlike before, the current Highland Town has undergone tremendous changes, and Zhang Yu could hardly recognize it. The city wall outside had not changed much, but there was a long queue at the city gate, all pulling various horse-drawn carriages. Zhang Yu walked to the gate, and the guard wanted to come up and ask questions but was pulled by his companion and hurriedly stopped. Then he turned his head and pretended not to notice. Zhang Yu was a little confused, but he went straight into the city anyway. After Zhang Yu left, the soldier's companion whispered, "Pay attention, that person came out directly from the dense forest and didn't take the main road. He is from the endless forest." Fuck, I didn't notice it just now. Damn, all the people coming out of the endless forest are masters. Stop talking nonsense and pay attention. Don't ask anything about the people coming out of there. What on earth happened in the endless forest? Where on earth did those people come from? Stop talking nonsense and be serious. The changes inside Highland Town are even greater. The most obvious thing is that there are more people, a lot more people, and the main street has become a commercial street. The changes are so great that Zhang Yu wonders if he has come to the wrong place. They sell all kinds of things. These merchants come from various places. After Belia formed the caravan, they brought a group of followers. Later, after Zhang Yu works joined, and even more people followed suit. The main trade of Black Forest Town is still the transaction of goods with the Endless Forest. For some reason, adventurers dare not set foot in the Endless Forest. Therefore, the prices of magic potions originally in the Endless Forest began to rise and even became the only one sold in large quantities in Black Forest Town. In addition, various monster leathers were added. So many merchants were attracted here. With more people local, small businesses naturally flourished. Zhang Yu had not expected such a thing, but after so much contact with the outside world, the intelligence of the Endless Forest could not be concealed. Zhang Yu did not know about others, but the royal family must have known it. Zhang Yu even suspected that the other party already knew that he came from the Endless Forest. "Sister, do you want to buy some flowers? Today is the flower festival. Buy some flowers." A little girl held a flower basket in her left hand and a bouquet of flowers in her right hand. "It's very cheap. A bouquet of flowers costs only 5 copper dragons. You can give it to your parents, your lover, or your friends." This little girl, could it be that she saw that I have an elegant temperament and came to buy flowers? Hee, this guy has good taste. That's right, the tall figure in the black robe is none other than Zhang Yu's clone number 66. This body is from the female clone of the elves. Why is it not a male? That's because the original owner of this body sample is a female. In order to keep it as original as possible, it is natural to choose the same gender. The body created by the Life Laboratory is not a clone but just a copy of the original owner's physical potential. Things like physical appearance are still random. This body not only has outstanding talents but also has an extraordinary appearance. Zhang Yu likes it very much. Along the way, there are even many people looking at this body. Zhang Yu is even considering whether to buy a mask to wear. He took out 5 copper coins and gave them to the little girl, then took the flowers as she thanked him. Although it was useless for him to keep them, he was happy now. After walking around with the flowers, Zhang Yu even came to his own house. The door was locked and there was no one inside. That's right. The 100 clones all went to different places and he was the only one who came to Highland Town. Unlike her original body, this body follows the knight style. Although she has the physique of a great knight, her combat experience is very weak and she has not learned any martial arts. There are some martial arts in the temple, but none of them seem suitable for her, so she simply went out to look for it herself. Why are you hanging around here? Where are your companions? There was a voice behind me. It was Elvish. Zhang Yu turned around and found that he was also a tall man in a black robe. Both of them were of similar height and build. Zhang Yu almost yelled MMP out loud. This guy is actually the real body? To be more precise, it is the real body of this body. This is an elf girl whose strength is similar to his. Fortunately, at least the appearance is different. If the appearance is the same, it will be embarrassing. It's a strange feeling. I feel particularly close to you. Is it because we are all elves? But why don't I feel the same about those two? The other person looked confused. No, definitely not. Maybe it's because I'm just a copy of you. Ahem, hello. I don't have any teammates. I'm just wandering here alone, Zhang Yu said. Fortunately, he learned the Elvish language when he was bored. Otherwise, it would be terrible if he couldn't communicate now. No teammates? You, an elf, are wandering around in human territory? Aren't you afraid of being captured and sold as a slave? Zhang Yu didn't know what to say. Be careful, it should be fine. I've been keeping an eye on you. You look like you must have sneaked out. Really don't think that being a great knight is all that powerful. There are many more powerful people than you in the human world. Tell me, what are you doing in the Norton Kingdom? I'm here to look for a friend in the capital. The capital? Never mind, just follow our team. We'll be going to the capital soon anyway, and this is just on the way. Someone like you would be captured and sold as a slave before you even get to the capital. It shouldn't be that serious. If you really can't beat me, won't you call for help? The group of dragons in the temple have nothing to do and bask in the sun every day. They should be very happy to be called out to beat people. By the way, what's your name? My name is Lulu. Lulu? What a strange name. Ahem, I'm not saying there's something wrong with your name. I'm saying your name is quite cute. Haha, really? I think so too. What a lucky name. I wonder what expressions Aries Sans friends will have later. Ahem, my name is Aunt Anna. Come with me. There is no point in running around alone, so it is not bad to follow this original body. Then I can ask him about martial arts and so on. He can serve as a sample. His talent must be excellent, second only to those guys with divine blood. After walking a few steps with the other person suddenly turned back. By the way, never follow others casually in the future. What if they are bad people? You really have no vigilance at all. The Black Forest Tavern is called a tavern. In fact, people come here whether for eating or drinking. There was only one tavern in Black Forest Town originally, and one tavern was enough in the past, but now it is obviously not enough, so several new taverns have been built in this town. The one named Black Forest is the largest and most crowded tavern, and it is directly connected to the hotel at the back, which is very convenient. Aunt Anna, where have you been? Why did you come back so late? Just as they walked into the door, a small man in the corner shouted loudly. Aunt Anna took Leolio's hand and walked over. Sorry, we met this guy on the road. She was running around outside alone, so I brought her back. The dwarf was sitting on a stool, his staff tilted to one side, and he was also wearing a hood, probably to hide the elf ears on his head. It was more obvious that they were a bunch of hooded weirdos. Maybe others would have guessed your identity. But if they really found out, it wouldn't be a big problem. The elves are not a legendary race, nor are they a shameful race. Moreover, their strength has reached the second level, which is not weak. Ordinary nobles have no way to deal with them. The thing leaning against the dwarf was undoubtedly the staff. Zhang Yu doesn't use things like magic wands, he just casts spells by hand unless they are divine artifacts. Zhang Yu doesn't like other magic props. Most magic wands have three functions. One is to store magic power and replenish it when there is no magic. The second is to amplify magic. Unfortunately, this amplification is only effective for low and medium level magic and is useless for high level magic. The third function is to sort out the chaotic magical energy. To Zhang Yu, these are just insignificant aids, and using a staff will lead to some deviations in the understanding of magic, so Zhang Yu does not use it. But to most other people, a staff is a good thing. In the past, when he was in the Magic Academy, most magicians did not have a staff because the staff was too precious and it was far from possible for everyone to have one. Even some great magicians did not have one. It was obvious that the guy in front of her was a rich man, but as a great magician she didn't need to worry about anyone robbing her.
In addition to this little guy, there was another person, an older girl who had a faint smile on her face and looked at Zhang Yu with curiosity. Who is this guy? The dwarf looked at Zhang Yu with an unhappy face. Same tribe? Aunt Anna took Zhang Yu's hand. Let me introduce you, these are the members of my team, the great magician Malaka and the great magician Katie. Malaka uses fire magic and Katie is good at healing magic. Zhang Yu understood that with one output and one nurse plus your shield they were a very good team. Malaka was the little guy with a bad temper, the dwarf was an elf, and the nurse named Katie was an orc. Both of them were at level 2 in strength. This is rare, the orcs actually teamed up with the elves. If Zhang Yu remembered correctly, the two tribes fought every day in ancient times. Later, with the rise of the human race, the orcs were pushed to the north and the elves were pushed into the forests in the south. It was unexpected that the two feuding tribes would team up. Come to think of it, Aunt Anna seemed to like holding my hand. Even though her hand was soft and comfortable, I didn't resist. Hey, my name is Lulu. Hello everyone. Pfft, what kind of weird name is that? You, ouch. Aunt Anna, why did you hit me? Melika held her head with her hands and looked at Aunt Anna with an embarrassed face. Don't you understand what politeness is? And Lulu is such a cute name. Someone. I know this name is full of complaints, but please don't be like this. Sorry, this little girl is usually spoiled. Sit down and eat together. Zhang Yu nodded shyly, but in fact he had already started to have wild thoughts in his mind. The elves have a lighter taste, and this Katie should be a wolf. She also has a very light taste. She can eat even if there is no meat on the table. Zhang Yu has the impression that wolves cannot live without meat. After a free meal, Aunt Anna asked, do you have a place to stay? Zhang Yu shook his head. In fact, he was planning to spend the night in his own house. Well, we have booked 2 rooms, so you can stay with me overnight. Staring at the other's pretty face and slender thighs, although the chest muscles are not very developed, but with the purity unique to the elves, Zhang Yu felt like his saliva was about to flow. Hey Aunt Anna, are you sure you want to live with this stranger? Said the dwarf with an unhappy look on his face. Lulu is not a bad person, let's go. I still have a lot to say to Lulu. Okay. Zhang Yu nodded. Of course he didn't resist. Aunt Anna pulled Zhang Yu into the room. The room was simply furnished with basically hotel furniture and no luggage. It was not known whether it was connected to the earth, but the hotels in this world all had 2 beds. Twin room? Let's stay here tonight. We will leave for Lomker tomorrow and then for the royal capital. You don't mind, do you? Aunt Anna took off her robe and hung it on the hanger beside her, and her long pointed ears were naturally exposed. Zhang Yu swallowed his saliva as if to touch it. He hesitated for a moment, then touched his long ears. Well, it's the same anyway. Zhang Yu took off the sword and put it aside, took off the robe and threw it aside. She was wearing simple leather armor inside, clean and tidy. She didn't look like an adventurer, but a young lady who came out to play. Aunt Anna sat next to Zhang Yu and reached out to touch her face, which scared Zhang Yu. And sister, and what's wrong? Your skin is really good. When I first saw you, I had a special feeling, a familiar feeling. I always wanted to get closer to you. Sorry, did this scare you? No. Zhang Yu was speechless. Is this guy so perceptive? Impossible. Some familiarity is normal, but attraction has nothing to do with me. Is it this guy's own problem? Oh, I forgot to ask, where are you from? It's a small village. You must have never heard of it. Oh. Judging from your appearance, it feels like you have only been together for a few days. You are pure and innocent without any worldly touch. Are you really from a small village? You must be a young lady. You have the strength of the 2nd level at such a young age, and there is no sign of training on your body. As she spoke, she pinched Zhang Yu's arm. Zhang Yu felt very strange, as if he was being taken advantage of. I really do come from a small village, so maybe I have better talent. Really? The elves are so small, and they should be famous for reaching the 2nd level at such a young age, and I will definitely not forget such a special name after hearing it. However, I have no impression of it at all. Aunt Anna came over. Very close. You are too close. Zhang Yu moved aside a little embarrassedly. To be honest, in his 2 lives Zhang Yu had never even held a girl's hand, although he had been thinking about forming a maid guard in the temple all day. In the end it was messed up for various reasons. Facing the aggressive Aunt Anna, Zhang Yu felt uncomfortable. Maybe it's because our place is too remote. It's normal that we haven't heard of it. Besides, the 2nd level is nothing. Seeing Zhang Yu's embarrassed look, Aunt Anna couldn't help laughing. Oh. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. The other person smiled and said, have a good rest. You have to get up early tomorrow morning. Good. It's very dangerous for you to run out like this rashly. It seems that I have to teach you a lesson later. It's not convenient to take a shower here, so just be patient today.
Aha!
I always felt that the other party was a little dangerous, but I didn't know if it was an illusion. I was really tired today, so Zhang Yu fell asleep early. Nothing pleasant happened that night. Everyone slept soundly without snoring or sleepwalking. We got up early the next morning to pack our equipment and set off. A group of people came out of Highland Town and walked for most of the day. Zhang Yu couldn't help asking, "Are we going all the way to Lomcal like this? What else? Of course we can take a carriage there, but that would take away the fun of the experience," Aunt Anna explained. The dwarf curled his lips. "You can just use magic to fly over there. I really don't understand the meaning of your so-called training. You're just walking all day long. You haven't encountered any powerful enemies or any strange events. You're just walking." Katie, the oldest sister in the team, spoke up. "You can't say that walking is actually a form of training. Besides, wouldn't it defeat the purpose of training if we were to take a carriage?" "What kind of training? Why did it feel like going to the West to obtain Buddhist scriptures?" He could have gotten there in one somersault, but there were so many difficulties that he had to walk. He regretted it a little. It was really strange to follow these people on the road. Aunt Anna said, "Sister Katie is right. Traveling is also a form of practice. We just left the city. Now we need to speed up. Lulu, can you keep up with us? Is it a martial art used to travel quickly?" Aunt Anna said helplessly, "There is no martial art for traveling quickly, but it is indeed a martial art. By traveling quickly you can get familiar with a certain footwork and then continuously improve your proficiency and finally make this footwork a part of your instincts." Sister Katie is a werewolf and her movement speed is naturally very fast. Melika will use some simple wind magic to increase her speed. Sure enough, magicians basically learn a magic for traveling. This kind of low-level wind magic can be learned by almost any magician and it does not require any suitable physique. It feels like a standard magic for traveling. Lulu, how did you get on the road before? What method? Just run. Zhang Yu said the physical fitness of a second-level knight is no joke. Running a marathon at the speed of a 100-meter race is nothing. His instantaneous burst speed is far beyond the human record. This is because he doesn't know martial arts. If he learns some explosive martial arts, it will be even more amazing. Just run. It's not impossible. Haven't you learned any martial arts related to footwork? No, I only know how to do a double attack. Zhang Yu had a cute expression on his face. Double strike. One of the temple's martial arts looked simple enough, so Zhang Yu learned it. Other martial arts were too difficult to get started with, and she, a sports idiot, could not learn them in a short period of time, so she had no choice but to give up. Double hit is simple and brutal, just like its name, double burst combined into one. It is easy to get started and the subsequent effects increase exponentially. Double hit, quadruple hit, 8 hits, 16 hits, 32 hits, 64 hits, 128 hits, becoming more and more powerful and awesome. In theory it can reach the level of One Punch Man. Of course this is only in theory and it becomes more and more difficult as time goes on. How can others play if you can easily blow up a star with one punch? Double attack? Isn't this a basic martial art? Aunt Anna asked. It seems like every knight will learn this, right? Zhang Yu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Every knight learns it? You must be kidding. This is the martial arts of the temple. How can the martial arts that can enter the temple be common stuff? If it was the Zhang Yu from the past, he might have been frightened, but now he is no longer the naive boy who was frightened by the saint level. There is indeed a martial art called double strike on the mainland, which is the entry-level martial art for knights. However, although the two have the same name and function, they are essentially very different. The temple's double strike is a super rare martial art with endless growth potential. If you learn it at the first level, you can still use it at the saint level. The mainland's double strike is truly a double strike with no possibility of advancement. Although both are bursts, their contents are completely different except for the name. Is Zhang Yu the kind of person who likes to brag? Obviously not. Yeah, that's right. I'm stupid and I only learned this one move, Zhang Yu said embarrassedly. He was not lying otherwise. Things like absolute sword, 10,000 swords, returning to the origin, immortal body, and so on would sound very impressive. It's a pity that Zhang Yu couldn't learn them. Even if he studied in the temple for 10 years, he couldn't learn it with his terrible combat intuition, so he could only choose the simplest double attack. Humph, it's not that I don't want to learn, it's just that there is no suitable one. Zhang Yu left the temple with this thought in mind. You only know how to do a double hit? Now not only Aunt Anna but also Katie and Melika were looking at her strangely. The dwarf was speechless and asked, "How did you make it to Black Forest Town alive?" "Well, I have a lot of friends. If I can't beat them, I can ask for help," Zhang Yu said embarrassedly. "Call someone? How?" I have a teleportation array on me that can teleport people over here. Zhang Yu knew that he had let the cat out of the bag, so he explained carefully. Teleportation array? Lulu, you still dare to say you are not a rich woman? Aunt Anna stared at Zhang Yu. Are you from the elf royal family? No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Zhang Yu waved his hand. Forget it, it doesn't matter if you don't want to talk about it. No matter what, it won't hurt to learn some martial arts. This kind of footwork is also the basics. It can be used to travel for a long time or burst into speed instantly. Let me teach you. Okay, of course, I'm stupid. I don't know if I can learn it. Aunt Anna smiled and said, don't worry, even a fool can learn it in a day, don't worry. After dark. Aunt Anna's face darkened. Hey! It seems I'm not just an ordinary idiot. There was no way. Zhang Yu's thinking was completely that of a mage. He had never been exposed to martial arts. He learned the double attack in a short time because it had some mage characteristics and it was really easy to get started. There was no way to learn the rest. Even if the quality of this body was very strong, it would be useless if the thinking did not change. After all, it's because of my poor athletic talent. The dwarf came over and said, Lulu, do you usually study aristocratic etiquette, ancient elven language, dragon language, painting, music, literature, etc. at home? I've already told you I'm not some big shot. Well, although you haven't learned it, at least you've made progress. Just work harder tomorrow and it will be almost there. Big sister Katie said with a smile. She is such a gentle person. If the dwarf hadn't been strangled by the neck and dragged away by her at noon because of the trouble, Zhang Yu would definitely think so. I always feel that every good guy in this team is more dangerous than the other. Don't be depressed. Find a suitable place to set up camp ahead, Aunt Anna said. Don't look at Aunt Anna like this. In fact, this guy is the real rich woman because she has storage props and space magic props, which are basically the most precious kind of magic props. Normally there are no third level ones, let alone second level ones. Only the holy mage in the kingdom has one. So this guy keeps saying that others are rich women, but in fact she is the real rich woman. After finding the place, they started to take out things to assemble tents and traps. Zhang Yu said in a gloomy voice, Aunt Anna, who are you? You even have a storage ring. Although we have it too, we cannot show it. Ahem, this is what my grandfather took from me when I went out on an adventure. The dwarf came closer again. Yes, if Aunt Anna can't reach the third level within 3 years, she will have to go back and inherit her family's fortune that has been passed down for 10,000 years. You're the only one who talks too much. Aunt Anna tapped her on the head. Ouch! You hit me on the head again. I can't grow taller, said the dwarf angrily. An ancient family of the elves? As one of the oldest races, the heritage of the elves is not simple. It is said that in ancient times, before the rise of orcs, the elves and dragons were the most powerful beings on the continent, and then they gradually declined. However, seeing how cowardly the dragons are, it seems that the elves aren't that strong either. It's true that Zhang Yu's athletic ability is not good, but she is not a fool. After practicing for another day, the next day she finally got the hang of it, but that's all. If she wants to master this martial art, she needs to continue training, just like training while traveling. In the temple in the White Tower, Zhang Yu had just selected dozens of magicians to move into the White Tower and gave them some projects to practice. The little apprentice is the manager of the White Tower. After all, Zhang Yu does not have so much time to waste on these things. After coming to the temple, the little apprentice has become even crazier. No one knows what he is studying every day and he can't be seen anywhere. Sophia was still working as hard as ever. Zhang Yu suggested that she could take a leave to go home. She hadn't been home for a long time, but Sophia refused. She had other things to do and would have to postpone her return home. All right. After having a little apprentice to help him take care of various things, Zhang Yu finally had some free time. Once a person has some free time, it is easy to have random thoughts. The plan for the maid that he had not thought of for a long time appeared in his mind again. Just as he was sitting in the chair and daydreaming, the gray wolf rushed in with a noisy voice. Master, master. Something terrible has happened. Why did the monkey break in? Monkey? What monkey? Hey, nothing's wrong. What are you talking about? Is there a demon invasion? Grey Wolf said awkwardly, that's not the case. I mean, the information about the endless forest may have been leaked. Oh? How did it leak out? Did someone tell on me? That's not the case. There are so many people in the endless forest. With so many people, they have to communicate with the outside world. If someone is interested in investigating daily transactions, it will be impossible to hide it. Zhang Yu said helplessly, it's no big deal if it's leaked. Are those nearby empires going to attack us? That's not the case, but doesn't this go against your philosophy of obscene development? Alas, I can't be so vulgar now.
Grey Wolf said, I think so. In that case, why don't we just open up a little and recruit more people? East City and West City are just small villages, we need a lot of manpower to replenish them. Manpower. Yes, isn't your mage tower also short of mages? With more people there will naturally be more mages. As long as we expand the population all problems will be solved. Moreover, with more people our defense circle will be tighter. To be honest, the current defense circle is full of loopholes. There is no way we have too few people. The endless forest is so big that we can't defend it at all. Zhang Yu really hopes to have a group of subordinates who can help him do experiments so that he can just tell them what he wants to study. He doesn't care about the defense circle or anything like that. He doesn't know what it will be like in the future, but it won't help him at all right now. Well, we could definitely use some extra manpower. What are your plans? It's like this: humans undoubtedly make up the largest number of intelligent creatures on this planet, accounting for about 50% of the planet's intelligent creatures. Orcs make up 20%, sea people make up 15%, elves make up 5%, and the remaining 10 or so races make up the last 10%. It's roughly like this. Grey Wolf continued. Before, the population of the sky demons and barbarians was extremely small, so we sent them all here, but now there is no need to do that. We can select a group from several races with large populations such as humans, elves, and orcs. In fact, there are some orcs in the territory, but their number is too small and they are basically put into the intelligence system. How do we send it? We can't just go and arrest someone, right? Well, I think we can introduce them gradually. There is no need to introduce too many people at once. This will not cause commotion in the human capital and will be easier for us. There are many ways to introduce them in some poor places. Basically, those who are given food will follow you. Well, you can take care of such small matters yourself. Yes. By the way, look at me. Am I missing anything? Zhang Yu asked. Grey Wolf was a little confused. Missing something? What? With the master's strength, no matter what he lacked, as long as he opened his mouth, the heroes under his command would get it for him. What was missing? Seeing the other party's confused face, Zhang Yu prompted, Look, what am I missing? Other emperors and nobles have it, but I don't. The other party thought for a while, then suddenly realized, the guard of honor. It's the guard of honor. When the emperors of mankind travel, there are guards of honor and other teams beating gongs and drums. Zhang Yu's face darkened. What honor guard? What are you thinking? Are you trying to annoy me to death? Is that a guard? Zhang Yu's eyes lit up. I'm getting close. Although I don't need anyone's protection right now, it would be a lot easier if there were some people around me. It's a shame to say that although he has such a huge family business, he still has to wash his face and put on clothes by himself every day, which makes Zhang Yu, who longs to fall into depravity, very uncomfortable. Grey Wolf had completely understood. I understand, Master. Please rest assured I will immediately find the strongest barbarian men. These guys are very strong and can do anything very easily. Are 20 enough? No, at least 100 should be enough. Strong man? Are you trying to make me full of strong man? You guy. Zhang Yu was speechless. Grey Wolf, are you teasing me on purpose? How dare I do this? Could it be that I have made a mistake? Master, please punish me. The Grey Wolf knelt on one knee with a look of panic on his face. It was unknown what strange book he had read, and he spoke in a very formal manner. Zhang Yu sighed. Really? I'm clearly lacking. Master, what a great event. Before Zhang Yu finished speaking, a figure rushed in madly. Zhang Yu almost vomited blood. What's going on? Didn't he see that something was wrong here and just barged in? When he looked up, it turned out to be the crazy Ike. This guy was the god of war from a certain dimension. He had been fighting all his life. Needless to say, his skills on the battlefield were absolutely strong. Apart from killing enemies on the battlefield, his only hobby was forging weapons. Apart from his main profession as the god of war, this guy's secondary profession was a blacksmith. Seeing the other party's surprised look, Zhang Yu probably guessed something, and he was also a little excited. Have we completed the collection of materials for the artifact? Ike smiled. Yes, we have collected them successfully. We can try to forge the artifact, Sunset Bow. Zhang Yu raised his eyebrows. Divine artifacts are real weapons and other magic props are just toys. Divine artifacts can be used not only by saints but also by world-class powerhouses above. Divine artifacts are weapons forged from source materials. Basically, divine artifacts are the top weapons of a plane and the embodiment of certain world rules. In the game, basically everyone has a magic weapon in the end, but it is limited to heroes. The Sunset Bow sounds like the weapon of the Queen of Archery, but no matter who uses it, as long as it can be forged, it's fine. Zhang Yu's only worry is that it is impossible to control the artifact below the saint level. How to forge it? What conditions are required? Zhang Yu asked. In addition to materials, the creation of an artifact also requires certain conditions. It doesn't mean that you can successfully forge it by collecting enough materials, piling them together, and then hitting them with a hammer. If you want to forge the sunset bow, you need to do it in the forbidden land of the elves. The sunset bow originally belonged to the weapons of the elves, and it needs to be tempered with the power of the sacred tree of the elves. The sacred tree of the elves? Zhang Yu knew this when he opened the eye of the star network. Everything on this planet was revealed to him, but there were some exceptions, such as the sealed land, the deep sea, and the forbidden land of the elves. Although it is not possible to conduct direct investigation, the information collected through the eye of the star network indicates that this place should be the forbidden area of the elves, and within the forbidden area is the sacred tree of the elves. The elf king Coco knew a little about the holy tree, but he only knew that the holy tree was generally related to the birth of the elves and was the patron saint of the elves. However, because only the knowledge of cultivation was passed down, other memories were basically lost, so Coco only knew this much. Ike said fiercely, "We can just charge in, those elves are no match for us." Zhang Yu was a little hesitant. What if there were super masters? This ancient race with a long heritage might have some immortals. It would be too dangerous to take action when the situation was unclear. Moreover, it feels wrong to rashly start a war. Zhang Yu is a peace-loving person. The elves are beautiful, noble, and peace-loving. When faced with beautiful things, only a psychopath would want to destroy them. By the way, don't we have one on our side in the elves? Anyway, she has nothing to do, so let her go to the elves to investigate the situation. In fact, a lot of basic intelligence has been collected. The key is the forbidden area. Let her go in and investigate. If possible, it would be best to use peaceful means. Who knows if the elves have any secret methods? It would be bad if we really forced them to perish together with us. Don't rush this matter. I'll investigate it first and give you an answer later. Where are the other artifacts? Ike scratched his head. Many of them are missing key props. After all, the resources of this world are limited. Many things do not exist in this world. We are lucky to be able to make the sunset bow. As for the others, I think we can look forward to the Sky City and then the deep sea. For the others, we can look for them on alien planets. Oh, isn't there a demon crack? Behind the demon crack seems to be a world invaded by demons. We can go there to take a look later. Artifacts are the embodiment of rules, and the materials that can carry the rules are not simple. It is considered good if you can find a few of them on a planet. Zhang Yu nodded. Let's put the matter of the demon crack aside for now. As for the Sky City, I will arrange for someone to go up and investigate. As for the deep sea, that's a bit of a headache. So far, all the masters within the temple are land creatures, and there are no marine creatures. Although they can enter the deep sea at their current level, they will be subject to many restrictions. What if there is a giant octopus hiding in it? Then they are doomed. It is better to be careful about everything. It is very dangerous to rashly enter some mysterious places without enough intelligence. Even though the power level of this world is not high, who knows what is hidden in those mysterious places? It was a pity that he couldn't let his master start a war, but Ike still went back obediently. As for the confused grey wolf, he was also driven away by Zhang Yu, and then he began to connect with number 66. When Lulu's memory interacted with his own memory, Zhang Yu looked strange. It seems that Lulu also has his own wonderful adventure. Yeah, but don't do something weird. Don't let your mentality become that of a woman after the fusion. On the other side, Lulu, who was using martial arts to travel naturally, knew everything after completing the synchronization with the original body. Not good. Zhang Yu had a serious expression on his face. What's wrong? Lulu Antana asked. I got a message from home saying something big has happened. I need to go back immediately. Zhang Yu frowned. Sorry, we may have to separate. Antana said seriously, I don't know what happened, but your family is anxious to send you back, so it must be a big deal. I'll take you back. No need. Don't you want to complete the trial? It's not appropriate to go back with me. Don't worry, I can find the way myself. What road can you find? You may be sold out halfway through the journey without knowing it. It doesn't matter what the trial is. I will make sure you return safely, otherwise I will be worried. Hey, what are you guys doing? Lulu is a great knight. After all, nothing will happen to him, and he has a teleportation array. Is your teleportation array one-way or two-way? The dwarf came over and said, by the way, did you use any words that don't exist in your world? Teleportation arrays generally have one-way and two-way types, some of which are one-time and some are unlimited. They naturally thought that Zhang Yu's method was a one-time thing. It was already a very precious means of saving lives, and it could be used infinitely. They could hardly imagine it. One way. Zhang Yu said shyly. That can't be helped. Let's go back with you. I also want to go back and take a look. Katie looked confused. You all have to go back. What about me?
Aunt Anna said, "Of course he went back with us, we are a team and there is no reason for us to separate." Lulu said helplessly, "Have you ever asked for my opinion? I told you I can go back by myself, so don't worry." Aunt Anna ignored Zhang Yu and took out a map. "Let's plan a route and get back to the elves in the shortest time. Let's start from here." Hey, do you have to do this? I just said it casually. Do you have to go to such lengths? We have only known each other for a few days. Is it so easy to establish friendship among elves? The two planned the route, and at this moment Aunt Anna's face changed and then she took out a stone. The stone was covered with blood-red lines. The other party was stunned for a moment and then her face became serious. "Something happened. It seems that it is not just your family's problem, but it may be a problem of the entire elves. My family has also called me back. The twin stones can only convey a few simple messages. The red pattern is the most urgent. Something has happened." Zhang Yu looked strange. "What's going on?" I just said it casually. However, seeing the other party's serious look, Zhang Yu quickly cooperated. "Yes, let's get going. Going south from the Kingdom of Norton to the southernmost port city and then taking a ship across the vast ocean. This is a very long process and there are many dangers at sea. After countless years they have only found a relatively safe route." The four no longer traveled leisurely but rushed to the southernmost port city as quickly as possible. Many huge ships were docked at the port of the city because of the magical thing called magic. In this world the shipping industry was much more developed than that of the Earth in the Middle Ages. With the addition of protective magic and the help of some magicians, the combat effectiveness of these wooden ships is not much worse than that of giant steel ships. Of course, ordinary ships do not have such treatment, only those huge ships have it. These ships are engaged in cross-sea business. The routes are very long and of course the profits are also very high. Aunt Anna went to the dock to inquire and then came back with a gloomy face. "Dwarf, Aunt Anna, how is it?" "The situation is not good. All routes to the Elf Kingdom have been interrupted." "Ah? Why? Hasn't it been very stable in recent years?" "With the high profits in both places, even if ships are occasionally devoured by monsters, those greedy humans will never give up this route that's more than 10 times the profit. It's not a matter of being strange. They used special means to transmit information from the kingdom. The kingdom is now facing great danger." "What's the meaning?" "It's the devil. The Elf Kingdom is now facing an invasion by devils." "The invasion of demons? Are you kidding? You mean demons?" The dwarf looked shocked while Katie was confused. She had only seen demons in ancient books. Aunt Anna said, "The sea may not know much about demons, but in the Elf Kingdom demons have always been our enemies. I saw this kind of evil creature when I was a child. It even cut off the route. This is definitely not as simple as the appearance of a few demons. We must find a way to get back." The dwarf said, "Are you sure? The flight routes were not disrupted when the demon appeared more than 100 years ago. How can it be so serious now? What is going on? Could it be that the demons have invaded completely?" Aunt Anna frowned. "I don't know the details because my family cooperated with the captain to get this information. This is all the news we have so far. If the other side can't send good news, they will definitely not restart the route. The Elf Kingdom is the capital of the sea. Even if it is invaded by demons, the war will not spread here, so unless the Elf Kingdom is destroyed, these humans will not react at all." Zhang Yu was stunned. "Master, what the hell are you doing? Demons have invaded and you don't even know about it? Are you kidding me?" "There is nothing much to say. I secretly connected with the main body using my will." The main body was also speechless after receiving the message. After all, the Eye of the Star Network can monitor the entire planet, but because the consumption is too huge, this method cannot be maintained forever. The intelligence system now established can only work in a few nearby kingdoms at most. How can it be detected in the Elven Kingdom far in the middle of the ocean? After hearing the news about the devil, there was nothing to say. In the Star Network, I was directly activated. However, judging from the information transmitted by the Eye of the Star Network, the matter is not that serious. A large number of demons have indeed appeared in the Elf Kingdom, but it is not because someone has opened the passage to the abyss. If it could be opened so easily, then this world would have long been the home of the abyss. It feels like someone summoned a demon from the abyss or opened the seal of an abyss demon, and then this demon used some special abilities to summon a group of abyss demons, creating a group of demon followers, thus forming a small-scale army. Among them, the strongest demon is around level 5. No, we can't underestimate it. Maybe the real scary demon has escaped the surveillance of the Eye of Star Network. If this is the case, then the temple is about to face the most terrible impact. Zhang Yu began to speculate like Sherlock Holmes. First he used the will core to inform all heroes and clones of the news, asking everyone to retreat back to the range of the Sky Eye and leaving all the work outside to his subordinates. Heroes are the core of the temple. Although they can be resurrected after death, they will be weak for a long time after resurrection and their strength will decline, which is a huge loss for Zhang Yu. Only by retreating back to the range of the Sky Eye can Zhang Yu take them into consideration. Once a high-level demon appears, Zhang Yu can quickly provide support within the range of the Sky Eye. If the situation is impossible, he can retreat into the temple and rely on the temple's power for defense. With the defense of the 9th level temple, if there is only one saint it can still be resisted, and it is even more so if there are people below the saint level. The information is unclear now. Zhang Yu doesn't know the specific reason for the demon invasion. On the surface the highest level is only level 5, but who knows secretly? What if the 7 demon kings of the abyss sneak over to play? This is not a game. The enemy's strength will gradually increase so that you can level up. After receiving the order, all the heroes and clones immediately retreated to the endless forest. If the demon could evade the detection of the Eye of the Star Network, then these heroes would be dead if they went there alone. I hope the worst has not happened. The small body of the temple can't stand the torment of those big guys in the abyss. Zhang Yu was a little nervous and everyone's nerves were tense. Zhang Yu closely monitored the Elf Kingdom, but the residents of the temple did not receive any notification. Once a powerful demon invaded, Zhang Yu would not be able to take care of these ordinary people. In fact, the apostles were still working outside, but they also knew the news. If something unexpected happened, they could withdraw immediately. If they accidentally died, it didn't matter because Zhang Yu could resurrect them anyway. Even if they lost their combat effectiveness, there would be no loss to the temple. The fighting power of these apostles is not even a fraction of what it used to be now, but if their clones were destroyed, it would be a huge blow to Zhang Yu. If only a few were destroyed, it would be fine, but if all 100 were destroyed, it would be a huge damage to Zhang Yu's soul. All the clones started to rush into the Sky Eye, but one clone did not. She wanted to go to the Elf Kingdom to obtain the latest information. Yes, this person was none other than our Prince Lulu. When the situation in the temple was in a state of panic, Antana became extremely anxious. No one was willing to go out to see, even if Antana took out precious treasures. In fact, those who can establish contact with the Elf Kingdom have good relations with the elves and dare not offend the elves. Even with Antana's identity, she took out treasures and made various promises, but still no one dared to go out to see. This shows how difficult this matter is. It was already completely dark and everyone at the dinner table was worried. Zhang Yu couldn't help but say, "It's okay, come to me tomorrow and ask my friend to help. He will help us get to the Elf Kingdom." Your friend? Your friend is also a captain? That's not the case, but my friend does have some tricks up his sleeve. When they asked him in detail, Zhang Yu just shook his head and was unwilling to say more. The next morning, Zhang Yu led a few people to the beach. Antana looked around. "Lulu, what are you going to do? There is nothing around here. Does your friend live in the sea?" That's not the case. Each clone is engraved with a symbol because they all have soul fragments. They have some of the original body's authority, including the ability to use it as a coordinate to open a portal. Magic power was injected into the mark and a dark door opened in front of Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu used the core of will to communicate with those lazy people in the temple. A fiery red figure crawled out from the dark gate. "Who is calling me?" The other party looked down at Zhang Yu. The lizard's eyes were full of indifference and an aura of pretentiousness came over him. Then a dark figure followed closely behind. After the 2 giant dragons came out, the black gate behind them disappeared. They were already 5th level giant dragons. Their terrifying aura made the 4 people present tremble in their legs. Fortunately, they were 2nd level knights. If they were ordinary people, they would have been paralyzed by the dragon's might. "Little girl, are you the one calling me?" Xiaohong lowered her head and glared at Zhang Yu. Zhang Yu rolled his eyes. If the real body was here, these guys would just lie on the ground and lick shoes humbly. They didn't expect them to be so arrogant in front of others. Should he go back and give them a good beating? The situation is urgent now and Zhang Yu is not in the mood for this. "I am also a member of the temple. Now the 4 of us are going to the Elf Kingdom. You can give us a ride." Temple members? The 2 suddenly realized, but the apostles could not use this kind of portal and they knew all the apostles. There was no elf girl at all, not to mention the hero. They were already familiar with her, so who is this person in front of them? Although it is a bit hard to understand, but since he can use the temple's special portal, there is no doubt about his identity. "Well, since you are one of us, there is nothing we can do. Can you tell me who you are?" The other party's voice soon softened. "My identity is quite special. You don't need to know it now." If it was someone else, he would have killed him with a spit of fire, but the person in front of him could use the portal and his status was obviously higher than his, so he quickly wilted. "I know you guys, come up quickly." Zhang Yu was the first to climb onto Xiaohong's back, grabbing her neck with both hands.
What are you still standing there for? Come watch the show.
Zhang Yu shouted at them.
Oh. Dragon, a giant dragon.
The dwarf was shocked and Zhang Yu was speechless. How long is your reaction time? Aunt Anna was born into a big family and this was obviously not her first time seeing a dragon. The elves had a close connection with dragons and she had seen several of them. Stop talking nonsense and get ready to come out. Aunt Anna climbed onto the dragon but had nowhere to grab, so she hugged Zhang Yu's slender waist. Zhang Yu felt a little awkward. The two of them also quickly climbed onto Xiao Hei's back.
Do you know the location of the elf kingdom?
Zhang Yu asked.
Xiao Hei said, I know, I can lead the way.
Good. When you are ready, take off directly. The wind was a bit strong and Aunt Anna put her head on Zhang Yu's shoulder.
You actually know the dragon and the portal just now, Lulu? Who are you? My ears felt a little itchy, so I moved them.
Well, I really come from a small village, but I had some adventures later on.
The adventure you mentioned is the temple?
Temple? What temple?
Which god?
Before Zhang Yu could say anything, Xiaohong said proudly, needless to say, it's the Lord of all living things, His Majesty Zhang Yu.
He.
Zhang Yu wanted to draw out the long sword behind him and poke a few holes in the opponent's head. By the way, has the stupid nickname of the Lord of all living things really been decided? Zhang Yu had caught the Grey Wolf before, but the other party told him that he could try to get in touch with the power of faith, although he didn't need to rely on it to become a god. Studying it might be useful. Zhang Yu was convinced by him, so he let it develop naturally. Now he didn't expect that these lazy guys also knew about this.
Zhang Yu said with a gloomy face, do you know what will happen if you rashly leak the information of the temple?
Xiaohong suddenly realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. He looked horrified, wondering how a dragon face like his could make such a funny expression.
What should I do?
I forgot, should I kill these elves?
Don't keep thinking about killing people, be more careful next time. Let's forget about this matter.
Xiaohong was a little depressed. Who on earth is this guy?
He is so rude. After all, I am a dragon.
Don't you have any dignity? However, thinking that the other party had the authority to use the portal, Xiaohong suppressed her anger.
Forget it, I can't afford to offend you.
Please like, share and subscribe. More parts of this series are on way by.